When your life is altered, can you still trust your memories? When the film in which you star becomes your reality, death is the only conclusion. By adhering to the rules, you may survive. By manipulating the rules, you may find a way to escape. Fang Xingchen has become an actor in the infinite world, performing with his very life, where a single mistake means death. From the ghostly bus that erases all, to the sinister shadows of Fengmin village, he must navigate through the tainted fragments of the world, deciphering the rules of death in search of a glimmer of hope. However, more terrifying than the monsters are the conspiracies of the empire and the avarice of humanity. This is a thorny path to extraordinary power amidst despair. The only support he has is the chaotic memories in his mind and a heart that thrives on the brink of death. Chapter 1. The Twilight Return and Silent Death. As the sun sets and dusk deepens, a dilapidated minibus, its body splattered with mud, sways precariously along the winding mountain road. With the night thickening, the minibus lights flicker to life, casting a dim yellow glow that barely pierces the darkness, illuminating the blurred road ahead for just a few meters. Inside the minibus, all 15 seats are filled, with 2 additional passengers squeezed in the aisle on makeshift stools. The roar of the engine mingles with the creaks of the aging vehicle, creating a monotonous lullaby. Most passengers, lulled by the swaying motion, drift into slumber, their heads nodding like ripe wheat. The air is thick with a complex aroma of sweat, dust, and some cheap perfume. Suddenly, a loud thud reverberates through the cabin. A sharp pain shoots through the left side of Fang Xingchen's forehead as he jolts awake, his head having collided violently with the icy, hard window frame. Grimacing and rubbing the rapidly swelling bump on his forehead, he surveys the dimly lit interior of the bus, his mind a blank canvas, unable to recall why he finds himself on this jostling vehicle. Moments later, memories flood back like a delayed tide. Ah, yes, he is on his way home. As a quintessential middle-aged man, Fang Xingchen has been unemployed for 2 years, his countless job applications falling into a void, and interviews ending in rejection. The weight of economic despair has tightened like a noose, shattering the once harmonious family. Last month, his wife, unable to endure the hopelessness any longer, took their young son back to her parents' home, leaving him with the stinging words, "Come back when you can act." Like a man, heartbroken, he relinquished his expensive apartment in the first-tier city and purchased a ticket for the long trip home, intending to visit his aging parents and ponder his utterly failed life. Yet, another wave of excruciating pain seizes his head, as if a steel needle is swirling within. A completely different fragment of memory forcefully intrudes upon his thoughts. Wait, no, I am not a middle-aged unemployed man. I am merely 19, having just graduated from high school. Though I did not enter university, I have dreams. I spent an entire year in a film acting training course, and now I am part of a ragtag crew filming a low-budget movie. What's its name again? Yes, Desperate Escape 1, that's it. Fang Xingchen vigorously shakes his head, striving to dispel the absurd confusion. Using the dim light of the bus's flickering overhead lamp, he leans closer to the window, desperate to confirm his youthful visage in the reflection. Yet, the glass reveals a weary, ordinary face nearing 40, etched with fatigue and sorrow, fine wrinkles creeping at the corners of his eyes, and even a few glaring white hairs. At his temples, the fresh swelling on his forehead only accentuates the impression of age. How utterly disorienting. He murmurs to himself, his voice dry. I must be experiencing some sort of identity crisis. It's surely the overwhelming stress. He leans back against the unyielding seat, attempting to escape the disheartening reality and tumultuous thoughts. Turning his gaze to the outside, he observes the dimming twilight, the mountains casting ominous shadows, massive dark forms resembling dormant beasts, fleeting past the window, instilling an inexplicable chill within him. At that moment, a piercing scream shatters the lethargic atmosphere of the bus. Whoa! The driver is gone. A voice filled with terror cuts through the air, igniting panic among the passengers. No way. This is high-tech. Autonomous driving. Another voice trembles in disbelief. Those seated near the front are the first to notice the anomaly, rising in fear, craning their necks to peer ahead, their screams escalating in volume. Fang Xingchen's heart races, a sense of foreboding gripping him. He rises instinctively, gripping the seat back to steady himself against the bus's swaying, straining to see what lies ahead. The driver's seat, indeed, is vacant. The steering wheel continues to sway slightly, as if an invisible hand were manipulating it. The dashboard lights flicker ominously, casting an eerie glow, while the rickety minibus barrels down the winding downhill road, accelerating with alarming speed. Ghost! There's a ghost! A middle-aged woman in a floral shirt cries out hysterically, "Damn it! This is insane!" Someone stop the bus. A burly bald man bellows, though he clings tightly to his seat, paralyzed by fear. This is a downhill slope. If we don't stop, we'll go off the edge. We'll all die, a shrill female voice wails, her words shattering the last glimmer of hope among the passengers, spreading panic like a plague throughout the enclosed space. Some attempt to smash the windows, but they prove unyielding. Others try to push the doors, yet they remain stubbornly shut. That I'll do it. I've driven trucks for decades. I can handle this minibus. At this critical moment, an older man sitting in the co-driver's seat, his hair graying and appearing nearly 50, steps forward. Though fear is etched upon his face, a steadiness akin to that of a seasoned driver prevails. He takes a deep breath, using both hands and feet to navigate across the makeshift aisle, awkwardly maneuvering into the driver's seat. He grips the steering wheel tightly, his right foot attempting to press the brake pedal. All eyes are riveted upon him, and the cabin falls silent, save for the labored breaths and the engine's roar. Every passenger holds their breath, placing their hopes for survival in this stranger's hands. Fang Xingchen's heart races, his gaze fixed ahead, unblinking. The experienced driver fumbles for a moment, and, to everyone's astonishment, the minibus seems to respond to his commands, the speed beginning to decrease, the engine's growl turning muffled, appearing as though it might come to a halt. Almost there. Almost there. Someone whispers in relief, a flicker of hope igniting in the oppressive atmosphere. Just as Fang Xingchen begins to breathe a sigh of relief, thankful for the arrival of a savior, the next moment unfolds in a manner that he, and all within the bus, would remember. Forever, the instant the bus nearly comes to a stop, the middle-aged man at the wheel suddenly stiffens. As if struck by an invisible jolt, his movements freeze, maintaining his grip on the steering wheel. What follows is even more terrifying. Without any warning, his body began to carbonize and disintegrate rapidly from his extremities, as if cast into a furnace of extreme heat, or erased by some unseen force that in mere fractions of a second, a living man transformed silently into a pile of delicate, human-shaped black ash before the eyes of all present. He did not even have time to utter a scream. The heap of ash, which had retained a sitting posture, suddenly collapsed and dispersed with a slight tremor of the vehicle, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. Silenced, in absolute silence, the silence more suffocating than the panic that had just ensued enveloped the cabin. Everyone seemed frozen in place, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at the vacant driver's seat and the remnants of black ash still lingering in the air. A peculiar, indescribable burnt odor mixed with the scent of dust wafted through the atmosphere, inducing a feeling of nausea. Moments later, a scream erupted, more piercing and desperate than any before, nearly shattering eardrums. A tidal wave of uncontrollable panic swept over everyone. He's dead. He's dead. How did he die? What happened? Ghost. It's a ghost. We are all going to die. Help. Let me out. I want to get off this bus. The cacophony of cries, curses, prayers, and the sound of fists pounding against the doors and windows melded into chaos. Some slumped in their seats, while others flailed wildly, and a few even lost control of their bodily functions. Fang Xingchen was utterly bewildered. His face was as pale as a sheet, his stomach churning violently, barely suppressing the urge to vomit. The pain from the injury on his forehead was completely overshadowed by a greater sense of horror. He stared intently at the empty driver's seat, his mind blank except for the absurd thought that sprang unbidden. Desperate escape? Could it be? Could this not be an illusion? Chapter 2. Survival and Desperation. Regardless of the chaos within the vehicle, the minibus continued on its automated path, hurtling down the perilous mountain road, accelerating toward an unknown abyss. The wind howled outside like a ghostly wail, and the tires screeched against the pavement, each jolt making hearts race. The countdown to death echoed like a funeral knell above everyone's heads, cold and urgent. Fang Xingchen's mind was a tempest. The ludicrous notion of desperate escape reverberated in his thoughts. If this were indeed a film, a desperate escape, it could not simply be a tale of desperate demise. There must be a way out. They just had yet to discover it. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure, his gaze darting like lightning across the cabin. In the dim light, every face was etched with despair. Some curled up in their seats, weeping softly. Others pounded futilely against the unyielding windows, while others stared blankly, as if they had already accepted their fates. A stifling fear permeated the air, mingling with a faint burnt odor and the scent of sweat, creating a strange and ominous atmosphere. This isn't an illusion, Fang Xingchen murmured to himself. The swelling on his forehead still throbbed faintly, yet another clarity was slowly taking shape in his mind. That fragment of memory from 19 years ago, regarding the desperate escape production team, seemed to have a tangible weight pressing down on his consciousness. He analyzed everything before him. The driver's disappearance, the instant carbonization of the man who attempted to seize control, the vehicle continuing to operate. All of this defied logic, as if some invisible rule was at play in the shadows. If direct contact with the driver's area led to erasure, then what of indirect contact? Was there a glimmer of hope? His gaze fell upon a long-handled umbrella, black nylon fabric with a metallic shaft, lying forgotten on the floor of the aisle. At that moment, the vehicle lurched violently, careening toward a sharp turn. Outside the window, the once familiar mountain shadows dissolved into an abyss of darkness. They were heading towards a cliff. "We're going to crash," someone screamed, hoarse with terror. There was no time to hesitate. Fang Xingchen lunged forward, seizing the long umbrella. His movement caught the attention of a few nearby, but they only stared in fear, offering no assistance or intervention. He inhaled sharply and deftly hooked the curved handle onto the rotating steering wheel. "What are you doing? You'll die?" A young girl with a low ponytail cried out, clearly having witnessed the previous driver's fate. Yet Fang Xingchen did not waver. The instant the umbrella handle made contact with the steering wheel, he held his breath, and nothing happened. He was not carbonized. He did not vanish. The umbrella conveyed the resistance from the steering wheel, and with a forceful tug, the wheel turned. The decrepit minibus emitted a screeching sound as the front end narrowly swerved away from the cliff's edge, returning to the center of the road. That a collective gasp echoed within the cabin, followed by a moment of stunned silence. However, mere seconds later, the umbrella began to darken and carbonize at the point of contact with the steering wheel, as if engulfed by an invisible flame, spreading rapidly, until it transformed into fine black ash, dissipating into the air. Yet Fang Xingchen remained unharmed. He was momentarily stunned, then a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. He had made the right bet. Direct contact was dangerous, but indirect intervention through tools was possible. Tools work. He shouted back at the passengers. "We can't touch the steering wheel or pedals directly with our bodies, but we can use other objects. Find something." "The vehicle is still accelerating." His words rippled through the despairing crowd like a stone cast into still water, igniting a flicker of hope among them. Will this work?" A middle-aged man suddenly tore off the headrest from his seat and trembled as he handed it over. "Try it. Hook it to the steering wheel and pull it towards you," Fang Xingchen directed, swiftly scanning the surroundings for anything that could be used to brake. Another young man seized his backpack from the floor and pressed it forcefully against the brake pedal. The moment the backpack collided with the pedal, the vehicle seemed to momentarily stall, but it quickly carbonized and vanished. "It worked, but the items will disappear," the young man shouted, his voice hoarse with excitement. "Forget about the items. Staying alive is what matters." Fang Xingchen yelled, "Keep going. Use whatever you can. Control the steering. Slow down." The instinct for survival finally overpowered sheer terror. People began frantically searching for anything usable: thermoses, belts, thick books, even a hard-soled shoe. One by one, these items were passed to the front, attempting to make contact with the steering wheel, brake, and accelerator. Each contact resulted in instant carbonization of the items, but the vehicle did respond. The steering wheel was turned, the brake pedal was pressed down, and while the speed remained high, it no longer surged uncontrollably, occasionally even slowing slightly. To a rudimentary, chaotic system of cooperation emerged amidst the utmost panic. Some focused on passing items, others on throwing objects to hit the pedals, while Fang Xingchen and two other relatively calm men primarily worked to hook items onto the steering wheel. To control the vehicle's direction, turn left. "We're going to hit the mountain," someone shouted, peering out the window. Fang Xingchen and another man simultaneously hooked two belts onto the steering wheel and pulled to the right. The belts turned to ash, but the front of the vehicle successfully veered right, avoiding a collision. "The downhill is steeper. We must slow down." The lookout's voice trembled in fear. A woman forcefully propelled her hardshell suitcase forward, causing it to become wedged beneath the brake pedal. The suitcase vanished in a rapidly carbonizing haze, yet within those fleeting seconds, the vehicle's speed visibly diminished. However, their supplies were limited. The available items within the cabin rapidly depleted, each instance of carbonization drawing them closer to death. A wave of despair silently spread once again. "That there's nothing left. We're running out," someone lamented, their voice tinged with tears. Fang Xingchen felt a weight settle in his heart. He gazed out the window, the mountain road winding downward, stretching into an endless horizon. If this continued, they would inevitably lose control due to the exhaustion of their tools. That a fundamental solution must be found. The anomalies of this vehicle, the disappearance of the driver, the bizarre erasure rule. What lay behind all of this? He recalled the title Juejing Taoxing. If this were a game, then there must exist rules and a path to survival. Previous attempts had confirmed his suspicions that direct manipulation was forbidden, yet indirect intervention was permitted. Thus, did a path to survival imply discovering a method for permanent intervention? Or perhaps, finding a way to abolish this rule? His gaze returned to the vacant driver's seat. The mass of shadowy figures had long since dissipated, leaving behind a cold seat, a symbol of death and taboo. Why the driver's seat? Why the control mechanism? Suddenly, a bolder thought intruded upon his mind. If it forbade humans from taking control, what if it were not a human? Find something. A long object. Something sturdy. Jam it in the steering wheel. Block the brake. Fang Xingchen shouted, his voice hoarse with urgency. Don't hold it. Just let it get stuck there. The crowd paused, then quickly grasped his intent. Since holding tools would be deemed as human indirect manipulation leading to their destruction, what if they merely wedged an object in the control mechanism without engaging in? Dynamic, controlling contact. A flicker of hope ignited. The people nearly dismantled everything within the vehicle, forcibly prying off the metal supports beneath the seats, removing the crossbars from the luggage rack, and even someone began using a key to unscrew the entire seat back. This one. Try this. A brawny man, towering at nearly 2 meters, handed over a twisted yet sufficiently sturdy metal bar. Fang Xingchen accepted the metal bar, leveraging its contorted shape against the structure of the driver's seat base. He forcefully wedged one end between the steering wheel and the steering column, anchoring the other end tightly against a solid bolt. With a satisfying click, the metal bar became lodged. The steering wheel remained fixed at a slight rightward angle, and carbonization. The metal bar was intact. Success. A cheer erupted among the crowd, resembling the exultation of those who had narrowly escaped disaster. Brake. Quickly jam the brake. Another group followed suit, wrapping several thick books in tape, and then forcefully pushing them to let them naturally lean against the brake pedal, keeping it in a depressed position. A harsh grinding sound resonated. The vehicle's speed began to noticeably decline. The engine emitted a strained roar, yet the vehicle was indeed slowing down. Everyone held their breath, watching as the speed gradually decreased. 30 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 10 kilometers. The dilapidated minibus finally emitted a long, weary groan, coming to a complete stop beside a relatively gentle bend in the mountain road. Silence enveloped the interior of the vehicle. Only the heavy, labored breaths of the group and the howling mountain wind outside could be heard. The vehicle had halted. Had they survived? No one dared to move, nor did anyone venture to speak loudly, as if fearing that even the slightest sound would shatter this delicate balance, reawakening that terrifying rule of death. Exhausted, Fang Xingchen leaned against a nearby seat, cold sweat soaking his back. He stared at the metal bar still wedged in the steering wheel, and the brake pedal pressed down, his heart devoid of joy, filled instead with profound fatigue and deeper uncertainty. What exactly was going on? The memory of his 19-year-old self, the crew of Juejing Taoxing, and this surreal, horrifying predicament. What connection did they share? Weary, he shut his eyes, fragmented memories crashing over him like a tide. Blinding stage lights, the director's calls, the clapperboard inscribed with Juejing Taoxing. These images intertwined with the metallic scent of blood and the acrid odor of charred remnants within the cabin, so vivid it was suffocating. As his consciousness wavered, the lights in the cabin suddenly flickered a few times before plunging into complete darkness. An all-encompassing blackness enveloped everything. Chapter 3, Crisis and Division in Darkness. The darkness in the cabin felt like cotton soaked in ink, tightly wrapping each person. The intense breaths they had taken in the face of death gradually softened into subdued shudders, some still stifled sobs, the vibrations in their chests mingling with the howling mountain wind, weaving a suffocating net. 5 or 6 pale lights flickered on, illuminating faces stained with dust and tears, including the previously vanished driver and the seasoned worker who had carbonized while attempting to stop the vehicle. The once full minibus of 17 now held only 15 individuals, each pair of eyes harboring lingering terror. Fang Xingchen leaned against the frigid seat, his fingers gripping his phone, its screen casting a faint glow in his eyes, but offering no warmth. He could clearly see the gaping hole in the back of the front seat, revealing the yellowed foam within, and could smell the mingling scents of sweat, char, and dust in the air. Choking his throat, the bruise on his temple throbbed faintly, a reminder of the recent life and death crisis, sharpening his vigilance toward their current predicament. The bizarre erasure rule was far from coincidental. Remaining in this enclosed cabin might not be a safe choice. Is there any signal? Can anyone make a call? The bald man suddenly spoke, his voice raspy, as if sandpapered. He waved his phone near his ear, the glaring no signal icon in the upper right corner making his brow furrow in frustration. Others, hearing his words, lowered their heads to check their phones, soon releasing a collective sigh of disappointment. "There's nothing, not even emergency calls," the girl with a low ponytail murmured, her phone failing to send a distress message. Her fingers repeatedly tapped send, but the spinning icon halted, ultimately displaying a send failed notification. How could this cursed place have no signal? The bald man kicked the leg of the seat in irritation, producing a dull thud. "I've been on long hauls for years. This mountain road may be remote, but I've always had signal before." "Why today?" He trailed off, suddenly recalling the scene of the seasoned worker's carbonization, his voice faltering. With a flicker of apprehension in his eyes, he retreated further into his seat, clearly resolved not to move. At that moment, a boy with bleached hair sitting in the front row abruptly stood up, dressed in an oversized hoodie with sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing a blurry tattoo on his forearm. He spoke with an impatient restlessness. "Are we just going to sit in this car and wait to die? I saw a red button next to the driver's seat. It should open the door. I'm going to go open it for some fresh air." Fang Xingchen's heart tightened as he recalled the grim fate of the seasoned worker upon touching the driving controls. He quickly interjected, "Don't touch it." Directly interacting with the vehicle's buttons could be dangerous. The blonde youth, however, paid no heed to the warnings, scoffing. "Coward. What could possibly happen by opening a door?" With that, he swiftly dashed to the driver's seat, the light from his phone illuminating the conspicuous red emergency door button. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed it, then turned back to the others, tilting his chin defiantly. "See, this is just." A faint mechanical click resonated as the car doors slowly swung open, a refreshing mountain breeze rushing in, carrying the scent of flora that diluted the stale air within. But before the blonde youth could finish his sentence, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. His body became rigid as if struck by an unseen electric current, freezing in place. While maintaining the pressing posture, his eyes widened in disbelief, filled with palpable terror. Almost immediately, his fingertips began to darken, as if rapidly soaked in ink, the blackness creeping up his arm. Within a mere few seconds, his entire arm transformed into a charred black, and then began to disintegrate, crumbling into fine black ash that fell from the hem of his hoodie. "Don't touch him," Fang Xingchen shouted sternly, simultaneously restraining the ponytailed girl who attempted to approach. Everyone was dumbfounded, watching helplessly as the blonde youth's body gradually carbonized and dissipated from top to bottom, unable to utter a complete sentence. The red emergency button bore traces of black ash, glaring under the phone's light. What a calamity. It must be possessed. There's something unclean in this vehicle. I want to leave. I want to leave. The middle-aged woman in the flowery shirt, seated in the middle row, was suddenly paralyzed with fear at the sight before her. She shrank back, clasping her hands together and muttering towards the window, her voice escalating into a wail. Before anyone could react, she screamed, forcefully pushing aside those beside her, stumbling toward the open car door. In her frantic rush, she forgot her phone, careening into the wild grass by the roadside, careening down the steep slope, while shouting, "Don't chase me. Don't come near." Her figure was quickly swallowed by the darkness of night, leaving only her distant cries echoing through the mountains, eventually fading into silence. "Ma'am, it's dangerous." Fang Xingchen wanted to chase after her, but was held back by those around him. The mountain path was steep and shrouded in darkness, and rushing after her could lead to further peril. The group illuminated the direction where the woman had fled with their phones, but the beams only revealed swaying weeds and an unfathomable void, her figure nowhere to be seen. Now, only 13 people remained in the vehicle, each face marked by confusion, uncertain whether the woman had merely run far or encountered other dangers. "Let's get out of this car. We can't stay here." Some were trembling in fear from the horrific sight of the blonde youth and the woman's frantic escape, clutching their phones and rushing towards the car door. The remaining individuals, shaken from their stupor, helped one another up and exited the vehicle, stepping onto the gravel path leading to a nearby clearing. The area was overgrown with grass taller than a person, rustling in the wind, while the distant mountains loomed like enormous shadows in the night. The white light from their phone screens provided a faint sense of security amidst the encroaching darkness, each breath still laced with anxiety. "Do you think she will be all right?" The ponytailed girl's voice trembled, her hands shaking uncontrollably as she held her phone. Fang Xingchen shook his head, feeling equally uncertain. All they knew was that interacting with the vehicle's controls results in carbonization, but whether other dangers lurked in the forest remained unknown. "Enough, she's already gone. Searching for her would be futile." The bald man grunted impatiently, retreating to the center of the clearing with arms crossed, distancing himself from the minibus. I believe it's safest to wait here for rescue. The path down is treacherous and dark. Who knows where the pitfalls lie? Anyone who wishes to go can do so, but I refuse to take that risk. His words fell like a stone cast into still water, stirring immediate discussion that a young couple with a child readily agreed. We'll stay too. It's too dangerous to descend with the child. Here, at least we have the phone lights. If a rescue vehicle passes by, they might see us. 2 elderly women and a frail young man nodded in agreement, making the total 7 who chose to remain behind. They arranged their phones in 2 rows in front of the clearing, illuminating them as markers. Then we'll head down to find a way. We can't just sit here and await our fate. Fang Xingchen glanced at the remaining 5 individuals and spoke up. Among them were the ponytailed girl, a bespectacled gentleman, a middle-aged woman in a floral dress, and 2 notably striking figures, a man nearly 6 feet tall with bulging muscles, and a young woman in a hiking jacket carrying a professional backpack. Since we're going to act together, let's introduce ourselves for mutual support. Fang Xingchen initiated, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. I'm Fang Zhang. Yes, adopting a pseudonym in such a terrifying scenario was a prudent measure. I'm Lin Xiaolan, a nurse. I was on my way to assist at a clinic in the mountains. The ponytailed Lin Xiaolan spoke softly, her delicate features betraying her anxiety. As a nurse, she had witnessed numerous emergencies, yet none had ever left her feeling as unsettled as this. The image of carbonization lingered ominously in her mind. Chu Mo, a programmer, headed to the mountains to find a friend. The bespectacled Chu Mo adjusted his glasses, cautiously surveying the surrounding grass. I usually pay attention to details and can spot unusual occurrences. As he spoke, he directed his phone light towards the rear of the minibus, where a weathered stone tablet stood a few meters away, bearing the faded red characters caution, sharp. Turn. The heart character was marred by a deep crack, as if cleaved in 2. Zhang Xiulan. I'm the one who tried to help park the vehicle. It was my husband, Laoli. The woman in the floral dress spoke choked with emotion, wiping away tears. I must go down with you. I need to find my son and tell him that his father is gone. Wang Hu, a practitioner of Sanda, physically fit and knowledgeable in combat skills. I'll lead the way. The muscular Wang Hu thumped his chest, his muscles rippling beneath the surface. He rummaged through his backpack, brandishing a metal short knife. If we encounter any wolves or the like, I'll handle it. Lina, an avid hiker, accustomed to traversing wild paths, I have a decent sense of direction. I'll scout ahead with Wang Hu. The young woman in the hiking jacket shook her trekking pole and produced a spare flashlight from her bag, handing it to Wang Hu. This will provide better illumination. Thus, the group of 6 descending the mountain was established. The bald man leaning against the car door called out, "If you find the village, remember to come back and rescue us. Don't just run off for yourselves." Fang Xingchen did not look back but waved his hand, following the party down the mountain. He understood that further discussion was pointless. Only by finding a way to survive could they truly escape this perilous predicament. Chapter 4. The winding mountain path and the vanishing passenger. As the night deepened, the mountain breeze swept in with a biting chill, penetrating the collars of their garments. The wild grass, standing at half a person's height, rustled ominously in the wind, as if something lurked within, sending shivers down the spine. Wang Hu and Li Na led the group, with Wang Hu occasionally cleaving through obstructive bushes with his short knife, producing a sharp crack. Li Na, wielding a trekking pole in her right hand, illuminated the path ahead with a flashlight in her left, continuously alerting, "There are piles of gravel 3 meters ahead. Let us veer left to avoid stepping into a hole. The slope on the right is steep. Keep your distance." Their seamless coordination cleared numerous obstacles for those trailing behind. Fang Xingchen walked in third position, attentively observing the movements ahead, while casting concerned glances back at Lin Xiaolan, Chu Mo, and Zhang Xiulan. Lin Xiaolan, embodying the professionalism of a nurse, managed to maintain a semblance of composure despite her fear, her steps relatively steady. Chu Mo stayed close, his gaze never straying from their surroundings, while Zhang Xiulan gradually lagged behind. Grieving the loss of her spouse, she lacked the stamina of the younger individuals. Soon, she began to wheeze, her pace slowing, and her phone screen flickering frequently, the battery depleting at a visible rate. "Aunt Zhang, take your time, we will wait for you," Lin Xiaolan offered, halting to assist her. However, Zhang Xiulan waved her hand, gasping, "It's fine. You all go ahead. I will catch up after I rest. Don't let my delay hold you back." She leaned against a small tree by the roadside, wiping the sweat from her forehead, raising her phone to illuminate her path. The dim light, though faint, allowed her to see where she was stepping. Yet, before she could regain her composure, the phone emitted a sudden click and went black, completely out of battery. With the light already concentrated at the front of the group, Zhang Xiaolan's illumination vanished the moment she paused, enveloping her in darkness. Instinctively, she called out, "My phone." Fang Xingchen felt a jolt in his heart. Just as he intended to urge her to catch up, he witnessed Zhang Xiaolan's body freeze. As if held in place by an unseen force, she opened her mouth, seemingly attempting to call out, but no sound emerged. In the next moment, her figure blurred in the darkness, akin to an ink-drenched painting, gradually fading to transparency, until she completely dissolved into the shadows. Beside the tree where she leaned, only a few fallen yellow leaves remained, as if she had never been there at all. "And Zhang!" Lin Xiaolan screamed, attempting to reach for her, but was firmly restrained by Chu Mo. "Don't go over there." Chu Mo's voice trembled as he watched Zhang Xiaolan vanish without leaving a trace. Fang Xingchen stood frozen, his fingers gripping the phone case until it grew hot. He recalled the earlier disappearance of the floral shirt lady, who had ventured far into the darkness without a phone and subsequently vanished. Now, with Zhang Xiaolan's phone dead, losing its light, she too had disappeared. A terrifying hypothesis emerged in his mind. Could it be that succumbing to darkness was a rule of death? Turn on all the phone lights. Use the flashlights for those without battery. Stay close and move forward. Everyone must remain in the light. Fang Xingchen inhaled deeply, suppressing the chill creeping into his heart as he shouted to the remaining four. Lina promptly retrieved 2 spare flashlights from her backpack, handing one each to Lin Xiaolan and Chuemo Wang, who slowed his pace, no longer rushing ahead, but instead directing his flashlight beam back to envelop Fang Xingchen and the others. Lin Xiaolan gripped the spare flashlight, her hands still trembling. "Fang Zhang, do you think Aunt Zhang, could she be like the lady in the floral shirt, disappearing because she lost her light?" Fang Xingchen nodded gravely, recalling how the lady had vanished after losing her illumination. Zhang Xiaolan's phone had died, and now engulfed in darkness, she too had disappeared. This seemed to be the second rule. Those who lose light and succumb to darkness will silently vanish. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces turned pale. Lin Xiaolan hastily raised her flashlight higher to ensure the light illuminated her entire form, while Chu Mo pressed closely against Fang Xingchen, his eyes filled with vigilance. The 5 adjusted their formation. Wang Hu and Li Na walked side by side at the front, their beams sweeping across the path and sides, thoroughly illuminating their route. Fang Xingchen walked in the center, his left hand gripping Lin Xiaolan's arm, and his right resting on Chu Mo's shoulder, ensuring neither strayed from the light's reach. Lin Xiaolan and Chu Mo stayed tightly close to Fang Xingchen, their flashlights continuously illuminating each other's feet. The mountain breeze intensified, slicing against their faces like tiny blades, while the chirping of insects and calls of birds had long ceased, leaving only the sound of their footsteps, heavy breaths, and the faint rustle of flashlight beams cutting through the air, resonating starkly in the silent forest. After walking for several more minutes, Chu Mo abruptly halted, puzzled. "Wait, this path seems familiar. Isn't that a stone tablet warning of a bend, the one we saw behind our minibus?" Fang Xingchen felt a tightening in his chest and quickly looked ahead. In the beam of the flashlight, a stone tablet half buried in the earth emerged, emblazoned with the words "Caution, Bend," a deep crack running through the heart of the stone as if it had been split in two. "What is happening? Have we circled back?" Wang Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. "I've been focused on the direction. We were definitely going downhill, without deviation." Li Na's expression mirrored his incredulity. Fang Xingchen hastened forward a few steps, and the light of his phone suddenly illuminated a familiar sight. Not far down the path stood the dilapidated minibus they had previously boarded, but the scene before him froze his blood. The open space was desolate. The 7 individuals who had remained behind were nowhere to be seen, and the 7 phones they had left behind lay scattered across the ground, only 2 still glowing. Forlornly discarded like refuse. "They are all gone." Lin Xiaolan's voice trembled as she swept the flashlight across the clearing, yet not a single shadow appeared. Chu Mo adjusted his glasses, his expression grave as he crouched to pick up one of the still glowing phones. The screen lingered on the lock screen, with half of the battery remaining, clearly indicating that its owner had vanished abruptly, unable to act. The phone is still on, but the person is gone. He looked up at Fang Xingchen, pondering if it was a malfunction of the lights or if someone had inadvertently stepped out of their illumination. Fang Xingchen tightened his grip on the flashlight, casting his gaze toward the 2 illuminated phones. They were scattered across the clearing, with the central area completely engulfed in darkness. He suddenly comprehended. Although the 7 who had remained behind had agreed to watch over one another, they had not recognized the limited coverage of the phone lights, nor the critical importance of illumination. Once someone moved out of the light, they would trigger the rule of disappearing into darkness. Perhaps someone had wandered too far to relieve themselves, or maybe the young couple's child had run off in distress, or the bald man had stepped out for a smoke. The The specific cause remained unknown, but ultimately, these 7 individuals had succumbed to the darkness. From a group of 17, only 5 remained. The mountain breeze swept through the fallen leaves, sending a chill down their spines. Fang Xingchen gazed at the scattered phones on the ground, and then into the endless darkness of the forest, his resolve firmer than before. The 2 rules were now clear, and the trap of the winding path had been revealed. As long as they could find a way to break the cycle, escape was within reach. Chapter 5. A brief respite and rekindled hope. The darkness enveloped the 5 like thick ink, sealing them in impenetrable shadows. The mountain wind howled outside, occasionally whistling through the gaps in the car, producing a haunting wail that sent chills down their spines. Prolonged tension and physical exhaustion gnawed at each individual like a relentless parasite, with hunger and fatigue consuming them. Especially for Wang Hu, his robust physique demanded considerable energy. And at that moment, his stomach burned with hunger, and his throat felt parched. It is imperative that I consume something soon. I cannot afford to wait for any nonsensical rules, or I shall perish from hunger. Wang Hu gasped, his voice hoarse. There must be provisions in the vehicle. I shall ascend to search. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolan's complexion paled, and she instinctively grasped his arm. Do not. Wang Degu, we cannot approach the vehicle. It is far too perilous. Who knows what lies within? Images of the yellow-haired youth pressing the button and disintegrating into carbon flashed before her eyes, along with the terrifying scene of Zhang Xiaolan vanishing silently into the darkness, leaving her fingers icy cold. Fang Xingchen pressed against his still, throbbing forehead, forcing himself to remain rational. His gaze swept over the desolate minibus, its windows resembling hollow, unfeeling eyes, coldly observing the disheveled survivors. Xiaolan's concerns were valid. Yet we must not let fear paralyze us. Fang Xingchen's voice resounded clearly in the darkness. Based on prior occurrences, the rules seemed to target active manipulation of the vehicle's controls. The master was carbonized for attempting to drive, while the yellow-haired boy perished for merely pressing the door button. If we simply board the vehicle to search for supplies without touching any potentially suspect controls, theoretically, the risk is manageable. He paused, looking at the others. Of course, this is merely conjecture. We must exercise utmost caution. Do not touch anything that feels amiss. Wang Hu, I shall accompany you. We can look out for each other. Chu Mo will remain outside to provide support, while Li Na and Lin Xiaolan will illuminate the interior with flashlights. Should anything unusual arise, signal immediately. Chu Mo adjusted his glasses and added, indeed, logically, the rules seem to only punish transgressions. A mere search for supplies should not fall within that scope. However, we must avoid the driver's area at all costs. Li Na extracted the last of the high-energy chocolate from her backpack and distributed it among them. Take a bite quickly. We have limited light sources. Wang Hu and Fang Xingchen exchanged determined glances, inhaling deeply, akin to divers preparing to plunge into the depths. The 2 approached the open door cautiously, one to the left, the other to the right. The darkness within the vehicle was denser than that outside. The beam from their flashlight seemed to be swallowed, illuminating only a limited area, as fine dust danced in the air, mingling with a faint acrid scent. I will take the left, you take the right. Wang Hu whispered, stepping onto the vehicle's metal step, which creaked ominously in the stillness. Fang Xingchen followed closely, his heart racing, every nerve taut. The beam of the flashlight swept across the cabin, revealing seats askew and scattered belongings. A lone leather shoe, a cracked thermos, several disheveled magazines. The 2 held their breath, striving to avoid glancing at the vacant driver's seat, which seemed to exude a sinister aura. They quickly and cautiously rummaged through the overhead compartments and beneath the seats. 1, 2, 3 backpacks, tote bags, and plastic bags were passed down to Chu Mo, who waited below. Li Na and Lin Xiaolan anxiously wielded their flashlights, scanning the interior and exterior of the vehicle, vigilant for any sign of change. Time stretched, each second laden with tension. When Fang Xingchen's fingers brushed against a cold, hard object, he recoiled sharply, only to discover it was a fallen coin. His back was already drenched in cold sweat, and the wound on his forehead throbbed painfully. At last, all movable bags from the vehicle were cleared. Wang Hu, undeterred, crouched again beneath the last row of seats and managed to retrieve 2 small handbags, along with 2 phones that had slipped between the seat cushions. Hurry down. Lin Xiaolan urged anxiously from below. Wang Hu and Fang Xingchen leapt from the vehicle, their feet meeting the solid gravel, feeling a slight release of tension. The brief search had been more exhausting than a marathon, draining them of mental fortitude. The 5 swiftly retreated to the center of an open space. Li Na and Lin Xiaolan placed 4 flashlights on surrounding rocks, adjusting their angles to converge the beams into a relatively bright circle, striving to banish every shadow. They dared not let their guard down. The disappearance of Zhang Xiulan loomed over them like a sword, the sole talisman of their safety. The bags were opened. Their contents spilled forth: biscuits, bread, sausages, bottled water, an array of food and drinks scattered across the ground, now akin to a feast. No one hesitated. Decorum was cast aside in the face of hunger. The sounds of tearing packaging, twisting bottle caps, and hurried swallowing echoed sharply in the silent wilderness. Wang Hu devoured several pieces of bread with barely a chew, gulping down half a bottle of water, finally releasing a long sigh, his pale face regaining a hint of color. Fang Xingchen also ate quickly, yet his vigilant eyes continued to scan the shadowed forest. Chu Mo nibbled on compressed biscuits, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Lin Xiaolan ate distractedly, glancing occasionally at the minibus, her expression rife with fear. Lina, meanwhile, consumed her food while sorting through the remaining gear in her backpack, organizing potential essentials. This brief repast momentarily alleviated their acute hunger, yet the clouds of anxiety remained undispersed. Lin Xiaolan retrieved her medical kit, meticulously disinfecting Fang Xingchen's bruised forehead with iodine, then applying bandages. Next, she took Wang Hu's hand, tending to a cut he had sustained while rummaging in the vehicle, blood mingling with dirt. Her movements were practiced and steady, as if only in such moments could she reclaim a semblance of control. "Thank you," Wang Hu murmured, observing his bandaged hand as he flexed his fist. With energy replenished and wounds treated, the urgency of survival slightly lessened, yet a more significant dilemma loomed. What to do next? We cannot linger here. Chu Mo broke the brief silence. Our food and water are limited, and our light sources even more so. The batteries of our phones and flashlights will not last long. We must find a way out. Linan nodded in agreement, gesturing towards the dark mountain below. However, the mountain path is cyclical. We wandered for half the day only to return to the same place. If we force our way through, we may not escape. What then? Are we to be trapped here? Wang Hu raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. Fang Xingchen contemplated for a moment before speaking. I have an idea. Do you all remember? Before we were compelled to disembark, the minibus, though peculiar, was traversing the mountain road normally. Without falling into this cycle of disorientation, this only occurred once we began exploring on foot. Chu Mo's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting that the cycle targets pedestrians? Or perhaps those who leave the vehicle? It is highly likely. Fang Xingchen continued to analyze. This vehicle is at the heart of the rules. It serves as both a deadly trap and potentially the only route to survival. It may not permit us to leave the designated game area easily. So, the path to survival leads us back to the vehicle? Driving out? Lin Xiaolan's voice trembled. But how do we drive? Who will take the wheel? The rules forbid any manipulation. Chu Mo adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharpening behind the lenses, but the driver had managed to operate it for quite some time. Why was he unharmed? He must have employed some method or means unknown to us. Search. Fang Xingchen suddenly stood, urging them to search the driver's seat again. Focus on those areas we previously dared not touch. There must be a clue. This time, Fang Xingchen and Chu Mo ascended the vehicle once more, suppressing their overwhelming psychological pressure, directing the flashlight beams upon the driver's seat and its surrounding areas. Fang Xingchen even crouched down, disregarding the filth on the floor, meticulously inspecting the shadowy corners beneath the seats. The dust choked him, provoking a fierce urge to cough, and his heart raced within his chest, as if it were on the brink of encountering some invisible threshold of death. Suddenly, his fingers brushed against a cold, slightly flexible object. He froze momentarily, then slowly dragged it out. It was a pair of black leather gloves, crumpled together, accompanied by a matching pair of black rubber shoes. The leather surface was not smooth, but rather bore a peculiar fur-like texture, reminiscent of some wild beast's hide. The moment he touched it, a bone-chilling cold surged through his fingertips into his arm, nearly compelling him to discard it immediately. I found it. Fang Xingchen's voice was dry with tension. Chu Mo leaned in closer, illuminating the find. The two scrutinized the eerie gloves and shoes, which lay there quietly, exuding a sinister aura that clashed with their surroundings. What kind of leather is this? It feels too icy. Chu Mo shivered involuntarily. I don't know, but it certainly isn't ordinary. Fang Xingchen took a deep breath, his heart racing even more. A daring hypothesis formed in his mind. He picked up the gloves and cautiously, almost hesitantly, touched the inner side of the car door. Nothing happened. His breath quickened. Then, holding his breath, he lightly grazed the edge of the steering wheel with the fingertips of the black gloves. 1 second, 2 seconds, no carbonization. No disappearance, nothing occurred. Fang Xingchen abruptly looked up, locking eyes with Chu Mo, both men bursting with disbelief and elation. Tools. Special tools. Chu Mo's voice wavered with excitement. The driver must have worn these while driving, allowing him to circumvent the rules. They quickly removed the gloves and shoes from the vehicle. As Wang Hu eagerly donned the gloves and slipped into the shoes, he couldn't suppress a shiver. They're a bit tight. It's freezing. Like touching a block of ice. Yet, at that moment, this discomfort could not dampen the joy of newfound hope. The group surrounded Wang Hu, their faces finally displaying a long-lost glimmer of hope. Hurry, give it a try, urged Li Na. Wang Hu inhaled deeply, like a warrior about to enter battle. Stepping back into the vehicle, with his gloved hands, he forcefully pulled out the twisted metal rod that had jammed the steering wheel and used his shod feet to shift the pile of books blocking the brake pedal. With the obstructions removed, the vehicle swayed slightly, and the door closed slowly. The engine rumbled to life, a deep growl, and the headlights flared to life, piercing through the darkness ahead. We did it. The car has started. The four outside the vehicle nearly erupted into cheers. An immense joy washed over them, obliterating the despair and fear they had previously faced. Lin Xiaolan even covered her mouth in excitement, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Wang Hu exhaled, a smile breaking across his face as he attempted to shift gears, released the clutch, and gently pressed the accelerator. The old minibus trembled, gradually and steadily navigating back onto the winding mountain road. The illuminated path ahead twisted and turned, no longer the despairing, infinite loop they had endured. They were leaving behind that nightmarish bend. Hope had never felt so tangible. Chapter 6. Bloodstained Hope and the Unknown Light gate. The minibus's engine emitted a dull roar as Wang Hu steered it slowly down the winding mountain road. The atmosphere inside the vehicle remained taut, like a bowstring pulled to its limit, with everyone gripping the backs of the seats in front of them, their eyes fixed on the road illuminated by the headlights. Each successful turn elicited subdued exhalations, as if they were shedding a heavy burden, and the flickering flame of hope within their hearts blazed even brighter. Wang Hu's grip on the steering wheel tightened, his fingers turning pale from exertion. The frigid sensation from the gloves and shoes spread through his limbs like a creeping frostbite, causing him to tremble slightly. Yet he fought through the discomfort, eyes wide open, fixated on the winding road ahead. Outside, the darkness thickened like ink, with only the two yellow beams of the headlights barely cutting through, illuminating a mere stretch of road ahead. In the farther darkness lurked countless unknown dangers, sending chills down their spines. Push harder. We're almost at the foot of the mountain. Li Na encouraged from the passenger seat, shining her flashlight along the roadside. Her voice brimmed with barely contained excitement, for they had struggled far too long on this cursed mountain road. Wang Hu said nothing, merely nodding emphatically, pressing down slightly harder on the accelerator. The minibus picked up speed, the tires crunching over the gravel, the sound echoing sharply in the quiet forest. But just then, Wang Hu's expression changed abruptly. He gasped, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. A piercing scream erupted from his lips, shattering the brief calm within the cabin. It was as if something had bitten him fiercely, his body convulsing uncontrollably as his hands flew off the steering wheel. The minibus veered wildly, like a runaway stallion, swaying precariously along the winding road. Watch out! Fang Xingchen shouted, reaching out in an attempt to steady the steering wheel, but recalled the terrifying rules, halting his movement. Wang Hu, however, paid no heed to anything else. He was consumed by a searing pain in his limbs, as if countless ants were gnawing at his bones, or as if he had been seared by a hot iron. In a frantic rush, he slammed on the brakes, unbuckled his seatbelt, and tumbled out of the driver's seat. With a thud, he crashed heavily into the cabin. Ignoring his pain, he frantically tore off the black gloves and rubber shoes. As they were yanked off, gasps filled the air. Wang Hu's hands and feet were covered in a myriad of wounds, bloodied and mangled, resembling something that had been viciously bitten. Blood oozed from the wounds, staining his hands, feet, and the ground beneath him. Quick! Medical kit! Fang Xingchen shouted to Lin Xiaolan. Lin Xiaolan, taken aback by the sight, quickly regained her composure due to her training as a nurse. She scrambled to retrieve the medical kit from her backpack and rushed to Wang Hu's side, kneeling down to tend to his wounds. Iodine poured over the injuries elicited a grimace from Wang Hu, as cold sweat streamed down his forehead like beads from a broken string, yet he stifled any further cries of anguish. Lin Xiaolan moved with practiced ease, first cleansing the wounds with saline solution, then applying coagulating powder, and finally wrapping them carefully with gauze. What on earth happened? Chu Mo adjusted his glasses, peering at Wang Hu's grievous injuries, his brow furrowed in concern. How did the gloves and shoes turn into this? Wang Hu gasped for breath, his voice hoarse from pain. I don't know. At first, it was fine. They just felt cold. Then my hands and feet began to itch, and finally, it felt like something was gnawing at me. It was as if the gloves and shoes were alive. Fang Xingchen stood nearby, Gazing thoughtfully at the discarded black gloves and shoes, a sudden realization dawning upon him. I understand now. The driver likely couldn't endure the gloves and shoes. Took them off while driving, which triggered the death rule, leading to carbonization and disappearance. But logically, the driver should have been familiar with this vehicle. How could he make such a basic error? Lin Xiaolan bandaged her wounds and stood up, perplexed as she inquired. Li Na suddenly interjected, stating, by the way, I think I heard the driver on the phone before getting in, claiming to be a substitute. The original driver had some urgent matter and could not come. A substitute? Fang Xingchen exclaimed, realizing the implication. He was utterly unaware of the intricacies of this vehicle and the sinister nature of the gloves and rubber shoes, which had led to the incident. Chu Mo adjusted his glasses thoughtfully and remarked, Wang Hu donned the gloves and shoes for less than 10 minutes before the mishap occurred. Yet the driver had been operating the vehicle for over an hour. Could it be that driving during the day doesn't trigger this rule, but only at night? Perhaps we should wait until dawn to drive again. No. Fang Xingchen immediately dismissed this notion, asserting that things could not be so straightforward. According to the survival narrative, it was impossible for them to pass through so easily. There was still a considerable time until dawn, and who knew what other surprises awaited them in the interim. Moreover, their light source was dwindling and could not sustain them for long. As he spoke, Fang Xingchen shone his flashlight toward the car window. The oppressive darkness loomed like a tangible entity, momentarily receding under the beam of light, only to surge back again, menacingly approaching the minibus. As if some dreadful entity lurked in the shadows, watching them intently. The atmosphere within the vehicle grew tense once more. The flicker of hope seemingly extinguished by the surrounding gloom. What should we do now? Lin Xiaolan's voice trembled. She glanced at Wang Hu's bandaged hands and feet, then at the impenetrable darkness outside, fear evident in her eyes. Chu Mo adjusted his glasses and proposed, since Wang Hu encountered trouble after approximately 9 minutes. We can time our rotations for driving. This way, we can keep the vehicle moving while avoiding the dangers of the gloves and shoes. This idea garnered unanimous agreement. But a new dilemma arose. Lin Xiaolan and Chu Mo had no driving experience, and although Li Na possessed a driver's license, she rarely drove, let alone on such treacherous mountain roads, and she was too apprehensive to attempt it. It seems I must take the wheel, Fang Xingchen resolved, taking a deep breath. But how will you manage the rotations alone? Lin Xiaolan asked, her concern evident. Fang Xingchen pointed to his left hand and foot, stating, I can drive using one hand and one foot. Let Chu Mo keep track of the time, and when it approaches the limit, I will switch sides. Although it would be cumbersome, no better alternative presented itself. Without further delay, they sprang into action. Fang Xingchen donned the eerie black leather gloves and slipped into the rubber shoes, inhaling deeply as he settled into the driver's seat. A chilling sensation enveloped him, causing involuntary shivers. Chu Mo, holding a watch, intently monitored the time, counting down, 30 seconds, 10 seconds, switch. Fang Xingchen swiftly donned the gloves on his right hand, grasped the steering wheel, while simultaneously fitting his right foot into the rubber shoe and pressing the accelerator. Li Na assisted in removing the gloves and shoes from his left side. Though this process was brief, it was fraught with peril. Even a slight misstep could lead to loss of control of the vehicle. The tension within the minibus reached its zenith, with everyone holding their breath, gripping their surroundings tightly, their eyes fixed on the road ahead. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, each second stretching into what felt like an eternity. Thus, under Chu Mo's guidance, Fang Xingchen continuously alternated his hands and feet to drive. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his arms and legs ached from maintaining the same position for too long. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. The minibus traversed the winding mountain road, its headlights illuminating the path ahead, which remained serpentine and treacherous. But an unwavering determination blossomed in their hearts. They understood that as long as they held fast, they would surely discover a way to survive. Half an hour passed, and just as exhaustion threatened to overwhelm them, Li Na suddenly exclaimed, Look, there's light ahead. Following her pointed finger, they beheld a boundary where light met darkness at the foot of the mountain, where a grand luminous gate emerged, radiating a soft and warm glow, as if it were an entrance to another realm. It's a path to survival. We found our way out, Lin Xiaolan cried, tears of joy welling in her eyes. Her voice choked with emotion. Wang Hu struggled to rise, gazing at the radiant gate, a long-lost smile gracing his face. Wonderful. We are finally escaping. Yet, amidst the joyous exclamations, Fang Xingchen furrowed his brow. He sensed that matters were not so uncomplicated. The sudden appearance of the luminous gate felt too abrupt and uncanny, as if a hidden secret lay beneath it. Everyone, be cautious. The path beyond this door may not necessarily lead to salvation, but could also spell our doom. Fang Xingchen warned solemnly, urging caution. His words doused a portion of the group's elation, prompting them to regain their composure. Indeed, after enduring such bizarre occurrences, they had to tread carefully. At that moment, the tangible darkness behind them surged forward, instilling an overwhelming sense of suffocation, as if it sought to engulf the entire minibus. There was no time for hesitation. Fang Xingchen gritted his teeth, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. Regardless of what lay beyond the door, they had to charge forward. With that declaration, he slammed the accelerator, and the minibus roared to life, hurtling toward the grand luminous gate like an arrow released from a bow. The occupants of the vehicle tightly shut their eyes, fearing to witness the impending events. Their hearts brimmed with trepidation and uncertainty, unsure if they were about to encounter the long-sought path to survival or a descent into irreversible perdition. The luminous gate loomed ever closer, its gentle and warm glow nearly enveloping the entire minibus. Just as the vehicle was about to breach the threshold of the light, Fang Xingchen seemingly heard an ancient roar, filled with rage and resentment, causing his very soul to tremble. Yet, he hesitated not, continuing to press the accelerator as the minibus charged headlong into the embrace of the colossal luminous gate. Chapter 7. Settlement and speculation of truth. Warmth and tranquility enveloped Fang Xingchen's consciousness, akin to returning to the safety of the womb. He floated within a weightless chaos, the perception of time and space blurring into obscurity. After what seemed an eternity, light gradually seeped in from above, twinkling like awakening stars, coalescing into a gentle and stable luminescence that dispelled the darkness lurking within his mind. Participants being assessed, results normal. Film desperate escape, one settlement commencing. A cold, emotionless synthetic voice resonated in the depths of his mind, and before him, the vast light screen materialized, revealing clear text. Film code DW419527. Danger level. Scene name: Nightmarish Mountain Region. Slightly polluted fragmented world. Mystery coefficient 11. Extraordinary props: Ghost minibus, ghost leather gloves, ghost rubber shoes. The aforementioned scene props are non-exchangeable. Total actors compensation: Xinghua coins 100,000. Actor's name: Fang Xingchen. Contribution: 32. Actual compensation: Xinghua coins 28,800. 10. Income tax deducted. Bonus: to be settled after the film's release. The text appeared line by line, and Fang Xingchen's consciousness gradually extricated itself from that warm embrace. A profound sense of absurdity and a feeling of having survived a catastrophe washed over him simultaneously. This film was indeed a film, he murmured to himself. The terror of impending death, the piercing agony, the horrifying fate of companions reduced to charred remnants, and the resolute rush towards the luminous portal with trembling souls. All of it. Was it merely an act? An overwhelming sense of unreality left him dizzy. Instinctively, he raised his hand to massage his forehead, where the lingering pain from colliding with the car window seemed to reside. Yet, his fingers encountered smooth, unblemished skin, devoid of any scars. It was indeed a fabrication, nearly frightening him to death. He sought to comfort himself, compelling his acceptance of this safe reality, but a chilling voice deep within sharply countered. Was it truly an act? The fear that resonated in every pore, the shudder in the face of unknown rules, the bloodied hands of Wang Hu, the silent disappearance of Zhang Xiulan in darkness. Were these merely special effects? Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to suppress the tumult within, redirecting his focus to the light screen. The settlement information had vanished, replaced by his personal profile. Actor name: Fang Xingchen. Physique: 081 yuan energy, 055 spirit, 08306. 1. Extraordinary level: unawakened extraordinary talent, none extraordinary skills, none extraordinary equipment, none extraordinary items, none. His gaze lingered upon the peculiar 08306. 1 under the spirit category. The digits of that 061 were noticeably more blurred and dim than the others, flickering erratically as if suffering from poor signal, almost easily overlooked if not scrutinized closely. It was common knowledge in the industry that memory implantation and blurring were employed to prevent actors from suffering psychological issues due to excessive immersion in their roles, while also safeguarding the confidentiality of the film's setting. Yet, at this moment, Fang Xingchen distinctly realized that the memories belonging to that middle-aged, unemployed man and the dreams of the 19-year-old boy were exceptionally vivid, complete, and even bore their own emotional imprints and intricate details, showing no signs of fading or confusion. These two lives surged and intertwined within the depths of his consciousness, not only unprocessed, but seemingly growing more robust. Could the 061 of the spirit be related to this? A soft hiss echoed as the sealed hatch opened. The light screen before him extinguished, and the sky above silently parted, revealing neatly arranged embedded lights that emitted a bright, yet gentle glow. The cold breath of modern industrialization swiftly replaced the mystical light screen, pulling him back into reality. I hereby declare, the filming of Juejing Taoxing 1 has concluded. All actors, please vacate the nutrient pod immediately and be mindful of your footing. A resonant male voice, amplified with clarity, reverberated through the expansive space. Imbued with a sense of official efficiency, Fang Xingchen struggled to sit up, the viscous, amniotic-like pale yellow nutrient liquid sliding off him, revealing a lean yet slightly muscular youthful body, undoubtedly the physique of his 19-year-old self. Using all four limbs, he crawled out of the sleek, metallic gray nutrient pod, his bare feet meeting the cool, non-slip floor, involuntarily shivering. He appeared to be in an exceedingly cramped compartment, apart from the nutrient pod occupying most of the space. There was almost nothing else. His clothing, a simple gray tracksuit accompanied by undergarments, hung on the wall beside him. The compartment lacked a door, merely separated from the outside world by a heavy black plastic curtain. The air was permeated with a faint scent of a peculiar energy liquid mixture. Swiftly, he dried his body with a clean towel hanging nearby, changing into his clothes and shoes. The chilling sensation from the black leather gloves left him momentarily dazed. Regaining his composure, he inhaled deeply and lifted the black curtain. Beyond the door lay an extraordinarily spacious hall, comparable to 2 basketball courts in size. Neatly lined along the hall's perimeter were several compartments identical to the one he had just exited, each adorned with black curtains. At that moment, many curtains had been drawn back, and young men and women, having just emerged from their nutrient pods, stepped out, most wearing expressions of confusion, fatigue, and a lingering hint of fear. Fang Xingchen's gaze swiftly scanned these individuals, searching for familiar faces, perhaps the kind nurse Lin Xiaolin, the composed programmer Chu Mo, the boisterous yet ultimately injured Wang Hu, not to mention Li Na, Aunt Zhang Xiulan, or even the irritable bald man and the blonde youth. But no, not a single one. Though the actors appeared to be in their 20s or 30s, their facial features, physiques, and demeanors were entirely different. They conversed in hushed tones, their voices tinged with relief and trepidation. Fang Xingchen immediately grasped that just as he had undergone a transformation in appearance and adopted the identity of the middle-aged unemployed man, the other actors had undoubtedly altered their appearances for their roles. The companions and the deceased from the film were likely scattered throughout this hall, yet none could recognize one another. This was a form of protection, as well as a means of isolation. Several middle-aged men and women clad in deep blue uniforms, resembling crew members or administrative personnel, stood near the hall's sole exit. At the forefront was a middle-aged man wearing a beret, sporting a goatee, and holding an electronic megaphone. Fang Xingchen recognized him as Director Fan, whom he had met briefly at the pre-filming mobilization meeting. Director Fan surveyed the gathering actors with a formulaic smile and proclaimed loudly through the megaphone, "Dear colleagues, thank you for your hard work. The filming of Juejing Taoxing 1 has been successfully completed. Most notably, all actors have returned safely, with no one left behind. We appreciate your professionalism and outstanding cooperation." As his words concluded, the surrounding staff initiated applause, and some scattered claps emerged from the actors, while many others exchanged glances, caught in a silence tinged with lingering anxiety. Director Fan, seemingly unfazed, continued, "I understand that this immersive filming experience has placed a significant mental burden on all of you. As per protocol, please proceed in an orderly fashion to the adjacent psychological evaluation room, where our professional counselors will conduct the necessary tests and guidance. Once completed, you will receive your payment settlement for this project and can take the rest of the day off. We look forward to collaborating with you again." The crowd began to move slowly towards the exit. Fang Xingchen blended into the throng, keeping his head down to avoid drawing attention. His mind raced. Immersive filming experience? He had heard of this term, the pinnacle of contemporary film technology, purported to replicate scenes and even the sensory experiences of actors with remarkable accuracy. However, the cost was immense mental strain on the actors, leading to strict limitations on its application, necessitating comprehensive psychological intervention measures. Could it be that all of this was simply an outcome of overly realistic technology? Yet, how could he explain the enigmatic 083061 on his spirit panel? What of the vividly clear dual memories? And Director Fan's claim that all actors had returned safely, with no one left behind? In his memory, countless individuals had perished, the charred master and the blonde youth, the floral shirt woman and Zhang Xiulan who vanished into darkness, and the 7 who disappeared from the empty space. If this was merely a performance, how could these deceased actors have returned safely? Could their minds truly endure such an experience of death? What if it was not a performance? The labels of dangerous levels, lightly polluted fragmented worlds, and the inability to retrieve extraordinary items echoed in his mind, deepening his unease. Chapter 8. The Lies of the Evaluation Room and Eyes in the Shadows. Fang Xingchen followed the crowd out of the filming hall and into a brightly lit corridor. On the left side of the corridor lies a workspace for filming equipment, where the director and other staff remained during shoots. To the right is a row of rooms marked with signs for psychological assessment. The actors are guided by staff members, entering various rooms in succession. Fang Xingchen is assigned to the third assessment room. The space is modest yet exudes warmth, with soft-colored walls and comfortable sofas. A middle-aged woman, appearing gentle and knowledgeable, smiles and invites him to sit down. "Hello, you must be Fang Xingchen. There's no need to feel anxious. We simply wish to conduct a brief review and emotional assessment to ensure you have fully detached from your role." Her voice is soothing as she hands him a cup of warm water. "Could you kindly describe the character you portrayed in the film and the primary experiences you encountered? Just say whatever comes to mind." Fang Xingchen grips the disposable cup, feeling the warmth through the paper. After a moment of silence, he begins to narrate. In as steady a tone as possible, a simplified and sanitized version of the story of a middle-aged, unemployed man who, after a car accident, collaborates with his companions to escape danger, deliberately downplaying any supernatural, gruesome, or despairing details. This reflects the cautious and reserved impact of the middle-aged man's life experiences. As he speaks, he carefully observes the counselor's reactions. She maintains a professional smile, nodding occasionally while jotting down notes on a tablet. Throughout his narration, she displays no signs of surprise or skepticism, as if he were recounting an exceedingly ordinary adventure. "It sounds like quite a challenging experience. You managed to remain calm and actively seek a way out. Remarkable," the counselor affirms with a smile. "Now, I need you to participate in a simple cognitive confirmation. Please look at these images and tell me what comes to mind first." She presents several abstract pictures and proceeds with questions regarding self-perception, sense of time, and memory coherence. Fang Xingchen responds cautiously, striving to make his reactions appear normal. He notes that the questions seem to probe whether he has experienced confusion regarding his identity or retained memories of the role he should not possess. The assessment lasts about 15 minutes. Finally, the counselor taps on her tablet, and a nearby embedded printer produces a paper report. "Well done, Mr. Fang. All your metrics are within the normal range, though there is some mental fatigue." She hands him the report, wearing a somewhat eerie, professional smile. "Here are your preliminary assessment results. Please confirm that your basic information is correct and sign at the bottom." Fang Xingchen takes the slightly warm paper, his gaze quickly scanning it. The report is formatted neatly, featuring the logo of Guanghua Inkshire and labeled as an immersive filming psychological assessment report. His personal information is listed: name, actor ID, film code. Below that, various assessment metrics are presented, most of which correspond to what he had seen in the nutrient chamber. His attention ultimately lands on the section for spirit intensity, which clearly displays a value of 0.83, an entirely normal figure, slightly above the average level for the unawakened. There are no slashes, no parentheses, and certainly none of the alarming 340-6134. It seems as though the abnormal value lurking deep within his consciousness, akin to a second shadow, truly remains hidden from others. Fang Xingchen's heart leaps, yet his face remains composed. He picks up the pen offered beside him and signs his name at the bottom of the report, his handwriting steady and devoid of tremors. "Please take some time to rest. If you experience any discomfort or confusion in the coming days, feel free to contact our psychological support hotline. Congratulations on completing filming. Your remuneration will be credited to your registered account shortly." The counselor retrieves the signed report, displaying her formulaic smile once more. After expressing his gratitude, Fang Xingchen rises to leave. As he exits the assessment room, he exhales deeply, feeling a slight chill on his back. Although the assessment appeared to go smoothly, he senses an intuition that she did not entirely believe his words, or perhaps that the evaluation itself conceals a deeper purpose. The normal values on that report may well be a facade, or could it be that the system genuinely failed to detect the hidden anomaly? The corridor is now nearly deserted, with most actors seemingly having departed swiftly. Just as he turns toward the exit, he catches a glimpse of a somewhat familiar figure disappearing around the corner at the end of the hallway. It is a woman's silhouette, tall and upright, clad in a gray windbreaker, carrying a professional backpack, her strides decisive and brisk, reminiscent of Li Na from the movies. Fang Xingchen's heart races, and without a second thought, he follows her. He hastens to the corner, only to find that the figure has vanished. Before him is a narrower corridor lined with numerous closed doors, marked with signs indicating equipment rooms, data terminals, and restricted access. As he hesitates about whether to continue searching, a nearby metal door suddenly clicks open. A man in blue work attire, resembling a technician, emerges holding a datapad, frowning as he speaks into a miniature microphone hidden beneath his collar. The corrosive activity of the ghost's skin sample is 17 higher than expected, which may cause slight psychological contamination to the actors. Yes, it's subject number 9. His spirit reading is somewhat abnormal, and it doesn't appear to be contamination. It could be a reaction to the spirit shock. Director Fan has requested close observation. The technician walks briskly away, oblivious to Fang Xingchen, who remains hidden in the shadows of the corner. Fang Xingchen feels as though his heart has ceased to beat. Psychological contamination? Abnormal spirit readings? Close observation? Number 9. These terms pierce his eardrums like icy needles. The previously normal value of 0.83 on the report now seems utterly absurd. The system had indeed detected an anomaly, yet they chose not to expose him, and he, the actor with the spirit anomaly designated as number 9, has likely attracted the attention of certain individuals. He dares not linger for another moment, swiftly turning to retrace his steps, crossing the empty hall and rushing out of the filming base. Outside, it is already night. The frigid air envelopes him, and the distant city's neon lights resemble a hazy sea of stars. He glances back at the massive building shrouded in shadows, resembling a silent beast consuming secrets and exuding an aura of danger. He activates the smart watch on his wrist. The film remuneration has been credited. Along with his previous balance, his wallet now contains 29,818 yuan, a considerable sum, enough to cover his living expenses for 10 months if spent wisely. However, this amount seems somewhat meager for purchasing evolution agents to achieve the extraordinary. Clenching his fist, he casts one last look at the imposing structure before turning away, quickly merging into the city's nocturnal ambience. He arrives at the transit station, where only a dilapidated advertisement board remains, displaying a recruitment ad for Guanghua Ingshi, featuring an actor smiling radiantly, showing no signs of having faced danger. It was this advertisement that had prompted his application. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, a slow-moving transit vehicle approaches. It is a silver-gray train, somewhat old and resembling a roller coaster, with the words City Microcycle Line emblazoned on its side. Though its speed is barely faster than a bicycle, the fare is only 1 yuan, making it the preferred choice for low-income individuals like Fang Xingchen. After transferring at one stop, it takes nearly an hour for him to return to the long-term rental apartment he resides in. He rents a small studio on the 8th floor, measuring only about 10 square meters. Fortunately, although small, the apartment is well-equipped, featuring not only a bedroom, but also a separate bathroom and a petite balcony. It contains a single bed, a set of ordinary table and chairs, as well as a desk adorned with an old, worn-out smart brain that he has used for 3 years. For this modest dwelling, Fang Xingchen must pay a monthly rent of 1,200 yuan. When he returned home, dawn was approaching. He felt physically unwearied, yet mentally fatigued. Fang Xingchen tossed his coat onto a chair and proceeded to take a shower. The warm water cascading from the showerhead alleviated a bit of his exhaustion. Yet the haunting images lingered in his mind. The horrifying sight of the master craftsman charred, the darkness enveloping Zhang Xiulan's disappearance, and the mangled limbs of Wang Hu. He turned off the shower, leaned against the tiled wall of the bathroom, and gazed at his reflection in the mirror, a face of 19, not particularly handsome, but with well-defined features. Standing at 1.75 meters, he wasn't overly muscular, yet his abdomen showcased a solid six-pack. Indeed, he possessed the stature to become a star actor. Fang Xingchen chuckled self-deprecatingly at his reflection. After changing into loungewear, he set an alarm for 10 a.m. and climbed into bed. However, as he lay there, sleep eluded him. He felt an incessant restlessness, as if something stirred outside. Several times, he arose to check the doors and windows, ensuring they were securely locked before he could finally close his eyes. Alas, only a few hours had passed before the alarm rang. Upon rising, he quickly washed up, retrieved the last bag of sliced bread from the refrigerator, and boiled a kettle of water. He consumed 2 slices of somewhat dry and hard bread, which still had 3 days before expiration, intending to finish them today to avoid waste. Seated at his desk, he activated the smart brain, which flickered to life, revealing several group messages from a film training class discussing the immersive shooting experience. Most participants lamented their fatigue, neglecting to mention any dangers. Fang Xingchen quietly exited the group chat. He navigated to his contact list, locating the profile of Jian Shangbo, Yang Bo, a high school classmate with whom he shared a good rapport. Yang Bo's profile picture depicted him as a tall, slender figure, donning sunglasses with a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding an air of nonchalance. After graduation, Yang Bo had not pursued higher education and instead ventured into the black market, dealing in evolutionary potions and second-hand extraordinary equipment. Despite his mercantile nature, he was relatively trustworthy, having never sold counterfeit goods. Yang Bo, are you there? Fang Xingchen typed out, his fingers tapping the screen while awaiting a reply. Within moments, Yang Bo responded, I'm here, old classmate. What is the good word? Fang Xingchen cut to the chase. What is the current price for evolutionary potions? Ah, have you made up your mind? Decided to pursue the extraordinary? Yang Bo replied with a mischievous smile emoji. Shenhun potion is 10,000 yuan, yuan potion 9,000, and physique potion 8,000, official prices. Don't mention official prices to me. Fang Xingchen frowned and typed back, what is your price? We're old classmates after all. Yang Bo quickly replied. Old classmates or not, these things have a high cost. I can offer you a 10 discount. Is that generous enough? Shenhun potion for 9,000 a vial. Any lower, and I'll be at a loss. Only 10 off. Fang Xingchen calculated in his mind, 29,818 yuan, with a 10 discount making it 27,000 for 3 vials, leaving him with 2,818 yuan for living expenses. Yet, he still wanted to negotiate further. Remember when I lent you 500 yuan for tuition back in high school? Can't you cut me a better deal? Perhaps 15 off? Hey, why bring that up? Yang Bo replied with a helpless expression emoji. I already paid you back that 500. Besides, do you have any idea how sought after Shenhun potions are? Just getting my hands on stock is a stroke of luck, considering only Shenhun can traverse other worlds. Offering you 10 off is already a favor for our old friendship. With anyone else, I might not even have stock at full price. Fang Xingchen understood that Yang Bo was not deceiving him. Shenhun potions were indeed scarce, particularly the authentic ones that could reliably enhance 00801. He ceased to dwell on the pricing and stated directly, fine, 10 off it is. Please provide me with 3 vials of Shenhun potion. 3 vials? You're quite ambitious. Yang Bo exclaimed with surprise. What if 2 vials are your limit? Fang Xingchen gazed at the screen, recalling his Shenhun panel reading 083061, and felt a heavy weight in his heart. No worries, it's always better to be prepared. If 2 aren't sufficient, I can still try the 3rd. He refrained from disclosing his 2 Shenhun values, and Yang Bo did not pry further. As a black market merchant, he understood the unspoken boundaries. All right, 3 vials it is, totaling 27,000 yuan. Please transfer the funds, and I'll dispatch the shipment. Yang Bo sent over an account number. Still sending to your old address? The long-term rental apartment on the 8th floor? Yeah. Fang Xingchen paused for a moment before adding. But could you come by? I have something I'd like to discuss in person. He wanted to inquire if Yang Bo knew anything about the phenomenon of spiritual pollution. Perhaps there was a solution available in the black market. Discuss in person? Yang Bo hesitated. I'm quite busy during the day. I need to pick up stock. But I can come by tonight around 8. Will you be home? Sure, I'll be waiting, Fang Xingchen replied. After ending the conversation, he leaned back in his chair, staring at the bank account number on the smart brain screen, his finger hovering over the transfer button as he took a deep breath. He opened the transfer interface, entered 27,000 yuan, and confirmed the payment. As the screen flashed the message transfer successful, he felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation. He stepped onto the balcony, pushing open the window to let in the sunlight, which was somewhat blinding. Down below, the street bustled with pedestrians, breakfast vendors exhaling steam, and children frolicking by the roadside. This ordinary vibrancy temporarily eased his worries about the dangers of filming and further solidified his resolve to enhance himself. He no longer wished to be a passive survivor. He aimed to seize his destiny, even if the path ahead was riddled with uncertainties. In the ensuing hours, Fang Xingchen remained indoors, tidying up his belongings. He washed the clothes he had worn during previous shoots, cleaned the apartment, and inspected the doors and windows once more. He finished the remaining bread and prepared a bowl of instant noodles for lunch, pondering the questions he intended to ask Yang Bo later. As time drifted by, the sunlight outside began to slant westward, casting shadows that darkened the apartment. Fang Xingchen switched on the lights, the warm yellow glow illuminating the small room. Sitting at his desk, he watched the time on the smart brain inch closer to 8 p.m., his palms growing clammy with cold sweat. He felt both eager for answers and apprehensive that Yang Bo might not have them. At precisely 7:50 p.m., the doorbell chimed. The sound echoed piercingly within the stillness of the small apartment. Fang Xingchen jolted from his reverie, took a deep breath to quell the rising unease, and stood to approach the door. Peering through the peephole, he spotted Yang Bo's familiar visage. Clad in a slightly wrinkled black jacket, a lit cigar hanging from his lips, and clutching a silver metal briefcase resembling a shoebox, he retained his characteristic irreverence. Fang Xingchen inhaled deeply and unlocked the door. Old classmate, sorry to keep you waiting. Yang Bo grinned as he sidled through the door, casually placing the briefcase on the multifunctional small table in the center of the room. He glanced around the cramped quarters, wrinkling his nose. Your place hasn't changed a bit. It still reeks of instant noodles. You've made some money. Why not upgrade to a brighter spot? Fang Xingchen closed the door, locked it, and instinctively pulled the curtains before walking to the table, pouring Yang Bo a cup of boiled water. Can't afford to move, so I'm making do. Did you bring what I asked for? His gaze remained fixed on the silver case. Why the rush? I traveled quite a distance. And you want tea, even let me have a sip of water before asking for the goods? Yang Bo took the cup, blowing gently on the surface. Taking a sip while subtly assessing Fang Xingchen's demeanor. You don't seem quite yourself. What's wrong? Did filming make you lose your spirit? Fang Xingchen settled into the chair across from him, his hands clasped on the table, knuckles slightly pale. He did not shy away from Yang Bo's probing gaze and spoke directly. Let us set aside the matter of the potion for now. Bozy, I sought you out to inquire about something in person. Oh, Yang Bo lowered his cup, leaning slightly forward, the mirth on his face receding somewhat. What requires such a face-to-face discussion? Are you concerned about eavesdropping on the communications? Have you gotten yourself into some trouble? Those who mingle in the black market tend to be more vigilant than others. It's not trouble. Fang Xingchen carefully selected his words, lowering his voice further. Have you heard of mental pollution? The room fell into an immediate silence. The distant sounds of the city outside seemed to fade away. Yang Bo paused, his hand holding the cup suspended in midair, the remnants of a smile vanishing completely from his face. He fixed his gaze on Fang Xingchen, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes as if a sensitive switch had been triggered. After a few seconds, he slowly set the cup down, leaning back against his chair, idly toying with an unlit cigar. Mental pollution, he repeated, his voice growing somber. Fang Xingchen, you must honestly tell me, was the film you just shot classified as dangerous? A heavy sensation weighed down on Fang Xingchen's heart. Yang Bo knew. He truly had some insight. Without denying it, he merely nodded and pressed further. How did you find out? What does this danger level entail? And what about mental pollution? Yang Bo did not respond immediately. Instead, he regarded Fang Xingchen with a complex expression, tinged with scrutiny and disbelief, as if he were truly seeing this old classmate for the first time. After a prolonged silence, he sighed, shaking his head, his tone growing unusually grave. Wow, you really don't know whether to call it luck or misfortune. How could you stumble upon such a thing? He rubbed his face, his expression turning serious. This is a significant issue, my old friend. Some matters are beyond the reach of ordinary folks like us. However, since you brought it up, and it seems you're already entangled, alas. It is widely known that the transcendent realm consists of 5 major tiers: awakening, transcendence, law, domain, and saint. The Empire's official classification of world danger levels corresponds to D, C, B, A, S, and, of course, E, which pertains to our mundane world, safe and harmless. However, he lowered his voice further, as if wary of unseen listeners. The world can also fall ill, age, and decay. Like a piece of fresh meat, if left unattended, it will rot, stink, and breed various pathogens. These infected worlds are categorized by their danger levels: dangerous, high risk, horrifying, catastrophic, and the legendary disaster level. These tainted worlds, with their twisted rules, act like the most dreadful of viruses, capable of infecting everything, whether living or dead. It is said that they can even cross boundaries like a plague, infecting other healthy worlds. Yang Bo's face betrayed a hint of apprehension. The immersive films you create are akin to casting your consciousness as bait into these viral realms. A chill coursed through Fang Xingchen's spine, rendering his limbs icy. He recalled that peculiar minibus, the carbonized rules, and the all-consuming darkness. It was not a mere scripted scenario. It was a truly existent, maliciously rotting world. Why? Fang Xingchen's voice quavered. If it's so dangerous, why does the Empire allow it? Isn't that akin to sending us to our deaths? He thought of the fallen comrades, the carbonized master, the missing Aunt Zhang Xiulan. Had they truly returned safely? Yang Bo scoffed, his smile laced with sarcasm. It was absolutely forbidden before. Who dared to use these polluted worlds as material for virtual games or films? That was a grave offense. While mingling with my family's big boss and other dignitaries, I heard that in recent years, our Xinhui Empire has been embroiled in intense battles with the demon and monster races at the borders. Transcendents have been falling in droves, like wheat being harvested. He paused, his voice sinking lower. Some high-ranking figures in the Empire are growing anxious, believing that the traditional conservative methods of cultivating transcendent beings are too slow. and the numbers are far from sufficient to fill the bottomless pit at the front lines. Thus, they devise some extreme measures, opening certain pilot programs under the guise of pressure screening and practical training. How euphemistic. They are simply using lives to fill the gaps, coercing out the rare few who can adapt or even thrive amid those polluted rules. Yang Bo observed the pallor of Fang Xingchen's face, his tone tinged with a mix of resignation and pity. To those truly powerful figures, we commoners are, in plain terms, expendable. We contribute nothing and merely consume resources. If we perish, so be it. If they can sacrifice thousands of lives to produce a single transcendent capable of serving on the front lines, they deem it a worthy trade. Want to change your fate? You either risk your life to become transcendent, or like me, strive to earn 1,000,000 Xinghui coins to pay the empire, securing a minimal third-class citizen status, perhaps gaining a bit of protection. Fang Xingchen felt a wave of suffocation. He had thought it was merely a job, an overly realistic shoot, but he never anticipated the chilling and cruel truth lurking behind it. He and the other actors were nothing more than insignificant test subjects under the Empire's vast war machine. What about those who are tainted? He managed to ask, recalling the eerie 083061 on his consciousness panel. As you said, if consciousness is immersed in such a world, how could it possibly remain untainted? What can we do? Yang Bo counted on his fingers, stating, there are roughly 3 methods I'm aware of. First, use the pollution clearing agents exclusive to the military or top-tier corporations. But their price is astronomical, akin to that of premier awakening agents, starting at 1,000,000 Xinghui coins, and they are often out of stock. Second, enlist a high-tier transcendent of at least the law stage to personally help you cleanse and sort through your essence, setting aside whether you can even hire such a person. The debt of gratitude and cost would be enough to sell you and me out. Third, you would need to find certain precious materials with purifying properties. These items typically grow in extremely hazardous locations, not something we can covet. With each method he described, Fang Xingchen's heart sank a little more. Each option seemed like a distant fantasy, utterly unattainable for a young man struggling to make ends meet. Is there truly no way? Fang Xingchen's voice tinged with despair. Does that mean once tainted, it's all over? Upon hearing this, Yang Bo seemed to realize something suddenly, frowning intently as he scrutinized Fang Xingchen once more. Wait a minute, something doesn't add up. If you were genuinely tainted, there's no way you could have passed the post-production checks at the filming base. Those detection instruments and psychological evaluations are no joke. Any slight anomaly would lead to immediate detainment for purification. Although I'm unsure what that entails, it's certainly not pleasant. How could you have walked out of the base unscathed and be here chatting with me? He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Fang Xingchen, be honest with me. What exactly is your situation? Are you merely scared from hearsay? Or do you genuinely sense something amiss? A warning bell rang in Fang Xingchen's mind. He realized that his earlier emotional fluctuations might have aroused Yang Bo's suspicions. The label of consciousness anomaly and heightened observation felt like a branding iron searing into his awareness. He could never reveal his true abnormalities. He forcibly suppressed the tumultuous waves within, forcing a somewhat rigid and fearful expression onto his face, raising a hand to rub his forehead. I don't know either. Perhaps I was just frightened. The filming experience was too realistic. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see those vivid images. During the psychological assessment, I almost couldn't hold it together. I've been feeling restless ever since I returned, so I wanted to ask you for some reassurance. He endeavored to make his words sound reasonable. You're right. If there were really a problem, the base wouldn't have let me leave. Maybe I was just scaring myself. Yang Bo stared at him for a good 10 seconds, seemingly trying to discern the truth in his words. The skepticism on his face gradually dissipated, replaced by an expression of understanding. So that's how it is. He seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, picking up the cigar that had fallen on the table. You scared me. I thought you were really in trouble. It's nothing. Everyone feels this way their first time in such a world. It's completely normal to feel apprehensive. If the tests didn't raise any alarms, then there's no problem. The base's system is still reliable. Don't overthink it. Scaring yourself is the easiest way to create problems. In an attempt to lighten the mood, he gently tapped the metallic box on the table with the hand holding the cigar. All right, stop overthinking. You should take a look at the goods first. If everything is in order, I'll be on my way. I have a meeting tonight to check out a batch of newly arrived second-hand equipment. It's quite busy. Fang Xingchen directed his gaze toward the silver box, striving to temporarily bury the heart-pounding conversation they just had. At this moment, enhancing his strength was the most crucial first step. Yang Bo leaned over and pressed on an inconspicuous groove on the side of the box, and with a slight hissing sound, the box's safety lock was released. He lifted the lid, revealing not vials directly, but a transparent box emitting wisps of white cold air. Through the frosted cover, 3 glass tubes, each the thickness of a finger, lay quietly in a soft, cushioned recess. The tubes were exquisitely crafted, with silver metal caps at both ends and finely etched measurement lines along the walls. Inside was an exceedingly thin liquid, reminiscent of flowing starlight, shimmering with a faint silver hue. Even in the low-temperature environment, it seemed to possess its unique vitality, flowing slowly and mysteriously. Just gazing at it brought a sense of tranquility. This is genuine product from a major corporation. Its stability is far superior to that of ordinary goods on the market. Yang Bo introduced with a hint of pride. You know how to use it, right? It's simple. Align the silver metal tip with your third eye and press down firmly. The micro-injector inside will activate automatically. It's best to use 1 vial every 24 hours to allow your body and spirit to fully absorb it. When using it, combine it with the universal meditation technique taught at school to enhance the effect. Fang Xingchen's gaze remained fixated on the 3 vials. Is this the substance that can alter destiny? Is this the first ticket to that perilous yet powerful world? He recalled his unusually high spirit value and the technician's warning about the dangers and crises awaiting him in the filming base. The experiments conducted by the Empire's upper echelons, the horrors of a polluted world, and the unknown perils lurking within himself. All of these felt like towering mountains pressing down on his heart. But there was no turning back. Retreating would mean risking elimination in an unknown test or facing true death in the next filming. Only by advancing, only by acquiring strength, could he hope to carve out a sliver of life under these cold rules, protect those he wished to guard, and unveil the truth behind it all. His gaze gradually became resolute, the flicker of hesitation and fear forcefully suppressed, transforming into a steadfast determination. He extended his hand, gently touching the surface of the cold box. All right, he heard his voice say, surprisingly calm. I've already transferred the money. Outside the window, the city's neon lights continued to flicker, with hover cars silently gliding across the night sky, leaving trails of light. The vast metropolis remained vibrant and bustling at night, yet within this small apartment, a decision that would alter his fate had quietly been made. Beneath the surface of ordinary days, a cold undercurrent had already begun to surge. Fang Xingchen knew that from this moment on, the trajectory of his life would irrevocably veer onto an unknown and perilous path. Chapter 10. The Limits of Mortals and the Irresistible Invitation. After bidding farewell to Yang Bo, the heavy security door clicked shut behind him, momentarily isolating him from the clamor and dangers of the outside world. Fang Xingchen leaned against the cold door, the apartment enveloped in silence. The news brought by Yang Bo felt like a block of ice, weighing heavily on his heart, sending a chill coursing through his veins. Words like polluted world, imperial expendables, and cruel selection bore a sanguinary quality, utterly shattering his last shred of hope. This was not an immersive experience. It was a stark, meticulously packaged trial of death. And not only had he participated, but he might have also left behind an imperceptible souvenir, the peculiar spirit value, like a ticking time bomb buried deep within his mind. Fear coiled around him like vines, constricting him to the point of near asphyxiation. For a moment, he even contemplated packing his belongings and fleeing the city, as far away as possible. But where could he escape to? The Empire's territory was vast, yet omnipresent. Moreover, the terror of being governed by unknown rules, where life and death hung by a thread, and the instinctive resolve he felt when driving toward the light gate, ignited a flicker of an unquenchable flame deep within him amidst the fear. It was a thirst for power, an urgent need to seize control of his own destiny. He approached the table, his gaze landing on the silver metal box. The cold surface reflected the light from the room's humble bulb, resembling a silent eye watching him. Inside was the first key to that perilous world, and it could also be the final straw that broke him. He opened the lid, and a rush of cold air greeted him. The 3 spirit evolution vials lay quietly within, shimmering with colors that were both enchanting and perilous. Without further hesitation, he took out 1 vial. The cold sensation transmitted through the glass tube calmed his turbulent emotions slightly. Following Yang Bo's instructions, he aligned the silver metal tip with his third eye, where he sensed a faint pull, as if his spirit instinctively yearned for it. With a firm press, a barely audible hissing sound escaped. Then, a chilling sensation surged into his forehead, not a physical pain, but a deeper, more profound infusion directly impacting his psyche. Fang Xingchen let out a muffled groan, his body shuddering slightly, yet he forced himself to remain still. The icy sensation rapidly spread, transforming into countless delicate, refreshing streams that flowed into his brain, permeating every corner of his consciousness. An indescribable clarity arose, as if a dusty mirror had been quietly polished. All external sounds, the murmur of voices downstairs, the distant honking of vehicles, even the faint hum of electricity coursing through the light bulb, became remarkably clear and distinct. He dared not delay. Immediately sitting cross-legged on the bed, clearing his mind, and activating the most fundamental meditation technique taught in high school. This rudimentary method, often derided by students as hypnotic, unexpectedly revealed its efficacy when combined with the power of the drug. His consciousness sank into a realm of darkness. Unlike the chaos he experienced during previous meditations, this darkness was deeper and more stable, akin to an infinite night sky. The cool medicinal essence he absorbed transformed into twinkling points of light in the night sky, resembling distant stars. His thoughts resembled intangible tendrils, delicately guiding the myriad starlights, gradually converging into the core of his consciousness. The process was slow and focused, and time lost its significance. After an indeterminate span, when the final trace of coolness fully merged into his awareness, Fang Xingchen slowly opened his eyes. The daylight outside was already bright, sunlight streaming through the somewhat unclean window, casting mottled patches of light upon the concrete floor. He had meditated throughout the night, yet felt no fatigue. Rather, he experienced an unprecedented clarity and acuity of mind, as if his cognitive speed had notably increased. He promptly retrieved a palm-sized second-hand detection device, an antiquated apparatus with a slightly scratched screen, and nervously directed it towards his heart, Tig, Dantian, Yuan Nung, and the space between his brows, Shenhan. A faint scanning beam flickered. The screen pulsed, revealing the results. Tg, 081, Yuan Nung, 055, Shenhan, 089067. Fang Xingchen's pupils dilated sharply, his breath catching in his throat. The first Shenhan had increased by 0.06. The second Shenhan had also risen by 0.06. This entirely surpassed the conventional effects of the basic meditation method and the standard potion. For an ordinary person, a single potion combined with meditation could stabilize an increase of merely 0.01 in the Shenhan value. Yet his two Shenhan, this part that should not exist, had inexplicably grown in unison. Was it double absorption? Or did these seemingly independent Shenhan manifest a deeper essence of unity in some unknown manner? Was it residual contamination, a mutation of the soul, or something else entirely? A profound sense of doubt and a vague unease washed over him once more. Yet, the tangible enhancement in strength was undeniable. He felt his perception sharpen, his thoughts quicken, and even the control over his body seemed more refined. Whether this bizarre phenomenon was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain, but at the very least, it bestowed him with power. In the following days, Fang Xingchen led a life akin to that of an ascetic. He remained indoors, dedicating his time to physical training in the limited space available, honing his body to a state of 0.81. Thereafter, he consumed potions and delved into meditation. The second potion propelled his Shenhan to 0.95,073. After exhausting the third potion, his values ultimately stabilized at 1.0079. The first Shenhan reached a pinnacle, a threshold of human limitation, an invisible barrier that appeared tantalizingly close, yet remained unyielding. Countless individuals spent their lives ensnared before this barrier, unable to make even the slightest dent, no matter their efforts. The method to break through, akin to purging contamination, was exceedingly arduous, far beyond the reach of someone like him, a mere supporting actor. A natural breakthrough? That would demand painstaking effort and immense fortune, a hope as dim as the faintest stars in the night sky. His savings dwindled swiftly. Aside from the 27,000 spent on potions, the remaining 2,000 star coins barely sufficed after covering rent and utilities. He had no choice but to reconnect with familiar assistant directors and group leaders, taking on small roles in various productions. Lacking fame and connections, and having missed opportunities due to the filming of Desperate Escape 1, the jobs available to him were scarce. After half a month of relentless toil, he had earned just over 1,000 coins. Portraying corpses, background characters, and even roles without lines served only to remind him of the cold and harsh reality. Observing those star actors enjoying better treatment and receiving more respectful gazes, Fang Xingchen's yearning for power burned even more fiercely. Just as he began to despair over the next meal and next month's rent, his old smart wristwatch vibrated, displaying an unfamiliar contact number. Marked with Guanghua Film Desperate Escape Project Team. Fang Xingchen's heart leaped, and he felt his blood quicken. Drawing a deep breath, he pressed to answer. Hello, is this Mr. Fang Xingchen? A polite, yet formulaic female voice inquired, lacking warmth. This is he. May I ask who is calling? Mr. Fang. This is the production office of Guanghua Film's Desperate Escape crew. Firstly, congratulations. Desperate Escape 1 has premiered globally on the Spiritual Network, and the market response and box office data have far exceeded expectations. Her voice carried a hint of professional enthusiasm, yet Fang Xingchen keenly sensed the cold calculation beneath it. According to our back-end data analysis, with your remarkable contribution of 32 in the film, your estimated box office bonus is projected to exceed 60,000 star coins. The film's showing period lasts for a month, and based on current trends, it is highly likely that the final bonus will surpass 100,000 star coins. 100,000. Fang Xingchen's breath became noticeably heavier. This amount would be sufficient to purchase the next batch of evolution potions and even slightly improve his living conditions, granting him more time to seek breakthroughs. However, the next words from the other end felt like a bucket of ice water poured over him. The company executives and director Fan are quite impressed with your performance. Given the success of this IP, the development of a sequel is imperative. The project for Desperate Escape 2 has officially commenced, and inviting core cast members is our top priority. Mr. Fang, as a key survivor from the previous installment, we sincerely hope you will continue to join us. The salary and profit-sharing terms are negotiable and will certainly be more generous than the first film. Her words were enticingly persuasive, yet Fang Xingchen discerned the underlying implications. Of course, we understand you may need time to consider. However, Mr. Fang, please take the time to carefully review the priority renewal and non-compete clauses in the attachment of the actor contract you signed initially. Director Fan specifically asked me to convey that he sees great potential in you and hopes for a pleasant collaboration to create this magnificent series once again. Missing this opportunity would not only be regrettable, but could also lead to unnecessary complications. After all, the company has invested significant resources into this project and hopes for a stable core team. Wouldn't you agree? A threat. A blatant threat. Fang Xingchen's fingers clenched instantly, his nails nearly embedding into his palm. The contract. That thick stack of documents he had hastily signed in order to secure a job opportunity. It undoubtedly concealed traps. The so-called priority renewal was likely a forced continuation, and the unnecessary complications hinted at the Empire's attitude and the base's secrecy, suggesting that it was far more than simply a penalty for breach of contract. They possessed myriad ways to make someone like him disappear without a trace or handle him under the guise of contract violations threatening the project. Refusal? This would mean immediately forfeiting the substantial bonus on his doorstep and might even invite peril to his life. The prospect of 100,000 star coins now dangled before him like a carrot before a donkey, also serving as a noose around his neck. Acceptance? This would lead him once more into that eerie and treacherous world of contamination, facing unknown and potentially more dangerous rules. His previous survival had been sheer luck. What about next time? Would the aberration of his hidden Shen Hun be detected during filming? Were Wang Hu and Zhang Xiulan truly still alive? In his mind, two battlefields seemed to emerge. One voice, filled with terror, screamed for him to flee. Do not go. That's a death sentence. You survived by chance last time. You won't be so fortunate again. Those rules will crush you, carbonize you, or make you vanish into the darkness like Aunt Zhang. Just think of Wang Hu's mangled hand. Consider those who disappeared without a sound. No amount of money is worth a life. The other voice, however, was chillingly calm, even tinged with a suppressed excitement. Go. This is the only opportunity. Living a mundane existence ultimately leads to being crushed like an ant. 100,000 Xinghui coins are sufficient for you to acquire more potions and even discover some pathways to breakthroughs. Danger? Whose power among the extraordinary is not forged through peril. The Empire treats you as mere expendables. Can you not reverse this rule and extract its resources? Only through tenacity can one succeed. If you do not venture forth, you shall forever remain a struggling waste at the bottom, never able to touch the extraordinary, and perpetually incapable of seizing your own destiny. Two voices clashed fiercely, tearing at his nerves. Cold sweat trickled down his brow, splattering onto the frigid ground. He felt as if he had returned to that crazily speeding minibus, where beneath him lay an abyss. Retreating was a road to death. And the only chance for survival lay in grasping that soul-steering wheel, even if it was icy and studded with thorns. A penny can stump a hero. Yet now, what he lacked was not merely money, but the power and opportunity to shatter the shackles of fate. Outside the window, the city's noise blurred into a daily torrent composed of countless ordinary people. He had been pushed by an invisible tide to a crossroads. After a long moment, he slowly lifted his head, the struggle and fear in his eyes gradually replaced by a ruthless determination to bet everything. He spoke into the communicator, his voice hoarse yet clear. Inform me of the specific time to join the group. Chapter 11. A New Beginning and Uneasy Continuation. Wake up, Fang Xingchen, wake up quickly. A voice, as thunderous as it was coarse, pierced through the chaotic fog of sleep, forcibly dragging Fang Xingchen from a viscous darkness. He abruptly opened his eyes. The blinding light instinctively made him squint, his brain feeling as if it were submerged in lead, heavy and dizzying. He realized he was awkwardly sprawled across the makeshift center island of the minibus, his cheek pressed against the cold, slightly greasy metal surface. Raising his head, he found Wang Hu's rugged face mere inches away, his brow furrowed, eyes betraying a hint of concern and his usual impatience. With remnants of blood staining the bandages on his recently treated right hand, Lina stood beside Wang Hu, her jacket zipped to the top, lending her a pallid appearance. Yet her eyes remained vigilant as she surveyed the outside. Fang Xingchen opened his mouth, his throat parched and painful, his voice hoarse to the point of being unrecognizable. Straining against his numbing arm, he laboriously turned to sit up, his bones creaking slightly. At that moment, a stir came from the back seat. Chu Mo adjusted his trademark glasses, his gaze swiftly scanning the interior of the vehicle with his usual calmness, although the slight tightening of his lips betrayed his inner unrest. Lin Xiaolan also stood, her instinct as a nurse prompting her to subconsciously straighten her invisible clothing, her eyes on Fang Xingchen, filled with unmistakable concern. Sunlight filtered through the dust-laden windows, casting mottled beams inside the vehicle, where countless specks of dust danced in the light. The air was permeated with an indescribable scent, a blend of the minibus's stale atmosphere, lingering sweat, and an elusive, yet persistent burnt odor, mingling with the fresh, herbaceous air that wafted in from outside, creating a bizarre and contradictory sensation. Fang Xingchen rubbed his painfully throbbing temples, trying to disperse the persistent dizziness and confusion. His gaze instinctively flickered toward the driver's seat. The black leather gloves lay carelessly tossed on the dashboard, as if just removed. The equally black rubber shoes were haphazardly discarded in the shadows beneath the driver's seat. The words Gui Pai slipped from his lips almost involuntarily, accompanied by a familiarity and aversion he had not anticipated. Why do I instinctively call them Gui Pai? This thought pierced through the fog of his mind like an ice pick. Immediately, two distinct torrents of memory surged uncontrollably in his mind. Chaotic fragments rushed in, one after another. He saw himself in a wrinkled shirt, sitting in a cramped rental room, clutching a returned resume. The sound of his wife's disappointed sigh echoing in his ears. Then he stood before a mirror in a film training class, repeatedly rehearsing lines. The clapperboard under the spotlight clearly marked with desperate escape one. Next, he recalled the deafening roar of the out-of-control minibus, the charred remains of the old driver. And the moment Zhang Xiulan vanished into darkness. I am a middle-aged unemployed man on my way home. Fang Xingchen pressed against his pounding temples, striving to grasp that thread of memory belonging to a middle-aged man. But in the next instant, another memory forcefully intruded. No, I am Fang Xingchen, an actor here to shoot Desperate Escape 2. Two entirely different identities clashed violently in his mind, like two sharp blades cutting against each other, sending a sharp pain through his temples. He could not suppress a muffled groan. His face paled instantly, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks, dripping onto the center island, leaving a dark stain. Fang Xingchen, what is wrong with you? Lin Xiaolan stepped forward, her voice thick with concern, imbued with the gentle softness characteristic of a nurse, yet unable to fully mask the tremor of lingering fear. She clearly had not yet recovered from their prior harrowing experience. It's nothing. Fang Xingchen inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the turbulent waves in his mind. He could no longer let this chaotic memory affect him. He lowered his hand, struggling to force a weary yet resigned expression, gently patting his forehead, just waking up, feeling dizzy and uncomfortable, still a bit disoriented. He mumbled an explanation, yet his gaze inexplicably darted back to the gloves and rubber shoes. The actor's memories told him these were crucial props for the crew. But the middle-aged man's memories screamed, recalling the excruciating coldness upon touching them and the gruesome state of Wang Hu's mangled hands and feet. Which one is real? All right, if everyone is fine, let us quickly leave this cursed vehicle. Chu Mo raised his voice, attempting to redirect everyone's attention to the most pressing issue at hand. He pointed outside the window. I see what appears to be a village up ahead. Let's go check if we can find someone to help, or at least get some food and clean water. His suggestion was met with immediate agreement. After the series of chilling events in the minibus, no one was keen to linger in this mobile metal coffin for another second. Every corner here reeked of death, and the vacant driver's seat felt like an invisible curse. Yes, let's leave this place. Lina quickly concurred, already shouldering her hiking pack, tightly gripping her multifunctional trekking pole, appearing ready to depart at any moment. Wang, who moved his previously injured hands and feet, Lin Xiaolan's bandaging remained intact. Yet a fleeting pain crossed his face, indicating his injuries had not fully healed, though he bore it silently. Let us go. I don't want to stay in this cursed place for another moment. Everyone swiftly gathered their scattered belongings from the seats, hastily scavenging the meager supplies of food, water, and basic necessities they could find. Fang Xingchen picked up his slightly deflated gray backpack, trailing at the rear of the group. His steps hesitated. That intense instinct rooted in the memories of an actor seized him once more. This item is vital and cannot be left behind. Although reason warned him against touching these perilous props, a deeper instinct, belonging to a survivor, compelled him forward. He clenched his teeth, swiftly turning around as if propelled, and almost lunged back to the driver's seat. With an urgency reminiscent of a desperate grab, he seized the cold, bone-chilling black leather gloves and the equally sinister rubber shoes, hastily stuffing them into a large black plastic bag, wrapping it tightly in several layers as though to ward off their ominous presence. He then shoved the bag deep into his backpack, cushioning it with his clothing. Having completed this task, he sighed deeply, as if a crucial mission had been accomplished. Yet his heart continued to race like a war drum, prompting him to stride quickly away from the vehicle. Once his feet firmly touched the ground, the warm sunlight enveloped him, dispelling some of the chill from the vehicle's interior. However, the coldness in Fang Xingchen's heart remained unchanged. He stood by the car, meticulously surveying his surroundings. The minibus was parked beside a narrow, cracked concrete road, with resilient wild grass sprouting through the fissures. Sparse clusters of small trees flanked either side, not particularly tall but thick with foliage, casting dappled shadows that rustled softly in the breeze, evoking an unsettling feeling that something lurked within those shadows. The road, barely wide enough for a small vehicle, meandered ahead toward a nearby village. At the entrance stood a somewhat dilapidated stone archway, its antiquated design marred by black paint that proclaimed Qingshan Cun in large characters. Years of wind and rain had eroded the paint, revealing patches of a grayish-blue stone beneath, resembling an unsightly bald spot that rendered the inscription vague and foreboding. The entire environment was eerily silent. Apart from the wind, there were no sounds of chickens or dogs, nor the lively chatter typical of rural life. A suffocating aura of abandonment permeated the air. Let us proceed cautiously, everyone. Wang, who withdrew his heavy machete from his backpack side pocket, its blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. Taking a deep breath, his robust frame slightly hunched in a defensive posture, he led the way along the path toward the village. Is your hand all right? Do you need to change the bandage? Lin Xiaolan inquired with concern, recalling the gruesome injury Wang who had sustained. It seems to hurt less now. Let us assess the situation once we settle in the village. Wang Hu replied, waving dismissively at his bandaged hand, attempting to appear nonchalant, although the stiffness in his movements betrayed ongoing pain. Chu Mo adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing the trees lining the road and the distant fields, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. Lina tightened her grip on her trekking pole. Fang Xingchen silently brought up the rear, one hand pressed against the bulging, cold object within his backpack, while the other gripped tightly. As they approached the village entrance, the sense of desolation grew more pronounced. The wild grass along the roadside reached nearly waist height, and the fields lay fallow, strewn with dry stalks and weeds. Some houses appeared utterly dilapidated from a distance, roofs caved in, and walls leaning precariously. The group moved closer to the stone archway, standing beneath it and gazing into the heart of the village. A profound silence reigned. What greeted their eyes was an even clearer picture of decay. Most of the structures, made of mud bricks or stones, had doors and windows askew or completely ajar, resembling dark, hollow eyes that numbly stared at these unwelcome visitors. The streets lay deserted, littered with shards of tiles, broken bricks, and withered leaves. A few ancient trees stood forlornly in front of the houses, their branches drooping lifelessly. The pervasive wild grass and silence created an atmosphere that felt almost suffocating. Here, even the sunlight seemed to have lost its warmth, turning pale and indifferent. There's no sign of life. It seems like a forsaken village. Chu Mo's voice was tinged with uncertainty, even a hint of barely perceptible fear. He had hoped to find assistance or at least some information here, but the scene before him doused those hopes with a cold reality. Standing at the threshold of this desolate village, it felt as though they were at the boundary of a forgotten corner of the world. An inexplicable chill creeping up from their feet to the crown of their heads. Doubt and fear surged like a tide once again. This place feels off. Lin Xiaolan's voice quivered, unconsciously inching closer to Fang Xingchen. It's ominous. Perhaps we shouldn't go in? Her intuition as a woman made her instinctively recoil from the eerie desolation surrounding them. Chu Imo offered a wry smile, shaking his head in resignation. The issue is, if we can't find supplies, we won't last long. The food and water in the vehicle are barely enough for a single meal. We need to understand where we are and if there's a way out. The rational analysis overrode fear, but it came at the cost of increased psychological strain. Damn it, we've come this far. Wang Hu spat, seemingly trying to bolster his courage with bravado. It's broad daylight. What could possibly happen? We can't let fear consume us. I'll lead the way. Everyone stay close and keep alert. Ultimately, the pressing reality of their predicament outweighed their reluctance. Survival instincts propelled them forward, compelling them to explore this village that might harbor resources or information. Wang Hu took the lead, machete held before him. His every step deliberate and cautious. Li Na followed closely, her trekking pole probing the grass and raised thresholds ahead and to the sides. Chu Imo and Fang Xingchen positioned themselves in the middle, while Lin Xiaolan trailed at the back, her hand instinctively clutching a small bottle of disinfectant, as if it could provide her with a semblance of security. Chapter 12. The silent village and unfamiliar companions. The group maintained a heightened state of vigilance as they slowly ventured into Qingshan Ciyuan. The interior of the village appeared even more dilapidated than its exterior. The ground was uneven, puddles of rainwater and muck accumulating in the crevices. Most houses were low and dim, their walls adorned with moss and stains from rainwater. Many window frames had splintered, and the paper covering the windows had long since torn and fluttered gently in the breeze, producing a soft rustling sound. They dared not enter any of the buildings recklessly, opting instead to tread carefully along the main street. The air was thick with the musty scent of mildew, mixed with dust and an indescribable odor reminiscent of decaying matter that had dried in the wind. Silence. The oppressive stillness was suffocating. Even the sound of the wind seemed muted, swallowed by the heavy atmosphere. Only the faint sounds of their footsteps and labored breathing punctuated the quiet, making it feel particularly jarring. As they walked, there were no signs of life to be found, not even animals. Not a single mouse or insect was in sight. The entire village resembled a vast, freshly unearthed grave. This utter desolation and silence eroded their nerves more effectively than any direct horror could. Each dark window and half-opened door seemed to conceal endless oddities, as if something unspeakable could burst forth at any moment. Lin Xiaolan's complexion grew paler, her breaths becoming more rapid. Even the usually composed Chu Mo had beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, his incessant adjustment of his glasses revealing his inner tension. Fang Xingchen felt his heart rise to his throat, his gaze sharp as it scanned every potential hiding place for danger. His mind wrestled with two conflicting memories, attempting to decipher whether this place was merely a film set or a genuine, abandoned village, perhaps even one purged by some unseen force. Amidst this heightened tension, they reached the latter half of the village. Here, the buildings appeared to be in marginally better condition. Although still dilapidated, their structures seemed relatively intact. Suddenly, Wang Hu, leading the group, came to an abrupt halt, raising his machete-wielding hand to signal for silence. Everyone held their breath, hearts racing. A faint, intermittent sound of conversation, or was it sobbing, drifted from a seemingly well-preserved house ahead. The voice was exceedingly muffled, rendering the specific content unintelligible. It resembled a mere whisper, mingling with the eerie howling of the wind through the broken window. Is someone there? This thought simultaneously flickered through the minds of all present. Yet it evoked no semblance of joy, only a deeper sense of horror. In this desolate village, where not even insects dared to dwell, the sudden emergence of a human voice was disconcerting. Wang Hu and Li Na exchanged glances, each recognizing the heightened wariness reflected in the other's eyes. Wang Hu took a deep breath, suppressing the pain from his injuries, and tightened his grip on the machete as he stepped forward to the crooked, nearly collapsing wooden gate of the house. He refrained from entering impulsively, instead standing outside, gathering his voice before bellowing with a rugged timbre. Who is it? Who's inside? Come out. The sound shattered the silence of the village, echoing slightly and ringing with an unusual sharpness. The murmurs from within abruptly ceased, as if an invisible hand had seized their throats. A profound stillness enveloped the courtyard, with the wind passing through the gaps in the wooden fence, producing a faint sound akin to someone softly weeping in the darkness. Wang Hu's grip on the machete tightened further, his knuckles turning white, while the sunlight glinted off the blade, momentarily illuminating the tightly shut wooden door. After a few seconds, movement finally stirred from within. First came the sound of delicate footsteps, followed by a sharp creak as the door was slowly pulled open, accompanied by the sound of falling dust. The first thing to emerge was a head, with short, tousled hair, wearing black-framed glasses that reflected the sunlight, obscuring the eyes. He scanned the surroundings cautiously, and upon confirming there was no danger, stepped aside to allow the others to exit. A total of 6 individuals emerged, 4 men and 2 women, appearing to be in their 20s, clad in casual sportswear or jackets. Their pant legs speckled with mud, indicating they had traversed a considerable distance. The tall young man with glasses stepped forward, clutching a well-worn notebook. Its cover marked with the words Xingchen Village Records in bold marker, with a loose pen cap nestled in the corner. He cleared his throat, his voice bright, yet tinged with subtle caution. "Who are you?" Just as Wang Hu was about to speak, Chu Emo gently pulled him back, stepping forward with a friendly smile. Adjusting his glasses, he surveyed the young man before him and, after a brief pause, replied, "We are merely passing travelers whose minibus encountered a malfunction on the mountain roads. Upon seeing this village, we thought to ask if anyone could assist us in finding a way out, or perhaps provide some food and clean water." In uttering these words, Chu Emo deliberately avoided mentioning the peculiar disappearance of their minibus, merely alluding to a malfunction. The tall young man nodded in realization, his hair bobbing with emotion. "Ah, I see," he said, stepping aside to reveal the courtyard behind him. "We thought we might have encountered something unusual. We are from the Xingchen University Folklore Research Society. With the holiday upon us and nothing to do, we decided to camp nearby. We heard that Xingchen Village has many ancient buildings, so we wanted to explore." He waved the notebook. "This is our record book, documenting our explorations." At this point, a girl in a pink sweatshirt curiously examined Fang Xingchen and the others. With her hair tied in a fluffy ponytail, she inquired, "Your minibus broke down on the mountain road? It can be treacherous. We nearly lost our way in our van. With nightfall approaching, the wilderness is unsafe. If you don't mind, you could join us at the drying yard behind the village. We have set up tents there and have plenty of food and water." This suggestion resonated perfectly with Fang Xingchen and the others, who were in dire need of supplies and a safe refuge. Wang Hu sheathed his machete and nodded. "Thank you very much. We won't impose for long, and will seek a way out at dawn." The group proceeded towards the rear of the village as the last rays of the setting sun faded, darkness beginning to envelop the landscape. The houses by the roadside appeared increasingly foreboding. After about 10 minutes of walking, they finally arrived at the drying yard behind the village. The yard was expansive, its yellow earth compressed tightly. Surrounding the yard were 4 deep gray tents, with a pile of chopped firewood in the center and several plastic barrels filled with water nearby. A black 9-seat van was parked at the outer edge, its body splattered with mud. In the distant background, a solitary brick structure resembling a temple or ancestral hall stood at the foot of a range of mountains. "This is our campsite." The tall young man pointed towards the tents. "We have a spare tent in the van. We can squeeze in and lend you 2 tents. No sooner had he finished speaking than a boy in a white tracksuit stepped forward, swiftly retrieving a folding tent from the van and efficiently assisting Wang Hu and Li Na in setting it up. Though not particularly tall, the boy appeared sturdy, with his sleeves rolled to the elbows, revealing well-defined muscles, and he worked with remarkable agility. Meanwhile, the girl in the pink sweatshirt and another girl with silver-framed glasses busied themselves gathering supplies, pulling out several packets of bread, biscuits, and bottled water from their backpacks, handing them to Lin Xiaolan. "Here, have something to eat. We can boil some water later for noodles," they said. Lin Xiaolan accepted the offerings gratefully. Soon, a bonfire was ignited, its flickering flames illuminating the faces of those gathered, dispelling some of the chill in the air. They sat around the fire, some warming their hands, others unwrapping food, the atmosphere noticeably more relaxed than before. At this moment, the tall young man clapped his hands, smiling. "In all the hustle, we haven't introduced ourselves properly. My name is Chun Yu, president of the Folklore Research Society. I organized this exploration." He gestured to the girl in the pink sweatshirt. "This is Su Xingyao, my girlfriend and our publicity officer, responsible for photography and documentation." Su Xingyao waved cheerfully at Fang Xingchen and the others, her smile radiant. "Hello, everyone. I enjoy photographing old streets and buildings. I've captured quite a few images here in Xingchen Village." As she spoke, she pulled out her phone to showcase several photos of the village's dilapidated yet evocative structures. "I'm Wang Mingho from the sports college. I usually handle the physical labor in our society," said the boy in the white tracksuit, raising his hand. A boy wearing a black cap then chimed in, his voice low and habitually pulling his cap down slightly as he spoke. "I'm Zhao Lei, in charge of supplies. If you need anything, just let me know." He pointed to the pile of backpacks nearby. The last girl and a boy in a blue jacket had yet to introduce themselves when Su Xingyao gently nudged the girl. "Lu Wei, it's your turn." The girl named Lu Wei, somewhat shy, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and spoke softly. "I'm Lu Wei, responsible for organizing folklore materials. I researched many rumors about Qingshan village before coming. If you're interested, I can share. All eyes turned to the remaining boy in the blue jacket, who seemed startled by their gaze, his fingers absent-mindedly fidgeting with the hem of his jacket, murmuring indistinctly. I'm Li Zhe. I found a route to Qingshan village. Seeing that his companions had introduced themselves, Chen Yu turned to Fang Xingchen and the others. Now it's your turn. We'd like to know your names. Chu Mo spoke first, adjusting his glasses. I'm Chu Mo, a programmer. He gestured towards Li Na. This is Li Na, an avid hiker with a good sense of direction. She rarely gets lost in the mountains. Li Na nodded curtly at the university students. Hello, everyone. My name is Wang Hu, and I possess some skills in combat. Wang Hu's voice resonated powerfully as he patted his backpack, where a machete was tucked away in the side pocket. Lin Xiaolan, with a gentle smile, introduced herself. I am Lin Xiaolan, a nurse. Should anyone feel unwell or suffer an injury, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Her words instilled a palpable sense of ease among the group. Having a nurse nearby in this desolate village provided a sense of security. Finally, it was Fang Xingchen's turn. He paused momentarily before offering a brief introduction. I am Fang Zheng, merely a traveler returning to my hometown. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently swept over the 6 individuals opposite him. Noticing Li Zhe scanning the surroundings, the hem of his jacket crumpled. Fang Xingchen furrowed his brow and exchanged a glance with Chu Mo, both feeling an acute sense of caution. Chapter 13. Whispers of the bonfire and the night in the desolate village. The bonfire crackled, its flickering flames casting shifting shadows across the faces of the gathered, enveloping their expressions in an uneasy warmth. A kettle hung on a makeshift stand, hissing as steam escaped, finally letting out a sharp whistle. The water had boiled. Lin Xiaolan rose, using a towel to grasp the kettle, her tone soothing, as her nursing instincts compelled her to care for others. She poured hot water into the bowls of those seated around her. The dry chunks of noodles softened rapidly in the boiling water, the aroma of seasoning mingling with the steam, offering a fleeting yet fragile comfort amidst the stillness of the evening in this forsaken village. Chu Mo tore open a packet of sausage with his teeth, methodically breaking it into several pieces to add to his bowl of noodles. His actions marked by the meticulousness characteristic of a programmer. Adjusting his glasses, he peered through the rising steam at the university students across from him, attempting to sound casual. After a day of exploration, have you made any noteworthy discoveries? Lu Wei retrieved a tablet from her backpack resting on her lap, the glow from the screen illuminating her somewhat pale face. She opened a document, her fingers gliding over the screen as she spoke in a delicate tone, yet imbued with the seriousness of a researcher. Before my arrival, I researched extensively about Qingshan village. It is said that this village has been abandoned for decades. The most eerie legend claims that one night, decades ago, the entire village's population vanished as if they had evaporated into thin air. She paused, lifting her gaze to the oppressive darkness surrounding them, her voice dropping to a whisper. Some say they were taken by bandits. Others believe it is haunted, that the village is entwined with malevolent forces. Vanished, Lin Xiaolan murmured, cradling her warm bowl of instant noodles, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes as she instinctively glanced at Fang Xingchen. He immediately caught her gaze and subtly shook his head, signaling her to remain calm. The word struck a sensitive chord within them. Several individuals had disappeared silently in the darkness on the minibus. Chen Yu took over the conversation, frowning as he idly poked at the embers on the edge of the bonfire with a stick, sparks dancing into the air. What South peculiar is this place? Today, we conducted a cursory search of the ancestral hall behind the village and 2 nearby buildings that appeared relatively intact. Inside and out, we found no signs of corpses. He raised his head, confusion evident in his eyes behind his glasses. Though the furniture and utensils are worn, they largely remain intact, showing no signs of looting or destruction. What truly unsettles me is, he paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts, in several households, the rice jars still contained remnants of dark, congealed rice flour, and the iron pot on the stove held dried, moldy food scraps, as if they were preparing to dine or had just finished, only to have everyone vanish in an instant. Su Xingyao interjected, unable to suppress the urge to hug her arms tightly, feeling a chill emanating from her core despite the warmth of the fire. While photographing today, I sensed something amiss. In retrospect, the arrangement of items in those houses was too orderly. Although dilapidated, everything was meticulously placed, almost excessively clean, as if someone had tidied up regularly, rather than being left to decay for decades. Her own conjecture startled her, prompting her to refrain from elaborating further. So this place is haunted. It must be, Li Zhe suddenly exclaimed, his voice sharp with excitement as he nervously rubbed the hem of his blue jacket, the fabric now in disarray. "We should not have come. This place is cursed. We must leave at dawn and return to school." His fear was palpable, nearly overwhelming his rationality. "Stop with the nonsense, Li Zhe. There is no such thing as ghosts," Chenyu replied, his tone firm as he slapped Li Zhe on the shoulder, hoping to calm him and perhaps convince himself in the process. "Do ghosts tidy up furniture? Do they clean houses? We must trust in science. The abandonment of this village surely has natural causes, perhaps a depletion of water sources or geological disasters leading to a mass migration. The records have simply been lost to time." His words resonated more as an attempt to bolster morale than as an actual conclusion. Wang Hu slurped down his noodles, mumbling indistinctly in response. "Whether or not it's haunted is debatable, but this place indeed makes one feel uneasy." He shifted his injured limbs, the bandaged area still throbbing, adding to his agitation. "Regardless of the presence of ghosts, we shall depart at first light." Li Na remained silent, consuming her meal. Yet her sharp gaze frequently swept over the university students, particularly focusing on the overly agitated Li Zhe and the seemingly composed Chenyu. Years of trekking had exposed her to various environments and people, and her intuition suggested that these students were not as simple as they appeared. In particular, Li Zhe's fear seemed exaggerated, while Chenyu's calmness appeared somewhat forced. Fang Xingchen quietly consumed his now soggy noodles, devoid of flavor. The clues provided by the students not only failed to unravel the mystery, but also rendered Qingshan village even more enigmatic. The sudden disappearance of the entire village, the peculiar conditions within the homes. Such thoughts involuntarily brought to mind the terrifying rules and darkness that had swallowed people on the minibus. Was there a bizarre correlation between these occurrences? Could this village be yet another product of a world contaminated by such rules? All right, enough of this. After a long day, everyone must be tired, Chenyu interjected, seemingly eager to shift away from the unsettling topic. He clapped his hands to draw attention, suggesting they finish their meal and rest. In these remote hills, it is wise to have someone keep watch at night. No one objected to this plan. Chenyu pulled out his phone, the screen illuminating the time, which was nearing 9 p.m. Clearing his throat, he began to organize. "We are many, so let us divide into 5 shifts for the night watch, each lasting 2 hours, from 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. For safety, we will assign one person to each side, allowing for mutual support and preventing anyone from dozing off or facing issues alone." After a brief discussion and consideration of everyone's conditions, the watch schedule was swiftly arranged. Wang Mingho and Li Na would take the first shift from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m., one strong and the other experienced. A stable start. Chu Mo and Shun Yu would cover the second shift from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., one meticulous and the other seemingly calm. Fang Xingchen and the detail-oriented Zhao Lei would guard the third shift from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., the time when fatigue is most likely to strike. Wang Hu and Li Zhe would stand watch from 3 a.m. to 5 a.m., hoping that the prolonged rest would help stabilize Li Zhe's erratic emotions. Finally, the last shift from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m., just before dawn when danger is relatively low, would be managed by Lin Xiaolan, Su Xingyao, and Lu Wei, allowing the 3 girls to keep each other company while also ensuring a balance of strength and support. Once arrangements were made, Lin Xiaolan was suddenly struck by a pressing concern, her face revealing a look of anxiety. "Oh no, our phones and flashlights have been drained after all that time in the car. We won't last long. If something happens tonight, we won't even have any light." "Do not fret. We have brought plenty of power banks and dry batteries," Zhao Lei interjected, his voice steady and deep. He bent down and retrieved 3 hefty power banks, several data cables, and dry batteries from a seemingly heavy backpack. 2 of the power banks bore the emblem of Qingshan University's Folklore Research Society, while the third was adorned with an array of cartoon stickers, appearing somewhat out of place. They were all fully charged before we set out. They should suffice for our emergency needs. Lin Xiaolan quickly accepted the items, expressing her gratitude repeatedly as she distributed the power banks to Fang Xingchen, Chu Mo, and others. Fang Xingchen took 1 power bank, its weight reassuring in his hands, and the battery indicator indeed showed it was fully charged. He murmured his thanks, his gaze quickly sweeping over Zhao Lei's impassive face and the indistinct eyes lurking beneath the shade of his hat. As the campfire dwindled, the night breeze grew colder, causing the flames to flicker unpredictably. The surrounding darkness seemed to swell, becoming denser and more oppressive. The group hastily finished their simple dinner, disposed of their trash, and prepared to retreat to their tents for rest, gathering strength to face the long night and the uncertainties of tomorrow. Fang Xingchen and Wang Hu crawled into their assigned worn tent, zipping it shut to temporarily shield themselves from the unsettling darkness outside. The confined space was permeated by the scent of canvas mingled with dust. Utilizing the faint glow of his phone screen, he connected the power bank to his nearly depleted phone, feeling a sense of relief as the charging notification appeared. Wang Hu plugged his phone into another charging port and soon fell asleep on the mat. Fang Xingchen lay on the cold, hard mat, resting his arms behind his head, staring at the indistinct dark outline of the tent's ceiling. In his mind, two chaotic memories swirled: the bizarre rules of the minibus, the terrifying legends of Qingshan Village, the seemingly rational yet flawed behavior of the university students, and the chilling, ghostly skin hidden in his backpack. All these fragments collided and spun within his thoughts, attempting to piece together a complete, yet potentially more horrifying truth. Outside the tent, the wind seemed to tighten, whispering past the drying yard, stirring up dust that gently tapped against the tent's outer walls, producing a rustling sound that came in waves, as if myriad tiny footsteps were lingering outside, or like some suppressed whispers emerging from the depths of darkness, patiently waiting for the occupants to let down their guard. This Qingshan village was far more than just a desolate settlement. What astonishing and perilous secrets lay concealed behind the vanished villagers, the frozen traces of time? And this group of suddenly appearing, subtly behaving university students? Had they stumbled upon a temporary refuge? Or had they stepped into a death trap more immense and inescapable than that haunted minibus? He clenched his fists, the nails digging into his palms, the sharp pain keeping him alert. He understood that this night would undoubtedly stretch long for everyone. Chapter 14. Midnight Summoning in the Seed of Shadows. Fang Xingchen was uncertain when he had fallen asleep. His consciousness felt as though it had sunk into a viscous and frigid mire, rendering him unable to struggle free. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, an exceedingly faint yet exceptionally clear sound pierced through, like a cold thread threading into his eardrum. Fang Zheng, come here. The voice wavered, carrying an oddly familiar warmth, reminiscent of a mother calling a mischievous child returning late, or a close friend beckoning from afar with enthusiasm. It was warm, enticing, and irresistibly compelling, urging him to follow the sound and embrace its source. In a daze, Fang Xingchen propped himself up, the tent enveloped in darkness, and instinctively reached to unzip it, as if the calling voice possessed a magical power guiding his actions. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the cold fabric of the tent, a jolt of fear surged through his spine. Fang Zheng. Who is calling Fang Zheng? I am Fang Xingchen. This realization was like a splash of cold water, instantly awakening his muddled consciousness. He withdrew his hand sharply, his heart racing in his chest, cold sweat soaking his back. He held his breath, straining to listen. The familiar call persisted, now fluctuating in distance, yet this time he sensed a hollow, inhuman quality lurking beneath the warmth, as if a recording was playing on a loop, devoid of genuine emotional resonance. Something was amiss. This voice was wrong. He abruptly turned. Using the faintest sliver of moonlight seeping through the tents seems to glance at Wang, who's sleeping mad. Empty. Wang Hu was gone. Fang Xingchen's heart leapt into his throat. He could no longer afford to hesitate. He yanked open the tent flap and peered outside. The sight before him sent chills down his spine. The campfire had long extinguished, leaving only a pile of dark red ashes, sporadically crackling with the occasional spark before fading out. The cold moonlight barely illuminated the drying yard, revealing shadowy figures. Almost everyone was present. Wang Hu, Chu Mo, Lin Xiaolan, and those other university students. They formed a loose yet purposefully aligned formation, quietly and stiffly making their way toward the village. Their movements were synchronously eerie, their footsteps soundless, resembling puppets controlled by invisible strings, silently advancing into the depths of darkness. The moonlight elongated their shadows, distorting them on the uneven ground and adding an air of dread. At that moment, the flap of another tent beside them was also silently lifted, and Li Na peered out. Their eyes met in the air, each recognizing an overwhelming shock and a shared relief that the other had also avoided the trap, alongside an unspoken reproach for each having used a false name. There was no time for dialogue. They exchanged a knowing nod and sprang into action. They crouched low, like leopards in the night, swiftly and silently approaching the somnambulant figures. Fang Xingchen was the first to catch up with the stiff, vacant-eyed Wang Hu, gripping his robust arm and urgently whispering, "Wang Hu, wake up, Wang Hu." Wang Hu remained unresponsive, his muscles tensed, stubbornly intent on moving forward, his strength astonishing. Meanwhile, Li Na had also seized Chu Mo and Lin Xiaolan, finding them equally unresponsive. Fang Xingchen gritted his teeth, applying more force as he leaned closer to Wang Hu's ear, urgently hissing, "The bus is about to crash." The steering wheel. This phrase seemed to act as a switch, instantly awakening Wang Hu's most intense and focused memories. His body jolted, a flicker of awareness returning to his vacant gaze as he looked at Fang Xingchen in confusion. Fang Zheng. What is going on? How did I end up here? Shoo. Fang Xingchen immediately gestured for him to silence, lowering his voice. It seems you've been enchanted by something. At the same time, Lina had managed to rouse Chu Mo with a few vigorous shakes. He jolted awake. Lin Xiaolan, too, was revived by Lina's gentle slaps to her cheek, employing her nursing skills for an urgent awakening. Once awake, the three bore expressions of bewilderment and fear, completely oblivious as to why they had ended up there. Fang Xingchen quickly explained the situation, and the five promptly dispersed to intercept the others. Chen Yu, Su Xingyao, Lu Wei, and Wang Minghe were all successfully awakened in succession. When Chen Yu awoke, his forehead was drenched in cold sweat, and his eyes were filled with uncertainty. Su Xingyao was so frightened that she was on the verge of tears, clutching Chen Yu's arm tightly. Lu Wei and Li Zhu appeared as pale as ghosts, their bodies trembling slightly. Wang Minghe was panting heavily, instinctively adopting a fighting stance, casting wary glances around. The most unsettling figure was Zhao Lei. He walked at the forefront, seemingly the leader of the group. Fang Xingchen attempted to pull him back, but found it utterly futile. Zhao Lei's stride was marked by an unusual determination, as though an immensely important mission awaited him ahead. Even when Wang Hu joined in to assist, the combined strength of two grown men could not halt Zhao Lei's advance. Instead, it provoked a counteraction, sending Fang Xingchen sprawling to the ground. Everyone could only watch helplessly as he resolutely marched deeper into the village. What should we do? Lin Xiaolan's voice trembled as she gazed at the receding figure of Zhao Lei, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over her. Follow him. Chu Mo adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharpening with intent. Let us find out what is going on. But be exceedingly cautious. Do not make a sound. Suppressing their fears, the group stealthily trailed behind Zhao Lei, akin to phantoms in the night. The deathly silence of the desolate village was faintly disrupted by their footsteps, yet it was predominantly suffocated by an overwhelming sense of being watched, as though countless eyes lurked behind the dark, hollow windows lining the path, coldly observing these unwelcome intruders. Zhao Lei entered the courtyard of the house, where they had encountered each other that afternoon without obstruction, crossing the open door to step into the main room. Fang Xingchen and the others held their breath, cautiously approaching, utilizing the cover of walls and the gaps in the dilapidated doors and windows to peek inside. Upon their first glimpse, several among them nearly gasped in horror. Lin Xiaolan and Su Xingyao clamped their hands over their mouths, their eyes wide with fear, their bodies trembling like leaves in the wind. Wang Hu's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. Even the most composed, Chu Mo and Li Na, felt their breaths quicken. The dim moonlight filtered through the shattered windows, barely illuminating the scene within the main room. In the center of the once empty space, beside a dust-covered 8 Immortals table, 3 figures materialized, shrouded in shadows. These were not quite human. They were mere outlines formed from an impenetrable darkness, cloaked in heavy black robes that obscured their features. Silently seated around the table, exuding an aura of cold lifelessness. Their presence seemed to drain all light and warmth from the surrounding area, rendering the space distinctly warped and surreal. The side of the 8 Immortals table facing the door remained vacant. Zhao Lei, unwavering, approached the empty seat. As if programmed to do so, he stiffly retrieved an object from his pocket, a circular item that glimmered faintly with an ominous metallic sheen in the subdued moonlight, resembling a bracelet. With utmost reverence, he placed the circular object at the center of the table. The shadow seated at the head of the table seemed to stir slightly, as if acknowledging him with a nod. Subsequently, Zhao Lei, as if granted permission, awkwardly seated himself in the vacant position. His hands rose, resting flat on the dust-laden tabletop, embodying utmost submission. The shadow next to him extended a hand, also composed of darkness, and grasped the circular object, slipping it onto Zhao Lei's wrist. The moment the ring encircled his wrist, Zhao Lei's body trembled ever so slightly before completely relaxing, or perhaps becoming utterly rigid. His head bowed slightly, and he became as motionless as the other 3 shadows, seemingly merging into the stillness around them. The 4 shadows encircled the dilapidated 8 Immortals table, forming an eerily bizarre tableau, as if a silent ritual had just concluded, or perhaps they had been there for centuries. Outside, the onlookers felt an icy chill surge from their feet to the crown of their heads, their blood nearly freezing in their veins. The scene before them had transcended their understanding. It was neither a ghost nor a beast, but a horror far more indescribable and governed by its own rules. Chen Yu's complexion turned ashen, his lips quivering as he frantically gestured for everyone to retreat immediately and silently. The group, feeling as though a great weight had been lifted, dared not exhale, crouching low and moving with more stealth and speed than before, step by step, away from that terror-stricken courtyard, until they reached the edge of the threshing ground, near the meager embers of the dwindling bonfire. At which point they finally straightened up and gasped for air, as though they had just resurfaced from the depths of a watery abyss. Wang Mingho bent over, unable to suppress a few dry heaves, his face turning green. Su Xingyao collapsed to the ground, supported on either side by Lu Wei and Lin Xiaolan, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. What the hell? What the hell is going on? Chen Yu could no longer maintain his semblance of authority. He tugged at his hair in frustration, pacing anxiously, his voice hoarse with fear and confusion. What happened to Zhao Lei? What on earth did he bring out? Lu Wei, still trembling, wrapped her arms around herself, her voice barely a whisper, tinged with a sob. I think I saw Zhao Lei secretly take something from a drawer while searching that house this afternoon. It looked like a gold bracelet, but he quickly hid it, and I didn't pay much attention at the time. A gold bracelet? That foolish, greedy fool. Chen Yu halted abruptly, his voice a low roar, veins standing out on his forehead. That cursed object must be the problem. He has been possessed. We never should have come here. I told you we shouldn't have come to this damned place. Lija crouched on the ground, clutching his head, his voice filled with despair and breakdown. Since I saw that letter, I knew it would lead to no good. What kind of divine treasure? It's all a deception. It's a curse. We will all perish here, just like the villagers. A letter? What letter? Fang Xingchen immediately seized upon the key term, directing an astute gaze towards Chun Yu and Li Zhe. Wang Mingho, catching his breath, pointed an accusatory finger at Li Zhe. It's all because of him. His grandfather and father were originally from this village. Later, his father went to Qingxing for school. On the day the villagers disappeared decades ago, his father just happened to receive a letter from his grandfather. Li Zhe shot up, his eyes reddening, passionately retorting, so what if I found the letter? It was Chen Yu. Chen Yu said it was a tremendous opportunity. He claimed it might be a relic of ancient cultivators. He urged everyone to join in the treasure hunt. Wang Mingho continued. The letter said someone in the village had unearthed a divine treasure and urged his father to return quickly, or it would be snatched away by others. But before his father could make it back, the entire village disappeared. Later, Li Zhe discovered that letter among his father's old belongings, treating it as a curiosity until Chen Yu laid eyes on it. Chen Yu's face oscillated between shades of pale and flushed, gritting his teeth. Who knew it would come to this? So much time has passed. I thought all the demons and ghosts would have fled. Who could have known this place was so cursed? This is far beyond mere hauntings. Su Xingyao looked bewildered and terrified, darting her gaze from one person to another, her voice quivering with suppressed sobs. I don't know anything. Chen Yu only told me we were coming for camping and folkloric research. I know nothing of any treasure. Clearly, she had been kept in the dark, and the overwhelming influx of information and fear was pushing her to the brink of collapse. Upon hearing this, Fang Xingchen, Chu Mo, and the others were struck with a profound realization, instantly grasping the sequence of events that had led them to this moment. Originally, this group of university students was not merely engaged in folk studies. Rather, they harbored dreams of treasure hunting and wealth, lured to this cursed land of death by an eerie rumor from decades past. The peculiar behavior of Zhao Lei was evidently tied to the golden bracelet he had clandestinely concealed. The last ember of the campfire extinguished completely, the final wisp of white smoke rising delicately, only to be dispersed by the chilling night breeze. Darkness enveloped the drying field entirely, with only a dozen heavy and uneven breaths hinting at the presence of the group. The temperature seemed to plummet several degrees, an indescribable, intensified sense of foreboding, akin to a frigid tide, engulfing them all. Could Zhao Lei be saved? What truly was that ring encircling his wrist? And what entities were those three shadows within the room? Did the disappearance of the entire village decades ago stem from a similar ritual? As intruders who witnessed it all, what would unfold next? Countless terrifying questions swirled in the hearts of everyone, yet none bore answers. Only the distant, profound, and silent darkness loomed, like a monstrous maw, waiting silently. The long night had merely commenced. Chapter 15. Shadows of Fengmen Village and the Lost Souls of Treasure Hunters. The last ember of the campfire was utterly extinguished, the final wisp of white smoke rising delicately, only to be scattered by the cold night wind, as if snuffing out the last flicker of hope in everyone's hearts. Darkness consumed the drying field entirely, with only the heavy breaths and suppressed sobs resonating eerily in the stillness of the night. The temperature seemed to drop suddenly. An unutterable sense of dread more intense than before enveloping them like a frigid, viscous tide. Zhao Lei, could he still be saved? Lin Xiaolan's voice, tinged with tears, shattered the suffocating silence. As a medical professional, she found it unbearable that someone who had just shared instant noodles with them had, in an instant, become part of that strange shadow. Su Xingyao clutched Chen Yu's arm tightly, trembling violently, echoing in a quivering voice. Yes, we cannot just abandon him. Despite fear gripping her heart, the remnants of camaraderie compelled her not to easily relinquish hope. Wang Hu shifted his still aching limbs, gritting his teeth, a fierce determination flashing in his eyes. Damn it. Why don't we sneak back, find a rope, or use the tent cords to make a lasso? And while those ghostly things are immobile, snag Zhao Lei and drag him out. I'm strong. Perhaps I could pull him out. He glanced at Wang Mingho, who was similarly robust, a fellow athlete. Will you lend a hand? Wang Mingho's face turned pale. Yet upon witnessing the resolve in Wang Hu's eyes and glancing at the terrified Li Jia, a surge of youthful bravado seemed to ignite within him. He took a deep breath and nodded. All right, let's give it a try. We can't just watch him perish. No, it's far too perilous. Chen Yu abruptly interrupted them, his voice sharp with fear. Did you not see? That is not something we can comprehend. It is a curse. Zhao Lei's own greed in taking what he should not have triggered a taboo. If we provoke it further, we will all be doomed. As the president, his foremost concern was how to preserve the remaining individuals, or rather, how to save himself. Zhao Lei's fate illuminated the terrifying reality of this place, which was far beyond his imagination. This was not an adventure for treasure, but a certain death. Li Jia suddenly lifted his head, his eyes red and voice hoarse as he shouted, "What are we saving? How do we save him? Did you not see he has already succumbed? He is just like those things now. We will all perish. We will vanish like the villagers. We should never have come. From the moment we saw that letter, we should have turned back." His mental state appeared to be on the brink of collapse, repeating, "Run. We should run now. Immediately." Chu Mo adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light under the faint moonlight, his voice remaining calm despite his pallor. Li Jia's suggestion to flee is impractical. In utter darkness and unfamiliar terrain, running aimlessly would lead to quicker demise. As for rescue, he paused, glancing towards the village, shaking his head. Wang Hu's courage is commendable, yet the success rate is virtually zero. That transformation might occur instantaneously and be irreversible. What we face is not a physical assault, but rather a form of assimilation at the level of rules. Any forceful intervention could be perceived as a challenge to those rules, with unimaginable repercussions. Fang Xingchen listened silently, his gaze sweeping over the faces of those filled with fear and despair, eventually settling on the darkness that had engulfed Zhao Lei. He touched the cold, ghostly skin within his backpack, memories swirling in his mind. Both the caution of the middle-aged man and the intuition of an actor warned him that Chu Mo's assessment was likely accurate. He slowly spoke, his voice hoarse. Chu Mo is right. Acting recklessly to save him is not bravery, but folly. We must first ensure our own survival. Li Na had been vigilantly observing the surroundings, especially towards the village, and now she spoke. As for rescuing him, we can discuss it later. We cannot remain here. She pointed to the vast, open drying field beneath their feet, which offered no cover. If those things come, we will be sitting ducks. Chen Yu seemed to grasp at a lifeline, hastily suggesting, "Then let us quickly rekindle the fire. Let us make several more. Don't monsters fear fire? As depicted in the movies? Yes, they fear fire." He began to gather firewood. Evidence. Chu Mo retorted coldly, "Who told you they fear fire?" When Zhao Lei vanished, the campfire was still burning. We cannot even ascertain whether they rely on sight, sound, or something else entirely. Recklessly igniting a fire would only expose our position and might attract even worse threats. His words poured cold water on Chen Yu's flickering hope. What then? This won't work, nor will that. Are we to wait here to die? Li Jia nearly jumped up, his emotions spiraling out of control. Silence. Li Na snapped sharply, her gaze slicing through the air, rendering Li Jia mute. She pointed towards the hills behind the village, where shadows loomed. We will circumvent the houses from behind. The structures can provide some cover from sight, and we are somewhat familiar with the route. Our goal is the village entrance. Once we reach it, the terrain is more open, allowing us to evacuate immediately at dawn. This pragmatic proposal garnered the consensus of most. Remaining in place was akin to waiting for slaughter. Both igniting a fire and fleeing posed enormous risks. Stealthily relocating appeared to be the only viable option. But the village Su Xingyao trembled as she gazed into the pitch-black settlement. Keep as far from the houses as possible and remain silent. Move quickly, Li Na commanded resolutely. Follow me, and do not fall behind. No one voiced dissent. The instinct for survival eclipsed their fear. The group scrambled to gather their dwindling supplies, primarily power banks. remaining food and water and defensive items. Wang Hu's machete, Li Na's trekking pole, and Wang Mingho picked up a sturdy branch from beside the tent. The black business van sat there, and no one dared to start it. It was too conspicuous, and none knew what the roar of its engine might summon. Following Li Na, the group moved like startled prey, cautiously leaving the drying field, retracing their steps in the opposite direction and attempting to skirt around the village houses. The moonlight was obscured by thin clouds, rendering the surroundings even dimmer. Beneath their feet lay abandoned vegetable fields and ridges, trudging through uneven terrain, occasionally stumbling over withered vines or clods of earth, hastily covering their mouths to stifle any sounds. Rows of dilapidated houses stood like silent tombstones on their left, dark windows resembling countless eyes, coldly observing a group of ants struggling at the edge of death. Fang Xingchen walked in the middle of the group, cautiously observing the movements of the houses while subconsciously surveying the hills to his right. The shadows there were particularly dense, and he vaguely discerned some irregular openings, seemingly sealed with crude earthen bricks, resembling ugly scars on the skin of the earth. Were those openings graves? He lowered his voice to inquire, a sense of unease lingering in his heart. Lu Wei glanced in the direction he indicated, her body shuddering abruptly, her voice faint and trembling with unmasked fear. No, they are not graves. This is Qingshan Village, also known as Fengmen Village, according to the elders. My grandmother once told me that in ancient times, the land in these mountains was barren. During times of war and disaster, there was hardly enough food to survive. To ensure that the young and strong could live on, there was an unwritten rule in the village. Her voice dropped lower, as if afraid to disturb something. They would take the elderly, who were frail and no longer able to work, to these openings dug into the mountains. Each day, they would only provide a bowl of thin porridge, and gradually, they would seal the openings with bricks until they were completely shut. A chill swept through the crowd, more bone-chilling than the night wind. Even the restless Li Zhe was momentarily stunned, a look of disgust and terror etched on his face. Isn't that a live burial? Lin Xiaolan covered her mouth, her eyes filled with horror and pity. So this village is called Fengmen Village? Chu Mo murmured, his hand pushing up his glasses stiffly, realizing that it was not merely a physical sealing of doors, but a closure of humanity and hope. A surge of indescribable sorrow and terror gripped everyone. They instinctively distanced themselves from those dark openings, which seemed to exude an aura of endless despair. As if getting too close would engulf them in the cruelty and coldness of history. This village emanated a sense of despairing evil at its very core. However, just as their spirits were shaken by this horrific custom, a piercing, twisted scream filled with frenzied greed erupted from the center of the village, shattering the silence of the night. The treasure is mine. Give it back to me. Immediately following was another more deranged howl. Huh, it's mine now. I got it. So it belongs to me. No one can take it away. The voice was nothing like that of a human. It was more akin to the howling of demons fighting over something in hell. Not good. Fang Xingchen's expression changed drastically. Almost simultaneously, everyone felt the oppressive silence of the village shatter. An indescribable, violent, and chaotic energy suddenly erupted through the gaps in the houses. They horrifiedly beheld that the previously silent streets of the village were now swarming with dozens of dark figures. They resembled the shadows from the main hall, like ghosts emerging from the earth, wielding corroded, rusty hoes, shovels, and machetes, producing clanging sounds and wild howls as they rushed toward the source of the noise. Seemingly a house in the village, they jostled against each other, brandishing their weapons as if frantically vying for something, creating a scene that was both chaotic and terrifying. They even caught a glimpse of 4 dark figures bursting forth from the very house where Zhao Lei had vanished, one of which was particularly rigid, empty-handed, joining the fray. That was Zhao Lei. He had completely transformed into one of them. The sight before them sent everyone into a state of sheer horror. Dozens of dark figures fought wildly in the street, a far more despairing sight than a singular eerie presence. Run. Li Zhe's last shred of reason was utterly crushed by this hellish scene. He let out an inhuman scream, no longer caring about concealment or formation. Like a rabbit driven mad with fear, he dashed out from behind the house, frantically sprinting towards the village entrance. Li Zhe, come back. Chen Yu, in shock, attempted to stop him, but it was too late. Li Zhe's desperate screams and pounding footsteps echoed in the silent night like a boulder thrown into a tranquil lake. Instantly, the frenzied howls of the dark figures ceased. All the battling shadows abruptly froze, then, in unison, turned their heads stiffly, though they lacked discernible features. Everyone could feel the countless cold, lifeless, and malevolent gazes piercing through the darkness, locking onto the unwelcome guests. A hoarse, somber voice, reminiscent of rusty iron scraping, emanated from one of the shadows, chilling their blood. Living beings have entered the village. The treasure cannot be afforded to outsiders. Let us deal with them first. As the words fell, dozens of shadowy figures simultaneously abandoned their internal tussle, emitting low, beast-like growls, brandishing their rusted farming tools like a tidal wave of darkness, surging towards Fang Xingchen and his companions. Run! Li Na screamed urgently, pulling Lin Xiaolan, who was still in shock. The breath of death felt tangible, closing in on them. The dark, desolate village had transformed into a hunting ground, preying on the living. Chapter 16. The Dark Hunt and the Choice of Humanity. The shadowy figures surged forth like a tide from the fissures of hell, silently infiltrating from every corner of the village, from behind crumbling courtyard walls, through dark windows, and even from dried-up ditches, rapidly forming a constricting circle of death. As they moved, they exhibited an unnatural stiffness, yet were astonishingly swift. The rusted farming tools scraped against the ground, producing a jarring noise, combined with deep, resonant roars that layered upon one another in the silent night, sending shivers down their spines. They hadn't ventured far from the threshing ground when their escape route at the village entrance was entirely cut off. Li Zhe's frantic dash had ignited the spark for this hunt. He had barely run a few meters before being intercepted by two shadowy figures that emerged from behind a low wall, one on each side. One of the monsters raised its rusted, chipped machete high, unleashing a gust of foul wind, and without hesitation, swung it down toward Li Zhe's neck. Li Zhe was terrified beyond measure, letting out a scream as he stumbled backward, narrowly avoiding the blade, which grazed past his nose. He collapsed to the ground, his legs feeling as though they were filled with lead, futilely kicking the ground, unable to muster the strength to rise. Only able to watch as the machete was raised once more, the shadow of death fully enveloping him. A putrid smell wafted from his pants as he lost control of his bladder in terror. Just at that critical moment, another shadow suddenly thrust a similarly corroded hoe forward, colliding with the descending machete with a resounding clang. The shadowy figure that saved Li Zhe tilted its head slightly, its featureless face of swirling darkness seemingly fixated on the trembling figure of Li Zhe, and in a raspy, dry voice, reminiscent of someone who hadn't spoken in years, it struggled to articulate, attempting a tone that was oddly familiar yet chilling. "Are you Jianhua's child?" Terrified beyond comprehension, Li Zhe instinctively cried out with a sobbing tone, "Yes. Yes. My dad is Li Jianhua. I am his son." The shadowy figure seemed to confirm something, retracting the hoe, its hoarse voice resonating again, now tinged with an indescribable, spine-chilling eagerness. "Child, I am your grandfather. Are you here to help seize the treasure? If so, follow me closely." Li Zhe, feeling as though he had grasped the only lifeline, scrambled to rise, using both hands and feet to inch closer to the shadowy figure that claimed to be his grandfather. He dared not glance at the knife-wielding monster that had just attempted to take his life. Unbeknownst to him, as he drew near the shadow, faint tendrils of darkness, almost alive, silently unfurled from the shadowy figure, like a vine slowly yet resolutely wrapping around his ankles and calves. A subtle numbness and chill crept over his skin, as if he were gradually losing all sensation. Meanwhile, more shadowy creatures had formed a vast arc, closing in on Fang Xingchen and the others as they attempted to retreat. They moved silently and efficiently, their stiff strides surprisingly swift, with their worn yet lethal farming tools reflecting a cold gleam under the sparse moonlight. "Run towards the hills. Quickly." Li Na's voice sliced through the darkness like a sharpened blade, calm yet undeniably urgent. She quickly assessed that the entrance to the village was completely sealed off, with only the undulating terrain of the hills offering a slight possibility to maneuver through the complicated landscape. Before her words had fully registered, she propelled herself forward, akin to a graceful cheetah, charging towards the hilly terrain. The instinct for survival compelled everyone to follow her lead. Wang Mingho reacted the fastest, closely trailing behind. Fang Xingchen and Chu Mo, without hesitation, gritted their teeth and sprinted along. Wang Hu let out a low growl, grabbing the slightly weaker Lin Xiaolan, dragging her forward with all his might. Chen Yu shielded Su Xingyao and Lu Wei, stumbling along at the rear. However, just as they neared the foot of the hill, which was riddled with sealed cave entrances, a thunderous rumble echoed from deep within the mountain, emanating from the blocked cavities. The sound resembled neither a beast's roar nor a mere disturbance, but rather the violent impact of something immensely heavy colliding with the earthen bricks sealing the entrance. Instantly, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble ever so slightly. They witnessed, not far off, the bricks sealing one cave crumbling and dust cascading down, revealing a faint crack as if some colossal entity was about to break free from the depths of endless darkness. What lay imprisoned within was likely far more ancient and terrifying than the shadowy creatures outside. There's danger here too. Stay close to me. Retreat. Li Na decisively commanded, without a moment's hesitation, pivoting sharply to head back towards the area where they had just emerged. Her voice remained steady, yet carried an unprecedented weight of seriousness. Hope had once again been extinguished, and the overwhelming fear gripped each individual. Nonetheless, stopping now would mean death, compelling them to follow Li Na as they raced onward. The frantic sprint quickly widened the gap in their formation. Li Na led the charge, followed closely by Wang Mingho, Fang Xingchen, and Chu Mo, forming the first echelon. Wang Hu, slightly hampered by dragging Lin Xiaolan, fell to the middle of the group. Chen Yu, who was physically capable enough to match the pace of the first echelon, found himself struggling as Su Xingyao, accustomed to a pampered existence, faltered under the strain of such a desperate flight, gasping for breath, her face pale, her steps growing unsteady. Nearly being half-dragged by Chen Yu, Lu Wei, though frightened, managed to keep pace with Chen Yu. Fortunately, they were not far from the open space at the grain-drying area. The four in the lead, Li Na and her companions, narrowly squeezed through the gap between two encroaching shadowy figures, reaching the relatively open edge of the grain-drying area first. However, the following Wang Hu and Lin Xiaolan were not as fortunate. Two shadows darted out like phantoms, blocking their path. One shadow brandished a rusty pitchfork directly aimed at Lin Xiaolan's heart. The other shadow, seemingly sluggish in its movements, raised its empty hand, clawing forward, its form eerily reminiscent of the ensnared Zhao Lei. "Be careful," Wang Hu shouted, reacting with remarkable speed. He yanked Lin Xiaolan behind him with force, while his right hand wielded a heavy machete, propelled upward with all his might, aiming precisely at the head of the pitchfork-wielding monster. A dull thud echoed as if striking decaying wood. The monster's head split open, revealing a gaping wound from which a viscous, pitch-black substance oozed forth. It fell back silently. Yet, Wang Hu paid a price for his bravery. Despite his efforts to evade, the thrusting pitchfork grazed the outer side of his right shoulder. The fabric of his jacket tore apart, exposing the flesh beneath, and blood gushed forth, staining his shoulder crimson. The sharp pain elicited a muffled groan from Wang Hu, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He scarcely had time to inspect the wound, for the figure resembling Zhao Lei lunged towards him. A fierce glint flashed in Wang Hu's eyes, and with his injured right arm unable to strike powerfully, he executed a low sweep, his right leg crashing against the creature's shins. The shadow stumbled and fell. Wang Hu had no time to deliver a finishing blow nor ponder why this monster seemed so fragile. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his shoulder, his left hand firmly gripping Lin Xiaolan's wrist, hoarsely shouting "Go!" as he dragged her past the fallen creature. Chen Yu, Lu Wei, and Su Xingyao, who followed closely behind, seized the brief moment of respite gained by Wang Hu's sacrifice, rushing through the opening in a state of panic. Yet, the crisis was far from over. More shadows were closing in from all directions. The two monsters that had been felled by Wang Hu were now struggling to rise again, contorting their joints in an unnatural manner. They had not run far when disaster struck once more. "Ah!" Su Xingyao cried out in pain, her foot giving way, causing her to tumble forward onto the ground. Her right ankle twisted at an unnatural angle, unable to endure the panic and uneven terrain. She finally succumbed to a severe sprain. "Chen Yu, help me. My foot hurts so much, I can't move." Tears streamed down Su Xingyao's face as she desperately reached out to her boyfriend, who was ahead, her eyes filled with pleading and a profound fear of death. Hearing her cries, Chen Yu abruptly turned back. He saw Su Xingyao collapsed on the ground, while behind her, the shadowy creatures, including the two that Wang Hu had just knocked down, were closing in rapidly. Their faceless heads seemed to lock onto the helpless Su Xingyao, their rusted tools rising once more. Time appeared to freeze in that instant. A tumult of emotions flickered across Chen Yu's face, his struggle for his girlfriend, the fear of death, and the instinct for self-preservation. His pace slowed, his body slightly turning towards Su Xingyao, seemingly contemplating a return. But at that moment, the monster with the cleaved head was almost upon him, the black viscous fluid oozing from its wound resembling a mocking grin. From another direction, more shadows were poised to complete the encirclement. The conflict within Chen Yu's expression was swiftly replaced by sheer terror. The thought of returning to rescue her felt utterly powerless against the chilling threat of death. Gritting his teeth, a painful resolve flashed in his eyes as he abruptly turned away, no longer gazing at the desperate cries of Su Xingyao, but pouring all his strength into fleeing. Moving even faster than before, swiftly surpassing Lu Wei, who had also turned back, her face pale with shock. Lu Wei witnessed the unfolding scene. She saw the despair and plea in Su Xingyao's eyes and the heartless retreat of Chunyu. Her own eyes filled with astonishment, disbelief, followed by a wave of profound fear and deep guilt, akin to the sorrow of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. She opened her mouth as if to shout something, yet ultimately no sound escaped her lips. The instinct for survival overshadowed all else. She dared not stop. She cast a deep glance at Su Xingyao, who lay motionless on the ground, and then followed the receding figure of Chunyu, desperately fleeing ahead. Chunyu, Lu Wei, don't leave me behind. I beg you, save me. Su Xingyao's cries turned into a chilling and despairing wail as she futilely reached out her hand. Watching her once intimate lover and companion vanish without hesitation into the darkness ahead, the cold shadows enveloped her completely. The shadowy monsters closed in, not immediately attacking but standing silently, lowering their heads to gaze at their incapacitated prey. That silence was far more suffocating than direct slaughter. Su Xingyao's cries gradually morphed into powerless whimpers, as immense fear and the despair of abandonment consumed her entirely. She gazed at the faceless shadows drawing ever closer, observing their rusted, grimy tools that had likely been stained with countless despairing moments, as her consciousness was slowly submerged in an icy darkness. Meanwhile, those who fled ahead did not dare to look back at the inevitable tragedy. They exerted all their strength to escape towards the seemingly safe, yet still shrouded in ominous darkness, threshing ground. With each step taken, it felt as though they were distancing themselves further from their humanity. The dark night of the desolate village, with its cold and cruel rules, silently interrogated and consumed every soul ensnared within it. Chapter 17. Trapped in despair and the blood sacrifice of the living, the remaining 8 individuals sprinted along the edge of the threshing ground, facing the biting cold of the night wind. Their lungs felt as if they were ablaze, each breath bringing with it icy pain. Yet the instinct to survive squeezed every last ounce of potential from their bodies. Wang Hu's shoulder wound was torn open further with each frantic stride, blood soaking half of his sleeve, yet he gritted his teeth in silence, gripping Lin Xiaolan tightly with his uninjured left hand, almost dragging her along. Lin Xiaolan's face was pale, her breaths rapid, yet her gaze remained remarkably resolute as she struggled to keep pace, refusing to become a greater burden. They raced past a black business vehicle that stood ghostly still, and a pile of ashes from a once-burning campfire, now extinguished save for a lingering warmth. Lina did not pause for even a moment, her goal clear yet desperate, the dark and deep mountains that loomed in the night, the only possible path of escape that had not been completely sealed off. However, reality was suffocatingly cruel. As they stumbled past the dilapidated side of a shrine, the grating sound of scraping and low growls drew closer behind them. A glance back sent chills down their spines. The shadowy monsters were like a festering plague, with the closest one to the trailing Lu Wei now less than 10 meters away. The rusted machete in the creature's hand traced a cold arc in the dim moonlight, nearly grazing Lu Wei's back. Lu Wei let out a scream that echoed with the essence of impending death, the chill of mortality instantly seizing her. In that critical moment, Wang Mingho, who had been nervously glancing back, instinctively hurled the sturdy wooden stick he had been using as a weapon backward with all his fear and strength. The stick spun through the air, striking the pursuing monster's shin with a dull thud. The creature stumbled, losing its balance and crashing to the ground, the machete slipping from its grasp with a clattering sound. These precious seconds gained were a matter of life and death for Lu Wei. She unleashed a potential she had never known, pushing off the ground and darting forward like a startled rabbit, finally tumbling through the towering threshold of the shrine. Shut the door. Quickly, close the door. Lina's frantic shout cracked with urgency. Without time to assess the interior of the shrine, Fang Xingchen and Chu Mo reacted swiftly, grasping the heavy, worm-eaten, and cracked wooden doors, straining to pull them shut. With a screeching clash, the doors were firmly closed. Chu Mo, quick-witted, immediately thrust a seemingly sturdy old bolt into the latch just as the doors sealed. Bang, bang, bang. Almost simultaneously with the bolt's drop, heavy and frenzied pounding resonated like a war drum from outside. The thick wooden door trembled violently, dust cascading from its surface, as if it would shatter under the inhuman force at any moment. Each impact felt like a direct blow to the hearts of those within, draining color from their faces. Hold it. Find something to block the door, Li Na commanded urgently, her gaze sweeping the shrine like a searchlight. Through the dim moonlight filtering through the cracks and broken windows, they struggled to see their surroundings. The shrine was not particularly spacious, approximately 30 square meters, filled with a musty odor that was thick and oppressive, mingled with dust and a strange, stale incense-like scent. The ground was littered with decaying mats, broken planks, and unusable scraps of wood. The center of the shrine was empty, with the walls bearing the faint outlines of shrines, but the deities had long since vanished, leaving only bare bases and cobwebs. What caught the eye most was a massive rectangular stone altar made from solid granite, measuring over 2 meters long and about a meter wide and high, exuding an air of weighty antiquity. Scattered across its surface and the surrounding ground were fragmented, barely legible black tablets, seemingly telling tales of forgotten offerings. Push that altar over. Block the door. Chu Mo pointed urgently at the stone altar, his voice raspy with urgency. This was undoubtedly the best course of action. The group seized upon this lifeline, disregarding any reverence or fear as their instinct for survival took precedence. Wang Hu roared, ignoring his shoulder injury, pushing his uninjured left shoulder against one side of the altar. Wang Mingho, Fang Xingchen, Chu Mo, and Chun Yu quickly joined in to assist. Even Li Na, Lin Xiaolan, and Lu Wei exerted all their strength from behind. The altar was exceedingly heavy, seemingly adhered to the ground. 8 people struggled with all their might, their faces turning crimson and veins bulging, managing to shift it only slowly, producing a deep, rumbling sound as it moved inch by inch towards the door. The pounding from outside grew increasingly frantic and violent. They could even hear the splintering of wood fibers. Tiny cracks began to appear on the door panel. Faster! Hurry! Li Na urged, her voice nearly shattering. Finally, just as the door was on the verge of being smashed to pieces, the heavy altar was laboriously pushed behind it. The group exerted themselves once more, adjusting their angles, pressing the widest side of the altar firmly against the trembling door. Boom! Another violent impact shook the structure, but this time, the door merely quivered, the altar steadfast behind it. The heart-stopping sounds of the door being battered were finally muffled by the weighty granite, growing dull and resigned. The 8 survivors collapsed onto the ground behind the altar, leaning against the cold, hard stone, gasping for breath, sweat streaming down their foreheads and mingling with dust, leaving them in a wretched state. Their chests heaved as if they were windbags being pulled apart, and for a moment, no one could utter a complete sentence. Only the lingering dread and extreme fatigue permeating the air. However, before they could catch their breath, a sound unlike the previous impacts reached their ears, a more chilling noise. It was the dull thud of metal cleaving wood, and there was more than one source. They were using axes to chop the door. Chu Mo sat up abruptly, his face paling further. He peered through a narrow crack in the door, freshly cleaved, and beheld 2 shadowy figures swinging their weathered yet still sharp axes with a mechanical ferocity, striking the door with relentless blows. Wood shavings flew. The momentary relief he had felt was instantly replaced by a sense of dread. While the stone platform could withstand impact, it could not endure such persistent destruction. The consequences of the door being breached were too horrific to contemplate. Just as despair engulfed him, a low, resonant hum, seemingly emanating from the depths of the earth, or perhaps from the heavens above, suddenly filled the air. This sound was not deafening, yet it possessed an unusual penetrating quality that eclipsed all the sounds of chopping, roaring, and even reached into the depths of the soul, causing the hearts of the 8 individuals within the shrine to constrict, igniting a primal urge to flee. At that moment, all noises outside ceased abruptly. The chopping, the impacts, the roars vanished entirely. A deathly silence enveloped the scene, yet it felt even more eerie and unsettling than before. What was happening? Lin Xiaolan's voice trembled as she instinctively moved closer to Wang Hu. Fang Xingchen and Chu Mo quickly joined her at the door crack, cautiously peering outside. They saw that all the shadowy figures had halted their actions, turning in unison toward the village entrance, their postures suggesting a vigilant watchfulness. Then a hoarse, somber sound akin to rusty metal scraping against metal pierced the air, infused with an aura of anxiety and fear. How could those black creatures be back? Hadn't they led them away to the winding road? The winding road? Fang Xingchen's heart jolted. Could it refer to the path they had taken? It must be the misfortune brought by those intruders. Another sharper voice interjected with venom, clearly aimed at those within the shrine. Village chief, what do we do now? All living things in the village have been sacrificed. There are no livestock left. How can we seek our ancestors' protection against them? A third voice chimed in, laden with evident panic and helplessness. The figure referred to as the village chief appeared more imposing and substantial than the surrounding creatures. After a brief silence, its faceless visage scanned the shrine's entrance, ultimately settling its icy gaze upon the crowd. Did we not capture a living person just now? The village chief stated in a tone as flat as discussing mundane agricultural matters. Let us use her as a sacrifice. With a single command, the 2 shadowy figures sprang into action, dragging forth a figure bound with coarse ropes, her mouth stuffed with rags. It was Su Xingyao. the one who had twisted her ankle and had been abandoned. She seemed to have lost consciousness, her eyes tightly shut, her face streaked with tears, pale as death, covered in dirt and grass, exuding an aura of utter despair. Without a hint of compassion, the two monsters hurled her at the cold ground before the shrine's entrance. Chen Yu witnessed this scene, his body stiffening as the blood drained from his face. His lips quivered as he instinctively took a half step forward, yet felt as if pinned down by invisible nails. Unable to take another step, his eyes filled with a complex mix of pain, fear, and an almost imperceptible sense of relief. Lu Wei clamped her hands over her mouth, tears streaming silently as her body trembled like leaves in an autumn wind, an overwhelming sense of guilt nearly engulfing her. At that moment, the monstrous village chief reached out to one of the creatures in the shadows, commanding in an undeniable tone, "Li Laojian, present the treasure you seized." The creature, named Li Laojian, appeared exceedingly reluctant, hesitating and stalling, but under the village chief's silent pressure, he eventually retrieved an object from his clothing. It was a sphere about the size of a ping-pong ball, exhibiting an eerily dark hue. This was not merely black. It seemed to encapsulate all darkness in the world, yet within it flowed an unfathomable, iridescent light. The moment it appeared, it seemed to possess a certain enchantment, instantly drawing the attention of all the creatures and the individuals within the shrine, as if the already sparse moonlight had been absorbed by it, filling the air with an indescribable atmosphere of temptation and foreboding. The 8 onlookers peering through the crack were irresistibly drawn to this orb. Even those with relatively steadfast minds, such as Fang Xingchen, Chu Mo, and Li Na, felt a sudden surge of overwhelming desire and heart palpitations. So this was the treasure they sought. Wang Mingho's gaze became fixed, murmuring to himself as his breathing grew labored. Chen Yu seemed entranced, his eyes locked onto the dark orb, gleaming with unrestrained greed. His throat constricting as he struggled to suppress the urge to rush forward, unintentionally muttering, "It's mine, it should be mine." Not only he, but the others too felt an indescribable yearning bubbling within, though they forcibly suppressed it with reason. The village chief seized the black orb from Li Laojian almost aggressively. It approached the unconscious Su Xingyao, crouching beside her, its skeletal hand placing the bizarre black sphere gently upon her chest. Strangely, upon contact, the orb seemed to possess a life of its own, securely adhering to her, motionless. In the next moment, led by the village chief, all the shadowy figures, including the reluctant Li Laojian, knelt in unison toward the shrine. They chanted in an ancient, convoluted rhythm, their voices hoarse and fervent, echoing through the desolate night sky. "Blood sacrifice, seek the ancestors' protection. Blood sacrifice, seek the ancestors' protection." After 3 repeated chants, an eerie phenomenon occurred. The orb adhered to Su Xingyao's chest began to pulsate with vibrant, shifting colors, as if breathing. Subsequently, a faint, visible essence of blood began to be forcefully drawn from Su Xingyao's mouth, nose, and even her skin pores, weaving its way into the black orb. Meanwhile, her body underwent a horrifying transformation at a terrifying speed. Her once youthful and smooth skin rapidly lost moisture and elasticity, becoming shriveled and sallow, covered in a network of wrinkles. Her dark hair turned gray and lifeless, resembling withered autumn grass. Her once plump cheeks sank in, the vitality within her ebbing away as if it were retreating with the tide. Within mere breaths, decades of her life seemed to be siphoned away, leaving her rapidly aging and withering. Inside the shrine, witnessing this unimaginable and profoundly evil scene, all present felt a chilling wave wash over them, their blood seemingly freezing. Lin Xiaolan, as a nurse, was most attuned to the passage of life. She clamped her mouth shut, tears pouring forth silently, her body shaking violently with fear and rage. Wang Hu's fists clenched tightly, cracking with tension, oblivious to the renewed bleeding from his shoulder wound. Chu Mo's pallor was ghostly, his eyes behind glasses filled with shock and piercing contemplation. Fang Xingchen's heart raced uncontrollably. He finally comprehended that the terror of Fengmin village was far beyond mere ghostly hauntings. It was an ancient, darker evil, feeding upon life itself, and they had already become ensnared within it. The sacrifice continued. The orb's glow seemed to dim slightly. Yet the oppressive darkness emanating from the village entrance appeared to pause momentarily. The monsters knelt in silence, awaiting their ancestors' response. The confrontation inside and outside the ancestral hall has descended into a suffocating and increasingly bizarre equilibrium. Beneath this balance lies the rapidly fading life of Su Xingyao, the monstrous predator lurking outside, the unknown terror of the black insects at the village entrance, and the accumulating fear, despair, An insidious greed ignited by the black orb within the hearts of the 8 individuals. The long night stretches on, and the slaughter persists. The true trial may have only just commenced. Chapter 18. The shield of protection and the wounds of corruption. The air within and around the ancestral hall seemed to solidify. Each breath from the shadowy monsters carrying a nauseating stench of decay, intermingling with the life force of Su Xingyao that was steadily dissipating, weaving a suffocating net of death. The black orb clinging to Su Xingyao's heart now resembled the awakened eye of a demon, its surface pulsating with an iridescent black light that surged forth, transforming from a mere flicker into vibrant ribbons of light that twisted and coiled through the air. Fang Xingchen clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles whitening from the effort.
Through the cracks in the door, he clearly observed the ribbons of light, as if possessing consciousness,
ascending from the surface of the black orb and gradually coalescing into a translucent barrier of energy. What is this? Lin Xiaolan grasped tightly onto Wang Hu's sleeve, her voice filled with shock and confusion. As a nurse, she had witnessed countless phenomena beyond medical explanation, yet she had never encountered such an illogical fluctuation of energy. The barrier radiated a warmth and gentleness that inexplicably stirred a chilling sensation deep within her. The barrier exhibited a translucent quality, reminiscent of rippling water, its surface flowing with intricate and subtle hues emanating from the black orb. It expanded outward at a seemingly slow yet undeniably unstoppable pace, akin to a soap bubble steadily inflating, silently gliding past the kneeling shadowy monsters, effortlessly penetrating the dilapidated wooden doors and walls of the ancestral hall, enveloping Fang Xingchen and his companions within, continuing its spread toward the distant mountains and the village entrance. In the fleeting moment of being brushed by this peculiar barrier, Fang Xingchen felt a faint, icy touch sweep across his skin, as if submerged in a thin layer of cool water, only to vanish without a trace. Yet, an indescribable change ensued. The suffocating oppression in the air and the barely discernible stench of decay seemed to be slightly purified, dispersing somewhat. Even the grotesque shadows outside appeared to sharpen momentarily, their thick darkness thinning, revealing distorted traces of their features beneath, no longer pure chaos. The rigidity in their movements lessened, as if experiencing a brief awakening from a dreamlike state, emitting a low murmur filled with confusion and astonishment. The ancestors have manifested. They are protecting us. The tallest of the monstrous villagers suddenly rose, its voice still hoarse but laced with a hint of relieved ecstasy and fatigue. It surveyed the surrounding villagers, its tone becoming complex, intertwined with deep regret and helplessness. This treasure is indeed a true treasure, its power unfathomable. Alas, we mere mortals, bound by flesh, cannot wield it. Instead, we are eroded and twisted by its power. It lifted a hand composed of shadows, seemingly gazing, its voice heavy with pain. We have become these wretched beings, neither human nor ghost, neither living nor dead. We cannot escape this village, nor can we abandon this orb. Every night, as darkness falls, we repeat this frenzied contest. Like puppets driven by greed and the power of this treasure, slaughtering one another in an endless cycle. Its lament echoed in the stillness of the night, adding a layer of desolation to the horror of this forsaken village. However, this fleeting moment of reflection was abruptly interrupted by a new crisis. The energy barrier, now expanded to the village entrance, collided violently with the dense, inky black mist outside. A thunderous roar echoed, accompanied by sizzling sounds. No audible noise reached them, but the intense energy impact resonated clearly through the barrier itself, causing the ground of the ancestral hall to tremble slightly. At the edge where the barrier met the black mist, a blinding flash erupted, resembling invisible thunder crashing continuously. The black mist appeared to possess life and intent, coalescing into thick, tentacle-like forms that furiously lashed out at the barrier. Each impact sent ripples across the surface of the barrier, its luminescence fluctuating wildly. Although the black mist occasionally lost fragments, its power was evidently more formidable. Under the relentless onslaught, the recently expanded energy barrier began to falter, resembling an airbag being pressed down by immense force, visibly contracting inward. At this rate, it would not be long before the barrier collapsed back into the core of the village, potentially leading to its complete destruction. The village chief, witnessing this, felt his earlier relaxation swiftly replaced by urgency. We cannot retreat. We must hold our ground, he bellowed, immediately issuing commands. Light the torches. Everyone capable. Arm yourselves and follow me to the village entrance. We cannot allow those black insects to enter. If they do, we are all doomed. The surviving monstrous villagers seemed to awaken from their brief clarity, the oppressive fear replacing their previous confusion. They moved mechanically, retrieving long-handled torches wrapped in oilcloth from a cluttered corner of the ancestral hall, igniting them with flint. One by one, the torches flared to life, the flickering flames briefly dispelling patches of darkness, casting the distorted and swaying shadows of the monsters upon the walls and ground, rendering the scene even more surreal. They gathered behind the village chief, clutching torches and rusted farming tools, resembling a militia risen from the depths of hell. Silently and despairingly advancing toward the village entrance to confront the unknown, more terrifying tide of black insects. Outside the ancestral hall, only 3 monsters remained to keep watch. Among them was Li Laojian, the one most reluctant to relinquish the black orb, while the other 2 appeared even more dazed and numb. Their task was evidently to guard the sacrificial treasure and the living beings deemed the source of calamity within the ancestral hall. At this moment, the 8 individuals inside the ancestral hall seemed utterly drained of strength, collapsing to the ground, leaning against the cold stone altar, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, Wang Hu cursed, clutching his still painful shoulder, his voice trembling with residual fear. If only I had listened to Chunyu earlier and lit a bonfire at the threshing ground, we might have been better off. His words trailed off, yet the unvoiced implication was clear to all. The monstrous villagers evidently harbored no fear of fire. They were even wielding torches themselves. Had they truly ignited a bonfire then, the immense brightness would not have driven them away. Rather, it would have illuminated their presence like a beacon, rendering them the most conspicuous target. Likely torn to shreds long ago, a wave of belated relief mixed with a deeper chill swept through each person's heart. "Ah, Brother Wang, your hand," Lin Xiaolan suddenly exclaimed, her voice tinged with a sob. She had finally begun to recover from her overwhelming fear, and her nursing instincts compelled her to notice Wang Hu's shoulder, which he had been pressing. Under the beam of the flashlight, the wound on Wang Hu's shoulder appeared particularly gruesome. The flesh torn by the pitchfork was still raw, blood seeping continuously, but what was even more alarming was that the skin surrounding the wound had taken on an ominous grayish-black hue. This darkness was visibly spreading along the veins and fascia toward his upper arm and chest, rendering the skin cold, numb, and even slightly losing its elasticity. Lin Xiaolan fumbled to open her medical kit, retrieving iodine, hemostatic powder, and gauze, carefully cleaning the wound. However, when the cotton swab made contact with the darkened area, Wang Hu could not help but gasp sharply, not from pain, but from an icy chill and a numbing sensation penetrating to his very bones. "This is not an ordinary infection." Lin Xiaolan's voice trembles, tears welling in her eyes. "I have never witnessed such a sight." She attempts to wash it away with disinfectant, yet the darkness shows no sign of abating. Confronted with this extraordinary pollution, all her medical knowledge feels utterly powerless, as an immense sense of helplessness and guilt seizes her. Wang Hu grits his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging, resolutely silent. He gazes at his gradually darkening arm, a glimmer of despair flashing in his eyes, but more so a fierce unwillingness. "It's fine, I won't die just yet," he mutters, trying to comfort the tearful Lin Xiaolan, as if to bolster his own spirits. Fang Xingchen and Chu Mo exchange a glance, their hearts growing heavier. This bizarre black pollution starkly reminds them that the threats facing this world are far more complex than mere physical harm. It directly targets the essence of life, insidious and difficult to eradicate. Fang Xingchen compels himself to remain calm and analyze. Based on the information just heard, the black insects at the village entrance seem to be linked to the dark engulfing entity encountered on the winding mountain road, and even these villagers, tainted by the treasure, are filled with profound fear. Moreover, the energy barrier relies on the power of the black pearl, yet it appears to require a blood sacrifice to sustain it. Now that the barrier is receding, it indicates that Su Xingyao's vitality alone may not suffice. His gaze sweeps over the 3 lurking monsters outside, finally resting on the distant flashes and the faint sounds of roars emanating from the village entrance. His tone grave. "We must find a way quickly. If the barrier shatters, or if the villagers cannot withstand the onslaught and retreat, our situation will become 100 times more perilous." Inside the ancestral hall, silence envelopes them once more, punctuated only by the heavy breaths of the group, Lin Xiaolan's stifled sobs, and the sluggish footsteps of the 3 monsters outside. Despair creeps in like a cold vine, silently wrapping around them once more. Chapter 19. A life-and-death breakthrough, and the strangling grasp of greed. The air within the ancestral hall feels suffused with a petrified terror, each breath heavy with chill. Chu Mo adjusts his glasses that have slid down to the tip of his nose. His gaze, sharp in the dim light, follows Fang Xingchen's analysis, his voice taut with suppressed anxiety. The black insects at the village entrance are arch-enemies of the monster villagers. Yet victory for either side spells disaster for us. The black insects can devour life in the darkness, while the villagers are manipulated by the black pearl. Once they free up hands, our meager defenses will crumble. Our only chance lies in exploiting the chaos at the village entrance to escape. Lina's fingers, gripping her trekking pole, turn white, her years of hiking experience now the sole reliance of the group. The terrain behind the mountain is complex. Although it may hold unknown dangers, it at least offers a way to avoid direct confrontation. We must act swiftly. If the barrier collapses entirely, we won't even have a chance to flee. Fang Xingchen's gaze scans the group, ultimately landing on Wang Hu's increasingly darkening shoulder. His tone resolute. One thing must be remembered. No matter what happens, we must not touch that black pearl. From the villagers' reactions, it not only taints the flesh but also distorts the mind. The experiences of Zhao Lei and Li Jie serve as cautionary tales. Our singular goal is to escape alive. Lin Xiaolan nods vigorously, clutching the medical kit tightly to her chest, her fingertips trembling with anxiety. Lu Wei leans against the wall, her face pale, eyes filled with lingering terror. She instinctively glances towards the door, as if still able to see the harrowing sight of Su Xingyao's sacrifice. A wave of nausea rising in her throat. Chunyu stands at the edge of the crowd, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his pocket, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Upon hearing "do not touch the black pearl," his pupils constrict slightly, a barely perceptible smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, though he quickly masks it, feigning compliance. The 8 of them, united in purpose, finally manage to shift the stone platform to the door. Fang Xingchen peers through the gap, observing the 3 guarding monster villagers. Their backs turned to the ancestral hall, fixated on the direction of the village entrance. There, monstrous roars and the muffled sounds of energy collisions resonate. Brilliant flashes illuminating the night sky through the crevices of the building, indicating that the battle has escalated to a fever pitch. They swiftly scavenge for anything that can serve as a weapon within the ancestral hall. Wang Hu clings tightly to his bloodied machete. Li Na raises her trekking pole, while Fang Xingchen and Chu Mo each seize a broken table leg. Wang Mingho finds a rusted iron stake, and Chunyu grabs a decayed flagpole, while Lin Xiaolan and Lu Wei shakily pick up 2 thinner sticks. The 8 exchange fearful glances, yet a flicker of reckless determination ignites within them. Fang Xingchen takes a deep breath and abruptly dislodges the old door latch. With a creaking bang, one of the heavy wooden doors is forcefully swung open. The 3 guarding monster villagers seem taken aback that the sacrificial offerings within the ancestral hall dare to open the door. Turning to look, their movements momentarily sluggish. Now's our chance. Charge. Li Na emits a brief, urgent command, the first to squeeze through the door, her trekking pole slicing through the air, crashing down onto the nearest dazed villager's head. With a dull thud, the villager stumbles. Charge. Wang Hu bellows, the second to burst forth, his machete ruthlessly cleaving toward another responding villager, forcing it to raise its arm in defense, producing a clattering sound of metal against metal. Fang Xingchen, Chu Mo, and Wang Mingho follow closely behind, their weapons wildly swinging at the 3 villagers. Lin Xiaolan and Lu Wei also scream as they rush out, flailing their sticks. The narrow doorway descends into chaos. Though the 3 monster villagers possess bizarre strength, they are outnumbered and momentarily stunned by the sudden, desperate onslaught. Quickly being battered to the ground, they emit furious shrieks, struggling to rise, their bodies contorting yet moving sluggishly. Wang Hu, blinded by rage, recalls his darkening arm and fallen comrades, roaring as he relentlessly strikes the downed villagers, his blade sinking into flesh, yet only more viscous black liquid oozes forth. The 3 monsters still writhing on the ground, their wounds beginning to heal slowly. Damn it, they can't be killed. Forget it. Run. Fang Xingchen, his scalp prickling, yanks at Wang Hu, who still wishes to keep striking, shouting hoarsely. Go. Li Na also cries out, disregarding the struggling monsters on the ground, making a beeline for the direction of the back mountain, sprinting away. The survivors, snapping out of their stupor, abandon thoughts of delivering final blows, mustering every ounce of strength to follow Li Na as they plunge into the dark, treacherous area behind the village, as if it harbors even more unknown dangers. Chunyu instinctively follows for a few steps, but gradually comes to a halt. His gaze is drawn to the rapidly withering body of Su Xingyao not far away. More precisely, it is drawn to the pearl, still clinging to her chest, pulsating with eerie, iridescent black light. Greed swiftly overshadows fear, even eclipsing the last vestiges of guilt for his former lover. The treasure is mine. A frenzied voice screams in his mind. He inexplicably breaks away from the group. Seizing the moment of chaos and darkness, crouching low, like a thief, he darts to Su Xingyao's lifeless body. That once radiant and enchanting face now lies desiccated, resembling that of an old crone, her hollow eyes staring vacantly into the inky night sky. Chun Yu's stomach churns, yet his hands move with astonishing speed. Trembling, he reaches out, his fingertips brushing against the pearl, cold as ice, yet possessing a strange alluring force, as if it seeks to draw his very soul within. With a sudden surge of strength, he yanks the pearl from Su Xingyao's heart. In that fleeting moment, Su Xingyao's lifeless body seemed to have completely lost its final vestige of support, emitting an almost imperceptible sound akin to a sigh or a release, disintegrating into a small heap of ash-like matter. Chun Yu's heart raced wildly as he clutched the black orb tightly in his palm, the coldness and temptation intertwining to evoke both fear and exhilaration within him. He gripped the black orb firmly, turning to chase towards the back mountain, fearful of being discovered in his furtive actions, oblivious to the fact that the orb's glow was gradually merging into his palm. A dark vein began to creep up his arm. Wang Mingho, positioned at the rear of the group, seemed to sense something amiss and cast a glance back. He happened to catch sight of Chun Yu rising from beside Su Xingyao's corpse, seemingly clutching something. The furtive demeanor and the lingering expression of greed on his face ignited all of Wang Mingho's pent-up rage, fear, and resentment from the past few days. Chun Yu, you bastard. Wang Mingho halted abruptly, unleashing a beastly growl. What the hell did you bring us here for? You caused Zhao Lei's death. You caused Su Xingyao's death. And now you want to keep it all to yourself? Startled by the roar, Chun Yu, feeling guilty, not only failed to stop, but accelerated, attempting to dash past Wang Mingho. As he neared the point of surpassing him, Wang Mingho's eyes gleamed with ferocity, completely losing his reason. With a sudden, fierce motion, he raised the sharp-edged fragment of brick he had clutched tightly in his hand and swung it violently towards the back of Chun Yu's head. A resounding thud echoed. Chun Yu felt an excruciating pain strike his skull, darkness engulfing his vision, and he collapsed forward without uttering a sound, the black orb slipping from his grasp, bouncing a few times on the uneven ground before rolling several steps away, its surface momentarily dimming. You deceived us. You caused deaths. This treasure should be mine. It's mine. Wang Mingho gasped, his face contorted in rage as he rushed forward, bending down to retrieve the black orb. However, at the instant his fingers brushed against the orb, his left ankle tightened suddenly. A tremendous force yanked him down to the ground. Wang Mingho fell hard, his chin crashing against the ground, stars exploding in his vision. Turning to see, he was met with the bloodied, twisted face of Chun Yu. Somehow, Chun Yu, filled with a manic determination, had latched onto his left leg, eyes brimming with madness and resentment, hissing, "You shall not take my treasure." The two immediately began to grapple like wild dogs fighting over a bone, utilizing fists, nails, and teeth, every weapon at their disposal. Their roars, curses, and gasps echoed hauntingly through the desolate village. Despite his head injury, Chun Yu's will to survive and obsession with the treasure unleashed astonishing strength. Wang Mingho, relying on his superior stamina, attempted to break free and grasp the orb that lay so tantalizingly close. But just then, a third shadow loomed over them. The creature, known as Li Laojian, previously felled by Wang Hu, had somehow struggled its way over. Its faceless countenance seemed to exhibit an intense yearning for the black orb, as a shadowy, half-ethereal hand reached directly for the orb lying on the ground. "Get away, old ghost." Wang Mingho's eyes widened with fury as he delivered a forceful kick to Li Laojian's side, producing a dull thud. Yet it felt as if he had struck a cold iron mass. Li Laojian merely swayed, its grasp towards the black orb unyielding. Chun Yu, in a moment of panic, released his hold on Wang Mingho and reached out to seize it as well. Instantly, three individuals, or rather, three grotesque entities, three souls utterly consumed by greed, engaged in a primal, hideous struggle for the ominous black orb in this abyss of despair. They rolled, bit, and struck, their bodies coated in dirt and black liquid, while their curses and roars reverberated in the night sky, reminiscent of a grotesque farce from the depths of hell, yet infused with a chilling brutality. Meanwhile, ahead, Lina, Fang Xingchen, and others had already sensed the anomaly behind them. They halted, turning to witness this unbelievable spectacle. "They've gone mad," Lin Xiaolan gasped, covering her mouth, her voice trembling with fear and disgust. "Forget about them. Move quickly," Lina commanded sharply, her tone as cold as steel. She understood that even a moment's hesitation could plunge them all into an irreversible abyss. Fang Xingchen cast one last glance at the three figures entangled in their struggle and the black orb lying nearby, seemingly mocking the greed and folly of the onlookers. Gritting his teeth, he turned to follow Li Na. "Quick! Into the mountains." The remaining 6, no longer looking back, desperately fled towards the deeper, unknown darkness of the back mountain. Behind them, the cacophony of their desperate struggle, the sound of the monsters crawling, and the increasingly intense energy explosions at the village entrance intertwined to compose a terrifying requiem, heralding the most mournful backdrop to their desperate escape. The night in the desolate village remained interminable, the darkness of human nature entwined with the bizarre forces, while the path to survival seemed eternally hidden behind the next layer of deeper shadows. Chapter 20. Hope, Despair. And the path to survival, the remaining 6 fled desperately towards the back mountain, their lungs feeling like broken bellows, each breath laced with the metallic taste of blood, the cold air scraping their throats. Their legs had long since gone numb, moving forward mechanically, propelled by sheer instinct to survive. The ground beneath them transitioned from the relatively flat, threshing floor to a rugged terrain, stones and dry branches continually tripping them up, each stumble nearly causing their hearts to leap from their chests. The dark silhouette of the back mountain loomed larger in the night, sinister and foreboding, like a monstrous beast lying in wait. Yet, gazing at the mountain devoid of any entrances, a flicker of faint hope ignited within the group. Perhaps there was no despairing cave like those in the village. Perhaps a true path to survival lay hidden there. This thought acted as a tonic, urging their already exhausted bodies to unleash their final reserves of strength. Wang Hu, enduring the excruciating pain and numbness radiating from his injured shoulder, pressed on, cold sweat beading on his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth to stifle any groans. Lin Xiaolan trailed closely behind him, her instincts as a nurse keeping her vigilant over Wang Hu's condition. Chu Mo gasped heavily as he ran, his glasses fogging over, yet his mind raced, calculating any probability of escape from this dire situation. Fang Xingchen, positioned in the middle of the group, wrestled with 2 conflicting memories in his mind. Yet one thought grew increasingly clear: survival was imperative. Just as they neared the relatively gentle slope at the foot of the mountain, hope felt almost within reach. Li Na, at the front, suddenly halted as if paralyzed. Her body swayed slightly from the abrupt stop. Then, she lifted her head, staring blankly at the mountain ahead, her complexion draining of color as a near-frozen despair replaced her earlier determination. A heavy silence fell over the others, and trusting in Li Na's judgment, they too halted, panting beside her, following her gaze ahead. Just a glance was enough to clutch their hearts in a vice-like grip, nearly halting their beats. Before them, the once expansive, translucent energy barrier had now constricted to the midpoint of the mountain, and it continued to shrink visibly, resolutely drawing inward. The vibrant lights swirling across the barrier's surface dimmed and disordered, as if they could extinguish completely at any moment. More terrifyingly, beyond the barrier, a thick, inky black mist roiled relentlessly, pressing against the barrier's surface like a tide in pursuit of its prey. The black mist seemed to possess both life and intent, continually coalescing into countless twisted, writhing tendrils that violently assaulted and devoured the crumbling barrier. Each collision caused the barrier to cave inward, emitting a silent yet heart-wrenching lament of energy. Where the black mist traversed, even the moonlight was utterly consumed, leaving behind only pure, suffocating darkness and an eerie silence. The contracting barrier, alongside the relentless tide of black insects, was inexorably pushing the last remnants of space and hope toward oblivion. Fang Xingchen abruptly turned to gaze in the direction of the village entrance. The scene there was equally suffocating. The energy barrier had shrunk to the edge of the drying field. The shadowy villagers who had surged forth to confront the threat now numbered but 2 indistinct figures, futilely brandishing their weapons at the barrier's fringe. Their movements were sluggish and feeble, their shadows faint, as if they might vanish at any moment. In the instant he turned, a horrifying scene unfolded. One villager, grievously wounded, faltered just a moment too long, failing to keep pace with the barrier's contraction, leaving his body exposed outside its protection. There was no scream, no struggle. Like a droplet merging with the ocean, he disappeared without a trace the moment he encountered the black mist, leaving not even a wisp of ash behind, as if he had never existed. The last remaining villager, whose tall and solid outline suggested he was the monstrous village chief, wielded a long torch alone. Though his actions still bore a stubborn ferocity, it was evident that he was utterly spent, swaying left and right, each block becoming increasingly laborious, as if he would be completely submerged by the endless black tide at any moment. In front of the ancestral hall, the 2 previously subdued guarding villagers were now sluggishly rising, their joints twisting grotesquely. They seemed to sense the chief's plight, bewilderedly picking up a fallen torch, and then unsteadily trudging toward the village entrance, as if to offer one last, futile support. Their silhouettes, illuminated by the flickering barrier and set against the surging black mist, appeared tragically forlorn and eerie. The shattering of hope was akin to cold water poured over the head. Everyone felt a chill seep into their bones, their hands and feet turning numb. Instinctively, they began to retreat as the barrier constricted, each step teetering on the brink of despair. In their retreat, they passed by Chun Yu, Wang Mingho, and the monstrous villager Li Laojin, who were still writhing on the ground. It was difficult to still consider them human. Chun Yu and Wang Mingho's skin had turned completely ashen, resembling a horrid state of decay. Their eyes were clouded and lifeless, yet they continued to murmur mindlessly, obsessively repeating, "My treasure is mine." The three grotesque limbs intertwined like withered branches, but due to their frailty and stiffness, they could only inch toward the treasure lying quietly a few steps away, moving excruciatingly slowly, leaving behind faint trails of black, viscous slime. These three beings, completely consumed by greed and corruption, persisted in their grotesque and desperate struggle amidst this apocalyptic scene. Witnessing this nauseating and chilling spectacle, Lin Xiaolan and Lu Wei could not help but turn away, their stomachs churning violently. No one had the heart to concern themselves with the three. Death loomed ever closer, and the grotesqueness of humanity appeared laughable and tragic in the face of absolute power. Fang Xingchen's gaze swept coldly over the writhing creatures, their greedy and grotesque forms still yearning for the Black Pearl, evoking a profound sense of revulsion and ridicule within him. How could they still think of treasures in such a state? He scoffed softly, his tone laced with icy sarcasm, abruptly halting his retreat. He turned back toward the three monsters, drawing astonished glances from the others. He did not don the chilling, ghostly gloves, which he instinctively repelled. Instead, he merely retrieved them from his backpack, casually using the leather glove to shield his hand as he bent down to grasp the black pearl that had fallen to the ground. Even through the layer of leather, the pearl's coldness and subtle pull were unsettling. Fang Xingchen grimaced in distaste, pinching it between his gloved fingers as if it were some loathsome insect. Standing upright, he extended the hand holding the pearl before the three writhing monsters, deliberately shaking it. Sure enough, the three creatures reacted as if injected with adrenaline, abruptly lifting their contorted heads, their six murky eyes fixated intently on the tantalizing black pearl, their throats emitting increasingly desperate, garbled howls, their claw-like hands clawing forward in a frantic attempt to reach the source of their temptation. Fang Xingchen's eyes gleamed with mockery. Just as they were about to touch it, he abruptly withdrew his hand. The monster's desperate grabs were futile, and they collapsed onto the ground, emitting frantic whimpers, still struggling to crawl toward him. Fang Xingchen coldly regarded their futile writhing, a humorless smirk gracing his lips as he toyed with the dying creatures, dangling their most coveted desire before them, relishing their final, grotesque struggles. He paid no further mind to the three pitiable beings, merely clutching the ominous black pearl with his gloved hand as he turned toward the entrance of the ancestral hall. The three monsters emitted unwilling wails, dragging their broken bodies as they stubbornly pursued his retreating figure, as if tethered by an invisible thread. Wang Hu glared at Fang Xingchen's departing back, then spat contemptuously at the three abominable beings, a mixture of anger and disdain in his voice. Deserved. He hurried to catch up with the group. The others, though perplexed by Fang Xingchen's actions, had no choice but to follow him back to the despairing death zone before the ancestral hall, harboring immense confusion and a flicker of uncertain hope. Upon their return to the dilapidated threshold of the ancestral hall, the final battle at the village entrance had concluded. The energy barrier had contracted to less than 30 meters from the ancestral hall, resembling a fragile soap bubble on the verge of bursting. Beyond the barrier lay the surging, roaring tide of black insects, nearly within reach. The beleaguered monster village chief and the two villagers who had attempted to assist had vanished without a trace. As if erased by the darkness, the desolate Qingshan village was terrifyingly silent, apart from the 6 trembling survivors leaning against the ancestral hall, and the musty scent of decay wafting from within. Only the advancing wall of death and the insatiable darkness outside remained. The three writhing monsters finally exhausted their last vestiges of strength, collapsing motionless several meters away, their eyes still fixed on the pearl in Fang Xingchen's hand. The glow of the energy barrier was dimming, its contraction seemingly accelerating, the roar of black mist echoing ominously in their ears. The group leaned against the cold, rough wall of the ancestral hall, some slumped on the ground, others crouched weakly, staring blankly at the relentless advance of despair, their faces etched with hopelessness, numbness, reluctance, and profound fatigue. Lu Wei could no longer contain her quiet sobs, while Lin Xiaolan comfortingly embraced her shoulder, tears cascading silently down her own cheeks. Li Na gripped her climbing staff tightly, her knuckles whitening, her gaze locked onto the barrier, as if searching for the last glimmer of a flaw. Chu Mo adjusted his glasses, a bitter smile gracing his face, his mind seemingly calculating, yet yielding no hopeful outcome. Fang Xingchen stood before the others, his back turned toward them, facing the surging tide of black. He held the black pearl with the ghostly gloves, his arms slightly raised. Watching the encroaching darkness, he furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself absent-mindedly, what other options remain? Where is the path to survival? It should not be that there is no way out. His gaze swept across the receding barrier, traversing the roaring black tide and the cursed bead clasped in his hand. Fragments of two memories flickered and collided in his mind, desperately attempting to piece together the final answer. Chu Mo heard his whispered words and adjusted his glasses, his voice hoarse and weary. Imbued with a sense of rational despair, we may have missed our chance for survival. If this black tide of insects represents the consuming darkness of the mountain road, then the rules have long hinted that the ghostly bus, which can be started, might be the only tool capable of breaking through this gloom. Yet now, he bitterly shook his head. We are trapped here, too far from the bus at the village entrance, with the endless black tide in between. Returning would lead to certain death. His words struck like a final tolling bell, resonating in the hearts of all present. The faint doubts that had arisen from Fang Xingchen's unusual actions were once again submerged in a deeper despair. Indeed, even if we knew the path to survival, what good would it do? If we cannot reach it, all is mere talk. At the pinnacle of this suffocating despair, Wang Hu, who had been silently enduring his pain while crouched on the ground, suddenly raised his head. His eyes shone with an almost maniacal determination, burning with an intensity that was startling. His voice, hoarse yet remarkably clear, articulated each word with deliberate precision. I have a plan. The light in Wang Hu's eyes flickered with the brilliance of one ready to risk everything. Chapter 21. Life and Death Entrustment and Life as Shield. Wang Hu's declaration fell like a massive stone into the still waters of despair, creating violent and complex ripples among the gathered. What plan do you have? Chu Mo was the first to respond, pushing up his glasses, his sharp gaze scrutinizing Wang Hu with incredulity and instinctive skepticism. In his memory, Wang Hu had always been the brave, decisive one, a fist leading the charge rather than a strategist. Li Na and Fang Xingchen turned their eyes toward Wang Hu as well, their expressions filled with astonishment. Only Lin Xiaolan, whose thoughts were relatively simple, and Lu Wei, who had already been crushed by fear and longed for any lifeline, looked at him with a mixture of faint hope and eager anticipation. Isn't this cursed bead supposed to require a blood sacrifice to activate the shield? Wang Hu's voice, though hoarse, bore an unwavering resolve as he surveyed the group, finally fixing his gaze on the ominous black bead in Fang Xingchen's hand. My plan is simple. Apply this thing to me. Use my blood, my life, to activate it. I will charge through the barrier towards the village entrance, and you all follow closely behind. Run as fast as you can. As long as we reach the bus, there is hope. His words struck like a cold wedge, each syllable embedding itself in the hearts of those present. No, absolutely not. Lin Xiaolan nearly screamed in opposition, tears streaming down her face as she grasped Wang Hu's uninjured left arm, her fingers turning white from the force. You'll die? You'll be drained like Su Xingyao. I cannot bear to watch you. Her voice choked with emotion. As a nurse, she understood all too well what this meant. Lu Wei's gaze flickered with intensity. Her lips moved as if to speak, but ultimately, she lowered her head, curling tighter, her fingers digging into the earth. Wang Hu observed the group's agitated reactions and suddenly managed a smile, albeit one laced with bitterness. He did not argue further. Instead, he slowly raised his left hand, grasping the collar of his shirt, which was already stained with blood and dirt, and tore it abruptly. The sound of the fabric ripping echoed sharply in the still night. As the shirt was torn apart, Wang Hu's solid chest was exposed to their gaze. Every breath was suspended in an instant. The black contamination, which had only spread around his shoulder wound, now bloomed across his chest like spilled ink. The darkness was not uniform, but interspersed with dark red veins, the edges twitching as though alive, creeping toward his neck and abdomen. His skin had lost its luster, becoming parched and rough, revealing the black liquid coursing through his veins. With each breath, the black patterns subtly shifted, as if greedily consuming his remaining vitality. Fang Xingchen's gaze involuntarily darkened, his fists clenched tightly. The speed and extent of this contamination exceeded his expectations. I was never meant to survive. Wang Hu's voice seemed eerily calm as he reached out with his right hand, gently touching the blackened area on his chest. The skin there had lost all elasticity, yielding under pressure without any rebound. Look, this thing is almost to my neck. He paused, his gaze landing on Lin Xiaolan's tear-streaked face, his tone softening. Xiaolan, do not be sad. In my life, I have not done anything respectable. I was a street thug in my youth, and later merely a brute living by strength. If I can exchange my life for yours, then I have not lived in vain. As these words escaped him, the atmosphere thickened with despair. Lin Xiaolan could no longer hold back her tears, which fell onto the gravel, sending up tiny plumes of dust. Fang Xingchen turned his head, gazing at the three creatures still writhing in the distance. A lump lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. Who does not wish to live well? Wang Hu's voice trembled slightly, yet it was more a frenzy of surrender. Facing inevitable death, I would rather die cleanly, like a man, than become one of those monstrous beings outside, or be devoured by those insects until nothing remains. Chu Mo's expression turned grave. He fell silent for several seconds, seemingly calculating the feasibility of this grim plan and its minuscule chances of success. Finally, he adjusted his glasses. His voice dry as sandpaper. What else do you need us to do for you? This question was cold and direct, akin to inquiring about Wang Hu's last wishes. Fang Xingchen shot a furious glare at Chu Mo, the veins in his temples throbbing, wishing to rebuke this unervingly calm demeanor. However, as he looked at Wang Hu, at the spreading black contamination, and felt the chilling presence of the energy barrier and the black tide closing in, all his words dissolved into a powerless, painful sigh. He could say nothing, for reason told him that this might be the only and final choice. Upon hearing Chu Mo's words, Wang Hu momentarily froze before letting out a low, self-deprecating laugh, tinged with a sense of relief. He raised his voice suddenly, brimming with a rough bravado, as if to dispel the suffocating sorrow. If any of you ever find yourselves in Jinquan City, seek out my wife and daughter, tell my daughter. Her father, Wang Hu, is not just a thug who fights and causes trouble. I am not a loser to be looked down upon. I sacrificed myself to save others. His voice grew louder, proclaiming to the despairing world around him, but as he concluded, it inevitably softened, laced with an uncontainable catch in his throat. And if anyone has the means, please look after them, so they are not bullied. The final words, faint as a whisper, landed heavily in the hearts of those present. Chu Mo said nothing more. He silently retrieved a notepad encased in plastic and a small pencil from his ever-present backpack and handed them to Wang Hu. Taking the paper and pencil, Wang Hu's right hand trembled slightly from excitement and injury. Clumsily, he gripped the pen, writing an address and a phone number on the small notepad with utmost seriousness. Each character was inscribed boldly and deeply, as if he intended to puncture through the paper. After he finished writing, he scrutinized the paper as if intent on inscribing its contents into his memory, before solemnly handing it back to Chumo. Chumo received the note, studying it meticulously in the dim light filtering through the temple door, as if engaged in an exceedingly crucial data verification. Moments later, he passed the note to Fang Xingchen beside him. Fang Xingchen took the seemingly weighty slip of paper, his gaze sweeping over the slanted yet forceful handwriting. Jin Quan Shi Lao Cheng Chu Xing, Yi Jie Dao Yang Lu Xiang Qi Dong, heir, Dan Yuan 301. Zhang Yun, wife, Wang Lele, daughter, followed by a series of phone numbers. He silently repeated the information several times, firmly imprinting it in his memory, before silently handing it to Lina. The note passed silently among the 5 survivors. Lina read swiftly, her eyes sharp as if she aimed to remember the task coordinates. When Lin Xiaolan received the note, tears blurred her vision once more. She wiped her tears away forcefully, reading with utmost care, as if she sought to integrate this charge into her very professional instincts. Even the trembling Lu Wei lifted her head, gazing vacantly at the information on the paper. No one spoke. A silent vow permeated the cold air. Each person understood that this was not merely an address and a phone number, but a heavy responsibility entrusted with their very lives. Chumo carefully folded the final note and stowed it away in the innermost layer of his waterproof backpack, securing it tightly. Bring it here. Wang Hu, no longer looking at them, extended his intact left hand directly towards Fang Xingchen, his tone resolute and unquestionable. Fang Xingchen regarded Wang Hu's eyes, which shone with an unusual brightness, devoid of the usual restlessness, replaced by a resolute calmness that seemed to have shed all pretenses. His throat felt constricted, unable to produce any sound. He silently placed the black bead, which he had been gripping with a ghostly glove, along with the glove itself, into Wang Hu's outstretched palm. Without a word, he swiftly retrieved the remaining ghostly glove and the matching cold rubber shoes from his backpack, offering them wordlessly. Though I do not know if these will still be of use, or if they can shield you from the malevolence of the bead, Fang Xingchen's voice was hoarse. You should wear them. This was the least he could do for his comrade, this man resolute in his decision to face death. Wang Hu glanced at the glove and shoes being offered, a smile breaking across his face that mingled pain, resignation, and a hint of mockery. Whether aimed at this bizarre fate or at his last equipment remained unclear. He said nothing more, hesitating not, and directly removed his tattered sneakers, slipping on the cold rubber shoes. They felt slightly tight, but he paid it no mind. He then donned the glove. Once fully equipped, he clenched his left hand, feeling the bone-chilling cold and the eerie pull of the black bead through the glove, then strode purposefully toward the energy barrier, which had thinned to the fragility of a cicada's wing, continuously collapsing inward, as if it might shatter at any moment. Just a step away from the flickering light, he halted, taking a deep, profound breath as if to inhale the last air of the world into his lungs. His gaze swept over each face behind him, as if to engrave their likenesses in his memory. Then, he abruptly raised his left hand, exerting all his strength to press the ominous and frigid black bead against his heart. At the moment the bead touched his skin, Wang Hu emitted a low growl, a mix of excruciating pain and a strange sense of liberation. The black bead clung to his chest like a leech, starved for centuries. Its surface, once dull, erupted into a blinding brilliance, flashing and swirling wildly. Viscous streams of life force, more intense and fervent than when extracted from Su Xingyao, were violently drawn from Wang Hu's heart and every pore of his body, ceaselessly feeding the greedy black bead. Wang Hu's robust physique altered at a visible pace. His bronze skin lost its sheen, becoming gaunt and ashen, with a myriad of wrinkles flooding his face, neck, and arms. His coarse, short hair turned gray and lifeless from the roots. His once full muscles withered, and his erect stature stooped, as if years of vitality were being mercilessly siphoned away, propelling him rapidly toward the brink of demise. However, in stark contrast, the ravenous black bead glowed with unprecedented radiance. A deep, resonant hum reverberated, far more profound and stable than before. The energy barrier, which had been on the verge of collapse and contraction toward the temple's entrance, suddenly halted its retreat as if injected with a life-saving elixir. The chaotic and dim lights on the barrier's surface quickly stabilized, brightened, and began to push back against the roiling, menacing tide of black insects with a steady, deliberate force. The black insect tendrils, which had been gnawing and battering against the barrier, recoiled as if scalded, emitting sharp, silent shrieks, forced to retreat. Where the barrier passed, darkness temporarily dissipated, replaced by a stable, translucent screen flowing with radiant colors. Follow closely. Wang Hu squeezed out the words through gritted teeth, his voice aged and hoarse, as if he had aged 50 years in an instant. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, enduring the immense agony of his life being rapidly extracted and the chilling invasion of the black bead, and began to move forward. Each step he took felt exceptionally heavy and arduous, as though he were treading not on solid ground, but through a viscous mire. Much of his forward momentum stemmed from the force generated by the expanding energy barrier. Yet, fueled by an astonishing willpower, he controlled his direction, making his way toward the village entrance, where the ghost bus they had arrived in now appeared to be their only escape route, advancing step by step with unwavering determination. With each step forward, the wrinkles on his face deepened, his hair turned grayer and more brittle, yet his spine remained defiantly straight. Fang Xingchen, Chumo, Li Na, Lin Xiaolan, and Lu Wei bore the immense sorrow and unutterable shock in their hearts, daring not to hesitate for an instant. They immediately switched on their flashlights and closely followed the energy barrier, which had regained stability and was expanding outward, stepping onto the narrow path to survival that Wang Hu had carved with his life, racing toward the intertwining realms of hope and despair. The temple receded swiftly behind them, while the darkness ahead retreated under the barrier's advance. Wang Hu's aged yet resolute figure stood like a lighthouse, burning with the last vestiges of life, marking the boundary between life and death, guiding them onward and bearing witness to the most tragic brilliance of humanity in the face of despair. Chapter 22. The Remains as a Beacon and the Flame of Legacy. Wang Hu's footsteps were heavy as if laden with lead, as if the weight of the earth pressed down upon his increasingly numb feet. With every step forward, the gravel and weeds beneath his feet produced a faint, heartbreaking rustle, as if composing a mournful elegy for this warrior burning through life. The energy barrier expanded steadily and slowly under the fuel of his life, pushing back the surging and roaring tide of malevolent black insects step by step. Beyond the barrier lies an endless expanse of pure darkness, ravenous and howling. This darkness is not static. It writhes and surges like a living entity, with countless twisted tendrils furiously striking against the luminous veil, generating violent ripples that resonate with a deep, soul-eroding wail. Within the barrier, 5 hearts tremble violently, overwhelmed by sorrow, fear, and boundless gratitude for the figure ahead. They follow that increasingly stooped silhouette, which still strives to uphold a precarious sky, each step precariously poised upon the razor's edge of hope and despair. Fang Xingchen clenches his jaw tightly, a metallic, rusty sweetness pervading his mouth, a consequence of biting into his own cheek in a desperate fervor. Wang Hu's once mighty frame is visibly withering, his muscles, once robust and powerful, rapidly deflating as if drained by an unseen force. Clinging tightly to his bones and revealing a chilling outline, a stark testament to a life being relentlessly siphoned away. His formerly coarse, resilient hair, emblematic of his tenacious spirit, has turned a lifeless gray, falling away in large, silent clumps, carried off by the frigid winds behind him. Vitality is being voraciously extracted by the insatiable black orb at his chest, transforming into the energy that sustains this fragile barrier. With every arduous step, he expends the last remnants of his flesh and soul, burning away the scant seconds that remain. His breathing has become laborious, each inhalation accompanied by a distressing wheeze. As though his lungs were exhausted, each exhalation shallow and rapid, seemingly siphoning away the last vestiges of warmth, leaving behind only a fleeting mist that dissipates into the cold air. Yet, his steps never falter. His hands, encased in ghostly gloves, pressed desperately against the black orb on his chest, trembling with frailty but imbued with an unwavering resolve akin to granite. He relies on the feeble thrust generated by the expanding barrier and the iron will that surpasses his physical limits, moving resolutely towards the ghostly bus at the village entrance. A symbol of faint hope, with tenacity and struggle. Brother Wang and Lin Xiaolan follow closely behind, tears streaming down her face like a breached dam, utterly obscuring her vision. She watches the once reliable figure, who provided immeasurable comfort, now rendered so fragile, witnessing each fleeting moment of his life slip away, her heart twisted in agony, nearly rendering her breathless. As a nurse, she understands better than anyone the extreme, inhumane suffering Wang who is currently enduring. Lina tightly grips her trekking pole, her knuckles pale from excessive strain, nearly merging with the silver shaft. Her sharp gaze scans the turbulent edges where the barrier meets the dark tide, vigilant against any unforeseen dangers. Yet her peripheral vision remains steadfastly fixed on Wang Hu's imposing yet weakened silhouette. A tempest of profound respect, seething indignation, and deep powerlessness churns within her resolute heart, nearly shattering her calm exterior. Chu Mo walks silently, his eyes concealed behind glasses, deep as a frigid pool. Outwardly tranquil, yet processing calculations beyond capacity. He continually assesses the barrier's current expansion rate, estimating the time needed to reach the bus, and brutally evaluating Wang Hu's possible lifespan. His calmness borders on cruelty, yet it serves as the last bastion of reason in this dire situation, seeking the slightest glimmer of hope. However, the trembling fingertips that struggle to adjust his glasses and his tightly pressed lips reveal that his inner turmoil is not without tumult, merely suppressed by overwhelming rationality. Lu Wei's complexion resembles parchment, her gaze vacant and hollow, engulfed by immense fear and successive shocks that have driven her to the brink of mental collapse. She cannot bear to look at Wang Hu's silhouette, fixating numbly on her own toes, a marionette entirely devoid of soul, instinctively following the group, each step soft and unsteady, as if she might disintegrate at any moment. Fang Xingchen runs alongside the outer edge of the group, nearly parallel to Wang Hu. In his mind, fragments of chaotic memories clash like surging waves in a storm, more intense than ever before. One set belongs to the middle-aged Fang Xingchen, rife with the numbness of life, despair from unemployment, the agony of familial disintegration, and longing for his hometown and elderly mother. The other belongs to the actor Fang Xingchen, brimming with youthful fervor, aspirations for the future, and a fervent passion for the art of performance. At this moment, Wang Hu, the seemingly rough and rugged man, imparts a harrowing, direct lesson on sacrifice, courage, and responsibility to everyone present, the last indelible lesson. An indescribable, searing heat surges within his chest, dispelling some of the bone-chilling fear, leaving behind a heavy pain and an almost frenzied, obsessive thought. He must survive. He cannot squander this life earned through sacrifice. They laboriously traverse the desolate threshing ground, stepping over the debris left by the monstrous villager's struggle, inching closer to the heart of the village. The surrounding scenery, illuminated by the barrier's shimmering light, appears fantastical, with collapsed earthen houses revealing darkened beams within and rusted farming tools scattered about, silently narrating the tragedy of this forsaken village. Wang Hu's murky gaze occasionally sweeps over these sights, but lingers not. Within the rapidly collapsing confines of his mind, perhaps only the increasingly distinct outline of the bus ahead. Mere meters away, and the 5 burdens he is determined to protect remain. Wang Hu's condition is deteriorating rapidly. His steps grow slower and more unsteady. Each lift of his foot exhausting all his strength, yet he lands unsteadily. His back is deeply hunched, nearly at a right angle, forcing him to tilt his weathered head back just to glimpse the path ahead. The hand pressed against his chest quivers like a leaf in the autumn breeze, struggling to maintain its hold on the voracious black orb that consumes him. Through his tattered, sweat-soaked, blood-stained garments, the outline of his ribcage is starkly visible against his skin. The feeble heartbeat barely perceptible, each thump potentially the last. When he finally manages to shuffle across a section of crumbling cobblestones within the village, the silhouette of the mud-specked, quietly resting bus looms less than 50 meters ahead. His once mighty but now gaunt body suddenly sways violently, like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. He haltingly comes to a stop, adopting a posture that seems to consume the last remnants of his strength. The energy barrier, sensing the sudden depletion of its power source, momentarily falters, its expansion slowing to a crawl, precariously balancing against the frantic counterforce of the dark tide, the luminous veil flickering violently, groaning under the strain. With the final vestiges of his strength, Wang Hu slowly, painstakingly turns around, his movements stiff like a rusted marionette. When his face fully reveals itself to the onlookers, a collective gasp echoes through the air, hearts gripped by a cold, rusted hand, suffocatingly painful. What remains can scarcely be recognized as a human visage. The skin had completely lost all moisture and elasticity, clinging tightly to the skull, with sunken eye sockets resembling 2 pitch-black caverns. The lips had entirely withered away, revealing a majority of the gums and teeth, while the entire face was marred by a network of densely packed, profound wrinkles, as gray and lifeless as if covered by a thick shroud of dust from a grave. Yet, the eyes, deeply embedded in their sockets, shone with an unusual brightness, ignited by an extreme weariness that followed the exhaustion of all vitality, a peculiar tranquility that felt like liberation, intertwined with a profound sense of unwillingness and unfulfilled regret. His gaze laboriously swept over the sorrowful, astonished, and fearful faces before him, and his cracked and shriveled lips moved slightly, producing an incredibly faint sound, raspy as 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing against each other, yet resonating with an unusual clarity deep within each soul. "I am sorry, but I can only take you this far." At the moment those words fell, the last flicker of starlight in his eyes, steadfast yet fleeting, extinguished abruptly, vanishing into the boundless darkness. The once vibrant body, now reduced to a mere shell sustained solely by an indomitable will, seemed to finally attain its ultimate release. Losing all support, the tall figure collapsed forward like a sandbag emptied of all its bones, akin to an ancient statue weathered by centuries, crashing down helplessly. Just before making contact with the frigid ground, the battered shell, having reached the end of its life, could no longer maintain its form, silently and completely. It disintegrated into a delicate heap of ash, gray and white, as if still holding a trace of warmth. Only the gloves and rubber shoes, still exuding a chilling aura, along with the bead that had suddenly lost all luster and turned dark and dull, lay quietly at the center of the ashes, coldly affirming his existence and struggle. The energy barrier emitted a final, unwilling, prolonged sound at the moment he fell. Its expansion ceased abruptly, the shimmering surface swirling chaotically, akin to a malfunctioning circuit. The balance with the encroaching darkness precarious. The light curtain visibly began to thin, threatening to collapse inwards once more. "No, Wang Dage." Lin Xiaolan let out a heart-wrenching cry, nearly shattering her throat, her legs going weak as she dropped to the ground, extending her violently trembling hands as if to cradle the ashes still bearing a trace of tragic warmth, yet recoiling as if burned. Ultimately only able to weakly cover her tear-soaked face, weeping silently, her frail shoulders shaking violently with helplessness. Li Na abruptly halted, instinctively adopting the strongest defensive posture. Fixated on the wildly flickering, unstable barrier that seemed on the verge of exploding, her complexion ashen and grim. Lu Wei, completely slumped on the ground, stared vacantly at the pile of ashes, her mouth slightly agape, yet unable to produce a sound, as if every last ounce of her soul's strength had been drained. Fang Xingchen felt an indescribable torrent of overwhelming sorrow and furious wrath surge within him, darkness encroaching on his vision, a buzzing echoing in his ears. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deeply into his palms, the stinging pain and the clammy sensation barely allowing him to maintain the last thread of precarious lucidity. He could not cry, at least not now. The perilous situation allowed no room for weakness or hesitation. He suddenly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely at the roiling darkness beyond the barrier, as if he intended to unleash all his boundless rage, despair, and unwillingness upon it, tearing apart that accursed darkness with his gaze. In this moment of intertwining grief and impending doom, Chu Mo's eyes briefly flashed with profound sorrow and pain. But that emotion was instantly cloaked by a cold rationality, concealed. He pushed up the dusty glasses on his nose, the lenses reflecting the chaotic light of the barrier, obscuring the truest emotions hidden in his depths. Unlike the others, who were mired in profound sorrow, he took a deep breath, hastily approaching the pile of ashes, bending down without hesitation to pick up the ghostly glove that had fallen beside him, still exuding a chilling aura. His movements were calm and swift, almost mechanical, starkly contrasting with the surrounding atmosphere of despair, even carrying a chilling resolve. Chuamo. Fang Xingchen abruptly turned, his voice hoarse with intense agitation, anger, and a hint of unwilling fear. What are you doing? A chilling, ominous premonition seized him, freezing his blood. Chuamo did not pause in his actions, not even glancing at Fang Xingchen. He held the glove before his eyes, swiftly and calmly scanning the ashes that clung to it, as if they were merely ordinary dust, before beginning to don it on his left hand. His voice remained devoid of fluctuation, analytical and calm, yet in this apocalyptic environment, it felt frigid and rational to the point of causing one's scalp to prickle, as though stating an unembellished fact. You know this is the only way. Those words pierced Fang Xingchen's heart like a sharp, icy needle, freezing his blood. He certainly understood Chu Mo's meaning. Wang Hu had proven, at the most harrowing cost, that only by continuing to sacrifice could the barrier be sustained, and a glimmer of hope to reach the bus be fought for. But to do it again? To watch yet another companion? No. Chuamo. Lina suddenly reacted, her expression shifting drastically, urgently voicing her objections. Her tone sharp and distorted with urgency and shock. Let us think this through. There must be another way. Perhaps we can. Deep down, she knew the hope was nearly illusory, bordering on self-deception. Yet as the navigator, her instinct could not accept watching another companion willingly tread this irreversible path. What are you all talking about? Lin Xiaolan, kneeling on the ground, raised her tear-filled eyes to the blurred faces, initially bewildered. But when she saw Chu Mo donning the ash-stained ghostly glove, she instantly grasped his intentions. The last remnants of color drained from her face, replaced by overwhelming terror. And she cried out in a piercing voice, Chu Mo, don't do anything foolish. Please, stop. However, Chu Mo seemed oblivious to their pleas and cries. As if sealed in a world of chilling rationality, he meticulously and steadily donned the glove, feeling the bone-chilling cold and the lingering ominous aura spreading across his skin, his expression devoid of any emotion, save for the rapid calculations flickering behind his lenses. Then, with unwavering determination, almost reverent, he directed his gaze toward the dim, seemingly slumbering black pearl within the ashes. Without a trace of hesitation, he bent down, extending his gloved left hand, unerringly reaching for the bead that symbolized both ominousness and protection. Chapter 23. The Elegy of Civilization and the Resonance of Fate. Chu Mo's left hand was on the verge of touching the silent, dark pearl nestled within the ashes. Just as his fingertips neared, an unexpected change occurred. The seemingly dormant black pearl suddenly throbbed. Like a heart awakened from eons of slumber by an unseen force, it emitted a deep, powerful pulse. Immediately, the surface of the pearl, once frozen and lifeless, began to flow and boil as if it were a living entity. Without needing any external force, it levitated on its own, steadily rising into the air, then commenced a rapid spin. Initially, its trajectory could be discerned, but in the blink of an eye, it became a mere blur of phantom. In the midst of high-speed rotation, a layer of pitch-black contaminants, resembling filthy mud, was forcefully stripped away by an invisible power, flung into the air, and transformed into countless specks of black debris that dissipated into the atmosphere. Simultaneously, an ethereal and melodious song, imbued with endless sorrow and ancient echoes, rippled forth from the rapidly spinning luminous core, resonating clearly within the minds of every individual present. The language was unlike any known tongue. Its syllables peculiar and difficult to articulate, yet curiously struck a direct chord deep within the soul. It transcended auditory comprehension, evoking an emotional response as if it were the prayers of ancient ancestors beneath the starlit sky, the final lament of a civilization on the brink of oblivion, or a mother's tender lullaby to her infant, filled with profound affection for all things in this world, an unbreakable bond to kin and homeland, and an endless reminiscence of lost beautiful times. Chu Mo's movements froze entirely. He maintained a posture of bending down and reaching out, staring blankly at the astonishing transformation of the orb suspended in midair. For the first time, his analytical mind experienced an utter void. Lina relaxed her grip on the climbing staff, her eyes wide with disbelief and shock. Lin Xiaolan forgot her tears, remnants still staining her cheeks, her mouth slightly agape. Even Lu Wei, who lay collapsed on the ground, nearly broken, instinctively lifted her vacant gaze, drawn by that ethereal and sorrowful melody. The song was not loud, yet it possessed the power to penetrate all barriers. It traversed the unstable energy shield, breached the dilapidated wooden door of the ancestral hall, and even infiltrated the cold rock walls of the sealed caverns behind the village. The brick walls of the sealed caverns, previously marred by cracks from violent tremors, now stirred with new life. Countless specks of faint light began to flow from the fissures and gaps, resembling morning dew coalescing into streams. These glimmers slowly gathered at the entrance of the cave, gradually revealing humanoid silhouettes, vague figures of elderly men and women clad in coarse garments, some leaning on fractured wooden staffs, others holding the ethereal hands of phantom children. Their faces were etched with the grooves of time, yet their gazes remained murky yet tranquil. They uttered no sound, merely standing quietly at the cave's entrance, gazing at the swirling azure orb above, their bodies gently swaying to the rhythm of the melody. After a moment, it was unclear who initiated it, but these phantoms began to hum along. Their chant bore no lyrics, but rather an ancient dialect, heavily accented, harmonizing a melody that was distinctly different yet remarkably in sync with the orb's song. The two melodies intertwined, reverberating through the tranquil night sky of Qingshan village. One emanated from an alien realm of antiquity, while the other arose from the sealed village's ancestral echoes, transcending the boundaries of time and race, achieving a wondrous resonance. The air itself seemed to soften, as the suffocating fear and despair gradually dissipated, leaving behind a heavy, reverent sorrow. This indescribable harmony resonated like a gentle key, delicately unlocking the floodgates of memories and emotions belonging to Fang Xingchen. In his mind, memories surged forth, muddy paths of his hometown, the dim light of the old house, his mother waiting by the door with her graying hair and murky, yet caring eyes, and the cold disappointment in his wife's gaze upon her departure, alongside his son's innocent yet distant face. An overwhelming sense of nostalgia and guilt seized his heart. Simultaneously, memories from his younger self swirled, the bustling, cramped home in the outskirts, the weary figures of his parents laboring tirelessly on the factory assembly line, their frugal sacrifices reflected in their earnest yet anxious gazes as they entrusted him with their meager savings. The longing for his parents and the grief for his fallen comrades surged equally within him. A suppressed sob escaped Fang Xingchen's throat. Tears filled his eyes and cascaded down his cheeks, mingling with the specks of light that fell from the orb. He could distinctly feel his soul resonating intensely with the orb, not merely due to the stirrings of two sets of memories, but from a deeper, cross-racial emotion, despair for the apocalypse, reverence for sacrifice, affection for kin, and a yearning for life. As this resonance reached its zenith, a series of clearer and more shocking images surged into his mind like a tidal wave. They depicted a world largely enveloped by a cerulean ocean, where countless cities constructed from coral and shells floated upon the waves, vibrant sea-dwelling beings darting among them. These beings possessed the upper bodies of humans and the tails of fish adorned with colorful scales, their eyes sparkling like the purest sapphires, their songs attracting schools of fish, their tears transforming into pearls. They rode gentle sea creatures, singing in the crystalline underwater cities, dancing alongside luminescent fish, their civilization radiating harmony and spiritual brilliance. However, the apocalypse descended without warning. The sky was torn asunder, and monstrous beings, grotesque and exuding filth and madness, swarmed into this realm like locusts. The once beautiful ocean turned black, and cities crumbled into ruins. Countless brave warriors of the sea folk, regardless of gender, donned shimmering armor and wielded crystalline weapons, charging valiantly against the monsters, forming a defense with their lives. The battles were so fierce they defied description, as blue blood stained the ocean. The images flickered rapidly, ultimately revealing only the old, weak, women and children huddled around the last sacred altar, relying on a massive, cracked energy shield above, which flickered dangerously. Beyond the shield lay a relentless tide of grotesque monsters, surging forth endlessly, howling and gnawing at the barrier. As the shield's glow dimmed to its last flicker, and the cracks spread, threatening total collapse, the eldest sea folk priestess, her face adorned with sorrowful yet steadfast blue markings, shed 2 streams of glimmering liquid gem-like tears, raising her voice to sing the first note of the ancient lament that Fang Xingchen had heard. As if guided by an unseen force, all surviving sea folk, regardless of age, ceased their crying, embracing tightly, and began to hum along. There was no fear, only boundless affection and sorrow. Their eyes streamed with the same luminescent tears, which did not fall but were drawn upwards by the altar, coalescing in the air. Ultimately, just before the shield shattered and darkness consumed all, the blood and tears of the sea folk, along with their last unyielding will, converged into a singular, resplendent gem, the sea folk blood tear pearl, embodying the essence and blessings of their civilization's final moments. Yet, the immense resentment and negative energy born from the extinction of their civilization, along with the residual essence of countless contaminating monsters, simultaneously tainted this pure gem. Its exterior swiftly became enveloped in a layer of filthy black shell, sealing it away, while countless lowly, weak shadow worm eggs clung to its surface, surviving by siphoning its dissipating energy and negative emotions. This contaminated and sealed pearl drifted for untold ages amidst the chaotic spatial currents wrought by the shattering of the shield, ultimately falling by chance into the remote corner of the world known as Qingshan Village. Time passed, and a villager from Qingshan Village, while foraging for herbs, was drawn by the unconscious life force emanating from the pearl, unique to the sea folk, and discovered it half buried in the earth, dull and lifeless. Curiously, she picked it up and attempted to clean it with her sleeve. Finding the black rust impervious to her efforts, she rubbed it against a gold bracelet on her wrist. Still to no avail, yet her intuition told her it was a treasure, and she joyfully tucked it into her bosom, unwittingly bringing endless calamity back to the village. The vision abruptly ceased. Fang Xingchen was already in tears, his heart aching as if gripped tightly. He finally comprehended that the resonance igniting all of this was not merely a matter of language or form, but rather the shared despair faced in dire circumstances. The willingness to sacrifice for the sake of preservation, the profound affection for the beauty of the world, the deep-seated attachment to loved ones, and the unwavering yearning for a glimmer of hope amidst the boundless darkness. This shared emotion, transcending race, civilization, and time, miraculously resonated with the remaining pure power at the core of the Hai Yao Shui Lei Ji Zhu, awakening its last strength to break through the filthy seal. At this moment, the orb in the air had completely shed all black pollutants, its size reduced to that of a pigeon's egg, perfectly rounded, exhibiting an extraordinarily pure and deep hue, reminiscent of the infinite ocean and starry sky, a resplendent sea blue. It had transformed from a malevolent entity that consumed life into a sacred crystal, embodying the final flicker of civilization's flame. The Hai Yao Shui Lei Ji Zhu had fully awakened. It abruptly ceased its rotation, quietly floating in midair. Subsequently, an indescribable, pure, and vast purifying force erupted from its core, akin to a supernova explosion. The dazzling sea blue light burst forth, radiating an irresistible gentleness and majesty, sweeping over the village's sky like a tide and temporarily dispelling the heavy darkness that enveloped the surroundings. Wherever the light touched, miracles unfolded. The countless, monstrous and Ingchong swarms in the sky seemed to encounter their natural nemesis. They could not even emit a scream, as the pure darkness and filth constituting their bodies swiftly melted away, collapsing like snow under the scorching sun. In an instant, the despairing, endless swarm of black insects was obliterated by more than half. Countless tiny black ashes fell like snowflakes from the sky, only to be purified into nothingness before they reached the ground. The death threat looming over the crowd was suddenly diminished by more than half. After unleashing this astonishing strike, the radiance emitted by the Hai Yao Shui Lei Ji Zhu faded rapidly, as if it had exhausted its final reserves of power. Its size appeared to shrink once more, becoming more restrained, gently drifting down from the air. However, just as it was about to land in Chumo's palm, the orb suddenly paused slightly, as if it had gained a sense of self, gracefully tracing a blue arc in the air, skillfully evading Chu Mo, and instead drifting slowly towards Fang Xingchen nearby. This unexpected turn of events took everyone by surprise. Chu Mo's outstretched hand froze in midair, his gaze behind the lens flickering rapidly as he watched the blue orb bypass him, a look of unmistakable disappointment, a sensation foreign to him, manifesting on his face for the first time. At that moment, Lu Wei, who had been slumped on the ground with vacant eyes, inexplicably surged with a newfound strength, abruptly rising from the ground, her steps unsteady as she staggered forward, directly positioning herself in the path of the blue orb heading towards Fang Xingchen. She extended her hands, her face reflecting a complex blend of lingering fear, immense desire, and a hint of madness, seemingly attempting to intercept the miraculous orb that had just created wonders. Was it the instinct for survival? Or perhaps a greedy yearning drawn by the orb's pure power? Or a frantic grasping for any semblance of support in a desperate situation? No one could ascertain. Nonetheless, the Hai Yao Shui Lei Zhu appeared to possess its own will. Just before colliding with Lu Wei's palm, it elegantly veered once more, much like a living sprite, circumventing her futile obstruction and resolutely continuing its journey towards its intended target, Fang Xingchen. Standing beside Fang Xingchen, Li Na's muscles tensed visibly in that instant, her right hand instinctively drawing back slightly, as if she subconsciously wished to reach for something at her waist or perform some action. A fleeting glimmer of struggle and calculation flickered in her eyes. Yet, in that very moment, Lin Xiaolan, positioned at her side, suddenly reached out and firmly grasped Li Na's wrist. Lin Xiaolan's fingers, cold from exertion, held an unwavering determination. She did not look at Li Na, her gaze fixated on the blue orb drifting towards Fang Xingchen, her eyes reflecting the lingering sorrow of Wang Hu's sacrifice, but more so an understanding born from a profound emotional upheaval and an indescribable trust. She subtly yet resolutely shook her head at Li Na. Li Na's body stiffened, feeling the strength and the unspoken, unyielding restraint emanating from Lin Xiaolan's grip. The struggle in her eyes swiftly faded, her tensed form gradually relaxing, ultimately surrendering with a barely audible sigh, relinquishing any superfluous actions, her gaze complexly fixed on the orb, under the watchful eyes of all. The Hai Yao Shui Lei Zhu slowly hovered above Fang Xingchen's head. It did not immediately descend, but instead spiraled gracefully around him, shedding gentle, cool blue light particles, as if conducting a final examination and confirmation. Fang Xingchen tilted his head upward, tears still fresh on his cheeks. His heart filled with shock over the tragedy of the Hai Yao clan, sorrow for Wang Hu's sacrifice, and overwhelming confusion and heaviness regarding this sudden, cross-civilizational inheritance. He remained still, neither flinching nor reaching out to grasp it, simply standing there quietly, allowing the pure and sorrowful light to envelop him. Ultimately, as if reaching a conclusion, the orb ceased its spiraling. It retracted its brilliance, becoming warm and jade-like, then lightly and silently descended. Upon contact with Fang Xingchen's forehead, it seamlessly integrated, akin to a droplet merging into the ocean, causing no pain, simply melding into him without obstruction, vanishing from sight. Beneath the night sky, the village momentarily returned to silence. The remaining few in Yingchong congregated before them, seemingly aware of the direction they intended to breach, silently confronting them across the remnants of the energy barrier. Chapter 24. Awakening of the Soul and the Storm of Spirits. Upon the moment the Hai Yao Shui Lei Zhu fused into his third eye, Fang Xingchen felt a cooling, gentle power akin to a trickling stream, quietly seeping down from his crown, penetrating deep into his spirit. Nourished by this pure force, the mental fatigue and trauma resulting from intense tension, repeated shocks, and witnessing the brutal sacrifice of his companions were remarkably alleviated, enveloping him in a long-lost clarity and tranquility. However, this tranquility proved fleeting. His consciousness seemed to be gently nudged by an invisible, tender hand, abruptly severing his perception of the external world. All sounds and sensations rapidly blurred, receded, and ultimately vanished entirely. He plummeted into an infinite, peculiar space where only self-awareness existed. It was the first time he could so clearly introspect into his own spiritual realm. The desolation and chaos of this space exceeded his imagination. Beneath his feet lay merely a few square meters of what felt like a vaguely perceived, mist-like surface, soft and devoid of substance. Surrounding him was an impenetrable darkness, thick and viscous, akin to the depths of the ocean, silently enveloping and pressing against his consciousness, imparting a suffocating sense of solitude. Occasionally, wisps of light gray mist, seemingly composed of countless minute particles, seeped in from the edges of the endless darkness. They swirled through the air like living fish, drifting slowly. Eventually drawn towards something at the center of the space, where stood two figures that sent tremors through his very being. Fang Xingchen's awareness hovered in this chaotic void, his gaze firmly locked onto those two figures, two versions of Fang Xingchen. A profound connection, a resonance of souls, whispered to him that this was indeed the source of his fragmented, yet unified consciousness. To his left stood the middle-aged Fang Xingchen, clad in a familiar, faded plaid shirt. Its cuffs frayed and the collar marked by remnants of long-dried oil stains. This was the very shirt he wore most frequently during his years as an unemployed man. His face bore the relentless scars of time, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes and the furrows etched upon his forehead, each line seemingly filled with the disappointments of life, the struggles of daily existence, and an endless confusion about the future. The stark white hair at his temples stood out conspicuously against the dreary backdrop. He slightly hunched his back, his hands hanging limply at his sides. As if still ensnared in the chaotic memories of the day he vacated his rented apartment, the cold sting of his wife and child's departure weighing heavily upon him. To his right stood the youthful Fang Xingchen, dressed in a slightly worn yet impeccably clean light blue tracksuit, a brand he had toiled for months during his summer break to purchase at the age of 18, its collar gently curling. His visage was smooth, yet untouched by the harshness of life, his eyes clear and bright. Though they held a hint of naivety regarding the path ahead, they radiated a fervent yearning for his dream of becoming an actor, coupled with an indomitable spirit. The subtle upward curve at the corner of his lips seemed frozen in time, reminiscent of moments spent rehearsing lines in front of a mirror during acting classes. Immersed in the fantasies of his roles, firmly believing that one day the spotlight would shine upon him, the two soul fragments stood side by side, their faces nearly identical. Yet their disparate ages and life trajectories exuded distinctly different auras, together forming a bizarre yet harmonious tableau in this chaotic space. More astonishingly, a translucent, gossamer black veil floated delicately above their heads. This peculiar fabric, neither entirely cloth nor mist, pulsated with faint, imperceptible energy waves along its edges. Its dimensions were evidently designed to envelop a single soul fragment, yet it strained to cover both, awkwardly shrouding half of the middle-aged Fang Xingchen's face and the forehead of the youthful Fang Xingchen, its edges swaying gently with the subtle rhythms of their breaths. Appearing exceedingly unstable, Fang Xingchen's consciousness suddenly became illuminated, as the source of his long-standing confusion regarding his memories and identity recognition crystallized before him. This enigmatic black veil was undeniably a cognitive barrier established by the filmmakers to obscure the true identities and memories of the actors, preventing them from becoming disengaged from their roles. Typically, this barrier would function flawlessly, allowing actors to deeply immerse themselves in their characters. Yet, Fang Xingchen was an anomaly. For reasons unknown, he possessed two independent, yet interconnected soul fragments. This thin layer of barrier had become a clumsy cover, for as it leaned more toward the youthful soul, bitter memories of the middle-aged man's return home after unemployment surged forth, vivid as lived experience. Conversely, when it inadvertently shifted toward the middle-aged soul, vibrant recollections of the youth's pursuit of his acting dream violently intruded, creating a jarring dissonance. The alternating emergence of these memories, sometimes clear and sometimes blurred, was a result of this unstable veil tugging and shifting between the two soul fragments. At that moment, as Fang Xingchen's consciousness silently met the gaze of the two soul fragments, an extraordinary transformation occurred. Perhaps it was the pure power of the sea demon's tear pearl, imbued with the final blessings and sorrows of a civilization, that acted as a catalyst. Perhaps the continuous struggle at the brink of life and death had significantly stimulated his mental potential. Or perhaps it was a combination of both that caused the two soul fragments to simultaneously open their eyes with a start. The middle-aged Fang Xingchen's eyes, once dulled by life's trials, now gleamed with clarity and resilience born of experience. The youthful Fang Xingchen's bright gaze contained a steadfastness and responsibility, unafraid of challenges. For pairs of eyes transcended the illusory space, connecting instantaneously with the suspended consciousness of Fang Xingchen. A thunderous roar echoed within his soul, reminiscent of the universe's inception. Fang Xingchen felt as if an immensely powerful current coursed through him, seamlessly merging his consciousness with the two soul fragments below, erasing the distinction between observer and observed. He was both the middle-aged Fang Xingchen and the youthful Fang Xingchen, their life experiences, emotional encounters, and wills converging like two raging rivers at that moment, shattering the invisible barrier that had troubled him for so long. A vast and pure stream of information surged into his newly unified consciousness, akin to a flood breaching its dam, uncontrollably flooding his core. Under the influence of both internal and external factors, the two soul fragments simultaneously broke free from the shackles of mortality, entering the transcendent realm of awakening. Even more astonishing was that this breakthrough yielded not merely a quantitative accumulation, but a qualitative leap, as each soul fragment awakened a unique and powerful innate ability. The middle-aged soul began to emanate a soft blue aura, reminiscent of clear ocean waters. Within this aura, countless tiny points of light, akin to stars, floated and flickered. A clear piece of information imprinted itself into his consciousness. This was a sea-level talent known as soul resonance. Its power was not combat-oriented but rather mystical, allowing him to actively adjust his soul frequency to establish profound connections and resonances with sentient beings in the world, including but not limited to extraordinary artifacts, spiritual entities, and even certain natural elements and ancient relics. There was a certain probability of reading the information they contained, sensing their emotional states, and even, under harmonious conditions, forming deeper soul contracts or temporary enhancements. The previous strong resonance he experienced with the sea demon's tear pearl and the lingering collective consciousness of Fengmin village was indeed the result of this talent being awakened by external forces before it was fully realized. As for the youthful soul fragment, it began to radiate a warm, reddish aura, akin to the rising sun, with subtle yet penetrating ripples resonating within. The associated talent information was equally clear. This was a D-level talent known as Soul Cry. Its effect was more direct. When employed, it could instantly invigorate the soul, dispelling negative states such as hypnosis, temptation, and fear. If the soul was injured, it could provide temporary pain relief and slight healing. Even more exciting was the potential for this talent to be elevated to sea level in the future, allowing the cry's power to be unleashed outward, creating a non-discriminatory soul shock within a certain radius, inflicting considerable damage on spiritual entities. The extraordinary transformation of consciousness within the realm of the soul seemed prolonged. Yet in the external world, it transpired in a mere instant, before Fang Xingchen could fully appreciate the new sense of power that accompanied this breakthrough. An overwhelming sense of crisis pierced through his soul like an icicle, abruptly yanking him back to the harsh reality. As he opened his eyes, the scene reflected on his retina caused his scalp to erupt in alarm. The remnants of the shadow insect tide, previously diminished by the purifying light of the sea demon's tear pearl, had not dissipated. Instead, they surged forth, seemingly enraged, as if attracted by the pure life essence that had just erupted from the pearl. Like a frenzy of sharks catching the scent of blood, they crashed relentlessly against the last crumbling layer of energy barrier protecting the group. This barrier, originally sustained by Wang, who at the cost of his life and soul, had long since depleted its energy source. Its surface was now riddled with a web of dense cracks, the vibrant light that once flowed through it now dimmed and flickering, resembling a candle struggling against the wind. The black tide of insects surged forth like tireless ocean waves, crashing relentlessly against the barrier. The sound of splintering resonating in the air, each crack striking the frayed nerves of the survivors. At last, with a particularly crisp and chilling explosion, the fragile barrier could no longer withstand the onslaught, shattering like glass struck by a heavy hammer, disintegrating into countless motes of light that scattered into the ether. With the final obstacle removed, an innumerable horde of grotesque shadow insects emitted a sharp, frenzied screech, coalescing into a torrent of death that lunged toward Fang Xingchen and his companions, who had nowhere left to retreat. The sheer force seemed poised to engulf them entirely, to obliterate them. The specter of death had never felt so imminent. In a moment of dire urgency, there was no time for contemplation. The instinct to survive, the fierce will to protect one's comrades, and the nascent powers that had only just awakened within him converged in an instant, compelled by the looming threat of death, driving Fang Xingchen to react almost instinctively. The middle-aged soul was the first to act, a pale blue aura faintly expanding around him. Soul resonance. He forcefully seized and amplified the elusive resonance that lingered from his previous communion with the blood tears pearl of the sea demon and the remnants of Fengmin village, shaking his soul frequency in a uniquely assertive manner, sending ripples outward. This time, his intent was not one of amicable communication, but rather a forceful connection with the colossal, chaotic collective consciousness of the shadow insect swarm ahead, formed from countless weak individual minds. This was an exceedingly perilous intrusion, akin to casting a slender thread of thought into a violent whirlpool of psychic chaos. Almost instantly upon establishing the connection, despite its extreme instability and interference, the radiance of the young soul surged dramatically, a faint red halo vibrating. Soul cry erupted. Yet this cry was not meant to bolster his own spirit. Instead, it surged forth through the fragile, chaotic conduit that the middle-aged soul had riskily forged, pouring a concentrated blast of raw willpower, sharp and filled with a sense of dread and tearing, into the very heart of the shadow insect horde. Centered on Fang Xingchen's brow, An invisible, imperceptible, yet devastatingly impactful soul storm erupted in a fan shape, sweeping toward the oncoming tide of shadow insects. This hastily executed combination technique, born from two newly awakened talents, exceeded Fang Xingchen's expectations in both effectiveness and backlash. The four closest to Fang Xingchen, Chu Mo, Li Na, Lin Xiaolan, and Lu Wei, were not the primary targets of the soul storm, yet they were swept by the fringe of its residual force, letting out muffled grunts as they felt a sudden ringing in their heads, as if struck by a heavy hammer swathed in cotton at their foreheads. An intense wave of dizziness and nausea washing over them, their vision darkening, their steps faltering. The shadow insect swarm, directly bearing the brunt of the amplified soul storm, suffered a tremendous blow. The consciousness of these creatures was exceedingly weak and chaotic, relying almost entirely on primal instinct and the energy of abyssal corruption to sustain their movements. Faced with this precise strike targeting the essence of their souls, especially delivered through the very network upon which they depended for survival and coordination, they had no means of resistance. The foremost shadow insects were struck as if by an invisible giant hand, their bodies stiffening abruptly, the dense dark energy that constituted them becoming disordered and dissipating. Like a candle flame extinguished by a tempest, vanishing in a series of soft pops, transformed into wisps of pure black smoke that dissolved without a trace. Behind them, more of the swarm was swept away by an invisible shockwave filled with destructive energy. The dark cloud they formed came to an abrupt halt. The sound of their bodies crashing to the ground echoing like a torrential downpour, thousands of shadow insects plummeting to earth, completely losing their ability to hover, cascading downwards to carpet the ground before the survivors. They did not die immediately, but the core consciousness that fueled their movement was temporarily shattered, plunging them into a deep, involuntary stupor. However, forcibly executing this combination technique, which far exceeded his current limits, inflicted severe backlash and drain upon Fang Xingchen's newly awakened soul. He felt as though his very essence had been instantaneously siphoned away. Within the realm of his soul, the brilliance of the two soul forms dimmed sharply, becoming ethereal and unstable, as if they might vanish at any moment. His physical body reacted violently. He swayed. His face, which had regained some color from the breakthrough, turned as pale as parchment, icy sweat beading on his forehead, his vision fading to black, a metallic taste flooding his throat, and he could no longer sustain himself. Collapsing backward, Fang Zheng, Brother Fang, Li Na and Lin Xiaolan, closest to him, fought through their own dizziness and discomfort to cry out in alarm. Quick as a flash, Li Na supported his back, while Lin Xiaolan clutched his arm tightly. Together, they barely managed to keep him from sliding to the ground. What's wrong? Wake up! Lin Xiaolan, frantic, instinctively placed her fingers on his carotid artery, feeling the icy sweat and the weak, rapid pulse, signs of his life force rapidly waning. Fang Xingchen's lips moved, expending what little strength remained in his soul to utter words as fragile as gossamer. Hurry away. These insects are merely unconscious and won't remain so for long. Each word felt like a heavy weight, and with that warning, his head drooped helplessly, succumbing to unconsciousness. Surrounding them was a temporarily quiet yet perilous ground littered with insects. Within their inner circle lay the survivors, plunged into a new crisis. The balance of life and death once again wavered uncertainly. Chapter 25. The Return of the Insect Tide and the Haunted Bus. Fang Xingchen's warning, uttered with the last of his strength, fell like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the flicker of hope that had momentarily ignited in the wake of the insect tide's brief lull. A chill surged from the base of the spine to the crown of the head, more piercing than the cold wind of the desolate village night. Chuamo, gloves and rubber shoes. I'll go drive. Li Na reacted with the utmost swiftness, her voice sharp with urgency, her gaze, as if drawn by a magnet, locked onto the ghostly bus, cloaked in mud and lying silently under the dim light, a potential arc that could bear them away from this realm of death. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Mo swiftly retrieved the discarded rubber shoe and glove from the pile of ashes that had once been Wang Hu, the remnants still warm with a sense of tragic finality. His movements were so rapid they seemed to blur, and then, in a gesture that brought tears to Lin Xiaolan's eyes, he pulled a sealed bag from the side pocket of his ever-present backpack. Crouching down to reverently gather as much of the gray-white ash, symbolic of a man's south final resting place, as he could, cradling it with inexpressible reverence. He sealed the bag with care, as if securing a sacred relic, placing it solemnly in the innermost pocket of his backpack. Finally, he gently cleaned Wang Hu's blood-stained, cracked phone, tucking it away as well. Having completed these tasks, he turned to Li Na, maintaining his signature calm demeanor. Though his words came more rapidly, the gloves and rubber shoes feel different. Lina paused, taking the ghostly leather gloves from Chu Mo. The instant she touched them, her brow furrowed. Indeed, the chilling sensation that once felt like grasping a block of ancient ice, evoking deep-seated terror, had vanished. Now, while the gloves remained cold, it was merely a physical chill, akin to ordinary leather brought in from the frigid outdoors. She reached for the other rubber shoe, finding the same to be true. The ominous aura, lingering as if imbued with a life of its own, appeared to have been purified by some unseen force. Strangely, the sense of abnormality seemed to dissipate. Lin Xiaolan reached out, her fingers brushing against the air, and she too sensed a change, exclaiming in surprise. Lina's brows furrowed tighter, her gaze piercing as it swept over the thick layer of black insect carpet that had temporarily fallen silent on the ground, before swiftly darting towards the ghostly bus. "Let us give it a try," she declared with resolute finality. Maintaining a heightened sense of vigilance, she quickly approached the minibus. Picking up a relatively long and sturdy dead branch from the roadside, she affixed the now seemingly normal ghostly glove to the end of the branch, creating a makeshift control rod that extended her reach. Drawing in a deep breath, she stretched her arm as straight as possible and cautiously, millimeter by millimeter, extended the branch, with the glove as a barrier, towards the cold steering wheel of the bus. The moment the branch, with the glove, made contact with the surface of the steering wheel, an aberration re-emerged. The dead branch, along with the ghostly glove, was engulfed in a searing heat, instantly turning black and carbonizing, then crumbling into a small cloud of ash that dispersed into the air. The entire process transpired in the blink of an eye. "This is not good." Lina's complexion turned ashen, her heart sinking as she flicked away the charred remnants clinging to her hand, her voice low and grave. The vehicle's rules still applied. Perhaps the purification had not encompassed it? Or was the contamination level of this bus itself even higher, with greater resistance? She swiftly assessed the situation, her heart weighing heavy. This ghostly bus remained a prison steeped in the taboos of death. What about the off-road vehicle that brought us here? That should be fine. Lu Wei pointed shakily towards the black SUV they had arrived in, as if grasping at the last straw of hope. That was a normal industrial creation. It should be safe. I'll go take a look. Before Chu Mo could finish his sentence, he dashed forward with the swiftness of a cheetah, his movements betraying no trace of a programmer's demeanor. Lu Wei, driven by this final glimmer of hope, felt a surge of strength from somewhere, stumbling yet determinately following Chu Mo towards the vehicle. However, reality dealt them another merciless blow. As Chu Mo reached the vehicle and illuminated it with the cold beam of his flashlight, a glance was all it took for his expression to darken, as if shrouded by a layer of frost. The once imposing black SUV now lay in a state of utter disrepair, its body marred by grotesque dents and deep scratches, as though ravaged by the claws of a monstrous beast. All the windows shattered, bits of glass strewn across the interior and the ground. Most critically, all four tires had been brutally punctured, deflated and collapsed, with the rims showing signs of distortion. Clearly, those frenzied villagers had vented their wrath upon this vehicle, a symbol of the outside world and the living. The tires are completely flat. The body is severely damaged. It's totaled. It can't be driven. Chu Mo's voice carried a hint of frustration and anger as he rushed back to the others, urgently relaying the grim news. Their final escape route had been irrevocably severed. The four of them, dragging the unconscious and feeble Fang Xingchen, were once again thrust back beside the ghostly bus by the invisible hand of despair. They leaned against the cold, hard, rust-stained, and grimy door, entrapped in a true predicament, unable to escape. Despair enveloped them like a chilling, viscous tar, seeping in from all sides, suffocating each individual with a weight heavier than any previous encounter, almost rendering them breathless. This time, even the last vestige of hopeful delusion had been stripped away. "Are we really going to die here?" Lin Xiaolan's voice trembled, laced with suppressed sobs as she gazed down at Fang Xingchen's pallid face, barely breathing as if on the brink of cessation, then lifted her eyes to the ground where the tide of black insects began to writhe ominously, an overwhelming sense of helplessness and sorrow engulfing her like a tsunami. With Wang, who recently sacrificed, and Fang Xingchen now unconscious, the relentless blows had brought this kind-hearted nurse to the edge of collapse. Lina leaned against the frigid, penetrating door, her gaze fixed on the oppressive sky, partitioned by the remnants of dim light and the heavy darkness of death, her chest heaving violently, devoid of color. She had faced treacherous snow-capped mountains, perilous jungles, and desolate deserts, countless encounters with death, yet never had she felt such profound impotence and despair. All her experiences, skills, and courage appeared utterly trivial and laughable against this extraordinary and bizarre predicament. Chu Mo's brows knitted into a deep furrow, his eyes scanning the dilapidated village, the silent shrine, the distant outlines of mountains, and the ominous bus beneath him with the speed of a high-velocity scanner. His mind raced at an unprecedented pace, desperately seeking a glimmer of logic or a mathematical probability of escape from this seemingly flawless deadlock. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, trickling down his taut cheeks. Meanwhile, Lu Wei had completely collapsed, curled up beside the icy wheel, clutching her knees tightly, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. Her body trembled uncontrollably, her gaze vacant and unfocused, her lips murmuring broken syllables that no one could decipher. Perhaps even she herself was unaware of what she uttered. Her mental defenses had utterly crumbled. A rustling sound, chilling and spine-tingling, began to echo from the front like a prelude to death, growing clearer and more intense. The dark, shadowy insects that had settled on the ground began to stir. Tiny, sesame seed-sized bodies began to awkwardly flip over, their wings brushing against the air. More and more black specks re-emerged, swaying and ascending, soon regaining their loathsome agility. They coalesced in the air, forming that oppressive, suffocating cloud of death, rolling and expanding ominously. A cold, chaotic, and malevolent awareness once again locked onto the vibrant, life-emitting prey beside the bus. Just moments ago, they had been pulled back from the brink of death, having witnessed the miraculous light of purification, even briefly believing they had found a path to survival. Yet now, reality callously thrust them back to the edge of the abyss, which seemed even deeper this time, and the despair heavier. The immense psychological plunge from the pinnacle of hope to the depths of despair was enough to shatter even the most resilient spirit. "No, please don't come any closer," Lu Wei cried out, her voice tinged with a deathly panic, her body curling up in a spasm as she beheld the approaching swarm of insects, gathering with the ferocity of a black tsunami. Li Na abruptly straightened, positioning her hiking pole across her chest. Though she understood that this ordinary iron might prove as futile as a straw against the bizarre tide of insects, the despair in her eyes had been replaced by an almost frenzied, indomitable fighting spirit. Chu Mo gripped the heavy machete left behind by Wang Hu, the cold handle providing a scant sense of reality. He adjusted his glasses, his gaze no longer calculating or analyzing, but rather fixed in a frigid resolve of mutual destruction with the enemy. He positioned himself beside Li Na, forming a fragile defensive line. Lin Xiaolan tightly embraced Fang Xingchen, attempting to shield him with her frail form, her eyes closed, long eyelashes adorned with tears. She did not prepare for battle like Li Na. Instead, she expended her last ounce of strength to protect the person in her arms, as if that alone could secure him an extra second of life. Tears silently streamed down her dust-covered cheeks, falling onto Fang Xingchen's cold forehead. As if awakened by the icy tears, Fang Xingchen stirred in her embrace, his eyelids fluttering violently, akin to a dying butterfly struggling to flap its wings. With immense difficulty, he opened his eyes once more. His gaze remained unfocused, frail, and blurred, as if shrouded in a thick veil of gloom. He fought to comprehend the scene before him, the overwhelming tide of death that loomed imminent. His lips, cracked and devoid of color, moved slightly, as if attempting to utter something, yet no sound emerged. Drawing upon the faintest glimmer of regained strength, he barely managed to stir his fingers, brushing against Lin Xiaolan's tightly clasped arm. Lin Xiaolan sensed this subtle contact and abruptly lowered her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at him. Fang Xingchen's lips moved again, this time producing a faint sound, fragile as a wisp of wind, yet distinctly reaching Lin Xiaolan's ears. "The door is open, perhaps try inside." This statement, akin to a match being struck in a pitch-black, silent chamber, though feeble, illuminated a corner that had been habitually overlooked by all. The collective gaze of everyone, accompanied by a near heart-stopping thrill, suddenly shifted toward the nearby ghost bus, its door ajar, a result of the earlier panicked escape. It stood there, silently and abruptly open, reminiscent of a forgotten, silent invitation. A deadly blind spot obscured by the continuous onslaught of terror, chaos, and entrenched thinking from the very beginning. Previously, everyone's attention had been entirely consumed by the threat of the swarm, the miracle of the purifying light, Fang Xingchen's unconsciousness and awakening, the failed attempts to start the bus, and the futile search for alternative vehicles, leading their minds to automatically filter out this most initial and obvious anomaly. They subconsciously believed that this death-laden ghost vehicle could only be entered and controlled through special means, completely neglecting the simplest fact that the door was open. There was no time for contemplation. The black tide of insects surged like a dam-bursting flood, akin to a gaping maw of a demonic abyss, crashing down upon them. Get in the bus, Li Na bellowed, her voice nearly tearing her throat as she infused every ounce of vitality into her roar. The instinct for survival at this moment eclipsed all rational thought, all fear and hesitation. Chu Mo was the first to react. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun around. Akin to an athlete sprinting toward the finish line, propelling himself toward the open door that seemed to lead to another world. Li Na and Lin Xiaolan nearly synchronized their efforts, expending every remnant of their strength to half-drag, half-carry the unconscious Fang Xingchen, fiercely shoving him toward the entrance. Lu Wei, too, was driven by the instinct for survival, tumbling and nearly falling into the bus, just as Lin Xiaolan, at the back, managed to squeeze half her body inside. She felt a sudden tug on her backpack, the icy, sticky tendrils of the leading insect tide almost grazing the tips of her hair. With a thunderous crash, Chu Mo exerted every last ounce of strength, using his body weight and momentum to forcefully pull the heavy, rusted bus door shut, sealing it with a resounding thud. The sound of the door closing resonated as if a bell from heaven had tolled. Almost at the very moment the door latched shut, a cacophony erupted, resembling a multitude of war drums beating in unison, akin to countless hailstones crashing down with ferocity. The bus shuddered violently, reverberating as though it were a small vessel on the brink of capsizing amid a storm. The windows emitted a disconcerting groan, as if on the verge of shattering. More and more of the insect tide surged forward, attempting to overwhelm this solitary bus, akin to a rock amidst turbulent waters. Inside, the 5 survivors collapsed onto the cold, dust-laden floor, their chests heaving violently like old bellows, gasping for air, greedily inhaling the murky yet temporarily safe atmosphere of the bus. Sweat, tears, and mucus mingled with dust and blood, coating every face marked by terror, exhaustion, and a profound sense of luck. Their hearts thundered in their chests, nearly leaping out, listening to the relentless, suffocating sounds of impact from outside, feeling the continuous tremors coursing through the bus body. Each person was enveloped in a complex sensation of extreme fragility, yet miraculously surviving under the scythe of death. They were temporarily safe. However, this safety felt so unreal, so fragile. They remained trapped within this ghost bus, rife with the unknown and the bizarre, while outside, the relentless assault of the terrifying insect tide continued. Moreover, could this vehicle still be started? Even if it could, who would steer this chariot of death into the unknown? Chapter 26. Urgent rescue. In the dawn of darkness, the cabin was suffused with a noxious blend of burnt material, dust, and a faint metallic scent of blood, while the sounds of the insect tide striking the vehicle resonated like heavy drum beats, each impact sending a shiver through the heart. The group lay on the cold floor for several minutes, their bones aching as if reassembled, the stinging of their wounds becoming increasingly pronounced with the gradual return of strength. Chu Mo was the first to push himself up using the armrest of the nearby seat. His movements were somewhat stiff, and he instinctively pressed his left hand against his lower back, where he had been struck by the door frame while protecting Fang Xingchen. The pain was dull but persistent with every motion. He glanced back at the still unconscious Fang Xingchen and scanned the others sprawled on the floor, his voice hoarse. Get up. The ground is too cold. It would be troublesome if anyone catches a chill. Upon hearing this, Li Na gritted her teeth and pulled herself up using the inner armrest of the door, lowering her gaze to brush off the dust from her pants. Her knuckles turned white from exertion. She had slammed the door with such force that her fingers had been pinched, leaving them slightly numb. She looked at Chu Mo and nodded. Let us lift Fang Zheng to a seat. It will be easier for Xiaolan to take care of him. The two hurried to Fang Xingchen's side. Chu Mo crouched down, carefully supporting Fang Xingchen's back, while Li Na bent to lift his legs. Fang Xingchen's cheeks were as pale as thin paper, his breath so faint that the rise and fall of his chest was nearly imperceptible. As Chu Mo's fingertips brushed the skin at his neck, he felt an icy chill, causing his heart to sink. The horrific scene of Wang Hu's sacrifice lingered in his mind, and he could not bear to lose another companion. Together, they hoisted Fang Xingchen to the last row by the window, and Chu Mo even grabbed a bag from the adjacent seat to place under Fang Xingchen's head, attempting to make him as comfortable as possible. Lin Xiaolan had already struggled to her feet, crouching beside Fang Xingchen to check his condition. As she retrieved the medical kit from her backpack, her fingers trembled slightly from anxiety. The zipper of the kit snagged, and she tugged at it until it finally opened, revealing a dwindling supply of medications, a few glucose syringes, a small bottle of saline, 2 vitamin B12 injections, and some scattered gauze and iodine. Gazing at the meager supplies, her eyes grew warm. These were the very items she had prepared for supporting a clinic in the mountainous areas. And now they had become the last hope for saving her companion. Chu Mo, Help me hold his arm. Don't let him move. Lin Xiaolan's voice trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. She first took out a vial of saline solution, dipped a disposable cotton pad into it, and meticulously wiped the skin on Fang Xingchen's arm. The veins beneath his skin were faintly visible. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaolan carefully aimed the needle at the vein, striving to be gentle in her movements. Fearing that even a slight tremor of her hand might cause pain to the unconscious Fang Xingchen, Chu Mo and Li Na held Fang Xingchen's body steady on either side, while Lu Wei illuminated the area with a flashlight. Observing Lin Xiaolan as she skillfully injected glucose and vitamin B12 into Fang Xingchen's vein, the fluid flowed gently into his body, resembling a faint warm current that gradually nourished his exhausted physique. Once the injection was complete, Lin Xiaolan pressed a cotton swab against the puncture site, holding it in place for a considerable time before releasing it. She then took the remaining saline solution, dampened another cotton pad, and cautiously wiped away the dried blood at the corner of Fang Xingchen's mouth. The blood had already crusted over, making it somewhat laborious to clean. But Lin Xiaolan's movements were exceptionally gentle, as if she were handling a fragile treasure. She lifted the gauze from Fang Xingchen's forehead, revealing an inflamed wound. Using iodine to disinfect it carefully, she then replaced it with fresh gauze, each action infused with the unique meticulousness and tenderness of a nurse. "You should feel a bit better now." Lin Xiaolan straightened up, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. Noticing that Fang Xingchen's complexion appeared slightly improved and his breathing had steadied, allowing her anxious heart to relax a little. Turning her gaze to the others, she noticed a bruise on Chu Mo's lower back. Li Na's palm was red and swollen from being caught in the car door, and Lu Wei huddled in the corner with a shallow scratch on her knee, still oozing blood. Lin Xiaolan took out the remaining iodine and gauze, tending to each of their wounds. The atmosphere was quiet, interrupted only by faint gasps of pain, which stood out amid the relentless pounding of the insect swarm against the vehicle. Once all wounds were treated, they each found a relatively intact seat. Everyone instinctively avoided the window seats, as if distancing themselves from the chaotic black insects outside. Lu Wei nestled in the third-to-last row, clutching her knees tightly, burying her head in her arms, only occasionally lifting it to cast a terrified glance outside before quickly lowering it again. The carriage fell into a brief silence, punctuated solely by the rhythmic thudding of the insect tide, akin to a hammer relentlessly striking each person's nerves. Chu Mo broke the silence first, adjusting his glasses, the lenses reflecting faint light in the dimness. He looked at Li Na and Lin Xiaolan, attempting to stabilize the tense atmosphere. "Do you think these insects are the same as what we encountered on the winding mountain road?" Lin Xiaolan, seated in the second-to-last row, looked up, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. "It should be. Didn't the villagers say that the black insects came from that winding road?" After a moment's pause, she added, "But back on the winding road, they seemed to only move in the darkness. As long as there was light, they would retreat. Yet here, they not only fear no light, but even rush to extinguish it. It's truly strange." Li Na leaned against the back of her seat, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the tip of her hiking pole, her brow furrowed as she pondered. "From my years of field experience, many insects are quite vulnerable when acting alone. But once they gather in large numbers, their behavior can drastically change. Take locusts, for example. A single locust poses no threat to humans, but when they swarm, they become incredibly aggressive, devouring everything in their path." She lifted her gaze to the others, her eyes glimmering with speculation. Could these black insects be similar? Perhaps when we were on the winding road, they hadn't yet formed a large swarm, making them more susceptible to light. But now, as they gather in greater numbers, they might have developed a collective consciousness, thus becoming more aggressive. Collective consciousness? Chu Mo mused, repeating the term thoughtfully as his fingers lightly tapped his knee. If that's the case, their threat may be greater than we imagined. A single insect might not be frightening, but thousands gathered together could create an endless black net, capable of consuming everything. He paused, casting a serious glance out the window, and another question arises. We never saw these insects during the day on the winding road. Does that mean they fear sunlight? If dawn breaks, will they retreat? Upon hearing this, Li Na immediately lowered her head, pulling out her phone to illuminate the screen. The battery displayed only 17, and the time read 5:19 a.m. She sighed softly at the sight. It's early autumn now. Usually, it gets light around 6 a.m. in the south, which means we only need to hold on for about another hour. She turned her phone toward the group, the weak light casting reflections on each face, but uncertainty lingered regarding whether they could endure this final hour. All eyes fell on the phone screen, the time of 5:19 a.m. appearing as a glimmer of hope, yet shrouded by a thick veil of darkness. Lu Wei lifted her head, her voice trembling. Will it really get light? It feels like this night will never end. Her words were laden with despair, as the harrowing experiences of recent days had nearly shattered her nerves. Lin Xiaolan gently patted Lu Wei's shoulder, her tone soothing. It will. Just hold on a bit longer. Dawn will come soon. Once it does, these insects will flee, and we will survive. Yet as she spoke, her gaze drifted, uncertainty clouding her conviction, in such dire straits. She needed to offer herself and the others a shard of hope. Chu Emo tucked his phone away, leaning back in his seat, closing his eyes as if to conserve energy while contemplating strategies. His fingers continued to tap lightly on his knee, replaying the harrowing events from the winding road to Qingshan village. The missing driver, the charred old master, Zhang Xiulan's disappearance into the darkness, Wang Hue's sacrifice, and the purification of the sea demon S-tier. Each image was vivid, as if they were unfolding before him, making him acutely aware of the peril they now faced, far beyond what they could have imagined. The carriage fell into silence once more, the collision of the insect tide intertwining with the sound of their breaths. Each person silently prayed for dawn, hoping for this nightmare to swiftly come to an end. Fang Xingchen lay in the last row, his consciousness having awakened. Yet his body was too fatigued to muster the strength to open his eyes. He could clearly hear the conversations around him, feel Lin Xiaolan's gentle treatment, and listen to the chaotic pounding of the insects outside. His consciousness floated in a void, the heaviness and pain of his body becoming hazy, with only a faint awareness guiding him deeper into his spiritual realm. The spiritual realm remained a chaotic scene, the foggy ground beneath him thinner than before, while the surrounding darkness remained dense and inescapable. The middle-aged Fang Xingchen and his younger self stood side by side at the center of this space, their figures appearing somewhat ethereal, as if they could vanish at any moment. The middle-aged Fang Xingchen hunched slightly, exhaustion evident in his gaze. The youthful Fang Xingchen retained a stubborn expression, yet it lacked the fervor of before, now tempered with a steadiness born from trials. At that moment, a faint blue stream emanated from the depths of Fang Xingchen's consciousness, gently flowing like a trickling brook, nourishing the two souls. This clear stream carried a pure and warm energy, likely remnants of the sea demon S-tier that had integrated with his third eye. The two souls seemed to be revitalized, their ethereal forms gradually becoming clearer and the weariness etched upon their faces lessening. Meanwhile, a wisp of pale gray mist slowly drifted into the realm of souls, as if drawn by an unseen force, gradually merging with the two souls. This mist bore a faint trace of vitality. Though minimal, it was steadily mending their damaged spirits. Fang Xingchen's consciousness floated in the void, observing the gradual restoration of the two souls, and he couldn't help but exhale in relief. He understood that this was the legacy of the sea demon ancestor aiding him, as well as his own while sustaining him. He could not falter. There were companions relying on him, and the last wishes of Wang who needed fulfillment. He had to regain his strength swiftly and lead everyone out of this dire predicament. Time ticked away, each second dragging as if the clock within the carriage had slowed its pace, every minute stretching into an eternity. Outside, the darkness remained thick and impenetrable, with no sign of dawn on the horizon. The crashing sounds of the swarming insects intensified rather than diminished. With a sudden, resounding crash, a clear crack appeared in one of the windows on the left side of the carriage, rapidly spreading like a spider's web, startling Lu Wei into a brief scream. Lina promptly rose and hurried to inspect the crack. The window's glass had begun to loosen, and further violent impacts would likely shatter it completely. This was untenable. The glass could not endure much longer. Lina's voice carried a hint of urgency as she glanced back at Chuemo, inquiring if there was any way to reinforce the window. Before anyone could respond, a more ominous occurrence unfolded, as more and more black insects crashed against the vehicle. Their bodies fragmented, leaving behind a viscous black residue that seeped through the gaps of the doors and the cracks of the windows. An eerie chill began to infiltrate the carriage. The temperature inside plummeted, the cold being not merely ordinary but a penetrating chill that seemed to reach the marrow, causing everyone to involuntarily shudder. Lin Xiaolan instinctively tightened her coat around her, glancing at Fang Xingchen, who appeared to be turning slightly blue at the lips, clearly affected by the frigid air. She quickly retrieved a thin blanket from her backpack and draped it over him, tucking his arms inside to keep him warm. This was not a sustainable situation. The carriage was growing colder, and if this continued, they would all succumb to frostbite. Lin Xiaolan's voice carried a note of concern as she gazed at the relentless swarm outside, a wave of despair washing over her. Could dawn truly arrive? The sounds of the crashing insects continued, and the cracks in the windows multiplied, the chill inside the carriage growing heavier. Even in his unconscious state, Fang Xingchen seemed to sense the cold, his body trembling slightly. Lin Xiaolan grasped his hand, feeling its icy touch, and enveloped it with her warmth. attempting to transfer her body heat to him. Just a little longer until dawn. Lin Xiaolan silently prayed, her gaze fixed on the darkness outside, longing for the first glimmer of light to appear. Yet, the darkness remained boundless, with only the clamor of the insects resounding in the stillness of the morning, an unsettling harbinger of their impending fate. Chapter 27. Resonance of the Phantom Vehicle and Dawn's Lamentation. Fang Xingchen awoke, jolted by a penetrating cold that seeped through his bones. As his consciousness struggled to surface from the chaotic dark, the first sensation he registered was not the ache in his body, but an icy chill that seemed to permeate his very marrow. This was not the refreshing coolness of a morning in the mountains. It felt more like an invisible, decaying coldness wrapping around him, rendering his limbs numb. He managed to move his fingers, feeling the cold, hard fabric of the seat beneath him, adorned with tiny droplets of moisture that had solidified at some unknown point, sending a shudder through him. As he gradually opened his eyes, the dim interior of the carriage became clearer. Outside, the darkness remained impenetrable, and the sound of the insects battering against the vehicle persisted. Lin Xiaolan sat beside him, her head tilted back against the seat, her face pale and brows furrowed, evidently unable to sleep due to the strange cold, though she was feigning rest. Not far away, Lu Wei huddled in the corner, tightly clutching her knees, her body trembling slightly, murmuring incoherently, perhaps haunted by nightmares. Chu Mo and Li Na occupied the front row, both wide awake, their eyes fixed on the outside world, alert as two predatory cats poised to react to an ambush. Cough, cough, cough. Fang Xingchen attempted to speak, but his throat was parched and painful, triggering a fit of harsh coughing that echoed in the silent carriage. Lin Xiaolan jolted awake at the sound, turning to see him conscious. Her eyes immediately filled with a mix of joy and concern as she leaned closer. Uncle Fang, you're awake. How do you feel? Is anything bothering you? Her hand gently pressed against his forehead, the warmth of her fingertips helping to clear the fog of his mind. Cold, Fang Xingchen managed to croak, his voice gravelly and strained. The insect swarm, has it retreated? Not yet, but dawn is approaching, Lin Xiaolan replied, quickly adjusting the thin blanket draped over him and smoothing his tousled hair. You should rest a bit longer, let me check on you. No need. Fang Xingchen shook his head, straining to sit up. He sensed his body was still weak, the two souls in his spiritual realm trembling slightly. The backlash from his earlier force technique not yet fully abated. However, he knew he could not afford to wait any longer. The chill in the carriage was intensifying, and the cracks in the windows had multiplied. The glass of the leftmost window had begun to tremble, and if they did not act soon, the swarm would break through and invade. Lin Xiaolan reached out to support him, but Fang Xingchen waved her off. Bracing himself against the seat, he attempted to shift his body. Each movement sent a jolt of pain through his chest, and darkness danced at the edges of his vision. Chu Mo, sensing the commotion, hurried over and steadied him with a firm hand on his back. Take it easy, don't rush. Chu Mo's grip was reassuringly steady, emanating a calmness that put Fang Xingchen at ease. Leaning against him for a moment, he finally rasped, help me to the co-pilot seat. The co-pilot? Chu Mo hesitated, quickly realizing his intention. A complex expression crossed his face. You want to drive? Your body isn't ready. There's no time left, Fang Xingchen interjected, scanning the carriage's occupants with unwavering resolve. His gloves and shoes had already failed him. He could not risk the driver's seat, but perhaps the co-pilot's seat could be an option. During his unconsciousness, he had vaguely sensed a faint consciousness from the bus, an ancient presence trapped within its metallic shell. This might be their only path to survival. Chu Mo ceased his objections, carefully assisting Fang Xingchen toward the front row. The cold within the carriage thickened, and Fang Xingchen could even see tiny tendrils of black mist swirling in the air, creeping toward him through the gaps. Gritting his teeth, he bore the discomfort and finally reached the co-pilot's seat. Li Na quickly stood, her eyes filled with worry. Fang Zheng, are you sure you can do this? If not, we can wait a little longer. Dawn is almost here. We can't wait. Fang Xingchen shook his head, slowly sitting down with Chu Mo's support. A fine layer of dust coated the co-pilot seat, the cold leather sending a shiver down his spine. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and focused, slowly submerging his consciousness into the realm of souls. The chaos in his mind lingered, but it had become somewhat clearer. The middle-aged Fang Xingchen and the youthful Fang Xingchen stood side by side in the center of the spiritual realm, their forms still somewhat ethereal, but now more defined under the nurturing energy of the sea demon's blood tear pearl. Please, Fang Xingchen silently recited in his heart, concentrating his awareness on the middle-aged spirit. At this moment, he could only rely on it to communicate with the minibus. As his consciousness coalesced, a faint blue halo enveloped the middle-aged spirit, resembling a tranquil sea surface, rippling with subtle waves. Countless delicate azure spirit lines extended from the halo, akin to soft silk threads or agile tentacles, gracefully dancing toward the outer realms of the spirit space. The lines penetrated the barriers of consciousness, gradually diffusing into the cabin. Some lines brushed against Lin Xiaolan's spirit, causing her to instinctively shiver and glance around in confusion. Others glided over Lu Wei's head, momentarily halting her trembling body. Still, others entwined with Chu Mo and Li Na's spirits, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity in them both. Fang Xingchen did not pause, guiding these lines to weave around his companions, continuing to extend toward every corner of the cabin, the rust on the roof, the seams of the seats, the patterns of the steering wheel, the buttons on the dashboard. Finally, one line made contact with a faint, cold, metallic consciousness. This consciousness was bewildered, akin to a newborn child, filled with curiosity about the external world, yet tinged with an imperceptible loneliness. Trapped within its metallic shell, it had encountered countless passengers, yet none had ever perceived its existence. Fang Xingchen's awareness cautiously approached along the line, gently transmitting a thread of goodwill. Initially, the bewildered consciousness recoiled warily, the line vibrating slightly as if startled, but soon, it seemed to sense the benevolence within Fang Xingchen's spirit, hesitantly drawing closer. In the next moment, a vivid scene surged into Fang Xingchen's consciousness, a minibus traversing the mountains day after day, gradually transforming from a pristine, newly manufactured vehicle into an old, dirty wreck. At some unknown point, an eerie, mysterious force began to seep into the bus's structure, infiltrating the driver, the gloves he wore, and his leather boots. The minibus gradually awakened a feeble consciousness, unable to speak or move, silently observing the external world while sensing the joys and sorrows within. Until one fateful night, as rain poured from the sky, a drunken man sat in the front row, reeking of alcohol and clad in a floral shirt. "Drive faster. Do you even know how to drive?" The man suddenly grew impatient, slapping the front seat and yelling at the driver, "I'm in a hurry. If you don't speed up, I'll file a complaint." The driver, helpless, explained, "It's raining, and the mountain road is slippery. It's dangerous to drive fast. Please wait a moment." "Wait for what?" The man abruptly stood, lunging forward to seize the steering wheel, yanking it hard to the left. "I told you to speed up. Can't you understand?" The steering wheel jerked violently, causing the minibus to veer off course toward the cliffside. The driver turned pale with fear, desperately trying to reclaim the steering wheel. "Have you lost your mind? Let go. We're going to fall." The minibus's consciousness was instantly engulfed by rage. It sensed the threat of death, the driver's terror, and the man's madness. The vehicle trembled slightly, and a surge of black energy erupted from within, instantly enveloping the man. "Ah!" The man screamed in a chilling wail, his fingers first turning black as if scorched by fierce flames, the darkness rapidly spreading up his arm. He attempted to release his grip, but the energy ensnared him, and within seconds, his body disintegrated into black ash, absorbed by the minibus and transformed into a faint stream of energy coursing through its body. The other passengers in the cabin were already terrified beyond measure. Some screaming and pounding on the windows. "Open the door. Let me out." The driver trembled in fear, slamming on the brakes and shakily opening the door as passengers rushed out, disappearing into the rain. The driver slumped in the driver's seat, pale and shaking, gazing at the empty cabin before glancing at the steering wheel. His throat tightened, but he eventually steeled himself to start the vehicle, slowly driving back to the depot. The next day, he resigned, citing illness, leaving behind the black leather gloves and rubber boots he had worn the entire time, along with a note instructing the evening driver to always wear them. Shortly thereafter, a substitute driver arrived, a young man, who paused in surprise upon seeing the gloves and boots, muttered, "The predecessor was quite particular," before donning the gloves and starting the vehicle. On the same day, Fang Xingchen, with a tattered backpack slung over his shoulder, boarded this very bus. The scene abruptly halted. Fang Xingchen's consciousness remained immersed in the minibus's memories, a medley of emotions swirling within him. It was not a malevolent spirit by nature, merely a bewildered consciousness trapped within metal, striving to protect itself and the innocent passengers in its own way. Just then, a chilling force surged through the resonant lines. This force, laden with decay, resembled countless tiny black insects, burrowing into Fang Xingchen's spirit space along the lines. Fang Xingchen's heart tightened, realizing instantly that this was the eerie contamination the minibus had suffered, transmitted through the resonance channels. This cannot happen. Fang Xingchen gritted his teeth, carefully mobilizing the power of the young spirit. A pale red halo enveloped the young spirit, emanating faint ripples of energy. Soul cry. The light expanded along the lines, colliding with the chilling black force. A faint sizzling sound echoed in his consciousness as the black energy, akin to encountering fierce flames, was swiftly incinerated and dissipated. Fang Xingchen sensed the light in the spirit's space dim slightly, the young spirit's form becoming somewhat ethereal. His spirit was still in a weakened state. Exerting his talent twice had left him fatigued, a metallic taste rising in his throat that he fought to suppress. Fortunately, the chilling force was successfully purified. The minibus's consciousness seemed to perceive the danger, sending a wave of gratitude through the lines. Fang Xingchen took a deep breath. Refocusing his consciousness to convey instructions to the minibus's spirit, start the vehicle, turn on the lights, and move forward. The engine roared to life, shattering the silence within the cabin. Everyone looked up in astonishment as the dashboard lights gradually illuminated and the headlights flickered on, casting a warm glow that pierced the darkness and illuminated the mountain road ahead. The bus is moving? Lu Wei exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes sparkling with surprise at the glowing headlights. Lin Xiaolan exhaled in relief, her tense body finally easing. Thank goodness, we are saved. Fang Xingchen leaned against the passenger seat, eyes closed, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He could feel the minibus's consciousness straining to control the vehicle, the body inching forward as the wheels crunched over the gravel, producing a creaking sound. Simultaneously, a faint black halo emanated from within the bus, enveloping the entire vehicle, a peculiar energy akin to an invisible barrier. The previously frantically colliding swarm of insects abruptly ceased their movements, circling outside the halo but daring not to approach. Soon, the swarm split into two groups, flanking the minibus as if escorting it while waiting for an opportunity. They are not attacking anymore, Li Na inquired, her gaze fixed on the swarm outside, filled with confusion. It's the bus's energy, Fang Xingchen weakly replied. The consciousness of this vehicle is protecting us. No sooner had he spoken than his body swayed, and darkness enveloped his vision once more. The depletion of his spirit was overwhelming, and he was on the verge of collapse. Just then, a faint light began to dawn in the eastern sky. The day was breaking. A soft golden glow gradually rose from the horizon, dispelling the darkness, casting its light upon the mountain road and the minibus itself. The swarm of insects by the vehicle retreated swiftly, as if they had encountered a nemesis. Soon, the tide of insects ebbed away like the receding sea, vanishing into the forest, leaving behind only a few black fragments that quickly dissolved into nothingness under the sunlight. Dawn had arrived. They had retreated, Lin Xiaolan exclaimed with exhilaration, her eyes brimming with the joy of having survived a catastrophe. Fang Xingchen finally exhaled in relief. He could no longer sustain himself and leaned against the passenger seat, weakly telling Li Na, "You drive." Li Na nodded hastily, taking her place at the wheel, yet hesitated as lingering shadows haunted her. She feared that touching the steering wheel might trigger the rules. Rest assured, it's safe during the day. Fang Xingchen discerned her anxiety and explained in a hushed tone. I communicated with the vehicle's consciousness and learned that it behaves like a normal gasoline-powered car during daylight. It only becomes dangerous under the influence of strange forces at night. Reassured, Li Na started the vehicle and slowly drove forward. The minibus glided steadily along the mountain road, sunlight streaming through the windows, dispelling the chill within the cabin. Fang Xingchen leaned back, observing the retreating mountains and forests outside. A wave of sorrow suddenly surged within him. He recalled Wang Hu, the stalwart man who always charged ahead, ultimately sacrificing his life to shield them, turning into a heap of ashes. He remembered Zhang Xiulan, the mother who sought her son, vanishing silently in the darkness without a farewell. He thought of Zhao Lei, the young man consumed by greed, who ultimately became one with the shadows, and Su Xingyao, Chen Yu, and Wang Mingho, all of whom remained eternally in this mountainous realm, never to witness the dawn again, never to return. The ignorant perish due to their ignorance. Much like the passenger who seized the steering wheel, the arrogant meet their demise through their arrogance, akin to the brash youth who rushed to press the death button. The timid fall victim to their cowardice, just like Li Jia, who fled in fear. The greedy succumb to their avarice, as Zhao Lei, Chen Yu, and Wang Mingho did. Only the brave perish in defense, like brother Wang Hu. Your last wish shall not be forgotten. The wind wafted through the open window, carrying the earthy scent of morning and the freshness of grass and trees. Fang Xingchen closed his eyes, basking in the warmth of the sun, silently murmuring, "We have departed. May you all rest in peace." The minibus continued to drive steadily, distancing itself from Qingshan village, leaving behind this area rife with death and despair. Yet for Fang Xingchen, a portion of the arduous karma remained here, anchored in this world. Chapter 28. The Journey Home and Hidden Secrets. The dilapidated minibus. like a battered metal beast that had finally broken free from the shackles of a nightmare. Carried the last 5 passengers slowly out of the eerie atmosphere enveloping the mountain pass. Outside the window, the once oppressive and distorted scenery gradually transformed into ordinary mountain vegetation. Though still desolate, it finally radiated the reassuring vitality of a normal world. Sunlight poured in unobstructed, dispelling the last remnants of chill and despair within the cabin. Silence enveloped the interior, as the immense fatigue of survival gripped each individual. Lu Wei curled up in her seat, her gaze fixed blankly on the rapidly retreating, increasingly familiar plains outside, her hands unconsciously clutching the fabric of her clothing. The 6 who had embarked with curiosity and faint excitement had now dwindled to her solitary figure, accompanied by an indelible sense of fear and sorrow. Zhao Lei, Chen Yu, and Su Xingyao, once vibrant faces, were now eternally left behind in the cursed Qingshan village. Her sole thought was to return swiftly to her small, safe home nestled in a corner of the city, to burrow into the soft blankets and cover her head with a heavy duvet, perhaps to momentarily escape the horrific images replaying in her mind. Never daring to entertain the notion of adventure again, Lina gripped the steering wheel with unwavering focus. She had been driving for over an hour, her brow furrowed with undeniable fatigue, yet her sharp eyes remained fixed on the road ahead like a hawk. The prolonged tension and physical exertion caused her temples to throb, accompanied by waves of discomfort. Fang Xingchen leaned against the passenger seat, his complexion still somewhat pale, yet his gaze had regained clarity, albeit with a hint of barely perceptible weakness lingering beneath the surface. The forced resonance with the ghostly bus's consciousness and the soul damage from purging the pollution were not easily recoverable in a short time. He slightly closed his eyes, appearing to rest, yet he was quietly attuned to the conditions of the soul space. Chu Emo sat in the back, maintaining his habitual silence, although the occasional adjustment of his glasses revealed that his mind was not entirely at ease. He glanced at his palm, which bore dust and traces of dried blood from assisting Fang Xingchen, his expression complex. Lin Xiaolan leaned against the window, gazing at the fleeting scenery outside, her eyes somewhat vacant. Her instincts as a nurse compelled her to recall the details of Wang Hu's sacrifice, filling her heart with helplessness and sorrow. Amidst this atmosphere laden with melancholy and exhaustion, a faint white mist gradually emerged at the road's end. The mist was not dense, rather, it exuded an oddly pristine quality. In the deepest part of the fog, a portal radiating soft, steady white light stood like a mirage, its contours clear, emanating a reassuring aura. The light gate. Lin Xiaolan gasped, her voice trembling with a hint of relief. The few who had experienced the life and death rush along the winding road were all too familiar with this portal. It symbolized their escape from danger and return to reality. Lina did not hesitate. She gently pressed the accelerator, propelling the minibus toward the light gate. Having endured the despair of Qingshan village, this portal appeared to her as the most beautiful sight in the world. Only Lu Wei displayed a mix of surprise and unease. She had never encountered such a peculiar phenomenon and instinctively tightened her grip on the armrest. In that moment, Fang Xingchen felt a stir within his heart. He could distinctly sense that this light gate was identical to the one that appeared at the conclusion of Desperate Escape 1, serving as the exit from this cinematic chapter. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. He immediately focused his spirit, delving into the chaotic realm of his soul. Within that space, the middle-aged Fang Xingchen and the young Fang Xingchen stood side by side, though their forms had solidified slightly compared to before, and the aura surrounding them had stabilized. Fang Xingchen conveyed his intent, and the middle-aged soul silently turned 180 degrees. Instantly, the two souls, once facing the same direction, stood back to back, like two vigilant sentinels guarding different paths. Before his consciousness departed the soul space, Fang Xingchen left a final clear command. Should any form of soul scanning or detection occur, the young soul would respond, concealing the existence of the middle-aged soul. The moment the command was issued, the faint red aura surrounding the young soul seemed to brighten slightly, radiating a wave of readiness. The minibus plunged fearlessly into the white mist, charging straight toward the light gate. Intense white light engulfed all senses in an instant, rendering the surroundings pure white, as the sensation of weightlessness washed over them once more. Warmth enveloped Fang Xingchen's consciousness, akin to being submerged in the amniotic fluid of a mother's womb. Yet unlike the previous state of confusion, this time, his core awareness maintained a keen detachment. He sensed his consciousness withdrawing from one vessel and gradually infusing into another, younger, and more vibrant form. The subtle sensation of soul transfer was infinitely clearer than before. Time lost meaning. It could have been a fleeting moment or an eternity. Gentle light filtered in from above, dispelling the pure white of his awareness. The familiar electronic synthesized voice echoed coldly in the depths of his mind. Participants under examination show normal results. Film Juejing Taoxing 2 settlement begins. A vast luminous screen materialized before him, with text appearing line by line. Film code, DW419538, danger level, scene name, Qingshan Village, mildly polluted fragmented world, mystery coefficient, 11 extraordinary artifacts, ghost minibus, non-redeemable. Ghost leather gloves, damaged. Ghost leather shoes, damaged. Sea demon blood tears, exotic treasure, already used. Total actor compensation. Xinghue coins 500. 000 actor name. Fang Xingchen contribution level, 30 actual compensation. Xinghue coins 135,000 after 10 income tax deduction, bonus, to be settled post-release. Indeed, his compensation had quintupled. A cold smile curling at the corners of Fang Xingchen's mouth. Xinhua Films honored its promises in this regard, using vast amounts of Xinghue coins to shroud the bloody truth lurking beneath. A contribution level of 30, just shy of the previous film's 32, was undoubtedly linked to his decisive action in awakening the bus's consciousness and dispelling the swarm of insects at the critical moment. The fact that the sea demon blood tears were marked as used provided him with some reassurance, indicating that the system might have judged its energy to have integrated into him, rather than being a reusable item, thus mitigating the risk of being targeted. As the settlement information faded, his personal data panel emerged. Actor name, Fang Xingchen physique, 0. 82 energy, 0. 55 spirit, 11 extraordinary level, awakening stage 1 extraordinary talent, degrade soul scream extraordinary skills, none extraordinary equipment, none extraordinary items, none. Indeed, it had worked. Fang Xingchen gazed at the solitary value of 11 for spirit and the mere display of degrade soul scream talent, feeling a sense of certainty within. His earlier moment of inspiration had successfully deceived the system's detection scan, revealing only the information pertaining to his youthful spirit and that relatively ordinary talent. The other aspects of his spirit and the talent of spirit resonance had been well concealed, undoubtedly serving as an essential trump card. As for the slight increase in his physique, it was likely a testament to the results of his month of training at home while unemployed, underscoring the arduousness of enhancing one's attributes without the use of potions. Chapter 29, High-Level Pressure and Contract Pitfalls. With a soft hiss, the sealed hatch slid open. The luminous screen extinguished, and the cold industrial lighting flooded in from above, instantly dissipating the mystique brought by the ethereal screen. The filming of Juejing Taoxing 2 had concluded, officially wrapped. All actors please vacate the nutrient pods immediately. And mind your footing. Director Fan's amplified, formulaic voice reverberated throughout the expansive filming hall. Fang Xingchen struggled to rise from the viscous nutrient liquid, the pale yellow fluid cascading off his youthful, lean body. He deftly climbed out of the silver-gray nutrient pod, his bare feet meeting the chill of the floor, swiftly drying himself with a towel before donning his gray tracksuit that hung nearby. The entire sequence was fluid and composed, a stark contrast to his previous state of confusion and disorientation. He lifted the black curtain and re-entered the spacious hall, comparable in size to a basketball court. Surrounding him were still dozens of compartments draped in black curtains, with many young men and women, just like him, emerging one after another, their faces reflecting a shared sense of bewilderment, exhaustion, and lingering shock. Fang Xingchen's gaze quickly scanned the crowd, still finding no sign of Lin Xiaolan, Chuemo, or Li Na. The disguises and protective measures of their actor identities remained effective. Former companions might be within arm's reach, yet felt worlds away. Several staff members clad in deep blue uniforms stood near the exit. Director Fan was at the forefront, donning a beret, sporting a scruffy beard, and wearing a mask of formulaic cheer as he delivered a familiar speech of congratulations. All actors have returned safely. No one has been left behind. Thank you all for your professionalism. Fang Xingchen lowered his head, blending into the crowd, a barely perceptible smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. No one has been left behind. What of those actors who perished in the film? Where might they be now? He followed the flow of people towards the corridor leading to the psychological assessment room. This time, he found himself assigned to the first assessment room, queuing patiently. When it was finally his turn to enter, he discovered the room was still warmly decorated, with soft-colored walls and comfortable sofas. However, upon entering, Fang Xingchen's heart momentarily skipped a beat. Instead of the gentle and intellectual psychological counselor he had anticipated, it was Director Fan himself, accompanied by a rotund middle-aged man dressed in an expensive but somewhat tight-fitting suit, his large beer belly protruding prominently. This portly fellow lounged casually on the main sofa, a thick cigar held loosely between his fingers yet unlit. He appeared lazily squinted, as if just roused from slumber. But Fang Xingchen's keen spirit perception caught a faint yet oppressive spiritual wave enveloping the room. This man was undoubtedly an extraordinary being, and his spiritual strength far surpassed Fang Xingchen's. The atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. Upon seeing Fang Xingchen, Director Fan forced a somewhat stiff smile, opening the conversation with a tone that remained courteous, yet carried an unmistakable undertone of scrutiny. Mr. Fang Xingchen, first and foremost, congratulations on the successful wrap of the new film. He paused, his gaze piercing as it bore into Fang Xingchen, continuing, next, there is a matter that requires verification. During the last assessment following the wrap of Juejing Taoxing 1, your spirit readings exhibited anomalies, with 2 distinct value fluctuations. This time, however, the results indicate that your spirit levels have returned to normal. Can you explain this change to us? Indeed, it has come. Fang Xingchen felt a chill run down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming at the back of his neck. They had always been aware of his spirit's irregularities. The previous normal assessment report was merely a facade, a probing tactic to keep him at ease. The sensation of being secretly scrutinized, with all his secrets potentially exposed, left him deeply unsettled. Yet on the surface, Fang Xingchen adeptly portrayed a semblance of confusion and surprise. He raised a hand to rub his temple, as if straining to recall, his tone laced with uncertainty. 2 different values? Director Fan, now that you mention it, I do have a vague recollection. During the last settlement, I felt a bit dizzy, experiencing double vision, and thought it was just my nerves getting the better of me, perhaps a sign of some fragmentation. He looked at Director Fan, his expression earnest, asking, it's normal this time? I really don't know what happened. Could it be that the 2 merged? His act of feigned ignorance was convincing, capturing the bewilderment and self-reassurance of a low-tier actor confronted with unexpected anomalies. Director Fan did not respond immediately, his expression serious as he scrutinized Fang Xingchen, his gaze sweeping across his face like a searchlight, attempting to uncover any hint of a flaw. The air in the room seemed to freeze, the invisible pressure of spirit intensifying. Suddenly, the corpulent man, who had been squinting the entire time, erupted into a hearty laugh, shattering the stifling silence. He chuckled so heartily that his body quivered, as if he had heard something exceedingly amusing. Old Fan, look at you, scaring our great contributor. He waved his hand dismissively, adopting a conciliatory demeanor, yet a glint of shrewdness sparkled in his narrowed eyes. There's no need to be so tense. Mr. Fang's safe return and successful awakening is a tremendous blessing. He puffed out his ample belly, boasting, our company has hundreds of subsidiaries, and Xinghua is the very first to cultivate an actor who awakened on a dangerous set. This is a record-breaking achievement. Regarding the minor, inconsequential anomalies detected last time, let bygones be bygones. There is no need to delve into such trivial details. This statement, while seemingly an attempt at conciliation, subtly affirms that Fang Xingchen's awakening is of paramount importance, rendering previous irregularities negligible. It serves both as a gentle interruption to Director Fan's pressure and an intentional gesture of favor towards Fang Xingchen. Director Fan's expression gradually softened, his previously tense shoulders relaxing slightly. He promptly rose to his feet, respectfully addressing the corpulent man. What Mr. Wu says is indeed correct. He then turned to introduce Fang Xingchen. Fang Xingchen, this is our general manager of Guanghua Film and Television, Mr. Wu, who oversees all company projects. Fang Xingchen quickly stood as well, slightly bowing, and spoke with deference. Hello, Mr. Wu. His gaze swiftly traversed Mr. Wu's visage, which was adorned with rolls of flesh. His eyes small and squinting, yet exuding an air of shrewdness and authority that commanded respect. Do not stand on ceremony. From now on, we are all comrades, Mr. Wu gestured for him to sit, his tone noticeably softened. You are a key talent we are nurturing. We have decided to sign a long-term contract with you, and resources will be allocated in your favor. Old Fan, present him with the contract. Director Fan retrieved several thick contracts from a drawer and slid them before Fang Xingchen. The contracts were encased in a black folder, the cover embossed with the golden letters Guanghua Film and Television Exclusive Actor Contract, exuding a sense of solemnity. Fang Xingchen picked up the contract, his fingers gliding over the smooth paper, the printed text clear and orderly. As he meticulously perused the details, he noted a monthly base salary of 10,000, payable monthly, with project-based filming remuneration and a bonus percentage 5% higher than that of ordinary actors. Furthermore, as his status elevated, both the base salary and bonuses could increase, with the company not taking a cut, almost charitable in its generosity. However, upon scrutinizing the subsequent clauses, His expression turned icy. The contract stipulated a 10-year term during which he must unconditionally comply with the company's work arrangements, including but not limited to filming in polluted worlds and executing special tasks. All filming content, company affairs, and information regarding the extraordinary must remain strictly confidential, with any breach incurring a penalty of 100 million Xinghui coins, alongside the company's right to reclaim all associated resources and abilities. This was no contract, but rather a shackle. Fang Xingchen lifted his gaze to Mr. Wu, who reclined in his chair, eyes narrowed as if dozing, yet emanating an intangible pressure, suggesting that a mere no could lead to dire consequences. Director Fan, on the other hand, fixed his intense gaze upon him, pen in hand, evidently awaiting his signature. Fang Xingchen was acutely aware that he had no room for choice. From the moment his spirit exhibited anomalies and he awakened extraordinary abilities, the company had set its sights on him. Should he refuse to sign, he might not exit this room and could be treated as an anomalous individual. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the pen, hesitated momentarily, then swiftly inscribed his name. His initial strokes trembled, but gradually steadied, each character imbued with a force that seemed to express his inner resentment. Upon witnessing his signature, Mr. Wu's eyes widened slightly, a smile curling at the corners of his lips, his flesh jostling in a somewhat greasy manner. Excellent. Young Fang is indeed a wise individual. Rest assured, the company will not treat you unfairly. As long as you work diligently, your future prospects are limitless. Should you have any requests, feel free to voice them. Provided they are reasonable, the company will strive to accommodate you. Fang Xingchen set down the pen, gently caressing his signature, then hesitated before speaking. Mr. Wu, I appreciate your trust. I have one request. How are the actors who perished in the film world? Are they still alive? His voice trembled with anxiety, palms slightly sweaty, fingertips pale. His foremost concern was Wang Hu, the man who had upheld the barrier with his life, ultimately reduced to ashes. Director Fan's expression turned awkward, his gaze shifting elsewhere, unwilling to meet Fang Xingchen's eyes. Those who survived are all alive. However, upon exiting the polluted world, they exhibited slight signs of mental contamination. While not severe, for safety's sake, they are currently under isolation observation, and once the contamination is cleared, they will be released. May I see them? Fang Xingchen pressed, urgency lacing his tone as he leaned forward. I wish to confirm they are truly unharmed. Mr. Wu frowned, appearing somewhat impatient, glancing at the watch on his wrist, the diamonds on the dial glinting. Certainly, it is only natural to wish to see companions after such a harrowing experience. Old Fan, take him to see them. I have another meeting to attend, so I shall leave you. He rose, his belly brushing against the table, his movements somewhat clumsy, before exiting the room, leaving behind a potent blend of perfume and tobacco that lingered unpleasantly. Fang Xingchen tucked away his copy of the contract and followed Director Fan out of the assessment room, traversing the corridor until they reached a concealed metal door. The door bore no markings, only a card reader. Director Fan produced a black identification card from his pocket, swiped it, and the door opened slowly, revealing a dedicated elevator. The elevator was small, accommodating only 4 or 5 individuals, its stainless steel walls exuding a cold metallic scent. With a camera in the corner, its red indicator light glowing. Director Fan pressed the button for the 3rd floor, and the elevator descended rapidly, causing Fang Xingchen to feel a slight sensation of weightlessness. The floor numbers flickered downward before finally halting at 3. A chime sounded as the elevator doors opened, and a strong scent of disinfectant flooded in, prompting Fang Xingchen to cough a few times. He followed Director Fan outside, where the sight before him left him astounded. It was an expansive laboratory, with ceilings soaring at least 10 meters high, illuminated by numerous fluorescent tubes that cast a harsh, blinding light, rendering it difficult to open his eyes. The floor was covered in gray, non-slip tiles, impeccably clean. Researchers clad in white protective suits busily attended to their tasks, wearing goggles and masks that revealed only their eyes. Some operated intricate instruments, others recorded data, and some observed culture dishes. The beeping of machinery, the clatter of keyboards, and occasional snippets of conversation intertwined, creating a monotonous yet rhythmically technological ambience. This was the company's special observation area, where all actors who exhibited abnormalities or detected mental contamination post-filming were isolated for observation until cleared of contamination. Director Fan explained, his voice softer than before, gesturing toward the corridor ahead. The observation rooms are down that way. Each one is completely sealed, equipped with independent ventilation and life support systems to ensure that contamination does not spread. Fang Xingchen followed Director Fan along the corridor, flanked by neatly arranged observation rooms. each with thick metal walls, except for a small one-way glass panel on the front wall, allowing those outside to see in while preventing those inside from seeing out. Each observation room's entrance displayed an electronic screen indicating the actor's number, name, and days of observation. He gazed through the glass, observing one by one. In the first observation room sat an elderly man, his hair a silvery white, likely in his 60s, clad in a gray patient gown. He was seated on a chair, perusing a newspaper, his fingers trembling slightly as he turned the pages with a slow and deliberate motion. His expression remained tranquil, devoid of any trace of fear. Adjacent to him, another observation room housed a modestly dressed middle-aged woman, her hair neatly pinned up, diligently knitting a pink sweater. Her stitchwork was tight, and she occasionally glanced toward the wall, seemingly lost in thought. Next, a young boy with blonde hair was engrossed in a mobile game, the screen illuminating his furrowed brow as he swiftly navigated the challenges before him, muttering incantations under his breath. There was also a young man wearing black-framed glasses, immersed in a thick book, turning the pages slowly, his fingers gliding gently over the text, as if lost in deep contemplation. In a corner of the room, a person curled up on a bed, hugging their knees, their head buried in their arms, their body trembling slightly, leaving one uncertain whether they were weeping or gripped by fear. Fang Xingchen's heart raced, his steps quickening as he searched for that familiar figure. It was not until he reached the innermost observation room that he paused. Inside sat a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, robustly built. Dressed in a black tank top, his muscular form distinctly outlined. He sat on the bed, staring vacantly ahead, his fingers unconsciously tapping a slow rhythm on his knee, mirroring the demeanor of Wang, who during moments of contemplation in the film. Although his features bore no resemblance to the cinematic Wang who bore a scar and possessed a piercing gaze, this man's smooth skin and gentle eyes, tinged with confusion, evoked an uncanny resemblance. The straightness of his back, the intensity of his focus, and the rhythmic tapping of his knee intertwined with the image of the brave Wang who had valiantly shielded others with his life. Fang Xingchen's heart tightened, instinctively pressing closer to the glass, yearning to call out his name, yet halting in his tracks. He understood that the man within could not hear him. He observed this young man, his mind awash with confusion. Was this Wang Hu the same as the one in the film? Had the real-life individual endured that life-and-death struggle? Or did the cinematic version remain eternally trapped in the shadows of Qingshan village? Were those sacrifices and acts of protection genuine occurrences, or merely a vivid performance? His name was Wang Biao, while the character in the film was Wang Hu. Director Fan's voice echoed nearby. Fang Xingchen nodded, his throat tightening, rendering him speechless. He cast one last glance at Wang Hu within the observation room before turning to follow Director Fan out. The corridor remained brightly lit, yet his heart felt burdened, as though a heavy stone pressed upon it. The life and death experiences depicted in the film, the heart-wrenching farewells, and the hopes bought at the cost of lives seemed to linger before him, blending with the reality around him, rendering the distinction between truth and illusion indistinguishable. As the elevator ascended slowly, Fang Xingchen leaned against the wall, closing his eyes. He realized that from the moment he signed the contract, his life had irrevocably changed, leaving behind the simplicity of an ordinary actor's existence. The experiences in Qingshan village, those lost companions, would remain an indelible mark in his heart, a reminder of the steep price of survival in this world fraught with the extraordinary and perilous. Chapter 31. The gloom of reality and unexpected reunions. Fang Xingchen was besieged by a tumult of complex emotions as he silently followed Director Fan through the immaculate yet chilling corridors of the Guanghua film and television base. The director's somewhat corpulent figure swayed ahead, his tailored suit enveloping a body adept at scheming. The duo soon arrived at the grand lobby on the first floor, a stark contrast to the sterile, metallic atmosphere of the underground laboratory. Instead, they were greeted by a soaring 5-meter-high dome, with walls adorned in pale gray marble glistening under the soft light. On either side of the walls hung enormous poster frames. To the left was the promotional poster for Desperate Escape 1, featuring a dark-hued mountain road illuminated by the headlights of a minibus piercing through the darkness, with a small caption indicating box office earnings exceeding 100 million. To the right was the freshly wrapped Desperate Escape 2, showcasing the desolate stone archway of Qingshan village, with wild grass emerging from the crevices, its vibrant green stark against the backdrop, and the poster bore only the words "Coming soon" suspended in the center. Behind the central reception desk, 2 young women in black professional attire diligently tapped away at their keyboards, their fingers dancing over the keys, producing a staccato of clicking sounds. Occasionally, they would glance up, their eyes reflecting a programmed politeness devoid of warmth. "Xiaofang," Director Fan paused at the entrance of the revolving door. Turning to face Fang Xingchen, a forced smile plastered across his face. Make sure to rest well when you return, gather your spirits. You only need to cooperate with the company's assessments and meetings from time to time. He patted Fang Xingchen on the shoulder, the pressure neither too light nor too heavy, exuding a semblance of concern that belied an unmistakable sense of control. As for the company, there are currently no new scripts suitable for you. You see, your status has changed. Venturing into those perilous, ordinary fragmented worlds would merely be a waste of time, yielding no real growth or challenge. Wouldn't you agree? He paused, narrowing his eyes, which sparkled with shrewdness as he feigned concern. However, those truly high-risk and even more terrifying worlds harbor significant dangers. You are now our prized asset at Guanghua Film and Television, the first to awaken successfully from real-life shooting. You are exceptionally precious. The company cannot allow you to take such risks at this moment. We must wait until we can gather more awakeners like you to form a strong team that can watch over one another. Only then can we explore safely and maximize the benefits. No, ensure safety. His laughter echoed in the lofty expanse of the lobby, tinged with an unsettling sharpness. Fang Xingchen maintained a demeanor of respectful surprise, bowing slightly. Very well, Director Fan, I understand. Thank you for your concern for the company and for me. I will return and await further notice. Yet within, he was consumed by a derisive laughter. Concern? More like a quest to wring every ounce of value from this precious asset, afraid that he might perish too quickly and waste their investment. Yet equally fearful that he might die in a manner unworthy of a compelling film. The low-risk worlds offered no challenge, while the high-risk ones were fraught with peril. It seemed he was merely an experiment requiring delicate management. This rhetoric was nothing short of hypocritical, nauseating in its duplicity. Very well, go on. Director Fan nodded with satisfaction. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, the company has already reported your awakening to the Extraordinary Affairs Management Center. Remember to register tomorrow morning. Fang Xingchen again inclined his head slightly before turning to stride toward the massive revolving glass door. The glass reflected his youthful, yet weary and stern visage, along with the increasingly blurred face of Director Fan, marked by a calculating smile. Only after stepping through the revolving door did the slightly polluted, cool air greet him, eliciting a barely audible sigh of relief, as though he had temporarily escaped some unseen surveillance. He did not leave immediately but paused on the broad yet desolate steps outside the film base, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. Looking up, he noted the approach of dusk, the sky painted in the characteristic gray hue of this industrial metropolis. The distant skyline of towering skyscrapers loomed like a cold steel forest, slicing through the oppressive horizon. Compared to the eerie purity of the nearly crumbling night sky over Qingshan village, this reality felt even more surreal and suffocating. He descended the steps, making his way along the sidewalk toward the nearby public transit station. His pace was unhurried, yet his mind raced, sorting through the information he had just received and his current predicament. The company would not be assigning new tasks for the time being, granting him a precious respite. However, the long-term contract was like an invisible shackle, firmly binding him. The seemingly rough Wu Zong conceals a piercing sharpness and undeniable authority within his gaze, making him a formidable character. Then there is the so-called Wang Hu, or Wang Biao, from the Special Observation Area, along with the other surviving actors. Are they truly merely undergoing isolation? Director Fan's explanation sounds reasonable, yet deep within Fang Xingchen's heart lingers an inescapable doubt. That place resembles not so much an isolation ward as a high-end prison or laboratory. Guanghua Ingshi is a far more complex and darker abyss than he had imagined. Lost in thought, he had already passed the intersection leading to the station, estimating that the towering structure no longer afforded a view of this spot. Suddenly, Fang Xingchen halted, turning sharply, his gaze as sharp as a blade, fixated on the distant massive sign of Guanghua Ingshi base, still dazzling amidst the haze. A long-suppressed fury mixed with a restless impulse surged within him. He recalled Wang Hu's gaze before turning to ash, the helplessness behind Chu Mo's calm facade, Lin Xiaolan's silent tears, and the twisted rules and desperate struggles of Qingshan village, each thread woven with the shadows of those lofty figures who viewed human life as mere chaff. He whispered the names Fan Papipi and Wu Feizhu, which had left a deep imprint on him, his teeth grinding audibly, a flicker of ruthlessness in his eyes that belied his youth. Just wait, he thought, until I fully develop. Once I possess sufficient strength, I will cast each of you cunning and insatiable fiends into the most terrifying and repugnant polluted world. Especially you, Wu Zong. He envisioned that greasy face twisting in fear, longing to strip away your supernatural abilities, again and again. Let you taste the despair of being trapped in a dead end. The malice of this thought, laced with a potent sense of vengeance, compelled him to emit a few low, sinister chuckles from his throat. This laughter resonated chillingly in the empty street corner, startling a homeless man rummaging through a trash can, who quickly retreated with his tattered bag. Fang Xingchen quelled his grin, inhaling the not-so-fresh air, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. He understood that it was easy to make threats, but the true path required meticulous steps. The immediate priority was to fully utilize this holiday to enhance his strength. His spirit had just awakened and needed consolidation and elevation. His physique and elemental energy must keep pace, and more importantly, he needed to swiftly familiarize himself with the applications of his two talents. The sea monster's blood tear pearl embedded in his brow seemed not to have exhausted its power. Perhaps unknown potential awaited discovery. He checked the balance on his old smartwatch, noting the recent deposit of 135,000 Xinghui coins. The dividends from the first installment should arrive soon. He wondered if it would suffice to purchase some evolution potions while also considering a safer place to reside. It seemed once again insufficient. As he contemplated his forthcoming plans while approaching the platform, a crisp and cold yet inexplicably familiar female voice unexpectedly pierced his reverie, like ice beads striking a jade plate. Fang Xingchen froze, his blood seemingly congealing in that instant. This voice, this address, impossible. How could it be here? Instinctively, filled with shock and disbelief, he spun around. His heart raced, almost leaping from his chest. In the distance, a strikingly beautiful woman with a slender waist and long legs stood elegantly beside a sleek, silvery luxury hovercar, which floated silently a foot above the ground. The car's polished body reflected the blurred image of the decrepit buildings across the street, standing in stark contrast to its surroundings. She wore a deep gray windbreaker zipped up to her collar, paired with fitted black tactical pants and expensive-looking outdoor boots. Her hands casually tucked into her pockets revealed a silver-gray watch with a minimalist, yet exquisitely mechanical design. Her oval face was pale as jade, as if untouched by sunlight for years, with features delicately sculpted like a work of art. Her long almond-shaped eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, gleamed astonishingly, as if encased in a thin layer of ice, clear yet distant. Her lustrous black hair was neatly tied in a high ponytail, accentuating her straight shoulders and long neck, emanating an air of nobility and an icy demeanor that kept strangers at bay. Yet, those bright, sharp, and calm eyes mirrored Fang Xingchen's slightly stiff face. Caught in shock, although this visage was entirely different from that of Li Na, whose appearance had been altered by the film's production. A voice deep within Fang Xingchen clamored, "This is Li Na." Absolutely. The one who remained composed in crises, decisively analyzing and adept at navigating challenges. Li Na, the hiking enthusiast who had also suffered an imposed transformation and false identity, meant to remain unrecognized. How could she possibly recognize him? And how could she so precisely intercept him at this moment, just as he had departed the film base? His guard lowered. A gust of wind swept by, stirring up dust, scraps of paper, and a tumbling plastic bag, producing a soft rustling sound. Beneath the gray, particulate-laden sky of an industrial city, two individuals who ought to have been complete strangers encountered each other in this dramatic and surreal manner amidst the cold, stark corners of the steel jungle. Li Na? Fang Xingchen instinctively uttered her name, trembling with disbelief. His body remained poised in the act of turning, muscles taut like a drawn bowstring, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Uncle Fang. Just as Fang Xingchen and Li Na locked eyes in a tense silence, another gentle and curious voice, tinged with a hint of reproach, rang out like a stone dropped into a tranquil lake, startling Fang Xingchen once more. The rear door of the luxury hovercar slid open silently, akin to wings unfurling. A figure emerged, resembling a soft beam of moonlight, shimmering slightly. As she gracefully descended from the vehicle and closed the door, she stood before Fang Xingchen, making his heart skip a beat and his breath catch in his throat. Her frame was slender yet not fragile, clad in a soft white round-neck dress adorned with delicate cream lace at the neckline. Exquisite yet unpretentious. The knee-length skirt swayed gently as she moved, reminiscent of a white jasmine swaying in a gentle breeze. Her loose, low ponytail allowed a few rebellious strands of black hair to cascade playfully against her smooth, fair cheek. Her standard oval face bore a natural, healthy blush. Her pure black almond-shaped eyes, slightly drooping at the corners, appeared innocent and clear. Her delicate, petal-like pink lips were slightly pursed, revealing two tiny canine teeth when she smiled, along with charming dimples that added to her allure. A petite silver cross necklace adorned her neck, enhancing her exquisite appearance. Her nails were short and unadorned, and a slender silver chain wrapped around her wrist. Her every movement was imbued with a delicate grace, reminiscent of the pristine by Haitang adorned with morning dew, pure and beautiful. Lin Xiaolan. This is Lin Xiaolan, the nurse who, amidst dire circumstances, always soothes others with gentle words and tends to wounds with her professional skills. How did she end up here? How could the two of them be together? And why are they both here to find him? Lin Xiaolan bounded towards Fang Xingchen, tilting her adorable head. Her clear apricot eyes unabashedly scanned him up and down, filled with curiosity and a hint of mild dissatisfaction at having been misled. Uncle Fang, she began, her voice still soft yet tinged with a playful complaint. You lied to me. You don't look that old, yet you always seem so weathered and burdened with worries. I actually thought you were an old man. How old are you, really? Fang Xingchen felt a twinge of embarrassment at her question, his cheeks warming slightly, feeling an inexplicable guilt akin to deceiving an innocent child. He could only chuckle awkwardly, attempting to deflect the situation. Well, that was all just an act, you know, the script requires it, character setting, you see. I'm actually 19 this year, how about you? He hastily shifted the topic. Wow, I'm also 19. Lin Xiaolan's eyes sparkled instantly, as if she had discovered something fascinating. She clapped her hands excitedly and added playfully, you have to call me sister? I might be older than you by a month. There was a touch of pride and anticipation in her voice. This left Fang Xingchen momentarily speechless, feeling even more awkward. Could he truly fulfill her wish and call someone who appeared younger than himself, and who had such a sweet and gentle personality, sister? After all, he had his own dignity to uphold. Fang Xingchen, a cool voice interrupted, breaking the awkward silence and easing his tension, but his heart raced again. Lina took a couple of steps forward, her icy gaze locking onto him. Her tone was crisp and decisive, devoid of any hesitation, as if stating an established fact. I have something important to discuss with you. This is not the place for conversation. Get in the car, let us find a safe place to talk. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, seemingly piercing through his facade of calm and reaching into his core. There was no joy of reunion in her expression, only a calm understanding and an undeniable resolution. Fang Xingchen looked at her, then glanced at Lin Xiaolan, who blinked innocently beside him, and finally cast a quick look at the luxurious flying car that starkly contrasted with the dilapidated surroundings. Countless questions bubbled like boiling water in his mind. Who were they? Ordinary actresses? How could that be? Could ordinary actresses afford such a high-end flying car? How did they find him so precisely in the real world? How could they so nonchalantly acknowledge each other's identities? What were they really here for? To reminisce? Don't be ridiculous. To recruit? To test? Or to silence him? Did the company know of their existence? Were Director Fan and Mr. Wu's meaningful glances and words related to this? What secrets lie hidden behind the so-called film world? Cold sweat silently soaked his back again. He realized that from the moment he recognized Lina, or rather, from the moment they found him, the vortex he had barely escaped had drawn him back in with an even stranger intensity. The path ahead seemed more shrouded in mist and unfathomable than the rugged mountains of Qingshan village, filled with sealed-off entrances and endless shadows of insects. Chapter 33. Flying to the citizen zone with two women's identities. Fang Xingchen took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the turmoil of doubts and vigilance within him. In the face of comrades with whom he had once shared life and death, especially Lin Xiaolan, who always provided warmth at critical moments, his inner barrier of trust was far softer than when confronting strangers. All right, he nodded slowly, his voice shedding the earlier shock and regaining its usual steadiness, his gaze turning resolute. He first looked at Lina, whose cold eyes remained sharp, but seemingly softened with a trace of joy at his agreement. Then he turned to Lin Xiaolan, who instantly lit up with a radiant smile, her little tiger teeth glinting in the sunlight. And the dimples on her cheeks seemed to hold sweetness, dispelling some of the heaviness in the corner of the street. Finally, his gaze fell upon the luxurious flying car with its doors open. The silver-gray body glimmered with a cold metallic sheen under the gloomy sky.
The streamlined design of the door edges exuding exquisite industrial craftsmanship, starkly contrasting with the dilapidated buildings of the slums, akin to a cheetah intruding into a flock of sheep.
Carrying an aura of danger and nobility. Let us go, he said, eager to uncover the secrets hidden in this unconventional reunion and how it might lead his already off-course life into deeper obscurity or perhaps new hope. Fang Xingchen stepped forward, each stride measured and steady. He deliberately slowed his movements, yet his gaze scanned the interior of the flying car like a radar. Luxurious leather seats gleamed delicately, while a holographic screen on the central console displayed complex parameters. Hurry up and get in, Uncle Fang. Lin Xiaolan was the first to leap into the passenger seat. Poking her head out to wave at him, her voice sweet like freshly spun cotton candy. "This car is super comfortable." Fang Xingchen bent down to sit in the back seat, the softness of the leather enveloping him instantly, yet he instinctively tensed his back. Lina followed him into the car, taking the driver's seat, her fingers lightly tapping the central screen, causing the car doors to silently close, cutting off the clamor of the outside world. Soon, a soft humming sound emanated from the car's underside as it gradually lifted off the ground. The rear of the vehicle expelled pale blue ion flames, without a jarring roar, only a gentle thrust propelling the flying car like an arrow away from the bow. Speeding towards the inner circle of Dongming City, Fang Xingchen leaned against the window, looking through the glass at the rapidly receding scenery outside. The low factories of the slums, the dilapidated apartment buildings, and the homeless rummaging through trash bins gradually fell behind. As the flying car delved deeper, the architecture became increasingly orderly. The edges of the fourth ring could already be seen, with neatly arranged trees and wide, clean roads, occasionally patrolled by floating police vehicles emblazoned with the imperial emblem glinting coldly in the sunlight. He recalled the geography lessons from his school days. The dual-star system was located at the eastern frontier of the empire, with its central stars radiating intense heat year-round, leading to long days and short nights on the planets. Hence, the administrative star was aptly named Changming Star. As the administrative center of Changming Star, Dongming City was divided into rings, with the 13th ring being the residence of nobility and government officials, the 46th ring home to the middle class with citizen status. And beyond the 6th ring lay the impoverished slums filled with industrial waste and poverty, much like where he had previously lived. Guanghua Film and Television was conveniently situated on the edge of the 6th ring, forming an invisible boundary. One side was the struggling underclass, and the other, the relatively respectable world of the upper class. Before long, the flying car entered a heavily guarded villa district. At the entrance, guards in black uniforms wielded energy rifles, their sharp eyes scanning every vehicle that entered and exited. As the flying car approached, the guards merely saluted and waved it through, clearly familiar with the vehicle. Inside the villa district, the surroundings were a stark contrast to the outside world. Wide asphalt roads were lined with towering camphor trees whose lush foliage cast dappled shadows on the ground. Individually designed villas were scattered harmoniously among the greenery, most of them European-style stone buildings, with courtyards adorned with rare flowers and even private pools shimmering with playful reflections. Lina's flying car finally came to a halt in front of an impressive villa, the parking area alone spanning the size of half a basketball court, with the ground adorned with slip-resistant bluestone slabs. In one corner, two distinct flying cars were parked. "We have arrived." Lin Xiaolan was the first to leap from the vehicle, bounding like a nimble fawn towards the villa entrance. She turned back and waved at Fang Xingchen, urging him to hurry inside as she had asked the kitchen to prepare some fruit. Fang Xingchen followed Lin Na into the villa. The marble floor in the foyer gleamed like a mirror, reflecting the silhouettes of the three individuals. An abstract metallic sculpture hung on the wall, its sharp lines exuding an artistic flair. Nearby, a display shelf showcased several antique porcelain pieces, their glazes warm and evidently valuable. The villa lacked ostentatious grandeur, instead emanating a subtle luxury with its wooden walls, plush carpets, and perfectly placed wall sconces. Every detail showcased the owner's exquisite taste and substantial wealth. "This place is quite secure," Lina remarked as they walked, her tone steady. The entire Changming Star was under the vigilant surveillance of the Empire's Sky Eye system, and the citizen wristbands provided real-time tracking. Only here, in a room specially equipped with electromagnetic shielding and soundproofing, could they speak freely. She guided Fang Xingchen and Lin Xiaolan into a built-in elevator, its walls crafted from brushed stainless steel, softly illuminated by integrated warm lights. Pressing the button for the first floor, the elevator descended slowly, and moments later, the doors opened to reveal a spacious underground media room. The media room, exceeding 20 square meters, featured a massive projection screen embedded in one wall, while opposite it sat a deep brown leather sofa, so soft it seemed to swallow one whole. In one corner, a vintage record player rested, with neatly arranged rows of vinyl records on the nearby shelf. The ceiling was adorned with starry lights that cast scattered glimmers, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Lin Xiaolan hurried to the bar, opened the mini fridge, and retrieved several bottles of chilled juice along with a platter of cut fruit, placing them on the coffee table. "Brother Fang, would you prefer mango juice or orange juice? This strawberry is exceptionally sweet. I just had the kitchen wash it." Fang Xingchen accepted the orange juice Lin Xiaolan offered, his fingertips brushing the cool glass bottle, easing some of the tension within him. He settled onto the sofa, his gaze fixed on Lina, who sat directly across from him, her hands clasped on her knees. Her piercing eyes scrutinized him intently. as if evaluating an object of great importance. Allow me to introduce my true identity, Li Na began, her tone crisp and devoid of unnecessary embellishments. My real name is Li Songtang, a senior in the geology department at Dongming National University. She gestured towards Lin Xiaolan, who was busily nibbling on a strawberry. Her real name is Lin Ilan, a sophomore in the medical department. Her mother is my wet nurse, and we grew up together, making us sisters in spirit despite different parents. Lin Ilan nodded vigorously, her mouth still full of strawberry, adding in a muffled voice, "My mother is an excellent cook. Sister Songtang used to steal my food, but she has always protected me." Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Li Songtang. Fang Xingchen tightened his grip on the glass bottle, the name Dongming National University resonating with significance. It was the pinnacle of education in Changming Star, accessible only to the offspring of the elite or exceptionally gifted commoners. The geology and medical departments were among the most sought-after majors, their associated resources unimaginable. Observing these two young women, who had shed their disguises, he found it difficult to reconcile their composed demeanor with the adventurous Li Na and nurturing Lin Xiaolan he had previously encountered. Yet, within certain subtle habits, he recognized familiar shadows. "How did you know my real name? And how did you happen to find me outside the film base?" Fang Xingchen finally posed the pivotal question, his tone laced with an imperceptible vigilance. He was acutely aware that he was merely a lowly actor residing in a commoner district, subsisting by playing minor roles. In the Empire's vast hierarchy, he was but a speck of dust. It was inconceivable that he could be located with such precision without a special background. Li Songtang did not shy away from his inquiry. Leaning against the back of the sofa, her fingertips gently tapped the armrest, her voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable confidence. "My grandfather is a viscount in the Empire, and my father serves as a director at the largest online gaming company in Dongming, possessing considerable resources. Obtaining information on an actor registered with Guanghua Film is not a difficult task for us." She paused, her gaze fixed on Fang Xingchen's face. "As for why we sought you out, it is due to our shared experiences and your extraordinary awakening." Suddenly, Li Songtang leaned forward slightly, a hint of gravity flashing in her ice-cold eyes, her tone turning resolute, as if stating a perilous truth. "Fang Xingchen, you are in great danger. Are you aware of that?" This statement shattered the brief tranquility of the media room like a block of ice dropped into boiling oil. The starry lights dimmed slightly. The air felt as if it had thickened, and the faint hum of the refrigerator became especially pronounced in the silence. The media room fell into a profound stillness once more, the moving points of light on the floor reflecting the varied expressions of the three individuals. Fang Xingchen felt a genuine sense of panic rising within him, yet he maintained an outward calm. The orange juice sloshed gently within the bottle, mirroring the flickering of the starry lights overhead. With nearly 60 years of combined life experience, he had long since tempered the impulsiveness of youth. Even as his heart tightened at the word danger, his voice remained as steady as a bottomless lake. "Oh, I would be most interested to hear more." Seeing his composure, a flicker of unnoticeable disappointment crossed Li Songtang's eyes. She had hoped to seize the initiative in the conversation with her danger warning. But Fang Xingchen's mental fortitude exceeded her expectations. Her fingers instinctively tightened, leaving a faint imprint on the leather sofa's armrest before quickly reverting to their original position. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her disappointment and composed herself, adding a note of seriousness to her tone. "Do you understand what your recent extraordinary breakthrough signifies for this era?" Fang Xingchen raised an eyebrow, refraining from immediate response, merely observing her. He could distinctly sense the swirling complexity of emotions within Li Songtang. Resentment, envy, and a hint of unspoken anxiety. The people at Guanghua Film claim this is crucial for the company, that it could help them ascend. Fang Xingchen began slowly, his tone nonchalant, as if recounting an unrelated matter. "Is there perhaps a deeper significance beyond that? Ascend? They likely grasp less than half the truth," Li Songtang scoffed, raising her right hand to lightly tap the ceiling. At that moment, a particularly bright star flickered overhead, casting a cold glimmer in her eyes. Guanghua is merely a testing tool pushed by the higher-ups. They are responsible for selecting actors and introducing them to polluted worlds, essentially serving as a means to test a new pathway for the powers above. And you, Fang Xingchen, are the first individual to successfully navigate this path. You have not only awakened, but also discovered extraordinary talents. This signifies that you have validated the feasibility of acquiring extraordinary resources from polluted worlds, a path that remains unclaimed by any faction. "A new path," Fang Xingchen echoed softly, his fingers momentarily pausing. He recalled Yang Bo's words, the conflicts at the Empire's borders, and the plight of the lowly actors treated as mere expendables. Fragments in his mind gradually coalesced into a more harrowing image. The path was not ordinary. It was a treacherous trial strewn with bones. Indeed, a new path. Li Songtong's voice deepened, tinged with a sense of resignation regarding reality. It is the year 1079 of the Starshine era. Over 1,000 years have passed since the extraordinary age began on our mother planet, Earth. Do you believe there are still opportunities for ordinary people within the Empire? She leaned slightly forward, her hands resting on her knees, her gaze filled with suppressed exhaustion. After over a millennium of plunder and division, the Empire had found that in all the normal worlds, 999 out of every 1,000 extraordinary resources were firmly grasped by the noble elite. Mines, spirit plants, and secret realm entrances. Even a mere low-tier spiritual vein could be inherited by a scion of a noble house as a coming-of-age gift. My grandfather was a viscount in the Empire, a figure of some renown. Yet, do you know, he married 7 wives and fathered 34 children, with grandchildren and great-grandchildren numbering over 200. The meager extraordinary resources allocated to the family were prioritized for the core descendants, while those like me either had to forge alliances through marriage or become sidelined within the family. I am unwilling to accept this. At this point, Li Songtang suddenly halted,
covering her face with her hands, a suppressed sigh escaping through her fingers. Her shoulders trembled slightly, the icy aura she usually exuded crumbling in an instant,
revealing a hint of vulnerability that any girl her age might possess. The starlight illuminated her hair, the fine down clearly visible, evoking a sense of tenderness. Sister Songtang. Lin Ilan, who had been quietly nibbling on strawberries beside her, quickly set down the fruit platter, pulled out a tissue, and handed it over. Her voice soft and laced with concern. Don't be upset. Haven tea, we found a new way. Li Songtang accepted the tissue, dabbing at the corners of her eyes. There were no tears, just the distinct redness that flared during moments of emotional upheaval. Fang Xingchen furrowed his brow, somewhat puzzled, and remarked, I recall there is a potion known as the Spirit Awakening Elixir. Li Songtang took a deep breath, lifting her head once more. The fragility in her gaze replaced by determination, although when she looked at Fang Xingchen, a complexity lingered within her eyes. I am aware of the Spirit Awakening Elixir. Many commoners exhaust their savings to purchase it, believing it to be a chance to alter their fates. But do you truly understand what that potion entails? Fang Xingchen frowned slightly, remaining silent, but gesturing for her to continue. That potion is extracted from the remains of extraordinary creatures, and the impurities it contains are alarmingly high. Li Songtang's tone turned cold, laced with a hint of derision. Those who awaken using it have a spirit foundation as thin as paper. Not only is it nearly impossible to awaken extraordinary talents, but breaking through to the transcendence realm becomes a monumental challenge. Their ultimate fate is either to join exploratory teams venturing into other worlds or to become part of the lowest-tier security forces, risking their lives for meager pay. Such awakened individuals are merely tools in the eyes of the nobility. Lin Ilan softly interjected, during my internship at the medical school, I encountered patients who had used that potion. Due to overexerting their abilities, even though they were only in their 40s, their spirits aged like machines long past their prime. The slightest exertion of extraordinary power would leave them with excruciating headaches, ultimately confined to hospital beds waiting for death. She shuddered as she spoke, instinctively moving closer to Li Songtang. Fang Xingchen tightened his grip on the orange juice bottle, the coldness of the bottle keeping him alert. Through the resonance of their spirits, he could clearly sense the truth in Li Songtang's words. There were no lies, only a sense of helplessness towards reality and a reluctance to accept fate. He slowly twisted the cap off the bottle, taking a sip of orange juice. The sweet and sour chill slid down his throat, momentarily alleviating the heaviness in his chest. I have exerted considerable effort to find a way into Guanghua film and television, Li Songtang continued, her tone tinged with a sense of bitterness.
I used all the connections I had amassed in the industry and borrowed a significant sum from my family to smooth over relationships,
just to get my and Elon's names into the cast list of desperate escape. I researched all the information on polluted worlds I could find, prepared emergency equipment, and even trained in combat for half a year in advance. I thought that as long as I was cautious and diligent, I would seize an opportunity, even if it was merely to awaken the most basic extraordinary talent, rather than becoming a sacrificial pawn in a family marriage. Her gaze fell upon Fang Xingchen, her expression complex and difficult to describe, jealousy, unwillingness, but more prominently, an unmasked envy. Yet unexpectedly, the one who succeeded in the end was you. Not only did you awaken, but you awakened such formidable talent. Fang Xingchen pressed his lips together, suppressing the flicker of sympathy that arose within him. He understood Li Songtang's predicament and her dissatisfaction. Yet his own situation was equally grim. He set down the juice bottle, clasped his hands on his knees, and looked at Li Songtang with calm intensity. Steering the conversation back to its original core, Songtang, I am grateful for your revelations, as they have granted me a clearer understanding of the situation. Now, returning to the initial concern, what precisely do you mean by danger? Chapter 35, Future Concerns and a Pact of Alliance. Li Songtang sat up slightly straighter, gazing at Fang Xingchen. Your crisis does not lie in the immediate present. There is an ancient saying on Mother Star, without foresight, one must face immediate worries. At this moment, you do indeed have Guanghua as a protective umbrella. They need you as a successful case to validate the project's worth, and thus they will strive to protect you. In the short term, no one will easily move against you, for behind Guanghua stands a formidable figure. She shifted her tone, her eyes deepening. However, this layer of protection is time-sensitive. As exploration deepens, more actors will awaken successfully in polluted worlds, even if their talents do not match yours. Once their numbers reach a certain threshold, your uniqueness and scarcity will significantly diminish. At that point, will Guanghua's protection be as robust as it is now? When your value declines, and the worth of the entirely new path you represent becomes prominent, what will the various factions that have long coveted this prize do? Fang Xingchen remained silent, various possibilities already forming in his mind. Li Songtang did not wait for him to respond. She directly articulated the most probable outcome. You will transition from being a benefactor and a model to a coveted piece of meat, stripped of powerful protection. Some better factions might resort to coercion and temptation, urging you to lead teams into more perilous polluted worlds, exploiting your experience to carve out new territories and seize resources, turning you into a high-ranking scout, while those with more ruthless and unscrupulous methods may simply take you and place you on the dissection table or in a laboratory, attempting to reverse engineer the secrets of awakening in polluted worlds from you. After all, a living, researchable sample is invaluable. Her words were blunt and brutal. Yet Fang Xingchen understood that they were not mere alarmism. In the face of immense profit, the fate of individuals often weighed as lightly as a feather. The fingers resting on his knees turned slightly pale. Beside him, Lin Ilan's face paled, her hands gripping Li Songtang's arm tightly, shaking it urgently. Her voice tinged with desperation and pleading, Sister Songtang, Brother Fang is a companion who has shared life and death with us. If it weren't for him, we might not have returned at all. You must help him. Li Songtang patted Lin Ilan's hand gently, signaling her to calm down, then refocused her gaze on Fang Xingchen. Thus, the only viable approach before us, in theory, is singular. What approach? Fang Xingchen inquired, already harboring a suspicion in his heart. Become stronger as swiftly as possible. Outpace everyone before they fully react, before your protective umbrella loses its efficacy, and at all costs. Elevate your strength as quickly as you can. Break through to the transcendence realm. Li Songtang's tone was resolute, imbued with an undeniable determination. The Empire often turned a blind eye to awakening realms due to their vast numbers, as they could not manage them all. However, the Transcendence realm was different. It constituted the backbone of the Imperial Army and one of the cornerstones of noble rule. Any registered Transcendence realm powerhouse encountering abnormal circumstances would trigger rigorous investigations from relevant Imperial departments. At that level, one would truly possess a form of protection. This aligned perfectly with Fang Xingchen's inner thoughts. Power would always serve as the best passport and talisman in chaotic times. Yet, Li Songtang's analysis heightened his awareness of this urgency to an unprecedented level. Becoming stronger necessitated vast resources. Fang Xingchen spread his hands, a perfectly measured expression of helplessness and sorrow gracing his face. All he possessed were the earnings from Juejing Taoxing II, amounting to merely a few 100,000 Xinghui coins. Even if the dividends from the first installment arrived, they would likely be a mere drop in the bucket. In the realm of extraordinary cultivation, such a sum would scarcely suffice to procure even basic resources. Thus, we can collaborate. Li Songtang finally revealed her true intentions. Her tone laced with a subtle urgency and anticipation. I cannot currently provide you with a substantial amount of resources. To secure a place in Juejing Taoxing and gather the necessary materials, I nearly depleted all my available savings and still owe my family considerable debts. However, she emphasized that she could offer you information and assist you in finding pathways to rapidly acquire abundant resources. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Fang Xingchen regarded her calmly, directly addressing the core issue. What do you require from me? Or rather, what precise avenues can you provide? Must it still involve entering the polluted world? The thought of returning to such a hellish place immediately required careful consideration. No, the polluted world harbors too many uncertainties for us at present. Moreover, a faint expression of disdain flickered across Li Songtang's face as she remarked, "Do you remember Lu Wei? The girl who ultimately succumbed to a mental breakdown. Her true identity was that of a young lady from another noble family, raised in luxury, utterly terrified by her experiences in Qingshan village. Upon her return, her family administered a highly effective yet career-ruining soul awakening potion, forcibly awakening her. And it is said that her mental state is now quite unstable, rendering her nearly incapacitated. I do not wish to suffer a similar fate." She paused before continuing. "I have discovered another avenue. To be precise, it is an opportunity, one that allows us to seize a significant portion of the pie from other factions. Of course, this requires strength and a stroke of luck. Snatching food from the jaws of a tiger?" Fang Xingchen furrowed his brow more tightly. It sounded scarcely better than the polluted world, perhaps even more perilous. Offending others is inevitable. Li Songtang candidly acknowledged this, yet insisted that this time, we would be well prepared. "I will leverage my remaining connections and resources to establish a solid foundation and minimize risks. At the very least, compared to the bizarre and unpredictable rules of the polluted world, this competition occurring in the normal realm bears known dangers and is unlikely to involve incomprehensible rule annihilation. For us, it is considerably safer." Fang Xingchen fell into contemplation. Li Songtang's words bore merit, yet surely contained reservations. What precisely does this avenue entail? Who are the adversaries? How great are the risks? All remain unknowns. However, upon reflection, this indeed presents a potential opportunity for rapid resource acquisition. And with Li Songtang, who possesses noble lineage and information channels, leading the charge, it is far superior to floundering about aimlessly alone. Presently, it seems he has no better alternatives. Declining the collaboration would mean potentially missing a swift advancement opportunity, facing known dangers alone. Accepting the collaboration implies becoming embroiled in another tempest. Yet at least it provides a temporary ally and a clear direction. Weighing the pros and cons, the answer appears evident. After a moment's deliberation, Fang Xingchen raised his head, a flicker of resolve glimmering in his eyes. "It seems I have no reason to refuse." He extended his right hand, palm facing her, and said, "Then, Songtang, may our collaboration be fruitful." Li Songtang gazed at his outstretched hand, her previously frigid expression finally softening into a genuine smile of relief as she reciprocated. Their hands meeting firmly. "May our collaboration be fruitful." "Me too. Me too." Lin Ilan, witnessing this, joyfully extended her small hand, clasping the backs of their hands, her eyes sparkling with delight, revealing her charming little tiger teeth and dimples. "We three form the iron triangle of Qingshan village. Together, we shall grow stronger." The three exchanged glances, and the once tense atmosphere in the media room seemed to ease slightly with the establishment of this alliance. Nonetheless, both Fang Xingchen and Li Songtang understood that this was merely the beginning. The road ahead remained shrouded in fog, fraught with peril. Following the agreement, Li Songtang evidently came prepared. She retrieved a beautifully crafted electronic key from a concealed safe embedded in the wall and handed it to Fang Xingchen. "The villa numbered B07 next door is also under my ownership." Li Songtang pointed towards a certain direction in the media room, explaining that it was originally intended for hosting guests occasionally, equipped with complete facilities and regularly maintained. "You may move in. It has an independent security system and is connected to my core defense network." She paused, adding meaningfully, "I recommend that you bring your parents here to live with you as soon as possible. The security in the civilian district is virtually non-existent. At least within my sphere of influence, I can ensure the safety of your family to the greatest extent. Until you possess sufficient self-defense capabilities, the safety of your family will often be your greatest vulnerability." Fang Xingchen felt a stir within, accepting the weighty key. Li Songtang had been exceedingly considerate. This was indeed one of his most pressing concerns. He did not feign modesty and nodded directly. "All right, I will make arrangements swiftly. Thank you." Chapter 36. A new identity and the longing for home. Fang Xingchen awakened amidst an unfamiliar tranquility and softness. The first sensation enveloping him was the unprecedented comfort of the mattress beneath him, as if he were nestled within a warm, fluffy cloud, soothing his taut nerves and weary muscles. Opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a high ceiling adorned with a simply elegant, yet exquisitely crafted chandelier. Morning light filtered through the heavy blackout curtains, casting gentle spots of illumination upon the pale gray wallpaper, which bore subtle patterns. It took him a few moments to fully awaken, realizing that he was in the master bedroom of the villa borrowed from Li Songtang. This room was far larger than the entirety of his rented accommodation in the outskirts, complete with an independent walk-in closet. A wet and dry separated bathroom featuring a massage bathtub, and the air was imbued with a faint scent reminiscent of cedar, a lingering trace left by the high-end air purification system. He propped himself up on his arms, massaging his still slightly swollen temples. Savoring the delicate texture of the luxurious bedding beneath him, a smirk of mixed self-mockery and disbelief playing upon his lips. Once, he had fretted over next month's rent, crammed into a single apartment in the civilian district like a sardine, yet here he lay in a room rivaling a luxurious hotel suite. Life had indeed improved. Who would have thought that I, Fang, would one day enjoy such comforts, albeit at the cost of some discomfort? Self-mockery aside, the hint of confusion in his gaze was swiftly replaced by clarity. He understood well that none of this had come about by mere happenstance. It was the result of perilous experiences and a long-term contract that felt like a shackle once he signed his name. Li Songtong's support and collaboration represented not only an opportunity, but also a heavy responsibility and a deeper entanglement. Rising from the bed, he felt the plush, thick carpet beneath his bare feet as he walked towards the bathroom. The expansive mirror reflected his youthful, yet slightly sharp features, his eyes betraying a depth of maturity and vigilance far beyond his years. Warm water cascaded from the embedded showerhead, cleansing his body and thoroughly dispelling the last remnants of sleep. After freshening up, he donned his somewhat faded gray tracksuit, which contrasted starkly with the opulence of his surroundings yet provided him with a sense of comfort. Descending to the living room, he found a well-dressed middle-aged maid with a respectful expression had prepared breakfast, a perfectly fried sunny-side-up egg, whole grain bread, a fresh vegetable salad, and a cup of warm milk. He consumed the meal in silence, appreciating the flavors, yet he found himself longing for the simple dishes his mother used to make, even if it was just a bowl of clear noodle soup. After his meal, he used his smart wristwatch to call his parents. As the signal connected, he heard his mother's familiar yet concerned voice, which warmed his heart slightly, tinged with a hint of bitterness. He simply informed his parents that he would return home today for a discussion, assuring them not to worry. He refrained from contacting them the previous night, wishing not to disturb their rest and fearing that his fatigue might betray him. Leaving the villa, he made his way to the adjacent private garage. There, the sleek and coldly gleaming black Jifeng 3 hovercar stood silently parked. He opened the door and settled into the driver's seat, the technological yet comfortable interior reminding him once more of his current situation. Setting the destination to Dongming Duchao Fan Affairs Management Center. The hovercar emitted a soft hum from beneath, ascending smoothly and merging into the orderly flow of traffic above the citizen district. As the hovercar crossed the boundary marking the citizen district from the commoner zone, the central control screen automatically illuminated, revealing a standard visage of a synthetic human, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, initiating identity verification and travel reporting. Identity confirmed, Fang Xingchen. Destination, Chao Fan Affairs Management Center. Authorization validated. Wishing you a pleasant journey. The entire process was efficient and mechanical, devoid of any human emotion. As Fang Xingchen gazed at the flawless artificial face on the screen, he mused inwardly, this is quite convenient, sparing him from unnecessary troubles and potential embarrassing encounters. In a world starkly divided by class, where power is revered, the lower strata often need to exhibit their fangs to gain respect. For now, he needed to maintain a low profile. Upon arriving at the Chao Fan Affairs Management Center, located in the heart of the Third Ring, he beheld a magnificent structure entirely constructed of silvery alloy, exuding a distinctly futuristic aesthetic. From parking to guidance, reception, and inspections, various models of synthetic robots conducted the entire process. He was led to a private inspection chamber, where he underwent a series of evaluations, including body scans, energy fluctuation monitoring, and soul intensity assessments. The procedure was swift, taking merely a few minutes. Upon exiting the chamber, his aged smart wristwatch gently vibrated, indicating an information update. He opened the screen and perused the contents. Empire Chao Fan Affairs Management System Personal Information Update. Name, Fang Xingchen. Identity, Second Class Citizen. Constitution, 082 Yuan. Energy, 055 Soul, 11 Extraordinary Level, Awakening Realm Level 1 Extraordinary Talent, D-Class Soul Cry. Remarks, registered and filed, entitled to corresponding rights and obligations. For details, please refer to Empire Chao Fan Management Regulations. Below the information, there were two new application links, Empire Extraordinary Internal Forum and Extraordinary Mall. Fang Xingchen, the second-class citizen, murmured softly, his gaze lingering on this new identity. This signified his departure from the lowest commoner class, granting him a certain elevation in legal and social welfare, such as a safer living environment, access to superior medical and educational resources, and a degree of surveillance and responsibility. He noted a line of small print beneath the remarks. Upon breaking through to the transcendence realm, social status will automatically elevate to first-class citizen. As for noble status, the Empire's constitution explicitly states that titles are conferred only for military merit, a rigid rule that nearly obstructs any possibility for others to ascend through alternative means. He did not immediately click on the links to the forum and mall. Now was not the time for exploration. He understood that they undoubtedly concealed a resource-rich, yet rule-laden and treacherous new world. He needed to manage the most pressing matters at hand first. Stowing away his wristwatch, Fang Xingchen turned towards the parking lot. He entered the hover car and set the destination to the outer district of the Ninth Ring, the place he had lived for over a decade, infused with the sense of grease, noise, and the aura of cheap synthetic materials, his home. Once more, the hover car ascended, this time heading in the opposite direction from where he had come, towards the dim, crowded area that held all his past memories. Outside the window, the sights of the noble and citizen districts rapidly receded, as clean streets, lush greenery, and uniquely styled independent houses were gradually replaced by monotonous industrial buildings. Densely packed high-rise apartments resembling pigeon coops and drab-colored building facades. The air seemed to grow increasingly polluted, carrying a faint scent of industrial emissions. Leaning back in his seat, Fang Xingchen gazed at the familiar yet strange streets below, his thoughts surging. This time returning home, he not only needed to bring his parents away, but also to devise a way to explain the sudden changes in his circumstances, the elevation in social status, and the potential unknown risks he might face in the future. He could not reveal the entire truth. That would only instill fear in his parents. However, he had to provide them with a justifiable reason, one that would reassure them enough to move to the citizen district. Simultaneously, he keenly sensed that this return, adorned with success, would not unfold as peacefully as he envisioned. The outer district, a melting pot of various elements, coupled with his sudden elevation in status, would inevitably attract undue attention, perhaps even trouble. Although he was now an awakened one, his constitution and energy levels had not significantly surpassed those of an ordinary person, necessitating caution in the face of potential conflict. He needed to act swiftly. He murmured to himself, a flicker of urgency flashing in his eyes. This urgency stemmed not merely from the anticipation of minor troubles, but also from an underlying unease. The warning from Li Songtang echoed in his mind. He must settle his parents swiftly so that he could focus entirely on the path of strengthening his abilities. The hovercar sliced through the sky, carrying Fang Xingchen, who was besieged by myriad thoughts, towards a past he must confront and bid farewell. The road ahead was destined to be fraught with challenges. Yet for the sake of protecting those he cherished, he had no alternative. Chapter 37. Settling the family. The hovercar glided seamlessly across the sky, transporting Fang Xingchen toward a place that was both familiar and somewhat alien to him. From the resplendent noble district to the orderly citizen district, and finally to the dilapidated commoner area, the entire journey was completed in less than half an hour without any checkpoints or inspections. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention and speculation in the area dominated by farm workers, Fang Xingchen prudently parked the technologically advanced hovercar several hundred meters away in a small, somewhat antiquated shopping mall parking lot. He inhaled deeply the air tinged with hints of fertilizer and soil before stepping onto the uneven cement path he had traversed for over a decade. The road was flanked by low houses with small yards, where work uniforms hung out to dry and farming tools were piled in corners. A few familiar neighbors were seated at their doorsteps, engaged in casual conversation. Upon noticing him, they greeted him warmly. Fang Xingchen wore a modest smile, tinged with shyness, politely responding to their greetings while keeping his pace steady. He needed to hasten the process of bringing his parents away, distancing them from the potential turmoil that might arise due to him. Pushing open the familiar, slightly peeling iron gate, he found his parents waiting in the somewhat cramped yet tidy living room. Clearly, they had taken the day off, their faces adorned with both anticipation and a subtle hint of worry. Xingchen, his mother, was the first to rush forward, her calloused hands gripping his arm tightly. Scrutinizing him from head to toe, her eyes slightly reddened. "You look thinner and darker. Has filming been tough? Did you encounter any dangers?" His father stood silently behind his mother, though he said little, his caring gaze never straying from Fang Xingchen as he quietly accepted the not overly heavy backpack from his son's hand. "Dad, Mom, I'm fine, really," Fang Xingchen replied, feeling a pang in his heart. He clasped his mother's rough hand in his, guiding them to sit on the somewhat aged fabric sofa. "I've just been busy with work, and my diet and rest have been irregular." Upon hearing this, his mother immediately stood up. "Let me prepare something delicious for you. Just wait, I've already bought the ingredients." "Mom, please don't rush. Sit down, I have something important to discuss with you. Fang Xingchen hastily grasped his mother's hand, his tone earnest. He took a deep breath and began to narrate his story, a blend of truth and embellishment, omitting the grotesque realities of a polluted world and the tragic sacrifices of his companions. Instead, he spoke of his involvement in a film titled Juejing Tiaoxing, portraying the arduous journey of filming while highlighting his fortunate turn of events that led to his awakening as an officially recognized extraordinary being by the empire, thus elevating his social status to that of a second-class citizen. He then casually mentioned that he had encountered a benefactor who appreciated his talents, and together they invested in several projects. Now, he had secured a stable residence in the citizen area, surrounded by a pleasant environment, and he wished to invite his parents to join him and enjoy a better life, making it easier for him to care for them. Fang's father and mother were momentarily taken aback. Extraordinary being? Second-class citizen? Collaborative investments? Such terms felt as distant to them as tales from another realm. After the initial shock, disbelief followed, quickly replaced by an instinctive resistance. Xingchen, you've achieved great things. Your mother and I are so proud, his father said, rubbing his hands together, brow furrowed. But we've spent our lives on the farm, accustomed to this place, and we know our neighbors well. Moving to the citizen area, where everything is unfamiliar, might be too much for us old bones to handle. Besides, you're just starting out. Wouldn't our presence be a burden? His mother echoed. Yes, yes. We are quite content here. You needn't worry about us. Just focus on your work and come back to visit when you can. Observing the mixture of pride and unease on his parents' faces, Fang Xingchen understood. They were not unwilling to enjoy a better life. Rather, they feared becoming a hindrance, disrupting the new life he had painstakingly built. A thought crossed his mind, and he allowed a hint of weariness and dependence to show on his face. Lowering his voice slightly, Dad, Mom, it's not as you think. Although the citizen area appears glamorous, people are quite indifferent. I live alone in such a large house, and it feels so empty. I can't even have a warm meal. He paused, looking at his mother with a hint of childlike pleading. Mom, I really miss your braised pork and clear soup noodles. Nothing outside can compare. Moreover, my work keeps me so busy that I hardly have time to eat, and my stomach isn't feeling well. If you come over, you can keep me company and ensure that I eat and rest regularly, allowing me to focus on my work. This tactful retreat struck a chord in the softest part of his parents' hearts. Hearing their son speak of not eating well or sleeping properly, his mother's eyes turned red. And after a moment of silence, his father sighed, patting his thigh. All right then, we'll move over for a while to take care of you. If we can't adjust, we can always return. A weight lifted from Fang Xingchen's heart, and a genuine smile illuminated his face. Great. Let's pack up and head over today. Thus, the three of them began to gather their belongings. There was nothing particularly valuable, mainly a few changes of clothes, treasured old photographs, some meaningful trinkets, and the set of cookware his mother insisted on bringing, which she had used for many years. With their simple luggage packed into 3 suitcases, they locked the doors and made their way to the parking lot. When Fang Xingchen used the electronic key to unlock the sleek black flying car, his parents stood rooted to the spot, hesitant to approach. It wasn't until Fang Xingchen opened the door and gestured repeatedly that they cautiously climbed in. Feeling the soft leather seats and observing the high-tech interior, their faces reflecting a mixture of reticence and astonishment. At that moment, they truly believed their son had made it big, stepping into a world beyond their imagination. As Fang Xingchen started the flying car and ascended smoothly into the sky, he deliberately took a longer route, returning first to the cramped apartment he had rented in the 6th ring area. He quickly packed his few personal belongings and efficiently completed the lease termination process. When he returned to the flying car with his small bag, an odd sense of relief washed over him, as if he were bidding a final farewell to the past. The vehicle soared through the sky once more, carrying the trio towards their new home in the citizen area, while leaving behind Fang Xingchen's ordinary life. Little did he know, shortly after their departure, the manager of the farm where his parents worked arrived with 2 impeccably dressed, poised, and sharp-eyed middle-aged individuals at the slightly dilapidated house they had just vacated. Observing the tightly locked door and the empty yard, the 2 men exchanged contemplative glances. Upon returning to the villa, Fang Xingchen settled his parents in a spacious and bright guest room on the 2nd floor, complete with an ensuite bathroom. The exquisite decor, soft bedding, and well-manicured garden outside left the elderly couple in awe, unsure of where to place their hands and feet. This house is magnificent. It must have cost a fortune, his mother murmured as she caressed the smooth walls. His father, after inspecting the room, stood by the window, gazing at the sizable lawn below, and suddenly remarked, "The soil here looks promising. I wonder if we could cultivate some vegetables." Fang Xingchen couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and warmth. Realizing that even in a lavish home, his parents' first thoughts were of the land and simple living. After settling their belongings, he guided them through the villa, showcasing the grand living room, the fully equipped kitchen, and even a decent-sized media room. His parents' expressions shifted from initial astonishment to a blend of pride and underlying concern for their son's future. Xingchen, living in such a splendid place must come with immense pressure. His mother couldn't help but fret. "Don't worry, Mom. I have it all under control." Fang Xingchen reassured her with a gentle pat on the back. After the tour, his mother could no longer sit still and immediately rushed into the kitchen, eager to prepare a meal filled with the flavors of home. The housekeeper, who had been preparing lunch, could only retreat graciously to assist the enthusiastic newcomer. Meanwhile, his father wandered into the yard to examine the terrain, mumbling about sun exposure and suitable spots for tilling. Watching his parents, although somewhat reserved, begin to adapt to their new environment, Fang Xingchen felt the tension in his heart finally ease. At least for now, he had provided them with a relatively safe haven. He turned to ascend the stairs back to his room. Once he closed the door, shutting out the sounds from downstairs, the world fell silent. He approached his desk and powered on the old intelligent device that had accompanied him for many years. With a mix of curiosity and urgency, he accessed the links received via his smart wristwatch, logging into the Empire Extraordinary Forum and Extraordinary Mall. The forum interface was straightforward, divided into three main sections: Extraordinary Knowledge, Extraordinary Water Bar, and Task Rewards. He first clicked on Extraordinary Knowledge. As he anticipated, it did not provide specific cultivation techniques or skill manuals. Instead, it offered a plethora of foundational concepts, a detailed explanation of the realm system, and discussions from anonymous users regarding the pros and cons of certain public techniques and skills. Fang Xingchen immersed himself in the readings. Although he had gleaned fragments of information from Yang Bo and Li Songtang, the forum's posts were evidently more systematic and unveiled many details he had yet to comprehend. He focused intently on the descriptions of the 5 extraordinary realms, and as he read line after line, a weight settled heavily upon him. The awakening realm, merely the starting point on the path of the extraordinary, akin to an apprentice. Those with awakened physiques or vital energy were merely stronger and more resilient. Those with awakened souls could primarily utilize their powers for self-benefit, such as the waking technique, which served only to splash cold water on themselves, forcibly dispelling drowsiness or mild confusion, with hypnosis limited to self-hypnosis. The sole exception comprises those fortunate individuals who awaken with innate talents of C grade or above, inherently positioned at a higher starting point than ordinary awakeners. The realm of Chao Tua is where true extraordinary beings reside, revered by the world as masters. Upon reaching this level, physical or chi extraordinary beings can project their vital energy externally, inflicting harm upon enemies from a distance. Meanwhile, those with extraordinary souls finally possess the ability to influence others externally, where a mere glance or a whispered word may harbor profound mental power. The realm of Faze represents the backbone of extraordinary beings, perceived as akin to sorcerers by ordinary people, and referred to as Zongshi or Feizong. At this stage, the strong begin to touch upon and study the mysteries of the world's laws, such as the scorching heat of fire, the frigid cold of ice, and the cycles of life and death. However, the post also starkly highlights that for extraordinary beings specializing in physical or chi paths, reaching this realm is exceedingly arduous, with few laws available for in-depth study, rendering the path almost insurmountable. The realm of Ling Yu denotes the kings among extraordinary beings, figures rarely seen by common folk. Honored as lords, one must extrapolate the laws they've comprehended to the extent that they can form a domain of laws. This is a territory virtually inaccessible to those specializing in physical or chi paths. The Shengren realm, the pinnacle of the 5 realms, necessitates the organic fusion of multiple law domains, ultimately creating a semblance of a divine kingdom. Within this divine kingdom, a Shengren is nearly omnipotent. Such powerful beings are referred to as demigods among the divine race, as Yaosheng within the demon race, and as Majuan in the demon lineage. Ascending through each realm requires not only alignment with one's innate talent and unyielding will, but also the appropriate cultivation methods and a plethora of resources. To attain greater combat prowess and survival capability, one must also cultivate various costly skills and procure formidable weapons and items. Fang Xingchen slowly leaned back in his chair, exhaling a heavy breath. The pressure weighed upon his heart like an invisible mountain. The difficulties ahead surpassed his previous expectations. This was not merely a thorny path of ascent, but rather a financially draining road paved with countless resources. He rubbed his temples, his spirit tinged with a sense of tragic resignation, and opened the interface of the Chao Fan Mall. The screen flickered, revealing a dazzling array of categories: cultivation skills, weaponry, potions, materials, and talismans. Holding on to a sliver of hope, he clicked on the potions category, filtering for Awakening Realm, soul type. The next moment, his breath caught in his throat. On the screen was a product labeled as an advanced concentration potion, suitable for Awakening Realm, priced at a staggering 100,000 Xinghui coins. Fang Xingchen felt as though his heart had been tightly grasped by an invisible hand. His entire remuneration for Juejing Taoxing 2 was merely 135,000 Xinghui coins. Even with potential dividends from the first installment, he could scarcely afford a few vials of such potions. And this was only for those suitable for the Awakening Realm. The prices for even more basic cultivation potions were equally jaw-dropping. He chuckled bitterly, feeling a tremor in his fingers. He lacked the courage to delve further into other categories, where rare resources often exceeded hundreds of thousands or even millions of Xinghui coins, along with equipment and items shimmering enticingly, appearing to him as mere illusions. Undeterred, he clicked into the cultivation skills section for a cursory glance, discovering that the prices for foundational cultivation techniques and skills in the Awakening Realm range from 50,000 to 200,000 Xinghui coins. Though still exorbitant, compared to resources that often reached millions, they seemed slightly more accessible. He wished to explore a few specific techniques related to mental power in greater detail when a familiar voice, imbued with warmth and affection, called from downstairs, "Xingchen, dinner is ready. Mom made your favorite braised pork." That familiar and comforting voice instantly drew him back from the cold and harsh world. "Coming," he responded, shutting down his smart device, rubbing his somewhat stiff cheeks as he stood. "All right, for now, I shall leave it as is. The issue of resources cannot be rushed. I shall inquire in detail about the path Li Songtang mentioned when she returns. For now, I shall enjoy a reassuring meal with my parents." He strode towards the door, burying his yearning for power and anxiety for resources deep within his heart. A journey must be taken step by step, and a meal savored bite by bite. Chapter 39. The Comfort of Soft Rice and the Task Initiation. After dinner, the servants swiftly tidied up and politely took their leave. In the expansive first floor of the villa, only the Fang family of 3 remained. Fang Xingchen sat with his parents in the somewhat spacious living room, where a gigantic holographic projection wall displayed a popular family drama. The flickering lights and melodramatic plot unexpectedly creating a sense of warmth typical of an ordinary household. Fang father and Fang mother evidently had yet to fully adapt to the new environment, sitting stiffly on the excessively soft leather sofa, their backs straight and appearing somewhat constrained. Fang Xingchen took the initiative to find topics to discuss, sharing amusing anecdotes about former neighbors and recent changes at the farm, attempting to diminish the unfamiliarity with familiar memories. Gradually, his mother began to chatter more, recounting tales of who S son married, who S daughter got into technical school. Fang father occasionally chimed in, critiquing the exaggerated acting in the drama, his tense shoulders gradually relaxing. Just then, the doorbell rang softly, breaking the cozy atmosphere in the living room. "I'll get the door." Fang Xingchen stood up, his heart already anticipating the visitors. Upon opening the door, indeed, Li Songtang and Lin Alan stood outside. The two seemed to have arrived together. Li Songtang was dressed in a smart, dark, casual outfit, her long hair tied back in a ponytail, exuding a cool demeanor. Lin Elan had donned a charming light yellow dress, complemented by a cream-colored knitted cardigan, appearing delightful and approachable. Both carried items in their hands. "You're here. Please come in." Fang Xingchen stepped aside, gesturing them in. Li Songtang nodded slightly, while Lin Elan sweetly smiled. "Good evening, Fang Dage." As they entered the living room and noticed Fang father and Fang mother seated on the sofa, they immediately toned down their casualness, politely greeting them. "Hello, uncle and aunt." Fang father and Fang mother promptly stood up, their faces displaying courtesy mixed with a hint of awkwardness. "Ah, hello, please have a seat." Lin Elan placed a beautifully packaged box of fruits on the coffee table, her voice soft and gentle. "Auntie, I brought some fruits for you to try." Li Songtang then handed over 2 seemingly expensive bottles of red wine to Fang mother, her tone polite, yet subdued. "Auntie, just a small gesture. I heard that moderate consumption of red wine is good for health and can enhance beauty." Fang mother, taken aback, accepted the bottles with repeated thanks, her hands unsure of where to rest. Observing his parents' discomfort, Fang Xingchen timely intervened to ease the situation. "Mom, Dad, you can watch some TV for a while. We need to discuss a few matters. Let us head to the study." With that, he led Li Songtang and Lin Elan upstairs to the study. The study was soundproof, and once the heavy wooden door closed, the sounds from the living room television were completely cut off. The room was adorned in deep, stable hues. With towering bookshelves filled with various books, many of which were ancient texts exuding a faint scent of ink. On one side stood a large mahogany desk, while the other featured a comfortable leather sofa and coffee table. The three settled into the sofa area. Li Songtang, familiar with the surroundings, picked up the smart tea set from the coffee table, operated it with ease, and soon the mini water purifier began to work. She then took tea leaves from the canister, her movements fluid, embodying an innate elegance characteristic of a person from a prominent family. In no time, 3 cups of fragrant tea were prepared, the aroma wafting pleasantly. Here, try it. It's quite palatable. Li Songtang pushed the teacups toward Fang Xingchen and Lin Ilan, while she herself lifted a cup, gently blowing away the steam. Fang Xingchen complied and took a sip, though he had little knowledge of the art of tea. He could discern that this brew was crisp and refreshing, with a lingering sweetness that far surpassed the ordinary fare found in the market. Li Songtang set her cup down and swiftly tapped a few times on the smartwatch adorning her wrist, then spoke. The family has approved your status as a guest elder, and you have been added to the Li family's D-level guest elder roster. She lifted her gaze to Fang Xingchen and continued to explain. I have sent you the relevant internal network links to your watch, which are similar to the forums and marketplaces for extraordinary beings. You can accept quests released by the family to earn contribution points and purchase techniques and resources at internal prices. Most of the items in the external extraordinary marketplace are commonplace and of mediocre efficacy. However, our family marketplace does offer several commendable techniques and secrets that should benefit you at this stage. After a brief pause, she presented a more tangible incentive. As a D-level guest elder, you will receive an initial shopping allowance of 1 million Xinghui coins, and all purchases will enjoy a 5% discount. It serves as a modest investment from the family in a promising ally. As Fang Xingchen listened, a ripple of excitement stirred within him. Once again, a steaming, fragrant opportunity had landed in his lap. How much effort could this save him in his initial accumulation? He felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Li Songtang and exclaim, Sister, I no longer wish to strive. Yet, reason reminded him that while this sister's support was enticing, it might not be substantial enough for him to rest on his laurels. The dangers ahead still required their joint effort. Suppressing these thoughts, he displayed a sincere expression of gratitude. Thank you. I will remember this kindness. It is fortunate that I did not hastily place an order in the extraordinary marketplace, or I would have truly lost out. He shifted the conversation back to his primary concern. How is the resource acquisition plan you mentioned last time progressing? That plan involves numerous elements and requires us to find the most opportune moment, Li Songtang replied, shaking her head. A hint of a strategic smile graced her lips as she continued. However, I have already arranged another profitable venture that will allow you to gain some initial experience while also accumulating startup funds. Oh, what is this plan? How can I assist? Fang Xingchen inquired, intrigued, leaning forward slightly. Currently, his most pressing need was money. Any avenue to acquire it swiftly warranted his attention. Li Songtang leisurely took another sip of tea before elaborating. Recently, there was a notable event in Dongming City. A mining tycoon surnamed Zhao, who previously amassed considerable wealth by currying favor with a noble, has fallen from grace. His benefactor lost power, and unfortunately, Zhao himself did not survive the turmoil, allegedly succumbing to a heart attack. Her tone remained calm, as if recounting a tale disconnected from her own life. With the fall of the tree, the monkeys scattered. Following Zhao's demise, several of his legitimate heirs encountered misfortunes, with some perishing and others going missing. The vast Zhao family enterprise was quickly devoured by other covetous factions. Ultimately, only insignificant assets remained, and by a twist of fate, they fell into the hands of Zhao's illegitimate son, Zhao Yuan. This individual was a quintessential spoiled rich kid, raised away from his father, indulging in debauchery and causing trouble. A trace of disdain flickered across Li Songtang's face as she continued. Recently, this Zhao Yuan, having been humiliated in an immersive virtual game he was obsessed with, decided to reclaim his honor by throwing a staggering 100 million Xinghui coins into the game. 100 million? Fang Xingchen raised an eyebrow. Even he was taken aback by the extravagant expenditure of this spoiled heir. It was a sum that many would toil a lifetime to earn, yet he cast it aside so casually within the confines of a game. Indeed, 100 million, Li Songtang affirmed. Coincidentally, the game he is playing is operated by a company that my family holds shares in. The situation, after much winding, ended up in my hands. I have negotiated a deal. Of the 50 million involved, I will take 20 million, with the remaining 30 million allocated as fees for facilitating the process. The leftover 50 million will serve as a public bounty to recruit capable players to assist this young master Zhao in achieving dominance within the game and redeeming his lost honor. So, this task will be public, with many participants vying for it? Fang Xingchen grasped the crux of the matter. How will the 50 million bounty be distributed? Rest assured, the rules are fair for all, Li Songtang clarified. Young Master Zhao's ultimate goal is to secure the title of sovereign within the game. We will embed an independent merit counting program within the game to assess player contributions toward this goal, such as defeating rival players, capturing territories, and completing critical tasks in real time. At the conclusion of the quest, all participants who meet the basic contribution criteria will share the bounty according to their individual merit value relative to the total merit value. Is there a risk that higher-tier extraordinary beings, such as those in the transcendental realm, might exploit special means to dominate? Fang Xingchen expressed his concern. If such entities existed, those of the awakened realm would merely be accompanying them. Not at all, Li Songtang replied decisively. The game's setting is an E-level low magic world, and the inherent rules impose strict limits on power. Through our technical fortification and regulatory constraints, only those at the awakened realm are permitted entry. Exceeding this threshold would trigger the world's rules to expel them automatically. You can rest easy on this matter. She regarded Fang Xingchen with an encouraging smile. Go ahead. This is a splendid opportunity. It will not only help you become familiar with employing your abilities in a virtual setting, but also allow you to earn a substantial sum quickly. I have already spoken to the game's overseer. Here is the contact information for the game world administrator. Should you require reasonable assistance upon entering the game, you may reach out to him. She then transmitted an encrypted contact code through her watch. Having remained quiet and sipping tea, Lin Yilan finally lifted her head, her innocent eyes shimmering with a hint of pride and anticipation as she interjected, Brother Fang, I should tell you, I am also playing this game. Remember to find me once you're in. Observing Lin Yilan's eager expression, Fang Xingchen couldn't help but smile. The notion of a virtual game, vying for supremacy, and the promise of a hefty bounty seemed almost absurd, yet it lay before him as a tangible reality. He inhaled deeply, feeling the subtle strength coursing through him from his two souls, and his gaze gradually solidified with determination. Very well, I accept this task. Chapter 40. Techniques and Skills. After bidding farewell to Li Songtang and Lin Yilan, Fang Xingchen stood at the entrance, the echoes of Lin Yilan's soft brother Fang. See you in the game. And Li Songtang's cool admonition to quickly familiarize himself with his powers still lingering in his ears. He exhaled softly, turning away from his parents who remained in the living room, and made his way directly to his bedroom on the second floor. Once inside, he closed the door, isolating himself from the external clamor. Only the gentle hum of the climate control system filled the silence. He refrained from turning on the main light, opting instead to illuminate a corner of his desk with a simple reading lamp, its warm yellow glow dispelling a small area of darkness, casting a soft light upon his youthful face, which bore hints of life's trials. Rather than sitting immediately, he strolled to the window, pulling back a corner of the heavy curtains to gaze outside. The night in the citizen district was devoid of the raucous noise and garish neon lights of the outer city. Only the orderly streetlights cast a cool glow, outlining the shadows of courtyard trees swaying gently and the distinct silhouettes of distant villas, an almost mechanical sense of order permeating the air. He murmured the words resources, techniques, skills, savoring their weighty significance. Li Songtang's status as a guest and his internal connections undoubtedly serve as a timely blessing. However, the duration of this blessing and its capacity to nourish ultimately depend on how he chooses to wield it. Settling into the embrace of the cushioned chair at his writing desk, he remained tense despite the comfort. The aged smartwatch on his wrist emitted a soft alert, prompting him to raise his hand and activate the diminutive holographic screen, displaying a reply from Yang Bo. He had previously reached out to this well-informed friend, subtly inquiring about the state of the extraordinary resource black market. Yang Bo's response was unequivocal. The authorities maintained stringent control over extraordinary techniques, skills, and potions above the awakening realm, forbidding private transactions. Even if a few slipped through the cracks, the prices could never rival those of official channels, with risks considerably heightened. The black market primarily dealt in common potions and second-hand extraordinary equipment. Indeed, the legitimate channels emerged as the sole choice, at least for him at this moment. Fang Xingchen understood this clearly, dispelling the last vestiges of hope. He hesitated no longer and connected his smart watch to the antiquated intelligence terminal on his desk. In contrast to the watch's diminutive 4-inch holographic display, which strained the eyes with prolonged use, the terminal's larger screen was far more suitable for transactions requiring careful deliberation. As for why he did not upgrade to a new multifunctional wrist terminal, a glance at his account balance revealed a meager sum, which appeared trivial after witnessing the exorbitant prices in the extraordinary marketplace. Every penny needed to be judiciously spent. Any unnecessary expenses, such as upgrading ordinary equipment, would have to be indefinitely postponed. Navigating deftly to the internal network link from the Li family that Li Songtang had just provided. The interface transitioned to a more antiquated page adorned with the family crest. Unlike the sleek, technological aesthetic of the Imperial Extraordinary Forum and Marketplace, this page exuded the profound aura of an ancient lineage. He first accessed the section for cultivation techniques. Indeed, as Li Songtang had mentioned, the selection here was significantly richer than what was available externally. The Imperial Marketplace offered only a few rudimentary techniques, such as the fire visualization technique, ice visualization technique, and mountain visualization technique, which were rather pedestrian. Here, however, he discovered the 5 elements visualization technique, which expounded upon the principles of mutual generation and restriction among the 5 elements, encompassing a vast array of knowledge. The bright moon visualization technique, which emphasized tranquility and nurtured the soul's strength, and the Tai Chi visualization technique, which focused on the interplay of yin and yang, balancing movement and stillness. Each technique was uniformly priced at 300,000 Xinghui coins. Fang Xingchen's gaze lingered longest on the Tai Chi visualization technique. In his mind's eye, 2 ethereal souls, one light and one dark, emerged, seemingly representing divergent life paths and mental states. The cycle of yin and yang, the harmony of movement and stillness appeared to resonate subtly with his own circumstances. He contemplated that, compared to the distinctly attribute-oriented techniques, this one, emphasizing balance and transformation, might better accommodate his unique soul state, laying a more solid foundation for the future. Without further hesitation, he selected the Tai Chi visualization technique and, benefiting from a 5 discount as a D-class guest, completed the transaction for 285 million internal credits. Having made this substantial expenditure, he inhaled deeply before proceeding to explore the category of soul skills. The plethora of options quickened his heartbeat. In addition to the most basic skills of awakening and hypnosis, there were others such as the Eye of Spirit, which could perceive energy flows and discern illusions. The Mind Barrier, which constructed a mental defense against external malevolence. The Inner Healing Light, which could invigorate the soul and physical potential, accelerating recovery from mental and physical trauma. And the Spirit Awareness, which could sense impending danger. There were also advanced skills related to hypnosis that could momentarily unleash potential, the Fearless Divine Strike, and the Soul Overclocking, which could dramatically enhance thought speed in critical moments, akin to entering bullet time. Fang Xingchen was dazzled by the array of skills, his desire to acquire them surging. Nevertheless, the harsh reality dampened his enthusiasm. He forced himself to remain calm and assess his situation. The upcoming venture involved a low-risk virtual world set against an ancient war backdrop, where the likelihood of encountering formidable soul attacks was minimal under the imposed rules. The primary objectives were survival, adaptation, and the efficient completion of tasks to earn rewards. He contemplated the predicament of his employer, young Master Zhao, who was in dire straits and urgently needed a breakthrough, indicating that combat and quick reflexes would be paramount. Considering his awakened soul cry and latent soul resonance, he ultimately made his choices. Inner Healing Light, 200,000 credits, which would facilitate rapid recovery in times of injury or mental fatigue, significantly boosting sustained combat capability. Spirit Awareness, 200,000 credits, which would enhance his survival chances by sensing lethal threats in the perilous battlefield. Soul Overclocking, 300,000 credits, which could prove decisive in critical decision-making and evading fatal blows. And Hypnosis, 50,000 credits, which was foundational for mastering the Divine Strike technique. After applying discounts, these 4 skills totaled 125 million internal credits. Coupled with the previous expenditure on the technique, his account was nearly depleted, leaving a mere 500 credits. Fang Xingchen couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. Gritting his teeth, he transferred 92,500 from his private account of just over 130,000 Xinghui coins, bringing the total to 95,000 to purchase a tube of advanced concentration potion to assist in technique cultivation. With this, the 1 million credits gifted by the Li family were entirely exhausted, and his personal funds plummeted to just over 40,000, nearly returning to square one. Spending money felt less like a trickle and more like a waterfall. Leaning back against the chair, he rubbed his slightly throbbing temples. Yet, this complete investment fostered a sense of determination akin to burning one's boats. The acquisition of techniques and skills was merely the first step. True digestion and absorption needed to commence immediately. He glanced at the time. It was just past 9 in the evening, still relatively early. He rose and exited his bedroom, making his way to the living room on the first floor. His parents were still seated on the sofa, the television broadcasting the evening news, but their attention was evidently elsewhere, betraying signs of unease. Upon seeing Fang Xingchen, his mother immediately inquired with concern, "Xingchen, have you concluded your discussions? Was it difficult?" "It's nothing, just some details regarding work collaboration," Fang Xingchen replied with a relaxed smile. Sitting beside them, "Dad, Mom, I need to inform you that I might be spending some time in the basement training room to focus on honing some abilities I acquired after awakening. The equipment there is better, and it requires quiet." He endeavored to explain in a manner they could comprehend. "If I don't wake up in time for breakfast tomorrow morning, please don't wait for me or worry. I might be deep into training and need to continue uninterrupted." Fang's father and mother exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and concern, yet they nodded in understanding. Fang's father spoke solemnly, "Take care of yourself. Don't overexert. Rest assured, Dad. I know what I'm doing." After reassuring his parents, Fang Xingchen wasted no time and proceeded directly to the dedicated training room located in the basement of the villa. This space had evidently been specially treated, with thick soundproofing materials lining the walls and an independent, quiet air circulation system. In the center of the room stood a sleek, silver-gray high-grade nutrient pod, adorned with flickering azure indicator lights, resembling a slumbering beast. Following the instructions, Fang Xingchen configured the controls on the nutrient pod's interface, then stripped off his clothing and reclined within the chamber filled with a pale yellow nutrient solution. The pod's door slowly closed, enveloping him in a refreshing sensation while providing a gentle supply of oxygen and mild electrical stimulation, effectively relieving the stiffness and fatigue associated with prolonged stillness. As thoughts of the virtual game Conquer the World and its enticing bounty of 50 million flashed through his mind, he gradually closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to sink. The Tai Chi visualization technique and the 4 extraordinary skills he had just acquired began to merge into the mysterious space within his mind, where chaos reigned, and 2 souls resided. A new challenge has unfolded, and strength is the fundamental response to all. Chapter 41. The Foundation of Taiji and Initial Understanding of Skills. Consciousness is akin to sinking into an endless deep sea, where all external sounds and perceptions are utterly isolated. Fang Xingchen's gaze is fixed upon his peculiar spiritual realm. The space remains chaotic and unclear, where 2 spiritual entities, one old and one young, stand back to back like silent monuments on an isolated patch of land. After 2 days of recuperation in the real world, the originally ethereal figures, which had appeared unstable due to the forcible execution of a combination technique, have solidified considerably. The profound weight of the middle-aged Fang Xingchen and the spirited vitality of the young Fang Xingchen have reached a subtle equilibrium within this ocean of consciousness. Their eyes are tightly shut, their expression serene, as if immersed in the deepest meditation, awaiting their master's summons. Surrounding the 2 spiritual entities, there is not an absence of presence. 5 misty orbs of varying sizes, emanating a soft and stable glow, revolve around them like living stars, rising and falling. This is the fundamental reliance, the result of Fang Xingchen's considerable expenditure of resources and savings, which has earned him the inheritance marks of the Taiji visualization method, along with 4 spiritual skills: hypnosis, inner healing, premonition, and spiritual frequency. Fang Xingchen's intention, like an invisible hand, first touches the largest and most profound glowing orb, the Taiji visualization method. The orb disperses, transforming into a disc-sized black and white Taiji diagram that hovers at the center of the spiritual realm. The pattern is extraordinarily profound, embodying both yin and yang, containing the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. Simultaneously, a torrent of information floods into Fang Xingchen's consciousness, revealing all the secrets and pathways for operating this technique. He swiftly comprehends the core principles. The key to mastering this method lies in simultaneously guiding 2 kinds of spiritual energies that are born of the same source yet possess vastly different natures, continuously infusing them into the Taiji diagram, and strictly adhering to the complex and intricate pathways depicted within to refine the spirit and strengthen the essence. The most challenging aspect is the necessity of dual focus. The overall framework humorously notes that this technique is exceedingly harsh for ordinary individuals, perhaps only those with dual consciousness, like a split personality, could easily gain entry. However, awakening extraordinary abilities and precisely controlling the technique is another nearly insurmountable paradox for such individuals. Is it truly difficult? Upon reaching this point, a thought naturally arises. In the next moment, intention sharpens. The middle-aged and young spiritual entities, previously standing in stillness with closed eyes, suddenly open their eyes simultaneously. In the middle-aged entity's gaze lies the steadiness and insight of one who has weathered the storms of life. In the young entity's gaze is the tenacity and zeal of a nascent calf. Their four gazes, though not meeting, perfectly synchronize with Fang Xingchen's main consciousness. Without the need for words, intention drives action. The middle-aged entity slightly raises its head, a thread of tranquil azure spiritual energy flowing from between its brows, simultaneously. The young entity draws forth a brighter, more vibrant thread of crimson spiritual energy. The two streams of energy, originating from the same source, yet differing in essence, precisely and synchronously infuse into the yin and yang sections of the Taiji diagram, suspended in midair. The Taiji diagram trembles violently. The two poles representing yin and yang suddenly illuminate, one a deep blue like a cold pool under the night sky, the other a fiery red like the dawn's first light. Immediately, these points of light, as if activated, rapidly spread along the intricate and ancient pathways depicted in the diagram. The boundary between black and white blurs in the radiance, as the entire Taiji diagram appears to awaken from slumber, radiating a harmonious and majestic aura. Even more astonishingly, as the Taiji diagram is illuminated and begins to rotate slowly, the previously drifting light gray mist within the spiritual realm seems to be drawn by an invisible force, converging into a richer stream, rushing towards the two spiritual entities with unprecedented speed, merging into them. Fang Xingchen can distinctly sense that the two spiritual entities, like seedlings encountering a much-needed rain, are greedily absorbing this most primal spiritual energy, and the patch of land beneath them subtly expands. Overall, the rate of energy replenishment far exceeds the consumption required to maintain the operation of the Taiji diagram. It has succeeded. Fang Xingchen is certain. This Taiji visualization method is indeed incomparably compatible with his dual-soul body. As the technique enters its proper course and begins to operate autonomously, the Taiji diagram gradually settles. Fang Xingchen observes its position, feeling that its stark black and white colors hanging overhead are somewhat obtrusive. With the two spiritual entities standing back to back, they cannot place it behind them as a halo. After a brief contemplation, he directs his intention and ultimately stabilizes the Taiji diagram beneath the two spiritual entities. In an instant, the scene transforms. The two spiritual silhouettes, one old and one young, stand upon the slowly rotating, profound Taiji amidst the chaotic void. An indescribable sense of steadiness and grandeur, as if rooted in the foundation of the Great Way, emerges naturally. Much better, Fang Xingchen nods in satisfaction. The technique operates on its own, requiring no constant control. A mere thread of intention suffices to accelerate it. He then shifts his primary focus to the four smaller orbs representing the spiritual skills. His intention sweeps through them sequentially. The simplest hypnosis orb consists solely of four energy circuits, appearing straightforward and clear, whereas the most complex, spiritual frequency orb is interwoven with dozens of intricate circuits, resembling a delicate microsculpture. The complexity of the structure directly determines the duration of the energy's pathway during skill activation, also known as the lead time or cooldown, CD. Fang Xingchen decides to begin with the simplest. His intention locks onto the hypnosis orb. With a thought, the orb disperses, transforming into a three-dimensional pattern composed of several gentle arcs of light. He cautiously guides a thread of faint spiritual energy, flowing along the designated path of the pattern like drawing a circuit. 1 second, 2 seconds. As the energy successfully traverses the last circuit, the entire pattern suddenly illuminates. However, an unexpected event occurs. The radiance does not manifest the deep gray described in the inheritance information, but transforms into an alluring and ambiguous pink. At the same time, a realization dawns. Hypnosis has mutated into hypnosis, Siren's voice. When utilizing sound as a medium for hypnosis, its efficacy increases threefold. Fang Xingchen's consciousness pauses for a moment. Indeed, that seemingly integrated and depleted sea demon's blood tear pearl still exerts its influence. This causal connection that transcends civilization and time continues to subtly permeate his power system. Nevertheless, an enhanced effect is always a positive outcome. He can only console himself thus. Subsequently, he employs the same method to illuminate the other three skill orbs. The inner healing pattern glows with a warm pale green light, symbolizing vitality and restoration. Premonition emits barely perceptible transparent threads, echoing a sense of foresight. When spiritual frequency is activated, the entire pattern bursts forth with silver-white lightning-like brilliance, as if the spark of thought has been instantaneously ignited to its zenith. After several repeated experiments, Fang Xingchen gains a clearer understanding of these foundational skills he has initially grasped. Given his current proficiency, hypnosis, siren's voice, CD approximately 2 seconds. Infusing 0.1 units of spiritual energy, sustaining effect for about 60 seconds. Inner healing, CD approximately 5 seconds, infusing 0.1 units of spiritual energy, sustaining effect for about 30 seconds. Lingjue Yujing, with a cooldown of approximately 3 seconds, injecting 1 unit of divine soul energy, can sustain its effect for about 180 seconds. Shunhun Xiaoping, with a cooldown of around 10 seconds, injecting 1 unit of divine soul energy lasts only a fleeting second. As for his innate awakening talents, Shenhun Gongming and Linghun Neheo, they have no cooldown time and can be activated at will. Injecting 1 unit of divine soul energy allows Shenhun Gongming to last about 3 seconds, while Linghun Neheo can sustain for roughly 5 seconds. Of course, these figures are limited to self-application or small-range effects. If, as in the previous incident at Qingshan Village, one forcibly combines Shenhun Gongming and Linghun Neheo to create a large-scale soul storm, the consumption escalates exponentially, nearly depleting his total divine soul value of 22, almost leading to soul collapse. After familiarizing himself with the new skills and depleting over half of his divine soul energy, Fang Xingchen redirected his focus back to the slowly rotating Taiji visualization beneath his feet. It was imperative to enhance his divine soul essence as much as possible before entering the unknown virtual game mission. Only with a more robust divine soul power could he sustain longer battles and utilize skills more frequently, thus avoiding the embarrassing fate of being easily defeated after a single move. Concentrating his thoughts, he guided the 2 divine soul bodies to increase energy output. The rotation speed of the Taiji diagram quickened subtly, thereby enhancing the efficiency of attracting the surrounding gray mist. Within the divine soul space, the concept of time became blurred, yet the accumulation of power remained tangible. In the real world, Fang Xingchen lay motionless within the nutrient chamber, his body suspended in a pale yellow liquid. While deep within his brow, a foundational construction concerning future life, death, and power was quietly underway. All preparations aimed to secure a glimmer of survival and resources in the impending mission. Chapter 42, Family Meeting and Borrowing Corpses to Ascend. Emerging slowly from the profound depths of meditation, Fang Xingchen sensed the 2 increasingly solid divine soul bodies, standing upon the gently rotating Taiji diagram. Surrounded by 4 holographic skill models shimmering in various colors, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his mind. This session of continuous cultivation, lasting over 12 hours, yielded remarkable results, with the strength of both divine soul bodies steadily rising to around 115. The tangible sensation of this gradual accumulation of power dispelled some of the fatigue and anxiety accumulated over recent days. As his mind returned to reality, the hatch of the nutrient chamber silently slid open, and the pale yellow nutrient liquid gradually withdrew. He propped himself up on his arms, feeling a slight stiffness from maintaining a fixed position for an extended period, yet his spirit remained remarkably clear, devoid of any fatigue. The extraordinary effects of the advanced nutrient chamber combined with cultivation were truly remarkable. In the cultivation room, there was an independent bathing area. He quickly washed his body, dried off, and changed into clean clothes, finally feeling fully returned to reality. As he walked to the living room on the first floor, only the maid was quietly polishing the gleaming furniture. Upon inquiry, he learned that his parents had eagerly set out to survey the terrain in the yard early that morning. Evidently, his father's comment about planting some vegetables was not merely a jest. Strolling into the courtyard, with the morning light gently illuminating the surroundings and the air crisp, he spotted his father pacing in a corner of the garden with hands clasped behind his back, occasionally squatting to examine a handful of soil, muttering to himself. His mother followed closely, pointing at several sunlit spots, softly discussing what to plant. Witnessing his parents finding a semblance of familiarity and comfort in this unfamiliar environment brought a gentle smile to Fang Xingchen's face. He approached and joined their family meeting. Dad, Mom, planting some vegetables as a pastime is quite good, but please don't overexert yourselves, he advised, gazing at his father's calloused hands. His father looked up, a farmer's steadfastness gracing his features. Rest assured, I've been working the land for a lifetime, and I know what I'm doing. The soil here is decent. It's just that it has been overly refined, lacking in nutrients. We'll get some organic fertilizer to improve it. His mother, more concerned about her son, chimed in as she noticed him. Xingchen, you're up? You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Go on, it's warm in the kitchen, we've already eaten. Seeing the mixture of mild disorientation and slight joy on his parents' faces as they adjusted to their new life, Fang Xingchen felt warmth in his heart, nodding in acknowledgement before turning back inside to eat. After quickly finishing breakfast, he returned to the study on the second floor. Closing the door, the world fell silent. He knew that leisure time had ended, and it was time to attend to business. Sitting at his desk, he used his smart wristwatch to contact the key figure provided by Li Songtang, the game world administrator, Song Haoyun. The name carried a sense of simple expectation. He hoped it would bring good fortune. The communication connected swiftly, and the other parties seemed to have been notified beforehand, displaying a respectful and efficient demeanor. After confirming his identity, Song Haoyun directly sent an encrypted spatial coordinate link. Mr. Fang, please use this link to log in. I will be waiting for you in the login hall. Song Haoyun's voice came through the speaker, tinged with enthusiasm. Fang Xingchen confirmed his response and ended the communication. He did not act immediately, but leaned back in his chair, gently tapping his fingers on the table while replaying the entire plan in his mind. No longer hesitating, he rose and made his way to the basement. Familiar with the path, he entered the cultivation room and lay down in the silver-gray advanced nutrient chamber. The hatch slowly closed, and the cool nutrient liquid enveloped him once more, the gentle oxygen supply and microcurrents stimulating his nerve endings. Unlike the last time, his mindset was more composed, filled with a cautious anticipation for the new battlefield ahead. The nutrient chamber synchronized with the wristwatch received the link coordinates, and his consciousness seemed drawn by an invisible force, crossing some indistinct boundary. In the next moment, he found himself in a space that was both ancient and imbued with an unusual sense of technology. Looking up, he beheld a grand hall adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, the ceiling high above, embellished with images of auspicious clouds and cranes. Yet, upon closer inspection, the edges of these designs flickered with subtle data streams. He stood in the center of the hall, a short distance away from a luminous gate, through which figures clad in various ancient costumes intermittently flickered, clearly indicating the formal entrance to the game world named Earth Online. Medieval E303520. Mr. Fang Xingchen? A voice called from nearby. Turning, he saw a middle-aged man donning a slightly faded blue scholar's robe, a square cap atop his head, and black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, hastily approaching. This eclectic attire strangely did not seem out of place in this setting. It is I, Administrator Song? Fang Xingchen confirmed. Indeed, I am Song Haoyun. The middle-aged man replied with a smile and a traditional gesture of respect. Miss Songtang has already informed me. Everything is prepared. Please follow me. Song Haoyun led Fang Xingchen to a relatively quiet corner of the hall, where a screen adorned with images of beautiful women stood, along with several tea tables and cushions, shielding them from the hall's view. The two seated themselves, and without further pleasantries, Song Haoyun delved straight into the matter, detailing the background of the upcoming high-reward mission. Mr. Fang, the Earth Online. Medieval E303520 world you are about to enter is currently situated at the tail end of the Zhou dynasty's Daming Empire. This empire has been established for over 2 centuries, yet now the government is corrupt, natural disasters and man-made calamities abound, and chaos reigns across the land. He adjusted his glasses and continued. Our employer, young Master Zhao, goes by Zhao Wuguang in the game. He is originally a wealthy rural landlord, well acquainted with the local gentry. Alas, perhaps due to his habitual flattery, he has become somewhat complacent. On the day of his 40th birthday celebration, under the influence of several drinks and the encouragement of his rather unsavory companions, he unexpectedly staged a farcical spectacle, proclaiming himself emperor and lavishly bestowing titles of nobility upon a circle of friends and neighbors. Fang Xingchen couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, recognizing the reckless folly that truly deserved the reputation of a wastrel. Song Haoyun also wore a look of helplessness. Upon hearing of this incident, the local magistrate was overjoyed, as this was a golden opportunity for political achievement. He promptly mustered the officials and guards, eagerly setting out to quell the so-called rebel. Zhao Wuguang, having engaged in drunken antics, was caught completely off guard, resulting in severe casualties among his companions and neighbors. Now, only a few remained to protect him as they fled into the nearby mountains, still being pursued by the officials, living in a state of fear akin to that of a lost dog. Though Fang Xingchen could not commend Zhao Wuguang's behavior, he was acutely aware of the mission's significance. He took a deep breath, suppressing his distractions, and inquired, I understand the situation. The question now is, how do I enter the game and reach him swiftly? It seems unlikely that creating a new character would suffice. Indeed, Song Haoyun nodded. Creating a new character typically requires the process of reincarnation and growth. By the time you could move freely, I fear the grass would have grown over Zhao Gongzi's grave. However, as an administrator, with Miss Songtan's approval, I have enabled special privileges for you to borrow a corpse and return to life. Borrow a corpse and return to life. Yes, Song Haoyan explained. As the term implies, it allows your consciousness to directly take over an NPC or player character that has recently died, but whose bodily functions have not yet fully dissipated. This grants you an instant identity and allows you to inherit some memories and social connections of that character, enabling you to integrate into the world swiftly. However, if you were to take over a player character, that player must be in a special state and meet certain criteria. What about the others accepting bounty tasks? Can they do this as well? Fang Xingchen asked keenly. Song Haoyan chuckled. Without the appropriate back-end permissions to intervene quickly, one must either already possess a character in this game world or purchase extremely expensive items like soul transfer talismans in the game shop. Such prices are beyond the means of an ordinary person. Thus, you already possess a considerable advantage at the starting line. Fang Xingchen understood. This was the advantage of having connections. Then, is there a suitable body near Zhao Wuguang? I will retrieve the data now. As Song Haoyan spoke, he gestured in the air, and a semi-transparent light screen unfolded before him, with streams of data cascading like a waterfall. After a brief moment, he halted his finger. Having found it, Zhao Wuguang and his companions were currently hiding in a concealed valley within the Highland Mountain Range. Beside him was a poor scholar named Lu Yuanxing, who, originally a village teacher, was frail and had just succumbed to death a mere quarter of an hour ago, his body still warm. Fang Xingchen's eyes brightened. A poor scholar. A learned man, frail, with physical and energy metrics that could not be transferred to another world. And most importantly, right beside Zhao Wuguang. This was akin to finding a pillow when one was drowsy. It perfectly matched the narrative of offering timely assistance in a moment of crisis. This is it. Fang Xingchen decisively selected his target. Good, permission confirmed. Mr. Fang, please prepare yourself as I will guide your consciousness to connect with the target body, Lu Yuanxing. The process may cause slight discomfort. Please do not resist. Song Haoyan's demeanor became serious as he swiftly operated on the light screen. Fang Xingchen felt a stronger force pulling at his consciousness, and he relaxed his mind, allowing this power to envelop him and propel him toward the unknown, recently lifeless body. With a flash of light, his figure in the login hall gradually faded from existence. The new journey, amidst the wild mountains and perilous circumstances, officially commenced. Whether he would rise like a dragon or be submerged in the chaotic currents of this world, all would be revealed upon his awakening. Chapter 43. The difficult return to life and the perilous escape. Consciousness struggled to ascend from the depths of an abyss, heavy and sluggish. Fang Xingchen's first sensation was an indescribable feeling of constraint, not from ropes, but from the heavy shackles imposed by this body itself. Every muscle felt rigid as iron, cold and numb. Even bending a finger required immense effort. His consciousness felt as though it were trapped in a rusted tin can, the space for movement stiflingly confined. Deeper within, he experienced an extreme weakness, as if his internal organs had been hollowed out, accompanied by an eerie chill that penetrated to the bone. This was not mere environmental coldness, but the deathly aura emanating from a life about to be extinguished. A sense of crisis coiled around his consciousness like a cold, venomous snake. Almost instinctively, before fully mastering this body, his inherent power, soul's call, activated autonomously. Rather than projecting outward, it acted upon this dying vessel, sending forth an invisible yet powerful shockwave from his consciousness, like a light breaking through chaos, or a heavy hammer striking a long silent bell. This intense internal impact forced a crack in the ice that had confined his consciousness and frozen his vitality. Fang Xingchen's spiritual vision sharpened slightly. He perceived his consciousness, enveloped in two soul bodies, confined within a minuscule, dimly lit space of roughly 80 centimeters square, clearly the feeble dwelling of the original owner's spirit. Meanwhile, the exterior body was slipping into an irreversible state of complete rigor mortis. He could not pause. The inner healing light he had just begun to grasp surged forth. The warm, pale green light within his spiritual space blazed to life, a gentle yet unwavering current resembling thawing waters of early spring, emanating from his spirit and slowly flowing into his limbs and exhausted organs. Where it passed, the frozen cells seemed to be infused with a flicker of vitality, gradually reviving, and the stubborn rigidity began to dissipate. Once, twice, thrice, Fang Xingchen relentlessly activated inner healing light, until he felt the cold shadow of death retreat temporarily, allowing the body to regain its fundamental vitality, just enough for him to wrest back control. With great effort, he managed to force open his heavy eyelids, akin to rusted iron doors creaking open. Dim light flooded his vision, mingling with the scents of earth, mold, and some decaying plant matter. He discovered himself lying within a low, narrow cave. The cave extended no more than 5 or 6 meters deep and was less than 3 meters wide. Its rocky walls slick with moss. The primary source of light within the cave was a small pile of firewood at its center, the flames weak and flickering, reduced to mere embers, seemingly on the verge of extinguishment. By the faint glow, he discerned 4 other individuals sprawled in disarray around him. At the center lay a plump middle-aged man, wrapped in a tattered brocade robe, his target, Zhao Wuguang, the character of his employer within the game. Even in slumber, traces of fear and exhaustion lingered on his face, his brows furrowed, and his rotund form rose and fell with each breath, resembling a porcupine curled up in fright. Next to Zhao Wuguang, a stocky man with a broad face, even in sleep, instinctively rested a hand upon a bloody butcher's knife beside him. This was Zhao Wuguang's brother-in-law, the village butcher, Zhang Tufu. His heavy snoring echoed, occasionally punctuated by the grinding of teeth, as if he were still battling in dreams. On the other side of Zhao Wuguang lay a robust man, positioned sideways, his body arched like a leopard poised to pounce. Beside him rested a long knife, chipped and worn, a testament to his vigilance even in slumber. This was Sun Laosan, a man of the green forest path, whose keen sense of direction had guided them through their desperate flight from pursuers. Next to Sun Laosan curled a tall, gaunt figure, huddled in a corner like a hibernating snake. His pallid complexion and prominent cheekbones betrayed a slyness that lingered even in sleep. This was Lao Shi, a wanderer skilled in the art of handling serpents and insects. The previous night's meal had consisted of several snakes he had captured. The mere thought of that unseasoned, fishy snake meat, hastily roasted over the fire, ignited a fierce, burning hunger in Fang Xingchen's stomach. The body he inhabited, named Lu Yuanxing, belonged to a weak scholar who had perished during the harrowing escape. Exhausted, fear-ridden, and deprived of sustenance, he had silently succumbed to the elements in the dead of night. Now, as Fang Xingchen took hold of this frail shell, he inherited its profound weakness and overwhelming hunger. Fragments of memories flickered through his mind, conjuring images of last night's meager repast. With an insatiable will to survive, he struggled to prop himself up with his recently regained strength, every movement accompanied by a painful creak of bones. He stumbled, nearly crawling, toward the dying embers of the campfire, trembling hands searching through the ashes. His fingers brushed against cold, hard remnants. The leftover roasted snake. Caked with ash and dirt, it was all that remained. He cast aside his hesitations, seizing a piece and hastily wiping it clean before shoving it into his mouth. The dry, coarse meat scraped against his throat, and he had to muster all his strength to tear off even the tiniest morsel. The taste, mingled with ash, was nauseating, yet he devoured it greedily, as if it were the most exquisite delicacy known to man. His stomach convulsed, reacting to the long empty cavity being filled. The slightest noise he made in the stillness of the cave echoed like thunder. Sun Laosan was the first to awaken. Leaping up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, knife in hand, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, scanning every corner of the cave. Lao Shi stirred silently, adjusting his posture for a swift escape, his eyes glinting with alertness in the dim light. Zhang Tufu grumbled awake, cursing under his breath, rubbing his sleepy eyes, muttering angrily about the disturbance to his dreams. Zhao Wuguang also stirred, groaning in pain as he propped himself up, discomfort and fear etched across his face. Sun Laosan's gaze quickly locked onto Fang Xingchen, who was ravenously consuming the snake meat, and his expression shifted from wariness to unabashed disdain and anger. He strode over, snatching the half-eaten piece from Fang Xingchen's hands, scolding him. Lu Xiaocai, I told you to keep watch, yet here you are, sneaking food. The other 3 men gathered around. Intrigued, Lao Shi silently grabbed a piece of roasted snake, expertly brushing off the ash, while Zhang Tufu cursed and seized another piece, gulping it down hastily. Zhao Wuguang frowned, taking the last remaining segment with great difficulty, clearly struggling to swallow the unpalatable fare, but survival compelled him to eat. Lu Xiaocai, I'm not blaming you. Zhao Wuguang sighed after swallowing a mouthful of dry snake meat, his tone laced with reproach and apprehension. We're fleeing for our lives, not in a village school. Stay alert. Fang Xingchen, currently Lu Yuanxing, kept his head down in silence, swiftly digesting the remnants of the original owner's memories and the personalities of the men before him. He understood that Sun Laosan was correct. The original Lu Yuanxing had indeed been marginalized due to his frailty, ultimately assigned to the most arduous watch, which he had failed to endure. As Lao Shi chewed, he lowered his voice. We cannot stay here. At dawn, we must leave. Those hounds have keen noses. they may very well be on our trail. Sun Laosan nodded, adding, if we push a bit further over the next few hills, we'll reach the vicinity of my old camp. The terrain is complex there, and we have allies. Once we arrive, we can catch our breath. A flicker of hope crossed Zhao Wuguang's face, yet fear predominated. He anxiously inquired, Son, will we encounter them again? Those soldiers from yesterday were fierce. If we do, we'll deal with it. Zhang Tufu brandished his bloody butcher's knife, his face contorted with ferocity. Zhao Wuguang slapped him on the back of the head, retorting, fool. All you know is how to bluster. How many can you actually fight? Zhang Tufu, seemingly cowed by his brother-in-law, shrank back at the reprimand, silenced but glaring defiantly at the cave entrance. The cave fell into a tense silence, broken only by the crackling of the dying coals and the uneven breaths of the men. Suddenly, a faint, rustling sound came from outside the cave. Growing closer, like someone cautiously stepping on dry branches and leaves, the sound of encroaching danger. The 5 men's expressions shifted drastically. Sun Laosan dropped to the ground, pressing his ear to the earth, listening intently before looking up, his face pale with shock. Not good. There are many of them. We're surrounded. Just as he had regained a new lease on life, and was yet to acclimate to this body and world, the specter of death loomed once more, rushing in like a cold tide from outside the cave. Chapter 44. Turning the tables in desperation and escaping into the forest, the rustling sound outside echoed like countless tiny drums beating against each heart, drawing nearer and becoming clearer. Sun Laosan's face turned ashen, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He quickly moved to the inner side of the cave entrance, pressing his back against the damp, cold rock wall, signaling for the others to disperse and hide in the shadows to avoid detection. He lowered his voice, nearly hissing through clenched teeth. Damn it. Choosing this wretched cave for the night has left us like turtles in a jar. Zhang Tufu gripped his blood-stained butcher's knife tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. His face contorted in rage, eyes fixed on the cave entrance as if ready to charge out at any moment. Lao Shi silently slipped into the opposite shadow, moving with a grace that seemed to defy his skeletal frame. He produced a 3-inch wooden snake flute from his pocket, his eyes dark with intent, preparing to summon his companions lurking outside. Zhao Wuguang's corpulent form trembled like a sieve, desperately attempting to shrink into the crevices of the rock, muttering incoherently, It's over. It's over. I'm done for. His tattered brocade robe was smeared with dirt and debris, adding to his disheveled appearance. Fang Xingchen, occupying Lu Yuanxing's frail body, leaned against the cold rock wall, gasping for breath. This body was already on the brink of collapse, and his earlier efforts to rise and consume food had nearly depleted the little strength he had regained. Having already expended considerable spirit energy through the use of soul cry and 3 instances of spiritual light healing, he was now faced with the imminent threat outside the cave, demanding he tap into his dwindling spiritual reserves once more. The urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation. He forcibly suppressed the overwhelming discomfort in his body and the frailness of his spirit as his consciousness swiftly sank into that confined space of the soul. It was imperative to devise a method that was both energy efficient and discreet, as thoughts flickered through his mind like lightning. He first pinpointed the pink light representing hypnosis, siren song, directing his intent as a stream of 0.1 unit of soul energy quietly flowed into the altered model of the hypnosis spell. Siren song necessitated sound to be heard by the target. However, the peculiar environment dictated that if he were to suddenly vocalize a loud chant, it would be tantamount to revealing his position. Almost instantaneously, as the hypnosis spell began to take form, soul resonance was activated. Another 0.1 unit of energy dissipated. Surrounding the middle-aged soul, a faint blue aura flickered, with countless invisible, delicate threads of soul energy extending like living tendrils, penetrating the barrier of flesh. Cautiously reaching out towards the cave's entrance to establish a connection with the approaching, murderous consciousnesses. Outside the cave, the flickering light of torches began to seep through the gaps in the vines, accompanied by the sound of footsteps and the clinking of armor, drawing ever closer. Those treacherous rebels, come out and surrender. A low, intimidating male voice resounded from outside, presumably belonging to the captain of the squad. Following this, the sound of arrows slicing through the air erupted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows, wrapped in oil-soaked cloth, shot into the cave, striking the ground or rock walls with a forceful thud. The flames on the arrows burned stubbornly, casting flickering shadows that illuminated the 5 terrified and despondent faces within the cave, thereby completely exposing their predicament of having no complex terrain to maneuver. Prepare. The captain's voice boomed again, laced with a chilling anticipation of capturing prey. Shield bearers in front, advance. Archers behind, shoot on sight. The rest follow me into the cave to capture the rebels. Inside, Sun Laosan's pupils constricted, veins bulging in his right hand as he raised his long knife to his shoulder, ready to cleave the first intruder. Zhang Tufu emitted a low growl from his throat, akin to a cornered beast. Laoshi brought the serpent flute close to his lips, his cheeks slightly puffed. Zhao Wuguang pressed against the stone wall, paralyzed with fear. At this critical juncture, Fang Xingchen tightly shut his eyes, veins subtly protruding on his forehead, and injected another 0.1 unit of soul energy into soul resonance, forcibly stabilizing and expanding the invisible connection channel. Through this conduit, he projected the intent imbued with the power of hypnosis, siren song, akin to sowing seeds, precisely casting it into the depths of the consciousness of the soldiers outside the cave. Simultaneously, he murmured in a voice so low it resembled a dreamlike whisper, "I have already checked. There is nobody in the cave. Do not search elsewhere." Lu Xiaokai, what nonsense are you spouting? Sun Laosan abruptly turned, his eyes wide with shock and anger as he glared at him, whispering reproachfully. The others cast him quizzical and incredulous looks. At such a critical moment, what could this pedantic scholar possibly have to say? Yet, a miracle transpired. Outside the cave, a soldier's voice rang out, tinged with confusion and drowsiness. "Captain, we have already checked. There is no one in the cave." "Oh, you have checked?" The captain's voice sounded somewhat dazed. "I feel a bit dizzy." "Are you certain you looked carefully?" "Don't fool me." "Absolutely certain. Captain, there is truly no one. It is completely empty." Another voice chimed in, as if to affirm an undeniable truth. "All right, you've checked. Indeed no one. Let us move on to search elsewhere. Don't let the other squads claim the credit." The captain's tone reflected a reluctant concession after being persuaded. Immediately afterward, the rustle of footsteps resumed, retreating further away from the cave, gradually fading into the depths of the forest. Inside the cave, an eerie silence enveloped them. The embers of the campfire occasionally flickered with sparks. Sun Laosan, Zhang Tufu, Lao Shi, and Zhao Wuguang stood as still as statues, their faces a tableau of shock, disbelief, and overwhelming relief. Their gazes converged on Fang Xingchen, who leaned against the rock wall, his complexion as pale as parchment. The bizarre scene just witnessed, the soldiers outside performing a complete turnaround in their attitude, seemed inexplicably linked to Lu Xiaokai's nonsensical mutterings. How could this be possible? "Lu Xiaokai, what did you just do?" Zhao Wuguang was the first to respond, his voice trembling as he pointed at Fang Xingchen. His eyes filled with awe and unfamiliarity, as if he were encountering this shabby scholar for the first time. He wished to inquire, but was at a loss for where to begin. Sun Laosan sheathed his long knife and swiftly approached Fang Xingchen, scrutinizing him with a complex gaze, filled with suspicion, curiosity, and a hint of unnameable trepidation. He spoke in a low voice. "Lu Xiaokai, you are indeed a hidden talent." The title had shifted from scholar to Mr. Lao Shi silently put away the serpent flute, his gaze towards Fang Xingchen growing notably grave. Zhang Tufu scratched his head, glancing from one to another, seemingly still trying to comprehend what had just unfolded. Yet he understood that it was this despised scholar who had saved them all. Fang Xingchen coughed violently a few times, sensing a metallic sweetness in his throat. The repeated exertion of his abilities placed a tremendous strain on his frail body and already depleted soul. He struggled to raise his hand in a dismissive gesture, his voice hoarse and weak. "Now is not the time for details. Although the soldiers have retreated, they may not have gone far. This place is not safe for long." Upon hearing this, Sun Laosan promptly suppressed the myriad questions swirling in his mind, nodding earnestly. "What Lu Xiaokai says is indeed correct." He cautiously leaned out, observing the surroundings for a moment, confirming safety before turning back and urgently commanding, "Move. Follow me, quickly." He was the first to crouch and nimbly dart out of the cave like a weasel, scanning the area with vigilance. Zhao Wuguang scrambled to keep up, while Zhang Tufu held his knife protectively at his side. Lao Shi gestured for Fang Xingchen to go first, while he took up the rear. Fang Xingchen inhaled the cold mountain air deeply, staggering out of the cave that had nearly become their tomb. Outside, the dawn light was beginning to brighten, enveloping the forest in a hazy morning mist, with droplets of dew clinging to the grass and leaves. Sun Laosan oriented himself and pointed towards a denser cluster of trees on a ridge opposite where the soldiers had departed. "This way. We'll cross over the next 2 peaks. The path may be treacherous, but it is more concealed." The others, not daring to delay, immediately followed. Sun Laosan led the way, with Zhao Wuguang and Zhang Tufu in the middle, while Fang Xingchen, weakened, trailed behind, and Lao Shi brought up the rear. Lao Shi gently blew into the serpent flute, producing a sound that was almost imperceptible to human ears. Soon, a faint rustling emerged from the surrounding underbrush, as several snakes of various colors and sizes appeared silently, following the group at a distance like loyal sentinels. The group traversed the rugged mountain forest in silence, their feet crunching on thick fallen leaves and tangled roots, the path slippery and arduous, with thorns occasionally snagging their already tattered garments. Each person was breathless, especially the frail Fang Xingchen and the pampered Zhao Wuguang, who found it particularly difficult to proceed. Fang Xingchen gritted his teeth, striving to keep pace with the group. He adjusted to this unfamiliar body while silently practicing the Tai Chi visualization method. The illusory Tai Chi diagram beneath his feet slowly revolved, the self-operating effects of the technique calming his mind and alleviating his soul exhaustion, gradually enhancing his control over this body. He needed to recover swiftly, even if only a little. In this perilous world, without strength, one could hardly move an inch. And behind them, would the soldiers who had been forced to relinquish their hard-earned merits come to their senses? Ahead, was the stronghold that Sun Laosan spoke of truly safe? In the vast mountain forest, the road ahead remained uncertain. Chapter 45. The celestial dream of transmitting the Tao and the resurgence of pursuers in the vast and primordial forest. There were no paths, only the gnarled roots of ancient trees, a thick, slippery layer of humus, and thickets of thorny brambles that grew wild and unchecked. Fang Xingchen and his companions resembled diminutive ants, laboriously trudging through this verdant maze filled with uncertainty and peril. The damp air was suffused with the earthy scent of soil, the faint odor of decaying vegetation, and a unique, cool tranquility that belonged to the depths of the mountains. Only their heavy breathing, the crunch of dry twigs beneath their feet, and the occasional rustle of startled birds broke the oppressive silence. Zhao Wuguang, despite his pampered upbringing and plump physique, had not only enjoyed good nourishment, but had also trained with hired guards wielding weapons. At this moment, as he fled for his life, he surprisingly unleashed considerable potential. He huffed and puffed, sweat soaking through his tattered brocade robe, clinging tightly to his flesh, yet he gritted his teeth and kept pace with Sun Laosan. However, the color had drained from his chubby face, revealing a visage marked by fear and profound exhaustion. Fang Xingchen, occupying the frail body of Lu Yuanxing, found himself in a far worse predicament. The original owner was inherently weak, and after days of hardship and hunger, he was utterly spent, forcing himself to revive in the early morning and consuming only a few bites of tough, cold snake meat had yielded negligible results despite his efforts to regulate his condition through the Tai Chi visualization method. At this moment, he was barely managing to keep up. Feeling darkness encroaching at the edges of his vision, a buzzing in his ears, his lungs resembling an old bellows, and his legs as limp as overcooked noodles. Each step seemed to sap the last of his strength, his body swaying precariously, as if he might collapse to the ground at any moment, unable to rise again. Though Zhao Wuguang was struggling to maintain his own safety, he caught a glimpse of Lu Xiaocai behind him, whose appearance suggested he might succumb at any moment. Frowning, his thoughts raced. The bizarre scene in the cave replayed vividly in his mind. It seemed Lu Xiaocai possessed an inexplicable, extraordinary ability, which was precisely what they needed at this juncture, especially someone capable of deterring soldiers. He could not allow Lu to perish on this journey. With that thought in mind, he gasped for breath and turned to Zhang Tubo, who was sweating profusely beside him, instructing, "Zhang Jinbao, go assist Lu Xiaocai. I fear he may not endure much longer." Zhang Tubo, focusing intently on the path ahead, lifted his head at the call, wiped the sweat from his brow, and glanced at the pale, faltering Fang Xingchen. Reluctantly, he muttered under his breath, "This insipid scholar is truly a burden." Nevertheless, he dared not disobey Zhao Wuguang and grudgingly slowed his pace. Once Fang Xingchen caught up, he awkwardly supported him, grumbling, "Hurry up. Don't lag behind." The strength from Zhang Tubo's grip offered Fang Xingchen's nearly collapsing body a modicum of support, allowing him to steady himself and avoid immediate collapse. He laboriously lifted his head and, summoning all his energy, bowed deeply towards Zhao Wuguang's back, rasping, "Thank you for your kindness, Dongjia." According to the memories of the original owner, Lu Yuanxing, Zhao Wuguang was the investor of the village school, and it was he who had employed Lu, making this expression of gratitude quite natural. With Zhang Tubo's assistance, Fang Xingchen managed to keep pace with the group, avoiding being left behind. Yet, he could feel the roughness of Zhang's hand, like an iron clamp, painfully squeezing his arm, clearly reflecting the latter's pent-up frustration, which he dared not voice. The group, akin to lost dogs, traversed the dense forest under Sun Laosan's guidance, silently and laboriously. They walked for an indeterminate time until the sun rose higher, and the mist in the woods began to dissipate. Finally reaching a relatively flat area halfway up a steep mountain. Here, a small patch of sparse sour jujube trees stood, with a few shriveled, reddish-brown fruits clinging to the branches. Beside the grove, a fortunate stream meandered through, its crystal-clear waters cascading over pebbles, creating a soothing sound. With tiny fish and shrimp darting among the stones below, the group, parched and desperate, could no longer maintain any sense of decorum or hygiene upon spotting the water source. They rushed to the stream, kneeling or bending over, scooping the icy water into their hands and gulping it down greedily. The refreshing stream water coursed down their scorched throats, offering a moment of indescribable relief, temporarily quelling their relentless thirst. Sun Laosan and Lao Shi, appearing more experienced, quickly unfastened their empty water pouches and gourds, meticulously filling them for future needs. Surely we have distanced ourselves from that band of killers? Zhao Wuguang collapsed onto a relatively clean boulder by the stream, panting heavily. Using his sleeve to wipe the sweat and stream water from his face, while casting a wary glance down the path they had come. His voice bore a hint of hope and uncertainty as he suggested, "Let us rest here for a moment. I truly cannot continue." Sun Laosan carefully surveyed the surroundings, listening intently for a while. Hearing nothing but the wind, the water's flow, and birdsong, he gradually relaxed his taut nerves, nodding in agreement. "Very well, we shall rest, but not for too long." He gestured towards the sour jujube grove, observing, "It is autumn. There should still be some ripe fruit on the ground. Though sour, it will suffice to fill our stomachs. Let us gather some to eat." Thus, disregarding appearances, the group dove into the sour jujube grove, meticulously searching among the fallen leaves and weeds. Indeed, they soon discovered a number of sour jujubes scattered on the ground, blown down by the autumn wind or pecked at by birds. Most were shriveled and small, deep red in color, appearing quite unappetizing. However, to their ravenous stomachs, they were akin to life-saving provisions. In no time, they had collected a small pile, using their clothing to carry them, returning to the edge of the grove to sit on the ground. Without concern for cleanliness, they began shoving the sour jujubes into their mouths, chewing them hastily. The tart juice assaulted their taste buds, causing them to grimace, yet the very tangible sensation of food offered a meager comfort to their empty bellies. Sun Laosan devoured 2 sour jujubes in quick succession, grimacing at the sourness, but his gaze fell once more upon Fang Xingchen, who leaned against a tree root, still pallid. He swallowed the fruit flesh in a few bites, his eyes sharp and inquisitive as he asked in a low voice, "Mr. Liu, earlier in the cave, the situation was urgent, and it was not convenient to inquire further. Now that we are temporarily safe, please explain, what was that technique you employed? Could it be that you truly possess some supernatural abilities?" Though he owed his escape to Fang Xingchen, the instinctive wariness of a bandit led him to be cautious about such extraordinary claims. Fang Xingchen had anticipated such a question and had prepared his response during their journey. Now, he feigned a weak yet mysterious demeanor, his voice low as if lost in a reverie. To make a long story short, Old Shi leaned in closer, his triangular eyes glinting with keen interest. Having traveled the world for many years, he had encountered many strange tales. But witnessing such a phenomenon firsthand was a first for him. Fang Xingchen lightly cleared his throat, as if organizing his thoughts, then began to speak slowly, his tone ethereal and dreamlike. "Last night, I was on watch during the latter half of the night. As fatigue set in, my eyelids grew heavy. In my drowsy state, I beheld an elderly figure with white hair and beard, benevolent yet dignified, riding a blue ox with curled horns, descending from the clouds to stand before me. He deliberately slowed his pace, keenly observing their reactions. Zhao Wuguang's eyes widened, his mouth agape, forgetting to chew the sour jujube in his hand. Zhang Tubo wore a face of astonishment, while Sun Laosan and Lao Shi exchanged skeptical glances, their doubts still evident. Fang Xingchen continued, stating that the old immortal had informed him of a passage through this land, where the mountains and forests were entwined with the potent aura of dragons and tigers, and the concealed presence of the Ziwei star signified an auspicious omen, heralding the emergence of distinguished individuals. The immortal also mentioned a lingering bond of master and disciple between them, and upon recognizing Fang's commendable disposition, imparted to him a tome of Taoist scripture entitled Tai Ping Tian Shu. Tai Ping Tian Shu, the old serpent echoed, as if rummaging through his memory for relevant information, yet found nothing. In this world, there were no tales of Zhang Jiao or Tai Ping Dao, and Fang Xingchen spoke fancifully, unafraid of being exposed. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he accepted the sacred text, flipping through a few pages before abruptly awakening with a start. Fang Xingchen revealed a hint of regret and confusion, having initially thought it merely a whimsical dream. Strangely, upon waking, he retained a vivid recollection of the half-scroll of Tai Ping Tian Shu, its profound teachings inscribed in his mind as if etched in stone, impossible to erase. In a moment of desperation, he had employed one of its enchanting techniques, only to discover its efficacy was genuine. His expression conveyed a belief so profound that it seemed to encapsulate the complex emotions of a scholar who had encountered the divine, blending awe, skepticism, and a touch of secret pride. Are you suggesting that you have received teachings from a celestial being in your dreams? The old serpent drawled, skepticism still thick in his tone. Having traversed the world, he had witnessed countless deceptions and remained instinctively cautious about such fantastical claims. White hair, white beard, riding a green ox, Zhao Wuguang exclaimed, suddenly slapping his thigh, his plump visage radiating excitement. He selectively embraced the favorable elements of Fang's narrative, particularly the references to the dragon tiger aura, the Ziwei star, and auspicious omens, which resonated deeply with him. His voice shifted with enthusiasm. That must be Taishang Laojun, the Taoist ancestor Taishang Laojun manifesting. And the dragon tiger aura, doesn't that describe us? It is fate. I knew it. It seemed as though he momentarily shed his fatigue and fear, straightening his posture as if the identity of the true dragon emperor had received celestial endorsement. Perhaps it was indeed the mountain deity residing in these remote hills, transforming into the old lord to enlighten him. Sun Laosan, accustomed to roaming the mountains, held a deeper reverence for deities and land spirits. While he did not wholly embrace Zhao Wuguang's fervor, he too adopted a mindset of cautious optimism. Recognizing the bizarre occurrences before them could not be entirely dismissed. If Lu Xiaocai had indeed garnered the favor of the mountain deity or the old lord, perhaps following him might lead to a path of prosperity. Xiaocai, oh no, Lu Xianxing. Butcher Zhang approached, his simple mind filled with awe and longing as he gazed at Fang Xingchen. What other formidable spells have you learned? Can you summon winds and rain? Turn stone into gold? He envisioned the fortune that would come from mastering such powers, imagining a life of luxury where no one would dare to look down upon him. Fang Xingchen chuckled inwardly, though his face betrayed a semblance of difficulty as he weakly shook his head. Brother Zhang, you jest. I have only acquired half a scroll of the scripture, and its profundities are exceedingly intricate. How could they be comprehended easily? Aside from the enchanting technique, I have barely grasped a method that consumes my essence and lifespan to glimpse a sliver of fate, foreseeing a modicum of fortune and misfortune. He exaggerated the costs involved to deter them from frequently requesting his divination services. Divination? Butcher Zhang's enthusiasm waned instantly, his interest dampened. Having been deceived by fortune-tellers in his youth, he held a profound disdain for such mystical antics, believing they paled in comparison to the tangible benefits of conjuring gold or employing spells to vanquish foes. As they munched on the sour wild fruits, the group listened to the extraordinary tale of celestial encounters. Despite their skepticism, the undeniable reality of the earlier strange occurrence left them unable to entirely dismiss it. With a modicum of sustenance in their bellies and their spirits oscillating between highs and lows, coupled with the extreme fatigue from fleeing, a sense of safety washed over them, lulling them into a wave of drowsiness. Zhao Wuguang was the first to succumb, stifling a tremendous yawn, his eyelids growing heavy. Butcher Zhang leaned against a tree, his head bobbing. Even the ever-vigilant Sun Laosan and the old serpent felt an overwhelming weariness creeping upon them. Yet, in that moment of relaxation, the old serpent, who had appeared to be meditating, subtly twitched his ears before abruptly opening his eyes, which gleamed with a sharpness akin to a blade. He sprang to his feet, his expression grave, and urgently warned, "Not good. There's movement. The officials are closing in." Before his words had fully dissipated, distant barks of dogs and the unmistakable sounds of approaching footsteps and clashing armor resonated through the forest, swiftly advancing toward their resting place. The shadow of death loomed once again, surging forth like a chilling tide, engulfing the 5 individuals who had just found a moment of respite. Chapter 46. The thrill of life and the perils of excess. Fang Xingchen, Zhao Wuguang, and Butcher Zhang were jolted into alertness by the old serpent's frantic warning, their exhaustion vanishing in an instant. Zhao Wuguang, still chewing on half a sour jujube, inadvertently dropped it with a thud as he startled. He instinctively bent down to retrieve it, only to have the old serpent seize his arm with a grip so tight it felt as though it might crush his bones. "Forget the jujube. Your life is at stake." The old serpent's eyes widened, his voice lowered but filled with an icy urgency. Butcher Zhang, who had been dozing against a gnarled jujube tree, abruptly straightened, banging the back of his head against the rough bark, causing him to grimace in pain without daring to utter a sound. He hastily grasped his butcher's knife beside him. "Fang Xingchen, already weakened and leaning against the tree roots. Nearly lost his balance upon waking. Fortunately, he quickly grasped a sturdy root, his fingers digging into the damp bark, barely stabilizing himself. Gasping for breath, he felt a constriction in his chest, struggling to maintain his footing. Only Sun Laosen remained seated, unperturbed. He leisurely extracted a crumpled oilcloth from his pocket, carefully wrapping the few dried jujubes scattered across his lap and stowing them in a bulging cloth bag at his waist. He then adjusted the long knife sheathed at his side, still stained with the blood from yesterday's skirmish, its dull sheen catching the dappled light beneath the trees. His calmness contrasted starkly with the frantic demeanor of the others, revealing his seasoned nature born from a life on the edge. Sun Laosen, do you have a plan? The old serpent inquired, noting his composed manner, though his own nerves remained taut, fingers unconsciously caressing the ebony serpent flute at his waist. He frequently glanced towards the direction of the approaching soldiers, urging, if you have a plan, share it. We cannot afford to linger. If the officials surround us, we shall all become victims. Finally, Sun Laosen rose, brushing off the leaves from his backside, and flashed a slightly roguish grin. What's the rush? We're on my turf. I wouldn't lead everyone to a dead end. With that, he turned and strode deeper into the thicket of jujube trees, his steps light as if traversing his own courtyard. Follow me, and I promise to spare you the unnecessary detours. The others, unwilling to delay, quickly fell in line behind him. As they navigated through the sparse jujube grove, the sharp thorns occasionally snagged their already tattered garments, leaving trails of tiny crimson marks. Fang Xingchen trudged at the rear, his strength waning, breaths growing labored, each step feeling as though his legs were laden with lead. Zhang Tufa followed closely beside him. Although he had previously harbored disdain for this Xuanxiuzai, witnessing his evident struggle at this moment compelled him to impatiently tug at him. Move faster. Don't dawdle like a woman. Fang Xingchen staggered 2 steps forward, murmuring a quiet thanks, and gritted his teeth to quicken his pace. After a short while, the scene ahead suddenly opened up, revealing a slope that led directly down the mountain. This slope had clearly been deliberately cleared, devoid of trees or obstructive boulders, only sparse, withered grass swaying softly in the autumn breeze. The incline was nearly 60 degrees. Standing at the top and gazing down, one could vaguely discern the dense thicket at the bottom. Is this meant for sliding down? Zhao Wuguang looked at the steep slope, his face contorting into a frown. He instinctively rubbed his round backside, his tone filled with apprehension. Sun Haoan, this slope is far too steep. If we slide down, I fear my backside might bloom. Heh. Is life more important, or your backside? Sun Laosen clapped Zhao Wuguang on the shoulder with such force that it made him wince. Don't worry, we have some tools, he said, moving behind a dense thicket beside the slope and pulling out a wooden raft over 1 meter long and half a meter wide. This raft was constructed from several fir logs, each the thickness of a bowl, tightly bound with hemp rope. The upper side of the raft featured 3 smooth crossbeams nailed in place, along with 2 half-foot-high vertical poles, seemingly designed for gripping. This is what I had prepared earlier. It's finally coming in handy. There's more, 1 for each person, Sun Laosen remarked, bending down to drag out another raft with remarkable ease. The others were astonished and delighted, rushing to assist. Fang Xingchen exerted all his strength, managing to drag out a raft with great difficulty. The fir wood was heavy, making his arms ache slightly, his palms raw from the coarse surface. Old Shi observed the remaining 2 rafts, his brow furrowed with concern. Should we take the remaining rafts too? If the pursuers find them and use them to slide down, we won't be able to shake them off. No need for that. Sun Laosen waved dismissively, tugging at the hemp rope on the raft. This place is quite concealed. They might not discover it. Even if they do find it, only 2 of them can use it. Are we 5 not capable of escaping from them? His words were assured, indicating his familiarity with the terrain of this mountainous region. The group ceased their hesitation and hurriedly dragged the rafts to the top of the slope. Sun Laosen was the first to step onto the raft, spreading his legs atop the foremost crossbeam, gripping the central pole tightly, and shouted back to the others, "Follow my lead. Lower your center of gravity, and don't panic. If you fall halfway, no one will come to your rescue." With that, he gently pushed off the ground, and the raft began to slide slowly down the slope. Initially, the speed was slow, but as the incline steepened, the raft accelerated, the wind whistling past his ears, stirring up the dry grass and fallen leaves, stinging his face. Sun Laosen, however, remained unfazed, slightly bending his legs on the front crossbeam, leaning forward, and occasionally adjusting his grip on the vertical poles, the raft beneath him steady, as if glued to the slope. Old Shi followed closely behind. Having traveled extensively, he quickly grasped the technique. As the raft first slid out, it swayed left and right a couple of times, prompting him to clamp his legs tightly around it, slightly lowering his body, soon stabilizing his posture, and even finding a moment to call back to Zhao Wuguang. Don't close your eyes. Keep your eyes on the front. Zhao Wuguang, watching the two ahead sliding rapidly, felt a mix of fear and urgency, taking a long time to finally sit on the raft. As soon as he pushed off, the raft shot forward with a whoosh, startling him into a shout. He gripped the vertical poles tightly, eyes shut tight, his weight pressing the raft down slightly. Midway, the raft suddenly hit a small stone hidden in the grass, jolting violently and nearly sending him tumbling off. Open your eyes. Adjust your posture. Sun Laosan's voice called from the front. Zhao Wuguang slowly opened his eyes, seeing the bottom of the slope drawing nearer, hastily adjusting his balance, managing to keep the raft steady without incident. Zhang Tufu, reckless as ever, plopped down on the raft, letting go of his grip before he was fully settled, sending the raft flying forward at an alarming speed. He screamed in terror, flailing his arms, and was fortunate enough to grasp the vertical pole, preventing himself from being tossed off, unable to restrain his expletives. Damn it. This contraption is scarier than slaughtering pigs. Fang Xingchen was the most cautious. Aware of his frail condition, he dared not be as reckless as the others. After taking a deep breath upon sitting on the raft, he gently grasped the vertical poles, slowly pushing his feet backward on the ground, allowing the raft to gradually gain speed. His eyes fixed ahead, he regulated his breathing. Although his pace was slow, it remained exceptionally steady. Upon reaching the bottom of the slope, he exerted a slight force with his legs, gradually bringing the raft to a halt. But the prolonged tension left his legs weak, nearly causing him to collapse, fortunately catching himself on a nearby small tree. The five of them slid down one after another, finally exhaling in relief, only to glance back and see several armored figures emerging at the top of the slope. Indeed, the pursuing soldiers. They stood at the summit, pointing downwards, seemingly engaged in a heated discussion. Perhaps spurred by the adrenaline from sliding down the raft, Sun Laosan, in a moment of reckless bravado, struck a pose with his hands on his hips and shouted up at the pursuing soldiers. Hey, come on down and chase me. He waved his fist. A smirk of provocation plastered across his face. The soldiers atop the slope appeared incensed by his taunts. Several figures whispered to one another before a dozen troops armed with swords and spears cautiously began their descent down the slope. Although they lacked rafts, they clearly understood some sliding techniques and moved with considerable speed. Sun Laosan, what is wrong with you? Old Shi's face darkened in an instant. Unable to restrain a low curse, his serpent flute gripped tightly in hand. Now he drawn them down. Realizing he had caused trouble, Sun Laosan's grin vanished, scratching the back of his head awkwardly and clearing his throat. Damn it. Let us go. Stay close behind me. Once we cross the next mountain, we can find our brothers in the stronghold for support. With that, he dashed towards the mountain ahead, his pace significantly quicker than before. The others dared not linger and hurriedly followed, quickening their steps. The autumn wind stirred the fallen leaves on the ground, swirling them through the air, while the sunset cast dappled light through the gaps in the branches, creating a mosaic of shadows on the ground. The five of them raced desperately through the dense forest, the pursuing soldiers like a relentless shadow, the specter of death looming once more, suffocating every breath. Chapter 47. The tiger roars in the forest, and the difficulty of flight. The vast, primordial forest had transformed into a ruthless arena of life and death. From a bird's eye view, one could clearly witness this heart-pounding scene. Like a few frantic hares, Sun Laosan led the charge, closely followed by the brooding old Shi, the clumsy Zhao Wuguang, the cursing Zhang Tufu, and at the rear, the nearly exhausted Fang Xingchen, who was pushing through with sheer willpower. This group of fugitives was exerting every ounce of strength in a desperate sprint towards the final mountain peak. A mere 300 meters behind them were a dozen elite soldiers clad in leather armor or simple paper armor, moving with agility, like wolves catching the scent of blood, relentless in their pursuit. A few ferocious hunting dogs surged ahead, their crimson tongues lolling, emitting chilling low growls, their paws kicking up leaves and dirt, steadily closing the distance to their quarry. And further back, on the steep slope, moved the main force of over 100 soldiers, slow yet determined, resembling a swarm of ants. The assembly before him was a motley crew, comprising both the frail and the elderly, as well as knights encased in cumbersome half-armor. Their movements notably hindered, should the five fleeing figures ahead become ensnared by the elite pursuers at their center. Even a brief delay would spell doom, allowing the formidable throng from behind to close in, rendering escape utterly impossible. The very air seemed ignited by this perilous chase, imbued with the acrid scent of gunpowder and despair. Fang Xingchen found himself at the rear of the group, feeling akin to a fish cast ashore, each breath escaping him in desperate wheezes. His vision blurred, legs felt as though laden with lead, and he moved forward solely on the instinct for survival that refused to concede defeat. At that moment, a foul wind and urgent whimpers surged from behind. A remarkably swift hound had breached the mere distance separating them, baring its drool-soaked fangs, propelling itself like a black arrow towards his neck with malicious intent. The glint of its fangs and the low growl emanating from its throat pierced through Fang Xingchen's weary nerves like a blade. "Scholar, the dog is upon us, run." Zhao Wuguang, ahead in the fray, chanced to glance back and beheld this horrifying scene. His spirit nearly shattered as he screamed in terror, his voice reaching an unnatural pitch. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Tufu, who had been guarding Zhao Wuguang's side, recognized the imminent danger. Although he often looked down upon Fang Xingchen, in this moment of crisis, he acted boldly, roaring as he brandished the bloodied, slaughtering knife in his grasp, hurling it with all his might towards the approaching shadow. With a whoosh, the blade cut through the air with a vicious wind. Yet, the hound was too swift and agile. It twisted midair, the knife narrowly grazing its fur, embedding itself with a thud into the trunk of a nearby tree, vibrating ominously. The hound landed momentarily stunned, its crimson eyes fixated on Fang Xingchen, its hind legs coiling again for a second attack. The shadow of death loomed like a cold deluge, abruptly awakening Fang Xingchen's nearly stagnant mind. "I cannot perish here. To die here would mean obliteration. I must not." The fervor for survival erupted within him like a volcano. There was no time to glance back, nor the strength for intricate evasive maneuvers. He summoned the last remnants of his energy and, with all his being, twisted to face the leaping beast. Unleashing a thunderous roar, "Begone!" This cry was not that of an ordinary person. In that instant, Fang Xingchen felt an innate pressure of a soul awakener emanating from his voice, despite wielding no skills or talents. With this roar, infused with his will and fury, it crashed upon the hound like a tangible wave, reminiscent of a fearsome tiger's roar descending from the mountains. The vicious hound appeared struck by an invisible hammer. Its assault halted abruptly, releasing a piercing wail as its body stiffened midair, only to plummet to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. It struggled to rise, but its limbs were weak and unresponsive, curling helplessly while emitting whimpers of primal fear, its tail tucked tightly between its legs, gazing at Fang Xingchen with raw terror, no longer daring to advance. Moreover, even the other hounds, slightly further back yet still in pursuit, faltered momentarily, their steps hesitating, low growls tinged with uncertainty. This sudden change bewildered the pursuing soldiers as well. "Damn, that pauper is somewhat uncanny," muttered one soldier, his expression a mix of suspicion and disbelief. "Who cares if he is uncanny? Fire! Shoot him down." Another soldier, armed with a hunting bow, reacted swiftly, drawing back his bowstring despite the challenging angle. With a whoosh, 2 arrows sliced through the air with piercing cries, arcing towards Fang Xingchen's back. Yet, as they ascended the slope, their force diminished rapidly, ultimately falling short and embedding themselves in the earth and foliage several meters behind him. This precarious moment sent chills of dread through Zhao Wuguang and the others who turned to glance back. "Quickly, scholar, follow closely," Zhao Wuguang urged, his voice trembling. Seizing the fleeting opportunity created by his roar that had repelled the hound, Fang Xingchen gritted his teeth, pushing his legs to their limits, stumbling forward. Sun Laosan had already surged near the mountain's summit, spotting Fang Xingchen's narrow escape and the slight gap from their pursuers, urging the nearly collapsing group with a hoarse yet hopeful voice. "Everyone, push on. Once we crest this hill, salvation awaits." This call was akin to a mirage of an oasis in a parched desert, injecting life into the despairing group. Hope flickered anew for Zhao Wuguang, whose bulk erupted with newfound vigor, scrambling upward with all his might. Zhang Tufu, breathless, cursed under his breath, while Lao Shi's eyes flitted with calculation, hastening his pace. However, as Sun Laosan, leading the charge, prepared to rally the others to surge forward, a sharp sound pierced the air. An arrow, shrieking with a chilling whistle, arced through the air, landing with deadly precision less than a meter before Sun Laosan's feet. The fletching trembled violently, producing a continuous buzzing sound, as if mocking the specter of death. In that instant, all motion ceased. The courage that Zhao Wuguang had just mustered deflated like a punctured balloon, his legs buckling beneath him. Zhang Tufu clenched his fists, eyes filled with a manic despair. Lao Shi's expression darkened, his fingers stealthily inching towards the serpent flute at his waist. Fang Xingchen's heart plummeted, sinking into an abyss of despair. It was over, ambush ahead, pursuers behind. Chapter 48. A desperate escape in the perilous Black Tiger Pass. As they neared their seemingly insurmountable plight, Sun Laosan's initial shock swiftly morphed into a euphoric realization of salvation. Instead of retreating, he sheathed his long knife with a clang, raising both hands high and vigorously waving them in the direction of the arrow's trajectory, shouting hoarsely, "Allies, hold your fire. I am Sun Laosan. Which brother from Heihu Zhai is up there?" His voice echoed through the valley, laced with the urgency and excitement of finding his comrades. Atop the mountain, a profound silence reigned. Behind a cluster of jagged rocks and ancient trees, a figure stirred ever so slightly. Moments later, a cautious head emerged from a crevice, its face adorned with streaks of dark green mud, revealing only a pair of keen, glimmering eyes peering downwards. After a few breaths, the head seemed to confirm something and abruptly retreated. Soon after, a wave of suppressed commotion and hushed conversations arose from the mountaintop. The previously seen figure reappeared, this time almost completely emerging, his face alight with unrestrained joy as he vigorously waved his arms and called out in a booming voice, "Sun Sangu. Oh my, it really is you. How did you make it back?" "It's Qian Shaoqi. Splendid." Sun Laosan let out a long sigh of relief, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. He turned to the nearly incapacitated Zhao Wuguang, the fierce yet bewildered Zhang Tu Fu, the old snake with flickering eyes, and the barely standing Fang Xingchen. Quickly whispering, "It's our own. Qian Shaoqi shares a bond of life and death with me. We are saved." Without further delay, he continued to wave his hands to signal safety while calling out to the mountaintop, "Shaoqi, there are government dogs closely pursuing me. Have the brothers shoot a few rounds at them. Let them taste the consequences." "All right, don't worry, Sangu. The brothers have got this." Qian Shaoqi responded decisively, his voice imbued with the raw vigor and excitement characteristic of a mountain bandit. He suddenly raised his hand and commanded, "Brothers, arm yourselves. Give those dogs below a wake-up call. Aim and shoot." At his command, 7 or 8 sturdy men sprang up from behind the rocks, beside the trees, and amidst the bushes. They donned a variety of attire, some in stolen silk garments left open to reveal their muscular chests, while others were bare-chested, their bodies marred with scars. Yet, without exception, their eyes gleamed with the sharpness of eagles, radiating the ferocity and killing intent born of a life in the wilderness. They deftly retrieved their hunting bows or foot bows from their backs, knocking their razor-sharp arrows, the creaking of the taut bowstrings a chilling sound. "Release," Qian Shaoqi commanded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 or 8 arrows soared through the air with a mournful whistle, descending upon the government soldiers below who were regrouping for pursuit. The arrows, propelled by gravity, descended with tremendous force and astonishing speed. The soldiers below were caught completely off guard, evidently not expecting such a fierce ambush from the fleeing bandits. And the sudden downpour of arrows was both precise and deadly. Thud! Ah! The dull thud of blades piercing flesh and the chilling screams of agony nearly coincided. The 3 leading soldiers were struck by arrows. One was pierced through the neck, bubbling with blood as he fell. Another was shot in the chest, the immense force sending him staggering backward before he collapsed, and yet another had his thigh pierced, rolling on the ground in anguish while clutching his wound. The remaining soldiers were terrified, abandoning their pursuit in a frenzy, desperately seeking cover, some throwing themselves to the ground, others hiding behind trees, their earlier ferocity instantly extinguished. "Well shot. Well done. Ha ha." Sun Laosan couldn't help but clap and laugh, the pent-up frustration and fear of recent days seeming to evaporate in that moment. He quickly beckoned to those behind him, "Quick, take advantage of this moment. Follow me to the mountaintop." Zhao Wuguang, witnessing this turn of fate, nearly burst into tears of joy, scrambling to follow Sun Laosan upward. Zhang Tu Fu grinned widely, chuckling foolishly as he picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it toward the direction of the hiding soldiers below, though it bore no consequence. It offered him a sense of satisfaction. The old snake silently tucked away his snake flute, his somber expression revealing little, yet his pace remained steady. Fang Xingchen, summoning his last reserves of strength, stumbled along at the rear, stepping into the relatively safer area of the mountaintop. Qian Shaoqi led the archers in another 2 rounds of simultaneous fire, arrows thudding against the trees and rocks where the soldiers hid. Although no further fatal injuries were inflicted, the overwhelming pressure was sufficient to instill a paralyzing fear in the remaining troops, who clung desperately to their cover, too frightened to show their faces. "Enough? Save some arrows. That should be enough to keep those dogs at bay." Qian Shaoqi gestured for them to cease fire. He then turned to scrutinize Sun Laosan and the ragtag group he had brought back. His gaze scanned the panicked Zhao Wuguang, the fierce and reckless Zhang Tu Fu, the watchful old snake, and the scholarly dressed Fang Xingchen, finally settling with deep curiosity on Sun Laosan's face. "Sangu, you've been gone for half a year without a word. The brothers thought you were. What happened? And these fellows, they don't seem like friends from our line of work?" Sun Laosan's smile faded slightly, revealing a hint of complexity in his expression. He patted Qian Shaoqi's shoulder and lowered his voice. Shaoqi, this is a long story, fraught with complications. We cannot discuss it here. First, take us back to the village. I need to report to the boss immediately. Despite his overwhelming curiosity, Qian Shaoqi nodded in agreement, sensing the seriousness in Sun Lao San's demeanor. All right, if San Gu trusts them, then they are friends of Qian Shaoqi. Let us go, brothers, retreat. Back to the village. With a shout, the 7 or 8 archers swiftly stowed their bows and arrows, gathering nimbly around him. It was evident that they were not unfamiliar with Sun Lao San. A few stepped forward to greet him with smiles, their curious gazes lingering on Zhao Wuguang and the others. Thus, Qian Shaoqi led the way, with Sun Lao San closely following, while Zhao Wuguang, Zhang Tufu, the old snake, and Fang Xingchen were shielded in the center. The group of archers fanned out around them, keeping watch. They did not linger. Swiftly departing from the mountaintop, which had just witnessed a brief skirmish, and plunging into the denser, more treacherous wilds of the forest, Qian Shaoqi navigated through the woods with the familiarity of one in their own backyard, guiding the group through the shadowy, sun-blocking canopy. At times, they traversed steep ridges, one side dropping into an unfathomable abyss shrouded in mist. At other times, they swung across narrow crevices using hanging vines, and occasionally, they squeezed through rock fissures barely wide enough for a single person. Even at one point, beside a roaring waterfall, Qian Shaoqi led them behind the falls, revealing a hidden entrance to a dark, deep cave. Inside, stalactites hung down, stone pillars stood tall, and an underground river flowed gently, a chill permeating the air. The group ignited their rudimentary torches made of resin, and under the flickering light, they stumbled through the cavern for a quarter of an hour, finally emerging from an exit into another mountain range. The arduous trek proved to be a further burden for Zhao Wuguang and the others, who were already exhausted from their recent harrowing escape. Zhao Wuguang was nearly half-dragged by Zhang Tufu, complaining incessantly about the difficult terrain. Zhang Tufu, equally fatigued, stubbornly cursed as he hacked at the obstructing thorns. The old snake remained silent, his steps light, showcasing excellent adaptability to the forest. Fang Xingchen, however, was barely holding on by sheer willpower. His fatigue and weakness had reached their limits, and he reluctantly used his Lingguang Niu once more, barely managing to keep pace with the group. As the last rays of the setting sun were about to be swallowed by the distant mountains, leaving only a dark red streak on the horizon, Qian Shaoqi, who had been leading the way, finally halted. He pointed ahead and said to the breathless Sun Lao San, "San Gu, we have arrived." Following his dressure, the group gasped in awe. Before them stood an exceptionally steep and perilous peak, resembling a giant sword thrusting into the clouds. The mountainside was mostly barren, with cliffs that appeared to have been hewn by axe and sword, where only a few tenacious weeds and small trees struggled to survive in the crevices. On the nearly vertical cliffs, signs of human excavation and the outline of wooden and stone structures could be vaguely discerned. The sole path leading up the mountain was a narrow, zigzagging trail carved into the cliff, barely wide enough for a single person to traverse. On one side of the narrow path lies a frigid stone wall, while on the other side yawns an unfathomable abyss. Mist swirls below, obscuring any view of the depths. Truly, it is a perilous place where one man can stand against 1,000. Is this indeed the Heihuzhai? Zhao Wuguang gazed at the treacherous mountain terrain and the dizzying path, and the flicker of joy that had arisen upon reaching their destination was swiftly engulfed by overwhelming fear. His voice trembled. How on earth do we ascend? Qian Shaoqi chuckled with pride. Indeed, this is our Heihuzhai. You'll get used to it. Brothers, light the torches and signal for the basket to be lowered to bring third brother and our esteemed guests up the mountain. At his command, several bandits skillfully ignited more torches with flint, their orange flames dancing in the thickening twilight, illuminating the weary and complex faces of the group, and casting light upon the perilous path ahead that led toward the unknown and temporary safety. Chapter 49. A night in the treacherous stronghold, and the worries of weakness. The group split into two and boarded the creaking, manually operated basket, which was drawn up the steep mountain like cargo. With every slight jolt of this primitive lift, Zhao Wuguang clung tightly to the rough wooden edge, closing his eyes in dread of looking down. Although Zhang the butcher felt the tension, he forced himself to keep his eyes wide open, muttering curses under his breath about this damned place. Laoshi remained silent in one corner of the basket, his gaze like a still pond, observing the faint outlines of sentry posts and defensive structures along the sheer cliffs. Fang Xingchen leaned wearily against the basket, feeling both physically drained and mentally exhausted. Yet a sense of foreboding gripped him. The Heihuzhai, situated in such a perilous location, was easy to defend and difficult to assault. Whether this place brought fortune or misfortune, was still uncertain. At last, the basket reached the mountaintop, greeted not by a welcoming ceremony or applause, but by the dark, scrutinizing eyes filled with suspicion. The stronghold was constructed in accordance with the mountain's contours, surrounded by a circle of wooden palisades, with wooden and stone structures scattered about. In the center lay a compact area, illuminated by several blazing torches, casting shifting shadows over the figures of the bandits, who bore weapons and displayed a fierce demeanor. Their clothing varied, yet all exuded a raw intensity. The air was thick with a mixture of sweat, smoke, and a faint hint of blood. Many bandits recognized the foremost figure, Sun Laosan, and quickly gathered around him, clapping him on the shoulder and greeting him in a rough manner. "Third brother, you finally returned. Where have you been all this time?" Their words conveyed familiarity and a subtle undertone of inquiry. As Sun Laosan exchanged pleasantries with his old acquaintances, he signaled to Qian Xiaoqi. Understanding the cue, Qian Xiaoqi stepped forward and addressed Zhao Wuguang and the others. "Gentlemen, it's getting late, and everyone must be exhausted. Allow me to lead you to a place to rest and fetch some food to fill your bellies. Any matters can be discussed tomorrow." Zhao Wuguang, already at the end of his endurance, nodded vigorously, eager to lie down immediately. Fang Xingchen managed a weary bow. "Thank you, Brother Qian." Without further ado, Qian Xiaoqi guided the five through the stronghold. Along the way, they glimpsed women and children peeking curiously from the shadows of the buildings, as well as more silent men polishing their weapons or arranging arrows. The entire stronghold, under the cover of night, appeared orderly yet concealed a lurking sense of danger akin to a slumbering beast. He led them to a row of relatively isolated wooden houses near the perimeter of the stronghold, pointing to two adjacent rooms. "The conditions are simple. Please make do with what you have. Food will be brought shortly." After speaking, he exchanged a glance with Sun Laosan, and the two hurried toward the inner depths of the stronghold, clearly eager to report to the chief about their unusual return. Before long, a bandit delivered a simple meal, a few grain pancakes, a bowl of wild vegetable soup with a few drops of oil floating on top, and a small dish of pickles. The taste was far from exquisite, but for the starving men, it was a rare comfort. Zhao Wuguang devoured his meal ravenously, while Zhang the butcher consumed it with the ferocity of a tempest. Lao Shi ate slowly but methodically, finishing every last morsel. Fang Xingchen managed to eat a pancake and sip some hot soup, feeling a slight warmth in his stomach. Yet the heaviness of fatigue and weakness still bore down on him. After hastily finishing their meal, the four retreated to their assigned rooms. The interiors of the wooden houses were starkly simple, furnished with only a bed, a table, and a stool, the bed covered with dry straw and a coarse blanket, emanating a musty odor. Fang Xingchen washed his face with the water prepared in a wooden basin, removed his tattered, mud-stained scholar's robe, and as soon as his head touched the hard pillow, an overwhelming drowsiness engulfed him like a tide, swiftly dragging him into slumber. However, just as his consciousness was about to plunge into the depths of sleep, a gently glowing, translucent screen unfurled before his mind's eye, clearly displaying several lines of text. "The current character has entered a state of sleep. Would you like to return to the real world?" "Yes, return immediately. The character will be entrusted." "No, rest in the game world." Fang Xingchen did not hesitate. The harrowing experience of escape had made him acutely aware of the significant shortcomings of his current self, or rather, the body of Lu Yuanxing, and he needed to return to the real world as soon as possible to seek a solution. With a thought, he chose to return. It felt as if an invisible thread had been abruptly pulled, and his consciousness was instantly extracted from the perilous game world, passing through a portal of light. And in the next moment, he found himself back in the quaintly decorated game lobby. Fang Xingchen approached the self-service query device on one side of the hall. It was a semi-transparent screen embedded in the stone wall. When he touched it, a chilling sensation coursed through his fingertips, and the operation interface immediately appeared. Following the prompts, he entered his character information, and soon, Lu Yuanxing's attributes were clearly displayed. Game world: Earth Online Middle Ages E30352 World Speed Ratio. Game 3. Reality 1 Mystery Coefficient 06. Note: 10 signifies a high magic world. 1 signifies low magic. 01 signifies an end of magic. 001 signifies forbidden magic. The effects of practicing and casting skills in this world are multiplied by the mystery coefficient. Character name: Lu Yuanxing. Character identity: Rebel of the Daming Empire. Character constitution: Current value 022. Maximum value 046. Average for ordinary adult male 055. Character Yuan energy: Current value 033. Maximum value 041. Average for ordinary adult male 050. Character spirit: Current value 070. Maximum value 115. Reflects the player's own spirit. Character talent: Soul Scream, D-class, reflected from the main body's talent, character skills, hypnosis, siren's song, spirit overclocking, inner healing. Precognitive awareness. Gazing at the clear data on the screen, Fang Xingchen could not help but smirk inwardly. Lu Yuanxing was indeed an utter failure. With the exception of the spirit aspect, which he could maintain at an awakening level through his own efforts, his constitution and yuan energy attributes were shockingly low, failing to reach even the average of an ordinary person. A low constitution directly manifested as physical weakness, feeble strength, and poor endurance, causing him to gasp for breath after even slight exertion, an almost fatal flaw in a setting where long treks and potential combat were commonplace. A low yuan energy indicated insufficient vital energy, impacting not only recovery speed, but also making it difficult to sustain even a loud shout. A constitution above 0.8 typically indicated results from specialized training and supplementation, akin to the level of a professional athlete in reality. Exceeding 10 represented the awakening of human limits. The elevation of yuan energy above 0.8 signifies the cultivation of internal power and energy techniques, such as defy. Surpassing 10 indicates the awakening of yuan energy. Fang Xingchen reminisced about the common knowledge he had gleaned from forums. Lu Yuanxing's 0.46 physique and 0.41 yuan energy levels were barely sufficient for health, let alone awakening. It was no wonder that fleeing had been so arduous. He had solely relied on the strength of his spiritual essence. This severe deficiency in attributes had significantly hampered his plans. In a world characterized by low magic and martial arts, with a mysterious coefficient of merely 0.6, the effectiveness of spiritual skills was greatly diminished, imposing burdens on the body during their use. If he could not swiftly enhance the foundational attributes of his body, not only would he struggle to fulfill the task of assisting Zhao Wuguang in his quest for supremacy, but even self-preservation would become problematic. Should he encounter officers again, he might not be fortunate enough to escape as he had today. It was imperative to devise a remedy, and quickly. Fang Xingchen's gaze was resolute. As a prominent family entrenched in Dongming City, the Li family possessed profound resources, even acquiring permissions for techniques such as resurrection. They must have channels or methods for rapidly enhancing the foundational attributes of game characters. He did not hasten to exit the nutrient pod. Instead, he connected his consciousness to the pod's intelligence system and logged into the Li family's internal network once more. He needed to meticulously search for solutions to his current predicament, whether that be special potions, techniques, or technologies that he was unaware of, specifically designed to enhance characters from other realms. The nutrient pod's azure indicator light flickered quietly, illuminating Fang Xingchen's focused and grave visage. The tranquility of the real world intertwined with the grandeur of the gaming realm through this unique link of consciousness. The urgency to elevate his strength was undeniable, regardless of the world he inhabited. In Chapter 50, the dichotomy of fish and bear's paw and the bonds of reality, Fang Xingchen's will drove the nutrient pod's built-in intelligence screen to illuminate, casting a serene blue glow upon his calm and concentrated face. He logged into the Li family's internal network, where an interface adorned with ancient insignias and steeped in the heritage of the aristocracy unfolded before him. Searching, rapid enhancement, physique, yuan energy, universally applicable. As he silently recited the keywords in his mind, Fang Xingchen resembled a patient miner, meticulously sifting through the Li family's treasure trove of information. A dazzling array of products passed by, featuring introductions to various techniques, descriptions of potions, and illustrations of rare materials that dazzled the eyes. The Li family's internal network, abundant in resources, far surpassed the public extraordinary forums and marketplaces. Before long, his attention was captured by two techniques. The first was the Shirlian method. Its description was quite straightforward. Through a special breathing technique combined with energy circulation, it strengthened the digestive system, accelerating the digestion and absorption of food, efficiently transforming the essence of food into nourishing and fortifying primal energy for the body. Cultivating this method would significantly increase food intake. If one consumed ordinary food, practitioners could easily become gluttonous. Hence it was recommended to supplement with highly nutritious and energy-rich food or herbs for optimal results. Priced at 10,000 Xinhui coins. It was indeed a mere 10,000 Xinhui coins. Fang Xingchen, aware of the low cost of techniques related to physique and yuan energy, was taken aback by the stark contrast to the prices of spiritual techniques. Fang Xingchen read the detailed description of the Shirlian method carefully, pondering its implications. The principle of this technique was simple and centered on accumulation, making it well suited for Lu Yuanxing's situation, which required a solid foundation. Moreover, it was not picky about food. Even in the relatively resource-scarce ancient context, ordinary food could gradually enhance one's physique, albeit at a slower pace. The second technique was a secret known as the Sanbao Huayuan method. This method was far more profound. It did not directly enhance a specific attribute, but allowed for temporary energy transformation among physique, Jing, Yuan energy, Qi, and spiritual essence, Shen. It was a controllable application of the ancient practices of refining Jing into Qi, Qi into Shen, and returning Shen to the void. Its effects were extraordinary, permitting the temporary transfer of attribute values among the three in certain proportions, with a duration of half an hour. For instance, Fang Xingchen could temporarily allocate 0.15 points from his impressive 115 spiritual essence to his physique, elevating it to an astonishing height of 0.8201597 within 30 minutes. This nearly touched the limits of ordinary humanity. It felt akin to exploiting a flaw in the world's rules, capable of delivering decisive results in crucial moments. Whether for explosive power, escape, or counterattack, Fang Xingchen's heart raced with excitement. The allure of the Sanbao Huayuan method was irresistible, serving as an exceptional tool to rectify his current troubles. However, his gaze fell upon the price column, akin to a bucket of ice water dousing him from head to toe. Priced at 500,000 Xinghui coins. 500,000. He had just exhausted the 1 million quota gifted by the Li family, leaving him with merely over 40,000 Xinghui coins, insufficient even for a fraction of this secret technique's cost. This price loomed like an insurmountable chasm, ruthlessly separating him from this shortcut. Fang Xingchen could not help but let out a bitter laugh inwardly, tinged with self-deprecation. Such was the plight of the impoverished. Ideals were grand, yet reality was stark. The seemingly overwhelming Sanbao Huayuan method was as elusive as a mirage, while the simple and somewhat clumsy Shirlian method was his only attainable and practical option at present. So be it, a magnificent edifice rises from the ground up. Laying a solid foundation with the Shirlian method might prove equally effective as taking shortcuts. He quickly adjusted his mindset, recognizing that pragmatic choices were preferable to unrealistic fantasies. Without further hesitation, he added the Shirlian method to his shopping cart. Next, he casually selected the Unarmed Combat Compendium and Cold Weapon Combat Compendium. These were combat techniques accessible to ordinary individuals, not extraordinary skills, and were priced very affordably at merely 1,000 Xinghui coins each. Upon purchase, he could learn them directly through the infusion method in his consciousness, eliminating the lengthy and inefficient practice process. Although this was merely theoretical knowledge, actual application required repeated physical practice to form muscle memory. It would nonetheless enable him to swiftly escape the plight of being a novice in combat, equipping him with knowledge on how to exert force, evade, and identify weaknesses. The total came to 12,000 Xinghui coins. Shirlian Method 10,000, Unarmed Combat Compendium 1,000, Cold Weapon Combat Compendium 1,000. With a 5 discount for D-Class guest privileges, the final payment was 11,400 Xinghui coins. Upon confirming the payment, he watched his account balance dwindle from over 40,000 to just above 30,000, once again feeling the sensation of money flowing away like water, alongside the urgency brought by resource scarcity. With the payment completed, he immediately opted to utilize the nutrient pod for knowledge infusion. The pod's sophisticated equipment activated, gently connecting with his consciousness, imprinting the operational routes of the Shirlian method. The breathing techniques, and the myriad techniques and strategies from both combat compendiums into the depths of his memory like a stream of data. The process lasted approximately half an hour. When the infusion concluded, Fang Xingchen felt a significant addition to his mental repository. The operation of the Shirlian method was now clear, as if he had practiced it countless times. Various unarmed techniques, footwork, and foundational uses of weapons, along with practical cases, were neatly categorized and stored. Yet, this was merely knowledge, akin to having watched a swimming tutorial. The true ability would require the cooperation of his body and repeated practice to translate into actual skill. He opened the pod's door, sat up, dried himself with a towel, and changed into clean clothes. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already past 3 in the afternoon. A strong sense of hunger surged within him, although the nutrient solution sustained his vital signs. The emptiness in his stomach remained palpable. Upon arriving at the first-floor dining hall, he casually nibbled on some snacks prepared by the servants to satiate his hunger. It was then that he noticed his parents, clad in worn clothing and grasping tools such as hoes and shovels, along with bags of seeds, preparing to embark on their grand plan of cultivating the garden. "Dad, Mom," Fang Xingchen called out to them, operating his smart wristwatch with a few taps. I'm transferring you 10,000 Xinghui coins as living expenses. Things here may be pricier than in the outer districts, so don't be frugal. Spend as needed and let me know when you run out. Upon hearing this, Fang's father and mother immediately displayed expressions of embarrassment and refusal. Fang's mother waved her hands repeatedly, saying, Xingchen, no need. We still have savings, enough to get by. You earn money with great difficulty, and expenses are high now. Keep it for yourself. Fang's father echoed her sentiment. Indeed, we have little need for money. This house is splendid, with all our necessities covered. There is no need for such a large sum. Observing his parents, who, despite residing in a splendid home, remained frugal and concerned about burdening their son, Fang Xingchen felt a blend of warmth and bittersweetness in his heart. He insisted, Mom, Dad, please accept it. The environment here is different, and there may be social obligations or unexpected situations that require spending. Keep your savings for emergencies. My income is decent now, so you needn't worry. After much persuasion, Fang's parents reluctantly accepted the money, continuously reminding him not to overexert himself. Watching them walk towards the garden, Fang Xingchen let out a soft sigh. Settling his parents provided him with a slight relief from his burdens, yet it also heightened his awareness that he must strengthen himself swiftly to protect this hard-won tranquility. However, this fleeting moment of warmth and serenity was soon disrupted. His wristwatch vibrated, displaying an incoming call from Li Songtang. Fang Xingchen raised an eyebrow. Why was he being sought at this moment? He promptly answered the call. On the other end, Li Songtang's distinctive cool voice emerged, laced with an undeniable urgency. Fang Xingchen, come over here immediately. There is something important I need to discuss with you. Before he could respond, the call abruptly ended, leaving only the sound of a busy signal echoing in the empty dining hall, casting a new shadow over his heart. The brief relaxation he had felt regarding the deficiencies in the game world instantly tightened his nerves again. The tumult of the real world seemed unrelenting in granting him any respite. Chapter 51. A new task. Li Songtang's abrupt communication and its abrupt termination, leaving behind only the words important matter and the busy signal, lingered in Fang Xingchen's mind. Just as he believed he had found a seemingly viable solution to the challenges within the game world, the waves of reality crashed back unrelentingly. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the frustration stemming from his inability to afford the Sanbao Huayuan Fa and the instinctive wariness regarding the urgent matter ahead. A glance out the window at his parents, who were eagerly planting the vegetable garden, their stooped yet vibrant figures, served as his greatest motivation to forge ahead without faltering. Dad, Mom, I'm stepping out for a bit. There is something going on with Songtang, Fang Xingchen called out as he approached the door. His mother looked up, her face dusted with soil, and replied with concern, Oh, go ahead. Come back early for dinner. I'll make soup for you tonight. Got it, Fang Xingchen responded, feeling warmth in his heart as he turned and exited the villa. The two villas were not far apart, and he reached his destination in a short walk. Lin Yilan greeted him at the door, dressed in a light purple dress with a cream-colored knitted cardigan draped over it, appearing both charming and gentle. Upon seeing Fang Xingchen, a bright and unclouded smile blossomed on her face, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Brother Fang, hello. Her smile, akin to sunlight piercing through clouds, instantly dispelled some of the gloom in Fang Xingchen's heart, prompting him to return a relaxed smile. Hello, Yilan. Where's Songtang? Sister Songtang is waiting for you in the underground training room, Lin Yilan replied, stepping aside to let him in. Follow me. Fang Xingchen followed her through the elegantly decorated and warm living room, arriving once again at the wall-embedded elevator. The elevator descended silently, and when the doors opened, he found himself in a training room that was over twice the size of his own. The room was softly lit, and the air circulation system maintained the most suitable temperature and humidity. On one side, two sleekly designed silver-gray advanced nutrient pods were arranged side by side, appearing to be of a higher configuration than his own. On the other side was a set of seemingly very comfortable leather sofas and a coffee table, where Li Songtang sat gracefully on one of the sofas, sipping tea with poise, the steam blurring her cool features. Noticing Fang Xingchen's entrance, she set down her teacup and stood up, maintaining her brisk demeanor. You're here. Take a seat. Fang Xingchen nodded, moving to sit beside her, while Lin Yilan naturally took a seat next to him, her eyes sparkling as she watched the two. Li Songtang wasted no time on pleasantries, diving straight into the matter at hand with a steady tone that carried an undeniable urgency. The plan I mentioned to you earlier, the one about snatching resources from others, has progressed. Fang Xingchen's spirits lifted, leaning slightly forward with interest. What are the specifics? His desire for resources had never been stronger. Details cannot be disclosed yet, as there are many complications involved, Li Songtang replied, shaking her head. However, her gaze was sharp. What S confirmed is that the action is likely to take place in about half a month. Therefore, you need to expedite the bounty task you're currently handling, ensuring you can either extricate yourself at any moment or have it completed before the operation begins. Understanding the urgency, Fang Xingchen nodded. This meant he needed to concentrate on a larger endeavor. After a moment of contemplation, he affirmed, I understand. I'll prioritize the bounty task. It shouldn't take too long. He mentally calculated that with the foundation of the Shirlian FA combined with his soul skills, as long as he found an opportunity to assist the prodigal Zhao Wuguang quickly, earning a quick sum should not pose a problem. Good. Li Songtang seemed unsurprised by his response and continued, the reason I called you here today is primarily to prepare for that new plan. You need to register and log into an account character in the world where the plan will take place to familiarize yourself with the basic environment, ensuring we don't waste any time when the moment arrives. In which world? Fang Xingchen inquired. A world numbered Earth Parallel Modern E30198, Li Songtang replied, adding, for confidentiality reasons, I cannot send you the link. You can register and log in directly here using this nutrient pod. She pointed to the noticeably more advanced nutrient pod next to them. Fang Xingchen glanced in the direction she indicated, observing the unobstructed pod and the dry interior walls without any nutrient liquid. A hint of confusion and embarrassment crossed his face. Songtang, this pod hasn't been filled with nutrient liquid, and there's no screen or partition here. I feel a bit awkward just stepping in. The thought of undressing and lying in a transparent chamber in front of both ladies, especially with Lin Elan present, was indeed quite embarrassing. Haha. Lin Elan couldn't help but laugh at his words, her clear eyes sparkling with mischief and surprise. Brother Fang, didn't you know? For short-term use of an advanced nutrient pod, you don't need to activate the nutrient liquid circulation system. You just need to set the maintenance mode and connect your consciousness. Only for extended immersion or when significant consumption is expected in the target world is it necessary to enable the nutrient liquid for full support and recovery. Fang Xingchen was momentarily speechless, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face. He truly had not known. In the past, he was merely a struggling actor at the lower echelons of society. Aside from using a basic model of a nutrient pod while filming those exhausting movies at Guanghua Ingshi, he had no opportunity to engage with, let alone gain a profound understanding of such advanced technology. The nutrient pod in his villa was accompanied by a rather succinct operating manual, and he relied solely on his vague memories from Guanghua Ingshi and instinct to operate it. Observing the rare look of embarrassment on Fang Xingchen's face, a faint smile flickered in Li Songtang's eyes, but it quickly vanished. She spoke up to alleviate the situation. Elan is correct. If the anticipated landing time is short or the activity intensity is low, it is indeed possible to conserve this portion of consumption, as the replacement and maintenance of the nutrient solution are not inexpensive. This time, you only need to register a character and initially adapt to the environment. The expected stay will not be long, and the consumption will be minimal. You can go straight in without activating the nutrient solution system. Understanding dawned on Fang Xingchen, who once again felt the disparity in knowledge. He nodded, no longer hesitating, and walked towards the designated advanced nutrient pod. As the pod's door sensed his approach, it silently slid open. He stepped inside and lay down on the soft lining. The interior space was slightly larger than his own, with a more exquisite ergonomic design, providing better support and enveloping comfort for his body. Are you ready? Li Songtang inquired from outside. Ready, Fang Xingchen replied. All right, I am beginning the connection now. Li Songtang's voice came through the pod wall, somewhat muffled. Then, Fang Xingchen felt a gentle yet precise pulling force enveloping his consciousness. There was no intense tearing sensation. It felt more like being gently propelled by a warm current of water, passing through an invisible membrane. In the next moment, he found himself in a login hall that was entirely different from the ancient E303520 world. If the previous one was a fantastical hall infused with the charm of antiquity and data streams, this one was a modern space of utmost luxury. The vaulted ceiling, soaring at least 10 meters high, was adorned with a massive chandelier made of countless tiny crystals, emitting a bright, yet gentle light. The floor was laid with lustrous, milky white marble tiles that reflected the minimalist yet stylish silver metal columns and light gray walls around it. The air was infused with a faint high-end fragrance, accompanied by ethereal, soothing background music. The decor of the entire hall rivaled that of a six-star hotel lobby he had seen in visual materials, exuding an atmosphere of technology and opulence. This time, there were no administrators like Song Haoyun to greet him. Fang Xingchen looked around and noticed a row of self-service devices resembling bank ATMs along the side of the hall, but with a more streamlined and sci-fi design. He approached one of the machines, and the screen promptly illuminated, displaying a friendly guiding interface. Following the prompts, he began to register his information. Soon, the screen displayed the relevant parameters of this world. World name: Earth Parallel Modern E30198. World speed ratio: 6:1. 6 hours in-game equals 1 hour in the real world. Mystery coefficient: 0.05. End of law world. Note: extraordinary powers will be significantly suppressed. Base fee: 1 Xinghue coin per hour of game time online. 0.1 Xinghue coin per hour for character hosting a speed ratio of 6:1. This was indeed good news, indicating ample time to complete tasks. However, the mystery coefficient of 0.05 for the end of law world was as expected. Fang Xingchen noted the term end of law with understanding. The resources that Li Songtang had her eye on likely did not originate directly from this world, but were associated with some opportunity or entrance related to it. Subsequently, the screen presented the character creation options. As this is your first login, please choose a game character generation method. 1. Reincarnation mode. Begin as an infant. Experience the complete growth process with the ability to name and customize appearance. 2. Substitution mode. Choose an existing NPC age between 6 to 20 years for consciousness substitution. Note: choosing a special identity, high attributes, or high attractiveness NPC may incur additional costs. Without hesitation, Fang Xingchen opted for the substitution mode. What he lacked most at this moment was time. He entered his filtering criteria: male, surname Fang, age 18 to 20 years, with handsome features, good health, no significant medical history, and normal intelligence. The screen quickly refreshed, displaying several pages of character information that met his criteria. Fang Xingchen carefully browsed through them, comparing each character's background, base attributes, appearance descriptions, and any additional fees required. Ultimately, his gaze settled on a character named Fang Xingchen. Name: Fang Xingchen. Gender: male. Age: 19 years. Identity: freshman in the Performing Arts Department at the National Arts University of Dawaran. Physique: current value 0.56, maximum value 0.60, above average. Elemental energy: current value 0.45, maximum value 0.48, slightly below average. Spirit soul: current value 0.49, maximum value 0.52, average level. Note: due to the character's outstanding appearance, beauty rating of 91, an additional fee of 300 Xinghue coins is required. Fang Xingchen's lips twitched slightly at the mention of the National Arts University of Dawaran. Could this be considered a return to his former profession in a sense? Nevertheless, this identity would conveniently allow him to mask certain behavioral habits. A physique of 0.6 was relatively decent, especially for someone young, while the elemental energy and spirit soul were quite ordinary, indicating that the original owner's intelligence and emotional quotient were not particularly high. Gaining admission to an arts university likely owed much to his good looks. The additional payment of 300 Xinghue coins for a handsome face stung a bit. But considering the potential high rewards of subsequent tasks, he gritted his teeth and accepted it. This was the one. Fang Xingchen confirmed his selection and made the payment. With the transaction complete, he immediately clicked to enter the game. A beam of even gentler white light enveloped his consciousness, as if traversing a tunnel of light, and the scenery before him abruptly shifted. The monotonous sound of a lecture filled his ears, and he found himself leaning over a common university-tiered classroom desk. At the podium, a serious-looking middle-aged female professor with black-rimmed glasses was lecturing on fundamentals of performance theory. Beside him, a somewhat delicate-looking male student with a hint of softness in his features gently nudged him with his elbow and whispered, "Hey, Xingchen, you dare to sleep in Master Mieju's class? Be careful not to get caught, or she'll fail you outright." At that moment, Fang Xingchen, now Fang Xingchen, straightened up, rubbed his somewhat dry eyes, and swiftly absorbed the original owner's memories. This Fang Xingchen's parents were ordinary employees of a state-owned enterprise in a second-tier city, enjoying a modestly comfortable life. He had never excelled academically, but managed to scrape by, pursuing an arts route in high school and barely passing to gain admission to this prestigious arts institution. His character was somewhat laid-back, fond of leisure, and he had a few friends who wasted time with him, like the roommate Fu Qingyun beside him. A handsome lad with a score of over 80 in appearance, but a bit effeminate. Did you not catch that? Fang Xingchen mimicked the original owner's slightly careless tone, glancing at Fu Qingyun and earnestly fabricated, "I just had a dream where I changed my stage name to Fang Xingchen, and in just a few years, I became a sensation, winning awards left and right." Fu Qingyun looked at him skeptically, murmuring, "Are you serious? In university, you can only change your stage name once in 4 years. Think it through, you might regret it later." Fang Xingchen shot him a glance and chose not to respond. Changing his stage name was, after all, one of the reasons he selected this character. He truly wished to avoid dealing with an array of different names. The thought of an inexplicably emerging spirit entity sent shivers down his spine, for he feared it might lead him to mental chaos. Referring to himself uniformly as Fang Xingchen would alleviate much of this hassle. As the school bell rang, students surged from the classroom like birds released from their cages. Fang Xingchen wasted no time and promptly made his way to the counselor's office, guided by memory, to submit his application for a name change. The process was smooth. After registering, the counselor informed him that his new artistic name, Fang Xingchen, would be announced to the class before the next lesson, allowing him to acclimate and adapt swiftly. Having completed this task, Fang Xingchen began to wander aimlessly around the campus. The environment of the National Art University was indeed exquisite, with architecturally striking buildings, sculptures, and an array of stylishly dressed young men and women populating the grounds. Athletic boys were perspiring on the basketball court, while melodious tunes flowed from the practice rooms of the music department, and students from the drama department were engrossed in rehearsing their lines under the trees. All of this exuded the vitality of youth intertwined with the mundanity of the real world. He dined in the school cafeteria, savoring the simple yet affordable home-style dishes, before taking a stroll around the commercial street nearby, where shops lined the bustling thoroughfare, illuminated by flickering neon lights, presenting a scene of prosperity and tranquility. However, after his exploration, he found nothing out of the ordinary. This appeared to be an exceedingly normal world, with technology reminiscent of the early 21st century on his home planet, devoid of any extraordinary traces. There was no detectable special energy in the air, and the life force of passers-by seemed utterly mundane. What could Li Songtang possibly hope to seize in this world, classified as a mysterious world with a coefficient of 0.05? Standing on the overpass and observing the bustling traffic below, he was engulfed in confusion. The resources in question clearly did not refer to the products of this world itself. Unable to fathom this, he set it aside for the moment and returned to the student dormitory according to the original owner's memories. The dormitory was a typical four-person room, but currently, only he and Fu Qingyun were present. The other two roommates were occupied, one with a part-time job and the other presumably on a date. After completing his evening routine, Fang Xingchen lay down early on his bed. Fu Qingyun was still in front of the mirror, applying a facial mask while humming an unfamiliar pop song. Sleeping so early? Not like you, Zhichen. Oh, I mean, it should be Fang Xingchen now. Fu Qingyun turned and teased with a sly smile. I'm tired, just need some rest. Fang Xingchen responded dismissively, closing his eyes. His intention was not genuinely to sleep, but rather to engage in a form of consciousness manipulation through slumber, opting for the role management function. He needed to return to the real world promptly to digest the newly acquired knowledge of the food refinement method and combat skills while addressing the crisis in the medieval world E303520. His consciousness was gently drawn away, traversing the invisible boundary and returning to the advanced nutrient chamber within Li Songtang's villa's underground training room. As the chamber door slid open, Fang Xingchen sat up and rubbed his temples. Although he had not logged in for long, switching between two worlds governed by different rules still left him mentally fatigued. Li Songtang and Lin Yilan awaited outside. Upon seeing him emerge, their gazes turned towards him. Is everything registered? Li Songtang inquired. Yes. The character is a university student at the National Art University of the Republic of Dahua. Fang Xingchen nodded, succinctly reporting that the place appeared to be an ordinary modern world. For now, it seems ordinary, Li Songtang said meaningfully, yet refrained from elaborating. Well, that concludes matters here. You should return and expedite your bounty tasks. Remember, within half a month. Understood. Fang Xingchen took a deep breath, feeling the weight of responsibility grow heavier on his shoulders. The threads of reality and illusion, past and future, intertwined, urging him to forge ahead. He refrained from asking further questions, bid farewell to the two, and departed from Li Songtang's villa. As he walked back, Fang Xingchen gazed up at the night sky, tinged red by light pollution, and his thoughts churned. In this end-of-an-era world, battling for survival, bounty tasks, his own shortcomings, and the continued entrapment of Wang Hu in the Guanghua Film and Television Underground Research Base, as well as the silence from Chu Mo, loomed over him. The path ahead remained shrouded in fog, yet he had no alternative but to proceed step by step. Chapter 53. The gathering at Heihu village. Emerging from the depths of slumber, Fang Xingchen opened his eyes to the humble ceiling of the wooden cabin, where the faint rays of dawn seeped through the gaps. Beside him, Zhao Wuguang snored thunderously, his corpulent form curled up under a coarse blanket. seemingly intent on recuperating the energy expended the previous day. After a night of rest, despite the lingering fatigue and weakness of this body, the exhaustion of both body and spirit had dissipated considerably. Fang Xingchen did not rise immediately, but rather relished the tranquility of the pre-dawn stillness. Closing his eyes once more to delve into the realm of his consciousness, the Tai Chi diagram beneath him rotated slowly, drawing in the surrounding thin gray mist to nourish the two spiritual entities, striving to restore their consumed spiritual power as much as possible. He needed to seize every moment to compensate for this body's deficiencies and accumulate sufficient resources to confront impending uncertainties. After what felt like the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Responding, Fang Xingchen struggled to sit up, feeling his limbs still heavy, yet at least capable of movement. He nudged Zhao Wuguang beside him and whispered, "Boss, wake up, someone is here." Zhao Wuguang mumbled groggily, rubbing his bleary eyes, reluctantly sitting up, a trace of confusion and fear still lingering on his face. Fang Xingchen got out of bed and opened the door to reveal Sun Laosan standing at the threshold, dressed in clean, rough fabric. He appeared markedly more spirited than the previous day, although a hint of gravity remained etched on his brow. He surveyed the two men in the room and spoke in a solemn tone. "Zhao, Mr. Liu, the village chief and several leaders are awaiting you in the gathering hall. Please come at once." Zhao Wuguang instantly became more alert, a flicker of anxiety crossing his features as he hastily adjusted his wrinkled, grass-stained robe in an attempt to uphold the regal demeanor that had long since faded. Fang Xingchen calmly nodded, took a deep breath, donned his robe, and followed Sun Laosan out of the wooden cabin. The morning at Heihu village was shrouded in a thin veil of mist, with the distant mountains appearing hazy and elusive. Bandits were already stirring within the village, and as they spotted Sun Laosan leading the two men past, their curious and scrutinizing gazes fell upon them. The gathering hall, located at the village's center, was a significantly larger and more spacious stonewood structure than ordinary cabins, adorned with two tattered flags fluttering weakly in the morning breeze. Upon entering the hall, a blend of tobacco, sweat, and leather permeated the air. The interior spanned approximately 50 to 60 square meters, furnished simply yet exuding an atmosphere of sternness. At the center stood a wide chair draped with a vibrant tiger skin, flanked by a dozen chairs of varying materials, most of which were rough wooden seats, with a few featuring backs. At present, 5 individuals were already seated within. Sun Laosan hurried forward, acting as the intermediary to introduce both parties. Seated in the tiger skin chair was none other than the village chief of Heihu, Li Yong, in his 40s. He was not particularly tall, but remarkably robust, with a sun-kissed face etched with the marks of time. His piercing tiger-like gaze flickered with intensity, commanding respect without needing to raise his voice. Clad in a fitted outfit, he scrutinized Zhao Wuguang and Fang Xingchen with a keen eye. To Li Yong's right sat the second-in-command, Zhou Ming. This man appeared to be in his mid-30s, with a fair complexion and 3 strands of long beard, dressed in a faded blue shirt that made him resemble a down-and-out scholar. Yet, the calculating and vigilant glint in his slightly squinted eyes betrayed his true nature. Next to Zhou Ming was the 5th leader, Zheng Peng. He was a robust man with a rugged face, adorned with a thick beard, and his arms were nearly as thick as an average person's thigh. At that moment, he sat with his arms crossed, a smirk of disdain clearly visible on his face. The 6th chieftain, Wu Ming, sat beside Zheng Peng, a taciturn man bearing a menacing scar that ran from his brow to the corner of his mouth. He merely glanced at the two newcomers before lowering his gaze again, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings. Qian Shaoqi, the leader who had welcomed them the previous day, was also present, seated next to Sun Laosan, and he offered a slight nod to Fang Xingchen. After Sun Laosan completed his introductions, the atmosphere became somewhat tense, indicating that the chieftains had engaged in a heated debate prior to their arrival. Zhou Ming, the 2nd chieftain, was the first to attack. He stroked his long beard, his gaze piercing like a cold dagger directed at Zhao Wuguang, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Brother Sun returned yesterday, claiming he brought a true son of the dragon. Is it you? Huh. A mere country bumpkin, emboldened by a few cups of liquor, dares to don the yellow robe and court death, now seeking refuge in my Heihu Zhai. Ungrateful and intent on maintaining this perilous title? Is it merely because you bear a few extra pounds?" His words were cutting, provoking a scoff from the 5th chieftain, Zheng Peng. Zhao Wuguang's face turned crimson from the humiliation, his corpulent body trembling slightly, his lips quivering as he struggled to retort but found himself at a loss for words. In a moment of desperation, he instinctively cast a pleading glance towards Fang Xingchen behind him, exclaiming, "This is not my intent. It was Lu Xiukai who said a deity visited him in a dream, proclaiming, "I am destined for greatness." Instantly, all eyes were fixated on Fang Xingchen. Internally cursing Zhao Wuguang's ineptitude, Fang Xingchen maintained a composed demeanor. He stepped forward, clasped his hands in a respectful gesture towards the chieftains, and spoke in a calm yet assertive tone. What the second chieftain claims is indeed accurate. The master was previously a wealthy landowner. Yet, destiny is capricious, beyond the grasp of mere mortals. Recently, while in the mountains, I received enlightenment from the old lord in a dream, revealing that this place is rife with the energies of dragons and tigers, and the hidden presence of the Ziwei star foretells the emergence of a noble figure. Along with a half-scroll of the Taiping Tian Shu, instructing me to assist the rightful ruler in restoring order. He reiterated the tale of divine visitation with sincerity, as though it were indeed a reality. The old lord visited you in a dream. The Taiping Tian Shu? Zheng Peng interjected with skepticism, his tone incredulous. If that is the case, let the old lord grant us a dream as well. If such is true, I, Zheng, shall be the first to bow before you. Fang Xingchen shook his head, a hint of resignation and detachment gracing his features. Celestial connections are elusive. How can they be compelled by human will? Whether the old lord favors us, and when he chooses to do so, is beyond our comprehension. I merely relay what I have witnessed. Belief or disbelief rests solely with you, esteemed leaders. Since divine intervention was unattainable, the chief, Li Yong, finally spoke, his voice resonating with undeniable authority. He fixed an intense gaze upon Fang Xingchen. So, the divine bestowed upon you celestial arts, Mr. Lu? Speak not without evidence. Demonstrate a fraction of your abilities so we mere mountain folk may witness for ourselves. Chapter 54. The display of celestial power. Fang Xingchen's mind raced as he assessed the expressions of those present. Sun Laosan and Qian Shaoqi appeared eager. Zhou Ming and Zheng Peng displayed overt skepticism and provocation. Wu Ming remained silent, while Li Yong, though appearing fair, exuded a subtle eagerness and calculation that Fang Xingchen keenly perceived. They sought to compel me to reveal my true capabilities, perhaps to gauge how to handle Zhao Wuguang's prominence, or to discern my strengths and weaknesses for their own advantage. Fang Xingchen smirked internally. To publicly showcase my abilities indeed bore the risk of exposure. However, retreating now would obliterate the aura of mystery and intimidation I had cultivated, thereby undermining Zhao Wuguang's standing entirely. Resolute in his decision, Fang Xingchen no longer hesitated. He donned an inscrutable smile and declared, "Since the chief wishes to see, I shall oblige." No sooner had he spoken than he stepped forward, his eyes widening as he fixed his gaze upon the void ahead, unleashing a commanding shout akin to a thunderclap. Freeze. In that instant, he summoned his will, and within his soul space, the middle-aged and young souls resonated simultaneously, unleashing a precisely controlled, significantly weakened, yet still potent wave of spiritual energy that silently enveloped the entire gathering hall. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Zhou Ming, at the forefront, found his sneer abruptly halted, his gaze becoming vacant, his teacup tilting precariously, the tea suspended at the rim, frozen mid-drop. Zheng Peng's derisive grin was likewise stilled, his arm raised as if to slam the table, yet frozen in mid-air. Wu Ming suddenly looked up. The stillness of his eyes disrupted for the first time, yet his body remained ensnared as if bound by invisible ropes. Even Li Yong trembled, his fierce gaze replaced by bewilderment, his fingers twitching subtly upon the armrest, yet unable to move. Sun Laosan and Qian Shaoqi felt their minds whirl, engulfed in a void, as if their very souls were departing their bodies under the force of that command. This eerie stillness endured for what felt like 3 breaths. After those 3 breaths, the intangible bindings vanished abruptly. Thud. Zheng Peng, maintaining his hand raised, lost his balance and plopped back into his chair, his face a mask of shock. Zhou Ming's hand trembled, sending his teacup crashing to the ground, shattering, yet he remained oblivious, fixated on Fang Xingchen. His complexion pallid. Wu Ming instinctively tightened his grip around the hilt of his knife, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Sun Laosan and Qian Shaoqi gasped for air, their eyes filled with disbelief and awe directed at Fang Xingchen. Li Yong, the quickest to regain his composure, inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, and when he turned to Fang Xingchen again, his face was alight with enthusiasm, even tinged with a hint of obsequiousness. He clapped his hands in appreciation, exclaiming, "Truly, a remarkable celestial art. Such extraordinary skill. Today, I have gained invaluable insight. I apologize for my earlier negligence. I implore you, Celestial Master, to forgive my rudeness." This display of the soul-binding technique thoroughly awed all present, regardless of their prior skepticism, disdain, or ulterior motives. They were compelled to reassess the seemingly frail Lu Shoukai in light of this incomprehensible power. Seizing the moment, Sun Laosan sprang to his feet, passionately clasping his fists. Brothers, you have all witnessed it. The Celestial Master possesses boundless power, and the mandate of heaven is clear. Our brother, the fourth, met a tragic end at the hands of corrupt officials. We have yet to avenge that blood-soaked grudge. Now is the opportune moment for our Heihu Zhai to stand tall and avenge our fallen comrade. Qian Shaoqi quickly followed suit, rising to echo, Brother San is right. Each of us in Heihu Zhai has been driven to these mountains by the oppressive officials. Now that we have a true son of the dragon and a celestial master, what do we have to fear? However, Zhou Ming, having regained his composure after the initial shock, darkened his expression and raised a pragmatic concern. Even if the celestial master possesses divine powers, winning a battle cannot solely rely on magic. Our band can muster barely 80 fighters, with inadequate weapons and armor. The county has over 200 well-equipped soldiers. How do we intend to confront them? Do we expect the celestial master to immobilize them all single-handedly? His words, though sharp, pinpointed the crux of the matter. Wuzazu Zheng Peng gradually regained his composure and, in a deep voice, interjected, Second brother speaks wisely. Even if we were to miraculously seize the county town, with our limited forces, how could we defend it? Once the surrounding officials and soldiers arrive, wouldn't we be akin to fish in a barrel? Faced with this piercing reality, Sun Laosan and Qian Shaoqi fell momentarily silent, their gazes instinctively shifting towards Fang Xingchen. Fang Xingchen had anticipated such a question. A subtle smile graced his lips as he confidently replied, Second Jaiju, the concerns expressed by Wuzazu are indeed prudent. However, are you aware that the county town's military strength is currently depleted? Most officials and soldiers have been dispatched to the Highland Mountain Range in search of our whereabouts. Thus the defenses within the city are bound to be lax. We need only to avoid the main forces, circumvent the soldiers in the mountains, advance swiftly and lightly, and launch a surprise attack on the county town. Capturing it will be as effortless as turning over one's hand. He paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping over the assembly, his voice rising with a compelling force. As for the worry of defending the city, there is no need for concern. As long as His Majesty's dragon flag is raised in the county town, proclaiming to the world, heroes from all corners and suffering common folk will surely rally to our cause, offering their humble provisions to welcome the royal forces. At that time, you shall understand what it means to be destined by heaven and what it means to follow the trend of great affairs. His words were a blend of analysis and grand visions, subtly hinting at the potential aid that the bounty of 50 million Xinghui coins might attract from other players. To the unaware Jaiju, his speech resonated as if a celestial master had already glimpsed the secrets of fate and envisioned the inevitable victory. Daizezu Liang's eyes sparkled with determination, evidently moved by Fang Xingchen's vivid portrayal. After a moment of contemplation, he slapped the armrest decisively and declared, Very well. Let us heed the Celestial Master's counsel. Sun Laosan, Qian Shaoqi, you two immediately gather the elite troops of the stronghold and prepare rations and weapons. Zhou Ming, you shall be responsible for guarding the stronghold and safeguarding our belongings. Zheng Peng, Wu Ming, accompany me down the mountain to assist His Majesty and the Celestial Master in seizing the county town and undertaking a grand endeavor. Yes, elder brother. Sun Laosan and Qian Shaoqi responded excitedly. Zhou Ming's expression flickered, but he ultimately bowed his head in acquiescence. Zheng Peng and Wu Ming also rose and clasped their fists. Fang Xingchen observed this scene with a slight sigh of relief in his heart. This initial step had finally been taken, albeit under the pressures of both threat and temptation. He glanced at Zhao Wuguang, who was now standing tall with renewed vigor due to the shift in circumstances, and inwardly lamented that the merits of the dragon would not be easily attained.